The story has to start here. In an apartment complex, some apartments had their lights on. In one of those apartments, a blonde guy was on his phone, yelling like crazy. Only 10 minutes left until the 21st match ends. Just a little more and I'll reach king tier. Potato teammates, are you okay? The phone screen turned gray, and a defeat notification popped up. Defeat! The blonde guy was speechless. Before he could even process it, another notification popped up. Defeat! The blonde guy face-planted again. He was so shocked he spat blood, falling backward. His soul almost left his body as he muttered, "My king tier." Suddenly the phone screen turned white, emitting a blinding light. A robotic voice announced, "Ding! Your king's life begins." A strange voice began to narrate the life of a baby with red eyes. As a king, one must have a remarkable background. Where he lived was full of huge, ferocious demons. They carried the Chongming sect flag, trampling over bones and wealth, especially born in the famous righteous sect, Chongzhuan sect, eliminating harm for the people. The baby lay on the mattress, face pale. He curled up, wanting to cry but afraid, only daring to peek at the two people standing in front of him. Those two were saying, "Look how happy he is." He had a capable father, who embraced two women, leaving him in tattered clothes, kneeling on the ground. "Daddy, wash your feet." Besides, he also had an incredibly gentle stepmother. She only gently released her spiritual power, shattering his token. The white-haired kid struggled to pick up the token, giving a forced thumbs up under the stepmother's threat. The stepmother smiled sweetly, praising her son. "My son is so talented, a born genius," the white-haired kid thought to himself. To avoid being beaten to death by my stepmother, I had to work hard to answer correctly, avoiding the number 99. The narration was completely inconsistent with the current situation. Look at him, so talented, never worries his parents about his studies. A majestic figure stood under the sunset, cloak fluttering in the wind. Of course, Pei Ling transmigrated to the world of cultivation. As the main character in this manhwa, he has set a great goal for himself. In that moment, Pei Ling became a badass, a Glory of Kings player. His appearance was dashing and unrestrained, handsome to the point of shining. End of the fantasy, back to reality. Pei Ling was currently chugging a basin of water. The background music automatically played in his head. Have you ever drank foot-washing water? So fragrant. A graceful figure in a backless dress appeared before him, she said. Recently, the Saint sect disciples are staying in the mansion, and they really like the dim sum made by Wu Sezihi. Please trouble young master to buy some on the mountain tomorrow. The madam will have a big reward for you then. The girl in the backless dress was the stepmother's maid, showing off her sharp nails, face turning stern as she threatened, "If you can't find it, the madam will also have a big reward for you." Although soaked to the bone, Pei Ling secretly laughed as he walked back to the servants' quarters of the Pei Li mansion. Today was another successful day as a servant, but this cowardly life as a lackey is about to end. Pei Ling bolted the door. He entered the room, taking out the spirit stones he had carefully saved up in a box, only earning 300 low-grade spirit stones at 18, truly an embarrassment to transmigrators. He began to form hand seals, and light emanated. 18 years, and Laozi's life is finally starting. Pei Ling looked serious as he summoned the system. Various system panels appeared. Name, Pei Ling race, human gender, male age, 18 identity, son of the Pei family in Luquan City realm. Qi refining stage, second layer status, system unactivated. Pei Ling happily looked at the system panel before him. Waiting for 18 years also has its limits, right? He stared blankly as the system gradually disappeared when he selected it. Before Pei Ling appeared an outdated game interface with a series of question marks. He widened his eyes in disbelief. Oh, why is it the window system interface of the 95 era? Where is the cool system like others have? Pei Ling hesitated. This rustic thing looks too outdated. Whatever. Better than nothing. He looked at the words clearly visible in the obscured list. Looks like this is the cultivation technique I can practice. Pei Ling remembered the Lian Ji Ju. The Lian Ji Ju is the Pei family's inherited technique, divided into 3 stages. Iron Bone, Refined Bone, Jade Bone. Iron Bone is invulnerable to swords and spears, punches like steel, fast as a knife, just like being clawed by a tiger. Just because this is a demonic cultivation technique, the cultivation process contains a demonic style. People without firm determination will suffer the pain of turning to ash, and eventually die. He sighed helplessly. Still have to check the cultivation time. Pei Ling looked dissatisfied at the time displayed on the system. Something is wrong with the cultivation time. Suffering humiliation for so many years, and still have to cultivate for another 10 years. But immediately afterward, his expression changed. Pei Ling said optimistically. This intelligent time is clearly top-notch at a glance. As soon as he clicked the system selection button, a surge of power enveloped his body. Pei Ling was delighted as he thought about the future where he could rise up. The humiliation of 18 years is finally ending. It's almost time to kill all those who oppose me. I am the future king. Stepmother and father dare to act recklessly. I will splash the foot-washing water on them. The system began cultivation, and then, the system appeared notification. The system displayed a selection key. Will upgrade the current skill, start cultivation. Warning. During the cultivation process, the host will lose control of the body. Don't panic. Spiritual power enveloped Pei Ling's hand. He noticed his body began to move on its own, performing the bone technique. His hand rotated, absorbing the surrounding spiritual energy, and gathering it in his dantian. It's starting. My body is moving. While cultivating, Pei Ling also felt an unprecedented pleasure. Although I can't control my body, this is too comfortable, I'm addicted. He looked at his hand becoming shiny after experiencing cultivation, and exclaimed, "The system is really suitable for me to be a king. It's really conscientious." While he was busy admiring it, the system panel showed a notification. Cultivation check. Missing Sui Gu Dan. Please wait, please wait, please wait. Pei Ling looked in panic at the item being mentioned. Sui Gu Dan. He recalled those big shots of the Pei family. They didn't have many Sui Gu Dan. Even the core disciples hadn't seen it before. Where to find Sui Gu Dan? While he was still hesitating, the system appeared. Analysis complete. The system will give away 3 free Sui Gu Dan. Pei Ling was overjoyed. Really that good? But then, he suddenly stood up. Although Pei Ling was terrified, his body still didn't listen. It kicked the door open and went outside. What's going on? Pei Ling ran like the wind, passing by 2 young women, causing their skirts to fly up. They shouted, "Ah, you jerk, stop!" He quickly ran to the courtyard entrance. This damn system, don't screw me over. In my 18 years of being a hardworking peasant, I've never sprinted around a courtyard like a madman before. Pei Ling was horrified, his eyes almost popping out when he saw the courtyard's nameplate. Oh crap. Why am I here? He was on the verge of tears as he remembered the red-haired fiend. Isn't this the residence of that heartless, bloodthirsty demon? Damn system, don't drag me here to die with you. Pei Ling's face paled at the thought of the Chongming sect's ruthless methods. Extracting soul essences, devouring flesh and blood, stopping at nothing to become stronger. The Chongming sect is the most terrifying place ever. No one dares provoke them. He tried to negotiate with the system. System, let's make a deal. Can we just turn back at the gate? Can't we avoid going inside? He cursed when he saw his own foot automatically kick the door. Motherfucker. Pei Ling was weeping. Let them kick the old demon's courtyard door. Let's just scram. He screamed as his body flew into the courtyard. Stop right there. Pei Ling ran around inside the courtyard. I order you to stop. Did you hear me? You want to kill me, you damn system? He panted. Finally stopping. Pei Ling stood up straight, head held high, chest puffed out. He laughed. This place is, ha ha ha. Turns out this is Deng Mingshan's, head of the Beach Wuyu's, room. I even came here to clean before. His mood instantly plummeted. He looked at his fist, which was automatically raising. Stop, system. I don't want to die. Forget about pushing me into that. Pei Ling's eyes widened as he watched the door shatter under his hand with no regrets. You even want me to smash Deng Mingshan's door? He imagined Deng Mingshan's face when killing Deng. That woman's a demon who would even kill her own father. System, tell me, how exactly do you want me to die? Pei Ling swayed, swaying past the screen. Luckily, that demon isn't here. The screen behind him emitted an eerie light. The painting of the beautiful woman became incredibly lifelike, her eyes fixed on Pei Ling. He felt uneasy. No surprise for a grand demon. Even the rooms looks gloomy. Pei Ling walked to the cabinet. System, tell me, do you hate me or something? Want to switch to another host? Pei Ling opened the drawer. Inside was a lone bottle of pills. He was surprised. System, what do you want to do? While he was excitedly pouring the pills into his hand, the system announced, 10 bone-shattering pills have been gifted. Intelligent system continues cultivation. Pei Ling tried to stop himself from putting 10 pills in his mouth. This is called a gift. I'm not eating them. I'm not eating them. But he still couldn't stop the pills from being forced into Pei Ling's mouth. Pei Ling was in tears. This is Deng Mingshan's stuff. Spit them out now. Damn it. He walked to a cushion. Pei Ling calmly sat cross-legged on the cushion to cultivate the bone-severing art. He forced a smile. Look at the desolation around here. Is this openly stealing from someone's room? Not even bothering to close the door? I'm tired. The system wants to rest for a bit. He felt the spiritual energy gathering towards his dantian. But after taking the bone-shattering pills, the cultivation speed was 10 times faster than before. As expected of something I've never seen before, various body techniques appeared in Pei Ling's mind. Golden iron lines, muscle movement, eliminate CO toxins, tighten muscles, qi refining third stage breakthrough. Pei Ling was covered in sweat. In less than 3 hours, the third stage of qi refining broke through to the fourth stage, Bone tendering complete. As expected, this daddy is a king. He frowned at the system. This cultivation is complete, ending the host's body transformation. If you like it, give it a 5-star rating. Pei Ling sneered, raising his middle finger. Finally done. 5 stars, you wish. A bewitching laughter suddenly rang in his ear. Pei Ling turned his head vigilantly. A woman's laughter. Could there be someone in the room? He stared at the glowing screen. No one there. So where did the laughter come from? Pei Ling's eyes widened. His gaze fell on the illusion of a seductive woman. Groans and distorted hands passed through the screen, reaching towards Pei Ling. He reacted quickly, jumping backward. What kind of evil is this? The Chongming sect is indeed very strange. Pei Ling hurriedly jumped over the courtyard wall. Luckily I escaped by jumping over this wall. No one is chasing me. I can't stay in the Pei Manor for long. I have to leave immediately. I stole Deng Mingshan's bone-shattering pills. I'll only meet my doom later. Before he could even land, a man stood next to him with his arms crossed. 7th young master, what are you squatting in the courtyard of this villa for? Pei Ling tried to play dumb. I'm looking for the colorless reagent to prepare. What brings you here, little brother? The servant said impatiently. The master wants all the young masters to go to the main hall with the young miss, he said awkwardly. I wonder what the master wants us to do at the main hall, the servant warned. Why are you asking so much? If you make the master and Deng Mingshan wait, be careful you'll get a beating. Pei Ling wondered. Senior Deng is back. Why isn't he resting at the Azure Wutong courtyard? The servant replied impatiently. No, stop talking, kid. Go now, or the senior will flip out. Pei Ling scurried away. I'm going! The servant cursed angrily. Ugh, this idiot. It was still late at night. Pei Ling felt a pang of guilt. Remembering the stolen pills, Deng Mingshan just returned and went straight to the main hall, so he probably doesn't know about the shattered bone pills I stole. He imagined the consequences of not going. The rules in the Pei Lai clan are strict. If the master summons you and you don't have a good reason, he'll just punch you for being an eyesore. By now, he had arrived in front of the courtyard gate. I might as well brazen it out. Inside the room, the red-haired man sitting in the main seat was Deng Mingshan, an inner sect disciple of the Chongming sect. Beside him were an old man and a green-haired man, namely Pei Xuan, the head of the Pei clan. And Pei Hongyan, Pei Xuan's son, Pei Ling, sneaked into the crowd. No one mentioned what happened at the Azure Wutong courtyard, so it seemed Deng Mingshan still didn't know. Pei Xuan looked towards Deng Mingshan. Senior Deng, everyone is here. Please give us your instruction. Deng Mingshan said nonchalantly. The traitor of my sect, Wu Tingxi, has fled to Yuanlao Mountain today. Whoever goes up the mountain to find him and discovers his whereabouts will immediately be rewarded with 50 shattered bone pills. He was shocked when he heard the reward being offered. 50 pills. No wonder it's the Chongming sect. They're really generous. Pei Xuan and Pei Hongnian looked at each other, hesitating. Deng Mingshan's eyes flashed with a fierce glint. What are you standing there for? Go find him. Pei Xuan hurriedly stood up. Senior, I heard that Wu Tingxi's cultivation has reached the 7th level of qi. Refining, I'm afraid the disciples of our family, with their meager strength, will find it difficult to accomplish this. Pei Ling mused. The 7th level of qi refining is just a fly to Deng Mingshan, but it's a different story for the Pei clan. He began to narrate internally. The cultivation realms in this world are divided into qi refining, foundation establishment, and core formation. As for the realms above core formation, there are no records in the Pei clan. Pei Ling bitterly recalled the current strength of the Pei clan. What a bunch of losers. Because of the vastness of Luquan City, Pei Xuan, the one with the highest cultivation, is only at the 7th level of qi refining. But the great demon Deng Mingshan is already at the mid-stage of foundation establishment. In other words, there is no match for him in this entire Luquan City. Everyone is just trash, he pondered. So even if Wu Tingxi is at the 7th level of qi refining, the Pei clan can only put on a brave face, Deng Mingshan said coldly. Wu Tingxi is already severely injured, no different from an early-stage qi refining cultivator, and will be very easy to subdue. Moreover, I'm just telling you to find him, you don't need to capture him. Pei Xuan breathed a sigh of relief. That's good. Deng Mingshan snapped his fingers. Immediately, a projection of a thin figure appeared beside him. This was Wu Tingxi. If you find his whereabouts, send a signal immediately. At that time, I will personally go and capture him. After receiving Deng Mingshan's order, his disciples clasped their hands in unison and said, We, your disciples, obey your command. Pei Ling achieved his goal and smiled. Opportunity. Outside the courtyard, Pei Ling followed the other disciples out. I'll take the opportunity to run away as soon as I leave the city, Pei Xuan asked tentatively. I wonder if Senior Deng would like to enjoy some tea. Deng Mingshan ignored him and strode away. I don't have time to drink his tea. I have to go to the floating cloud courtyard. He entered the bamboo sedan. Deng Mingshan stood in front of the floating cloud courtyard. He respectfully bowed in front of the door. Senior sister, Deng Mingshan, requests an audience. The wind chimes in front of the door emitted an eerie sound. Deng Mingshan felt dizzy when he heard the sound. His face turned pale, and he had a headache. The door creaked open, revealing the figure of a woman kneeling inside. Her emotionless voice echoed, "Have you found the person yet?" Deng Mingshan had difficulty maintaining his composure. His forehead was covered in cold sweat as he exclaimed, "Reporting to senior sister, Wu Tingxi has been discovered hiding on Yuanlao Mountain. I have asked the Pei clan," the purple-haired woman said coldly. "Trash." Countless faces of agony manifested from the oppressive aura. She roared, "I'll give you 3 days. If you don't find the 6 Desires manual, this seat will suck your soul dry." Deng Mingshan hastily prostrated himself under the terrifying pressure. Yes. Currently, at the foot of Yuanlao Mountain, the Pei Manor's people are shouting to each other, "Found it yet?" Still nothing. Pei Ling looked towards Yuanlao Mountain from afar, thinking, "Can't get any closer to Yuanlao Mountain. It'll only take half an hour to get down the mountain from here." Then he shouted loudly to mislead the Pei Manor's people. "Hey, you two senior brothers, I've searched this side. Nothing here." Pei Ling couldn't help but chuckle to himself. Time to bail. Then he started planning his escape. Run to the nearest city first, disguise myself well, then find a caravan to blend in with. When that time comes, I can go wherever I want. The sky's the limit. Who can control me? Thinking of the vastness of the sky and sea, Pei Ling cheered himself on. Hang in there, victory's just around the corner. He immediately left without delay, but after walking for a while his legs started trembling, and he stopped. Then he collapsed to the ground without knowing what was happening. Why am I so tired after only running a short distance? It feels like my body is about to run out of energy. Why do I suddenly feel so cold? As if realizing something, Pei Ling's face immediately turned pale. Could it be that damn painting? A burst of laughter erupted from behind him. Gotcha. A woman emerged from the evil screen behind him. Pei Ling clenched his fists, crouched down, and thought to himself, but why didn't that painting attack me in Deng Mingshan's cultivation room? Could it be because of the system's manipulation? Pei Ling, now without any strength, immediately asked the system for help. System, I want to cultivate the heavenly bone right away. The system received the order. Jihi Ling cultivation system is now activated. During the cultivation process, the host will lose control. Do not panic. Then, the system quickly took control of Pei Ling's body. Instantly, Pei Ling recovered his strength. Then he grabbed the woman's hand at the screen and shouted, "Get lost!" Then he punched her in the face. The woman immediately disappeared into the screen. Having solved the problem, Pei Ling felt very proud of the intelligent cultivation system. As expected, with the system here, those women won't dare to attack me. After checking that the host's qi and blood are unstable, continuing to cultivate the heavenly bone will damage the blood, the system suddenly announced, to help the host regulate qi and blood, the system will give you a free bottle of qi and blood pills. Pei Ling's eyes widened as he shouted, "Not again! How are you trying to kill me this time?" When he noticed that the screen was gone, Pei Ling immediately turned around and chased after it. Pei Ling ran towards Yuanlao Mountain while shouting, "No, don't! Inside a cave on Yuanlao Mountain!" A man was taking something out of his robe. He was Wu Tingxi. He held the screen while coughing. Cough, cough. I never thought Wu Tingxi would fall so low. He was about to drink the blood pill when Pei Ling suddenly appeared. Crap. This is probably the traitor that Chen Mingzong wants me to find. He doesn't want to steal his qi and blood pills, does he? He was opening his mouth to swallow a blood pill when the system announced, "Qi and blood pill detected, the system will give it to you for free." As soon as he finished speaking, Pei Ling immediately jumped up. In an instant, he snatched the screen from Wu Tingxi's hand, leaving him confused. After snatching it, he poured the screen and drank all the blood pills in it. The system also announced at the same time, "The qi and blood pill giveaway is complete. Announcement, continue cultivation for you." It's even making me cultivate right in front of him, isn't it? Trying to kill me? Pei Ling cried in his thoughts. Stealing my pills, and even cultivating in front of me. Wu Tingxi said angrily. Then he stood up and shouted, "I gotta kill you." At this moment, Wu Tingxi picked up the screen. Pei Ling's in a state of cultivation, but his mind's a total mess. This damn system, I don't want to cultivate anymore. After Wu Tingxi finished chugging down the blood pills, he snuck up behind Pei Ling, raising the screen to try and ambush him. Pei Ling's internally screaming, "Big bro, spare me." The screen slammed into his head, then shattered into pieces. Just then, the system announced, "External attack detected. Cultivation ends here. Please rate 5 stars if you enjoyed." Pei Ling cheered in his heart. Finally, it's over. Then he flipped the bird internally. "I'll give you 30,000 stars, you hear me?" Then suddenly he saw Wu Tingxi standing in front of him, raising his hand and saying, "Meeting each other is fate? Now I'll send you on your way?" As he said that, he raised a hand with incredibly sharp claws. Seeing this, Pei Ling hurriedly said, "Fellow Taoists, hear me out," then switched to blaming the system. "System, you're really going to be the death of me." Then Wu Tingxi unleashed Jade Poison Finger, attacking Pei Ling and causing him pain, and he was instantly sent flying by the old guy. Then he crashed to the ground, creating a relatively large explosion. The old guy coldly said, "A mere qi refining stage 3. When the smoke cleared, all that could be seen was Pei Ling's body covered in wounds. Seeing that he was still alive, the old guy was surprised. Not dead yet. Pei Ling struggled to get up and said, "This guy's too strong. Can't keep this up. Gotta figure out a way to stall him." At this moment, Wu Tingxi revealed a murderous look in his eyes, looking at Pei Ling and saying, "Qi refining stage 3, yet he managed to block my 5 poisons finger with just his left hand. This is..." Then Wu Tingxi shouted in horror, "Bone-penetrating supreme grade." Even though he was injured, but thanks to the system saving him, Pei Ling was lucky to survive. He secretly rejoiced in his heart. "System, I'm definitely giving you 5 stars. Seeing this, Wu Tingxi asked curiously, "How did you refine it?" Hearing him ask this, Pei Ling trembled as he thought, "No way, not again. He's figured it out. Is he planning to extract my bone marrow for cultivation?" Then he tried to suppress the fear in his heart, cheerfully answering him, "This fellow Taoist, I was wrong about the blood pills. I apologize to you. As for the supreme grade thing you mentioned, I have no idea." He coldly replied, "Stop pretending. What you were cultivating just now was the bone-severing art. Only our sect's bone-severing art can create bone-penetrating supreme grade. I'm not mistaken." Pei Ling began to think seriously. Suspicions of the Yinjian sect. As expected, he's not someone to mess with, but I can still stall for time. Once I've recovered a bit, I'll find an opportunity to escape. "You chased me all the way into the mountains. You're not here to capture Wu, are you?" Pei Ling was startled and panicked. "No, fellow Taoist, you misunderstand. Although I was ordered to hunt down fellow Taoists, I haven't revealed your whereabouts. Can you give me a chance to live?" Wu Tingxi coldly replied. "You think I'll believe that?" Pei Ling then put on a pitiful expression and said, "To tell the truth, my talent wasn't good since I was little, and I was suppressed by my stepmother, so I lacked resources. My path of cultivation is extremely difficult." Then Deng Jingshan, in my Pei manner, was momentarily muddle-headed, and I was unguarded against him, secretly stealing 10 bone-crushing pills. Wu Tingxi then fell silent and suddenly replied, "You dare to steal Deng Jingshan's stuff?" Then he sweated and continued, "Are young people these days this bold?" Pei Ling scratched his head awkwardly. "Youthful recklessness. Who hasn't made mistakes? I got into this mess myself, because I wanted to escape quickly. Very coincidental, right? Deng Mingshan still hasn't discovered that I stole his stuff, because he wants to kill you." He then immediately grabbed Wu Tingxi's hand and continued, "So only if fellow Taoist releases me will I have time to escape. I'm helping you." Wu Tingxi was horrified, and shook Pei Ling's hand off, saying, "If you were helping me, then why did you rob me of my blood pills?" He was still dubious, and thought to himself, "This guy's full of tricks, can't trust him easily." Pei Ling calmly continued, "Fellow Taoists, I was just forced to. Do you know that Deng Mingshan is hanging a screen in his room?" After hearing Pei Ling's words, Wu Tingxi immediately shouted, "The corpse flame Rakshasa painting, you saw it, and you're still not dead." Pei Ling was instantly panicked as he thought, "That screen's that scary." Then he calmly continued, "On the way I was escaping, I almost got harmed by the corpse flame Rakshasa painting. Almost lost my life. In that critical situation, I could only rob fellow Taoist of your blood pills to save my life." Wu Tingxi replied, glancing at Pei Ling's demeanor, "With your cultivation, there's no way you could withstand the devouring of the Crimson Bone Evil too." Pei Ling, seeing this, acted all innocent. "That's exactly right, trust me." Wu Tingxi turned his head and proposed, "If that's the case, how about we make a deal?" "What kind of deal?" Pei Ling asked, scratching his head, watching Wu Tingxi stroking his beard leisurely, thinking, "My body still needs some time to recover, guess I have to listen to his rambling for a bit." Wu Tingxi stroked his beard, bored, then reached into his inner pocket, fumbling for something before taking it out. He narrowed his sly eyes, pulling out a green scroll and holding it up in front of Pei Ling. "If you help Wu Mao escape from Yuanlao Mountain, Wu Mao will share this cultivation technique with you. What do you say?" Pei Ling picked his nose, disdainfully saying, "Is that all? It looks pretty ordinary." The old man, hearing this, angrily shouted, "What the hell do you know? This cultivation technique is something that Deng Mingshan and those guys crave but can't get. They would stop at nothing, even slaughtering my sect, just to get their hands on this cultivation technique," Wu Tingxi exclaimed, his voice trembling as he recalled the scene of that person killing his master. Saying this, he hugged the cultivation technique tightly, crying and complaining, "If I hadn't been vigilant and noticed something was wrong, I would have been killed by Deng Mingshan long ago." Pei Ling, speechless at the old man's changing expressions, forced a smile and said, "Just give Deng Mingshan whatever he wants, then he won't chase you anymore." Suddenly, Pei Ling's pupils contracted in surprise, and the system's voice echoed in his head. "Detected a strange cultivation technique nearby. The system is proceeding to collect it." Pei Ling glanced at the loading system behind him, the progress bar already at 5%. "Is this for real? Gotta stall him and buy some time for the collection?" The old man, seeing Pei Ling spaced out, grabbed his collar and shouted, "You don't believe me, do you, Pei Ling? flustered by his actions, hurriedly stammered, "I believe you. I really believe you, Grand Elder." Pei Ling grabbed Wu Tingxi's hand, pretending to be innocent, saying, "Grand Elder, you make it sound so amazing. Could you let me take a look and study it?" "Just a look. Let me see." Pei Ling bounced around in front of Wu Tingxi. The old man was speechless, thinking, this guy's attitude changed so fast. Is he getting greedy all of a sudden? Meanwhile, Pei Ling kept staring at the progress bar, which had reached 35%, anxiously thinking, almost there, almost there. The old man's face turned purple, and he smacked Pei Ling on the head, making him wince in pain, scolding, "What's the rush? The jade scroll will be yours sooner or later. Help Wu Mao escape from here first," the old man said, then turned away. Pei Ling sat on the ground, rubbing the spot where he was hit, and replied, "How could I not help? Which direction should we run later?" "Go west. We'll talk about the rest later," the old man said, then put the cultivation technique back into his clothes. Pei Ling was sweating profusely, gritting his teeth. "Don't put it away so fast." At this moment, the system's voice echoed again, reporting that the collection progress has reached 100%. "Collection complete. Please name it, host." Pei Ling glanced at the screen, in a hurry, and randomly chose a name. "Just call it Nameless Cultivation Technique." A moment later, Wu Tingxi walked through the cave, reaching his hand out to Pei Ling, and said, "Kid, quickly help me out." Pei Ling glanced at him. "Help your ass. This daddy has recovered quite a bit. Who cares about you anymore?" Saying this, he turned his head, speaking in a serious tone, intentionally for the old man to hear. Deng Mingshan, why are you here?" Hearing this, Wu Tingxi felt a pang of fear and started sweating. The old man turned around immediately and said, "Great Deng, please listen to me." As the old man spoke, Pei Ling took the opportunity to run away while Wu Tingxi wasn't paying attention. "This daddy is out of here." By the time the old man realized he had been tricked and turned around, Pei Ling had already disappeared. The old man angrily gritted his teeth, each of his fingers contracting, his nails turning sharp and blue, a blue light gathering in his palm. "You little bastard, you dare to play me, go die," the old man shouted, firing the blue light straight towards Pei Ling, who was running away. Pei Ling dodged to the side, just barely letting the blue light graze his waist. He exclaimed loudly in surprise, "Taoist Wu, I was finding someone to save you. How could you repay kindness with enmity?" The old man stared at Pei Ling's back, not saying a word. Pei Ling turned his head back, continuing to run, watching the old man warily. Even injured, this guy is still at the 7th level of chi refining. Just running like this isn't the way to go. He turned his head again, continuing to run, thinking. But he had to stop again before long, staring ahead in surprise, his whole body stiff, looking at the wall in front of him. "Damn it, it's a dead end. Why aren't you running anymore?" Wu Tingxi had caught up to Pei Ling from behind. Pei Ling frowned, staring behind him tensely. "In that case, I have no choice." Wu Tingxi roared from behind, 5 Venom's finger, and lunged at Pei Ling with his claws. Pei Ling blocked with both hands in front of him and yelled, "White Bone Incantation!" His arms quickly turned into a layer of black armor, blocking the old man's attack. Wu Tingxi kept striking in front of him, all the copper coins on his body exploding on contact with Pei Ling. Smoke and dust filled the air. Pei Ling looked out from the haze. "Wu Tingxi thinks I wouldn't dare to fight back." The old man looked at Pei Ling in surprise. He's still alive? Before Wu Tingxi could react, Pei Ling leaped forward and grabbed the old man's robes. Wu Tingxi started to react, his hand still covered in fading green light, trying to punch Pei Ling. But Pei Ling was faster, locking him down. Pei Ling sneered. "Going for a direct punch? Looks like you're so weak you can't even use the 5 Venom's finger." Locked down, the old man stared in shock as Pei Ling got the upper hand. Pei Ling didn't waste time, grabbing the old man's robe with both hands and slamming him straight into the ground. The old man was slammed into the ground with a heavy thud, his back hitting the earth hard, his internal organs aching so much he vomited blood. Lying on the ground, barely alive, he coughed. Cough. "Even if you kill Wu today, you won't escape. What does he mean?" Pei Ling glanced down at Wu Tingxi, who was sprawled on the ground, thinking, could it be that he has helpers? Wu Tingxi just looked at Pei Ling with a smile. "Deng Mingshan won't let you go. No one can survive the Rakshasa Inferno bone diagram." He finished speaking and abruptly rose up, swinging his fist and shouting towards Pei Ling, "To the ends of the earth. It will follow you." Pei Ling stared at Wu Tingxi with a dark expression. He quickly drew his sword and stabbed it straight into Wu Tingxi, silencing him until he completely stopped breathing. Pei Ling withdrew his sword and looked at the corpse, silent. Then, Pei Ling wiped away his sweat, lowered his sword, and said, "I actually managed to shank Wu Tingxi." Wu Tingxi, he was lying on the ground bleeding. Pei Ling quietly added, "I've already offended Deng Mingshan, so I'm not afraid of offending you too. Since you're dead anyway, this young master is going to strip you clean." He playfully held up a small ball and continued, "He used this thing to attack me earlier, might as well steal his weapon. And about this jade slip he ran off, yelling, 'Gotta grab it.' This young master's drifting to the ends of the earth." Pei Ling's footsteps gradually slowed, and his eyes gradually became bewildered. The image of old man Wu appeared. He murmured the words Wu said. Can't be true, can it? What to do? Even if I run now, I'll still be drained of my essence and die. The system panel appeared, offering stars for Pei Ling to rate. Then, he said worriedly, System, do you have any way to solve this? He immediately tapped on the system panel and gave it a 1-star rating, yelling, This garbage system, still shamelessly asking me to rate it. This young master is going to be killed by you. Pei Ling frowned, trying to stay calm, and he continued to frown and thought, Looks like there's no other way. If Deng Mingshan wants me so badly, then I'll use it to trade with him. Scene change. At the main hall of the Pei Manor, inside the manor, someone shouted, What? You said you found Wu Tingxi, Pei Xuan, sitting high up, said sternly. You found him. Why didn't you send a signal? Pei Ling knelt helplessly below, replying, I was afraid of alerting anyone. After all, this matter is important. I wanted to report to Senior Immortal Deng first, Old Master Xuan continued. Senior Immortal Deng is not in the manor. You tell me Wu Tingxi's whereabouts. I will relay the message to him. Pei Ling still knelt, but explained with a darkened expression. That place is very complicated. I'm afraid I can't explain it clearly. If there is a mistake, our Pace Manor will have to bear heavy consequences. Right now, he thought. How can I let him take the credit? Pei Xuan continued to sternly say. Senior Immortal Deng is really not in the manor at the moment. Pei Ling was now uneasy, and he began to panic in his heart. I've made my choice to this point, and Deng Mingshan isn't here. Does heaven want to destroy me? The old man interrupted his thoughts, and said, Although Senior Immortal Deng has gone to Yuanlao Mountain, Immortal Maiden Li is still here. I will take you to meet Immortal Maiden Li. Pei Ling asked himself. Immortal Maiden Li? He wondered in his thoughts. Another disciple from the Chongming sect, is she with Deng Mingshan? Pei Ling frowned and asked, Family head, is this Immortal Maiden Li more powerful than Senior Immortal Deng? Pei Xuan suddenly jumped out of his chair. He covered Pei Ling's mouth and whispered in a panic, Shut up. How can you compare Senior Immortal Deng with her? Immortal Maiden Li is a true disciple of the Chongming sect and will be the next holy maiden of the holy sect. His face became more and more frightening, and he explained, Deng Mingshan is just a mosquito in Li Xianzi's eyes. Let alone you and me, Pei Xuan then warned. Be careful when you meet Li Xianzi later, otherwise the entire Luoquan city will be doomed, Xu Feng unexpectedly replied. Got it. But thinking to himself, Holy maiden, lucky me. At this moment, in the Yunyuan manor, Pei Xuan spoke. Don't look up later. Especially don't look at the wind chime in the corner of the room. That thing will take your life, Pei Ling replied. Got it, Pei Xuan chuckled, flattering him. Pei Ling, our Pei family doesn't treat you badly. When you pay respects to Li Xianzi later, you should know what to do. Outwardly, he replied with an embarrassed smile, I understand. But inwardly, he sneered wickedly, thinking, This old man is now begging me. He should have done this a long time ago. Old Pei respectfully bowed. The person inside spoke. This old man now knows to beg me. He should have done this a long time ago. Pei Ling looked inside. Suddenly stunned, a woman behind the screen asked, What is it? Pei Xuan suddenly looked back, exclaiming, Xianzi, why aren't you kneeling down yet? He explained diligently. My nephew, Pei Ling, returned from Yuanlao Mountain, saying that he discovered the whereabouts of Wu Tingxi. Pei Ling suddenly blushed and immediately knelt down. The woman stepped out from behind, wondering, Wu Tingxi. Introducing. This is Li Li Yue, the true inheritor of the Chongming sect. A girl with sharp eyes and a veil covering half of her face, a perfect figure, and a strong aura. Pei Ling blushed, stunned, thinking, So beautiful. If I could marry her, how awesome would that be? Li Liu gave him a sharp glance. She used her spiritual power. Pei Ling and Pei Xuan were both immobilized by this aura, he thought to himself. As expected, I had dark thoughts. Li Liu spoke, asking, Where are you? Pei Ling honestly replied. Reporting to Xianzi, Wu Tingxi is dead. Old Pei next to him panicked. What? Li Liu pondered and asked. But did you find anything on him? He answered seriously and frankly. Apart from some strange things, there was also a jade slip. She wondered. Did you take the jade slip? Pei Ling replied. No. This humble one wouldn't dare. That jade slip was too eerie. This humble one buried it in a mysterious place. He tensely added. This humble one can take Xianzi to retrieve it. Only. Pei Ling held a strange pill in his hand, gritting his teeth, thinking, This pill is Wu Tingxi's last resort. If Li Xianzi wants to eliminate the roots, then I have to risk it. Indeed, he was injured by the 5 poisons finger, so it seems that what he said was true. Li Liu understood his intention and asked, What do you want? Pei Xuan winked, thinking, Such a good opportunity, why not quickly ask for benefits for the Pei family? Pei Ling thought to himself. Opposing old Pei, live not for yourself, heaven and earth will punish you. Listening to him would make me an idiot. He raised his head, exclaiming, Please, Xianxia, save my life. Take it. Li Liu threw a vial of medicine to Pei Ling, with the instruction, drink it, sit and cultivate to dissolve it, and the 5 poisons finger will be eliminated. Pei Ling held the vial, pondering. Li Liu's eyes sank. As for the Rakshasa flamebone diagram, she waited with a dark face. This seat will retrieve the jade slip and definitely have that good-for-nothing Deng Mingshan help you dispel it. Pei Ling knelt down, cupping his hands. She recognized the Rakshasa flamebone diagram on him with a single glance. Just how terrifying is her cultivation? Pei Ling panicked, prostrating himself on the ground. Thank you, Li Xianxia. The jade slip is beside the cliff outside the West City, distributed in 3 kinds of order. At the shaped product under the underworld spirit root. Li Liu turned around. Her graceful turn carrying a purple magical power. She glanced at Pei Ling. There was a tinkling sound of bells, and then she disappeared. Pei Ling breathed a sigh of relief. Sat up, wiping the sweat from his face. She's finally gone. She's too scary. Luckily, she didn't make things difficult for me. Otherwise, it would have been difficult to keep my life with this pill. Pei Xuan flared up. Pei Ling, didn't I tell you to demand benefits for the Pei family? Pei Ling slumped down, surrounded by a hazy purple mist enveloped by doors with images of Xianxia. He struggled to support himself. Not again. Pei Xuan was even more furious. You scoundrel, you dare to insult this old man. Pei Ling was sweating profusely. I'm not talking about you. Veins still bulged on Pei Xuan's clenched hand. Pei Ling squinted. I'm about to be drained dry. You ghostly old man, can you please stop clinging to me? Pei Ling shouted. After I dissolve the toxins in my body, I will definitely speak up for the Pei Xuan reluctantly. Pei Ling, you wait for me. Dusk was falling. The sun was setting. The sky was a gentle orange-red, mixed with the remaining yellow of the sun, hidden behind a bamboo grove. In Pei Ling's room, he lay sprawled on the couch as if stripped of his soul. Suppressing the pain, he tossed a few pills into his mouth. His body reacted, and Pei Ling's face showed a hint of fatigue. The poison from the 5 venoms finger could be neutralized with pills, but the poison from the Rakshasa flamebone diagram probably wouldn't hold until Fairy Ling arrived. Guess I'll have to rely on cultivating in the system to get through this. Pei Ling tapped on the system screen. I want to cultivate. Ding tong, the system announced. The intelligent cultivation system is at your service. Please select the technique you wish to cultivate. Pei Ling recalled his shady past. Last time it was Wu Tingxi, and the time before that was Deng Mingshan. Who knows whose bone incantation this time will steal from? Suspicious as he was, Pei Ling was even more excited to explore something new. Maybe the new technique would be safer. Pei Ling decisively selected the nameless technique and began cultivating. Haha, Pei Ling said in satisfaction. Mixed with the system's mechanical guidance, intelligent delegation will be upgraded. Cultivation delegation will now begin. During the cultivation process, the host will lose control of themselves. Please do not panic. Pei Ling sat cross-legged, entering the state. The mind must be pure. No wonder Deng Mingshan snatched this technique up. It really is much more stable. The image that appeared in his mind was his body soaking contentedly in a bathtub in Luquan Outer City. The sky wasn't completely dark yet. In the deserted forest, Li Lianyue was carrying out her work. The last scroll returned to her hand. Li Lianyue caught it. Satisfied. Finally got it. Li Lianyue tilted her head. The scroll suddenly lit up, and her eyes widened. The scroll floated in the air. Lianyue stepped back, shouting, Who dares cause trouble? The dragon-gathering scroll. Smoke billowed around it. An old man appeared from the white smoke. It was Elder Lao Xiao of the Chongming sect's outer sect. He greeted. Fairy Lai, long time no see. Li Lianyue was quite surprised. Lao Xiao, you still have a trace of your soul left here. Lao Xiao sneered. The fairy is already a true disciple, with limitless prospects. Why must you be so obsessed with the 6 Desires secret classic, murdering fellow disciples? The fairy is already a true disciple, with limitless prospects. Why must you be so obsessed with the 6 Desires secret classic, murdering fellow disciples? Lianyue calmly repeated. In a head-on confrontation, Lao Xiao charged fiercely. How dare you say everyone must die? Then you go to hell. Li Lianyue assessed. Overestimating yourself. She used the soul-binding lock, a purplish-pink snake wrapped around Lao Xiao. He wondered. A remnant soul fragment of the soul-binding lock. Lao Xiao frowned and scolded. Fairy Lai, you're truly vicious, Li Lianyue reminded gently. Lao Xiao, don't be so long-winded when you're about to die. 5 Fingers Production Prison. The snake tightened around his body, placing him under the artificial waterfall. Lao Xiao shouted. You actually cultivated this sect divine power. He went mad with rage. If this old man is destined to die today, you won't get the 6 Desires secret classic either. No one will get the 6 Desires secret classic. Ahahaha. Lao Xiao's soul swelled, and rays of light burst out. Li Lianyue frowned. Want to perish together. Dozens of heads fell. Li Lianyue jumped up, demonic power enveloping her body, charging towards the screaming soul. Ha ha ha. Everyone must die. Striking with one palm after another, decisively snatching back the scroll, black smoke surged into the sky. She sighed, blood trickling from the corner of her mouth. Got it. At this moment, inside the Floating Cloud Institute's star chamber, outside the veranda, a few rays of sunlight peeked through the roof tiles. A peaceful scene. Li Yueyu clutched her arm, coughing softly, and slowly approached the door. She seemed to be holding something in her hand. It turned out she was holding a jade bottle. She glanced down at the bottle, which had been cracked for some time. She felt a bit of regret. The jade is cracked. Her eyes focused on it, a hint of sadness in her eyes. I need to fix it quickly and go back to the Ming sect to find someone to repair the jade slip. At the same time, inside Pei Ling's room, he sat cross-legged, hands clasped, his body relaxed, seemingly emitting a strange spiritual energy. However, in his mind, he kept imagining himself surrounded by beautiful girls. He thought to himself, this method, this practice, this damned soul-devouring medicine. Suddenly, the system displayed a message. It has been detected that the nameless cultivation method is a dual cultivation method, and a Tao companion is required to continue practicing. He looked at it, pondering slightly. Dual cultivation, huh? Immediately after, another notification popped up. The host is found to be lacking a Tao companion. The system is gifting a Tao companion for free. His face was a bit uncomfortable at this point. Again, seriously. He reacted in time, instantly terrified, and immediately rushed out. While running, he shouted, "You won't be happy until you kill me, will you?" Pei Ling darted away like a bat out of hell. He was so fast that he blew up the skirt of a passing girl. But did he have any time to care? As he ran, he muttered, "If the person here who could be my Tao companion isn't my sisters, then they're the women of my brothers and uncles." He ran so fast that he arrived at another place. Before him was a large, sturdy gate, tightly closed. Pei Ling was utterly confused. No way! How did I get here? He was a little worried, his hands trembling as he pointed forward. Countless questions in his mind. System, we're in the wrong place, right? That ferry is definitely still in the outer city. He pushed open the two doors, thinking to himself, System, we have to go in this door, there's no time to turn back, please think carefully. Pei Ling, without a second thought, strode in with full vigor, the phrase repeating in his head, "Great, just great." But who would have guessed that despite looking so fierce, he was crying inside, "Let's get crushed together." On the other side, Li Yueyu was meditating in her room when she suddenly noticed the figure of a man outside. Her expression was not surprised, as if she had already anticipated him. I almost forgot. She closed her eyes slightly, the thin veil covering half her face accentuating her natural beauty. "This humble one will help you a little more, Pei Ling." Outside, Pei Ling immediately kicked the door open, completely destroying the entrance. Splintered debris flew everywhere. His face darkened, his expression as cold as ice, and without saying a word, he intimidated her slightly. Li Yueyu was a little flustered, not expecting him to be so reckless. With a handsome face, he gave her a slight smile and greeted her. But who knew that in his heart he was extremely terrified? Of course, he didn't show it outwardly. Seeing how arrogant he was, she immediately became enraged, impudent. Then, she quickly rushed forward, giving him a palm strike without hesitation. "Get out!" Her palm struck his arm, causing him to cry out in pain. "Listen to my explanation." However, overwhelmed by her anger, she didn't listen at all, and rushed over to beat him black and blue. The system was also concerned for Pei Ling. We're done for, she's attacking, we're finished." Through the hazy dust she narrowed one eye. 7 absolute soul-sealing powder, Wu Tingxi's card is in his hands. Suddenly, a tear fell, quickly rolling down her cheek. Damn it! Suddenly, she fell backward in pain, her old wounds not yet healed. She couldn't hold on any longer. It turned out that Pei Ling had pushed her over with his palm. He acted as if he knew nothing, surprised and puzzled. "You fell just like that." His eyes were a little thoughtful. Could it be that the system has already become invincible? Or did she get injured while searching for the jade slip? He gently picked her up and carefully placed her on the bed. "But system, even though you made a move, this is a girl. It's best if we don't touch her." Suddenly the system controlled his hand to lift to her face. He panicked. "Huh? System, what are you doing?" It turned out it wanted to see her face behind the veil. Unexpectedly, behind the veil was an extremely beautiful face, and both of them couldn't help but exclaim, "Beautiful, so beautiful." 2 personalities within him were fighting each other. The system was extremely greedy. To die under a peony, even as a ghost, one would be romantic. While Pei Ling himself was furious with his actions. Get a grip. She's a crazy woman. Is she someone you can touch at will? Suddenly, a notification appeared. Dado companion gift is over. Continue practicing now. He was a little surprised. No way, is it for real? Suddenly, his body tensed up, and a force tore his clothes apart. Then, His hand grabbed her collar, seemingly intending to tear it open. Both his personalities were fighting each other. Go for it. If you don't, you're not a real man. No, Pei Ling cried inwardly. My image as a cautious cultivator is ruined. He slowly undressed her, revealing a very sensual collarbone. Her fair skin made Pei Ling's nose bleed at first glance. His face flushed red. I don't want to either. I want to die. But she screamed and pounced on her like a hungry tiger. What man could sit still? You guys probably know what happened next. Only a few sounds were heard outside, and his firm, bare back could be seen. Inside the room, several skulls floated in the middle of the room, surrounded by a strange spiritual energy. Li Yu lay in the blanket, her weak body moaning softly, her beautiful face irresistible to anyone who looked at it. Pei Ling glanced at her, his face slightly flushed, a surge of spiritual energy emanating from his body. The injuries from the battle with Wu Tingxi earlier had completely healed, and even his newly broken through third level of qi training was developing rapidly. He leaned closer to her. I feel like I'm about to break through again. She still lay weakly beneath him, a scene that was easy to misunderstand. Suddenly, his face darkened. I just don't know how she's going to torment me when she wakes up. On the other side, Zheng Jingshan was pacing in the palace grounds. He called out behind him. Has Wu Tingxi been found? Pei Xuan immediately reported respectfully from behind. Senior Zheng, according to what Zhuang Ling, a disciple of Peng Qi's mansion, has investigated, Wu Tingxi is dead. He glanced back. Dead? Then where's his stuff? Pei Xuan said again. The fairy has personally gone to retrieve it. He just glanced at him. If Senior Sister has personally gone to retrieve it, then let's forget about this matter. He smiled awkwardly. Immortal Master, what about the 50 bone marrow pills? Before he could finish speaking, Jingshan interrupted. I'm going straight back to the Bingwu Institute. You can come and get them after you're done. He turned around and left. Pei Xuan was almost dancing behind him. Farewell, Immortal Master. As he walked, Jingshan thought to himself, Senior Sister has already obtained the secret manual. Maybe it's thanks to my efforts. She will reward me well. At this moment, he stepped into the underground room. There were a few wood chips scattered around. The cabinet seemed to have been rummaged through. The drawers were opened, and he could no longer see the bottle inside. Jingshan's face darkened, and he shouted, Who is so bold? How dare you steal my, Jingshan's, things? Then he turned around and asked the spiritual energy behind him. Who broke in here when I wasn't here? A girl made of spiritual energy flew out, wisps of spiritual energy lingering around her. She whispered in his ear, Pei Ling. He frowned. Is he the disciple who found Wu Tingxi? Where is he? It was getting dark, and at this time, at Floating Cloud Courtyard, a large part of the window had been broken. Two bodies were close together. This scene was too hot to handle. Looking at the beautiful sleeping face, Pei Ling thought to himself, a strange source of energy is gradually and continuously entering my body. The wound in my body seems to be healing quickly, warm, and comfortable. Everything in his body seemed to be erupting. Suddenly, Li Yu slightly opened her eyes. She sighed. But Pei Ling didn't know that. He was still continuing what he was doing. What on earth is it that makes me want to stop but can't stop like this? Li Yu's eyes were half closed. In a daze, she saw Pei Ling on top of her. She immediately glared. Pei Ling had already discovered it. He was roaring in his heart. Stupid system, stop for me now. Do you think this is the time to practice? Li Yu struggled to get up. Her hand burst into a surge of power. Get out of here. Pei Ling was helpless. Is it a little late to react now? Just as her hand was about to stroke his cheek, he didn't dodge, but thought to himself, I'm gonna die if I get slapped. Suddenly, he grabbed her soft hands. There's no way I'm letting you take that slap. Then, he turned her over, changing positions. After being so reckless for so many years, this is the first time he's seen himself so brave. Although he also kinda liked it, he was roaring in his heart, Damn system, you still dare to speed up? Li Yu couldn't react at all anymore. Could this be the power of warmth? She seemed to see pink, to see flowers blooming in her heart. Her whole body was enjoying the pleasure. The shackles in her body were gradually being cleared, and her cultivation was rising sharply. In the hazy smoke, her body and Pei Ling seemed to have become one. The two of them felt each other's heat and wetness. The feeling could be even more. Her eyes narrowed. But not because of discomfort, but because of satisfaction. Damn, my state since then. Outside the Fuyun courtyard, a heavy footstep arrived. He stood there, staring at the hole in the hazy smoke. Pei Ling was still working tirelessly. A blue spiritual force began to emanate from Pei Ling. This feeling. Could it be that I've entered the 4th level of qi refining? His eyes narrowed. A few drops of sweat were already flowing down his face. Li Yu's eyes full of murderous intent were fixed on him, making him think that she was obviously trying to kill him, so why hasn't she made a move yet? Li Yu propped herself up. To be able to increase my cultivation like this, could it be? Suddenly, Li Yu's eyes widened. In the hazy smoke, Pei Ling was frightened when he felt her strong, murderous intent. Her murderous aura seems to be getting heavier, but I can't let the system in the hazy smoke. Li Yu did something. This action made Pei Ling feel ecstatic. The light of heaven shone down with the words, "Form is emptiness." The system notifies a one-click hosting ascension carefree baby dragon. Please rate 5 stars. Pei Ling collapsed and thought to himself, it's finally over. Pei Ling lay on top of Li Yu. When he slightly opened his eyes and saw Li Yu's murderous eyes, Pei Ling was startled. He quickly picked up his stuff and stood up. I get it, I'm out of here. Just then, Zheng Jingshan suddenly appeared outside the door, who broke into the Fuyun courtyard. Seeing Zheng Jingshan outside, Pei Ling quickly ducked aside to hide. Damn, why is Zheng Jingshan here? Seeing the devastation inside, Zheng Jingshan thought to himself, why is Senior Apprentice Sister's room like this? Remembering a certain image, Zheng Jingshan thought, could it be that kid Pei Ling? In a flash, a terrifying murderous aura rose around Zheng Jingshan. One of his hands was still wrapped in spiritual power. Well done, kid. It's one thing for you to steal my marrow cleansing pill, but you even dare to touch Senior Apprentice Sister. This seat will deal with you on behalf of the Pei family. Pei Ling hid in a corner, gritting his teeth. It's too late. Suddenly, a string of skulls hanging high emitted a strong spiritual force. It made Zheng Jingshan spit out blood. His face turned pale. Senior Apprentice Sister, she's inside. Zheng Jingshan was forced to kneel by the powerful pressure. He immediately kowtowed heavily. Senior Apprentice Sister, please forgive me. Junior Apprentice Brother was rude. Zheng Jingshan looked very miserable now. His face was pale, his forehead was bleeding. But he still didn't forget to beg for forgiveness. Li Yu stood inside, holding a piece of cloth to cover her body. Get out. Before running away, Zheng Jingshan secretly speculated in his heart. Could it be that Pei Ling isn't in the Fuyun courtyard? But what's with this door? Then he ran away at the fastest speed. Yes, Junior Apprentice Brother will get out immediately. Pei Ling turned his head and saw Li Yu, and was also startled. Okay, now it's my turn. He forced a smile, scratching his cheek. Sorry, just now. I didn't expect that. Li Yu just walked past him, which surprised Pei Ling. Looking at Li Yu slowly walking out from behind the screen, Pei Ling thought to himself in fear. Why did she leave? Could it be that she went to get some magic treasure to punish me? The truth wasn't what Pei Ling thought. Li Yu only went out for a bath. Pei Ling also hurriedly got dressed. Phew! Luckily I prepared clothes. I was taking a bath, but now I have to leave invisibly, fast. Right then, the system notified. One-click carefree ascension, no worries pill furnace, please rate 5 stars. Pei Ling's face was covered in cross marks, thinking viciously. If I could uninstall you, I'd kick you out in a heartbeat. If it's not training every time, are you trying to screw me over to death later? And you still want a good rating, Pei Ling said lovingly while pressing the button. Kiss my ass. Suddenly the system notified. System notification. We apologize that the system could not provide the host with a good cultivation experience. The system will give a free Yang Yuan pill as compensation. Below this notification was a star already filled. Pei Ling petrified after reading it. Free, again. At some manor under the night sky, Pei Ling, with his body enveloped in spiritual energy, stood by the bed. He lifted the tattered purple cloth. Heh. You don't want me to live, do you? Pei Ling took out a pill from his pouch. One click to get Yang Yuan pill. Cultivation without worry. Realize your ascension dream. Pei Ling smiled mischievously, thinking, now that I'm not controlled anymore, I have to put it back where it was. Suddenly, Li Yu pushed the door open and walked out. She stood behind Pei Ling, her whole body radiating murderous intent. What are you doing? Pei Ling turned his head with an awkward smile, his heart in turmoil. You're done bathing so quickly? I'm screwed. I can't explain this. Li Yu stared at him silently. Li Yu wrapped one of her hands with spiritual energy, an action that terrified Pei Ling, who was sitting sprawled on the ground, and he thought, System, if I can meet you again in the next life. Li Yu raised a hand that was covered in spiritual energy. I will definitely give you 10,000 one-star reviews. An explosion rang out in the forest in the middle of the night. On the other side, someone asked, Is Senior Brother Zheng there? Zheng Jingshan sat on a chair, looked at the man in front of him and asked, Pei Hongnian, what brings you here? Pei Hongnian respectfully bowed to him before replying, Wu Tingxi is dead. My father sent me to ask about the marrow cleansing pill. Before the two could discuss the main topic, the explosion at Li Yu's manor attracted their attention. That's over there. Pei Ling closed his eyes tightly, seemingly resigned to his fate. Li Yu really didn't kill him. Her hand just now almost took his life but stopped right next to him. Yeah, Pei Ling was also surprised, thinking, she didn't kill me, intentionally didn't attack me. Why? Just then, Zheng Jingshan and Pei Hongnian also ran over. Zheng Jingshan asked loudly, Senior sister, what happened? Pei Hongnian immediately recognized Pei Ling, and he asked in surprise, You, Pei Ling? Why are you here? Pei Ling raised his hand and scratched his head, only knowing how to smile awkwardly. Ah, Zheng Jingshan's blood immediately boiled when he heard his name. So you're Pei Ling. Then this, Zheng Jingshan, looked at his senior sister. Senior sister, this guy is full of schemes, you must be careful. Suddenly, Li Yui raised her hand and slapped Zhang Jingshan hard on the cheek. Zhang Jingshan immediately fell to the ground from the slap. Pei Ling looked at this scene and wondered, why is Zhang Jingshan the one who got hurt? Pei Hongnian didn't understand what was going on. What's going on here? From Li Yu's outstretched hand, a small boat floated in mid-air. In the blink of an eye, the boat that was just tiny was now bigger than Li Yu herself. Pei Ling's eyes sparkled as he looked at the boat. Wow! Meanwhile, Pei Hongnian helped Zhang Jingshan up. Li Yu looked at them before stepping onto the boat. Let's go home. Pei Hongnian helped Zhang Jingshan onto the boat. Pei Ling stood still and breathed a sigh of relief. They finally left. Thank goodness! Thank goodness! Pei Ling suddenly glanced over worriedly. He looked at the boat that hadn't moved at all, and thought, why hasn't it left yet? Zhang Jingshan on the boat also secretly looked at his senior sister. Could it be that senior sister intends to? Then he immediately shouted at Pei Ling, what are you standing there for? Aren't you going to get up here? Where those people couldn't see, Pei Ling's expression was clearly unwilling. Seriously. Under the bright blue sky, Pei Ling sat in a corner on the boat, hugging his knees, feeling like a total loner. Why did they have to drag me along too? This feels like ending up on a pirate ship. For real, Pei Ling was lost in thought, not noticing two girls hiding behind a curtain gossiping about him. Sis, what do you think is so special about that kid that Master had to personally break the restriction of the Infernal Bone Rakshasa scroll? The one called Sis replied, Master's plans are deep. How could we possibly guess? But looks like we're in for some good drama. Outside, Zhang Jingshan and Pei Hongnian had already approached Pei Ling. Zhang Jingshan looked at him with resentment. Who gave you the guts to steal this seat's marrow cleansing pill? Pei Ling smiled and waved. Special. I don't expect you to believe me. In his heart he was thinking this, but on the surface he said, please forgive me, Senior Zhang. Seeing the other party about to attack him, Pei Ling was startled. This is the territory of Lisong Monastery. He wouldn't actually attack, would he? Zhang Jingshan suddenly flinched when he saw something. Zhang Jingshan's eyes seemed to be able to see through people's bodies. He doesn't have any traces of the Infernal Bone Rakshasa scroll on him. Images of what happened earlier flashed through his mind. Could it be Senior Apprentice Sister? Looks like Senior Apprentice Sister thinks highly of this kid. I need to be careful. Zhang Jingshan unexpectedly didn't attack Pei Ling, surprising both him and Pei Hongnian. Pei Ling frowned. HMPH. Looks like as long as Lisong Monastery doesn't touch me, Zhang Jingshan won't dare to act rashly. Pei Hongnian also frowned, lost in his own thoughts. Why did Senior Apprentice brothers stop? Let's see how much this kid can take. When Pei Hongnian looked at Pei Ling, he exclaimed in surprise, You've reached Qi Refining Stage 4. A month ago you were still at Qi Refining Stage 2, Pei Ling answered casually. Yeah, that's right. Zhang Jingshan glanced over. Senior Apprentice Sister thinks so highly of him, and he is only at Qi Refining Stage 4. Zhang Jingshan's gaze became even more resentful, making Pei Ling worried. Something's not right. At most, one marrow cleansing pill is needed for one session of bone tempering snow. Could it be that he trains 10 times a day? Zhang Jingshan summoned his sword. Could this be the reason Senior Apprentice Sister values him? If I can test this kid and see how strong he is. The image of Zhang Jingshan holding the sword suddenly became much scarier in Pei Ling's eyes, surrounded by murderous intent, making him think, why is he holding a blade? He doesn't want to chop me up, does he? Pei Hongnian exclaimed in surprise. Ghoul birth blade, Zhang Jingshan said while holding the blade. You did a good job last time gathering information about Wu Tingxi. Your reward from last time was 5 marrow cleansing pills. But it's hard for you two to divide them, so to be fair, this seat will give you each a chance. Finishing his words, Zhang Jingshan pinched the tip of the blade between 2 fingers. Whoever can take the ghoul birth blade from my hand, the blade will be theirs. Pei Hongnian grabbed the hilt of the blade without hesitation. Since Senior Apprentice Brother has spoken, this Junior Apprentice Brother will respectfully comply. Pei Ling, standing to the side, couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Thank goodness he's not trying to chop me up. Pei Ling's eyes were fixed on Pei Hongnian, who was using all his strength to pull out the blade. Such strength! Suddenly, several strands of transformed spiritual power flowed along the blade, attacking Pei Hongnian, causing him to lose his grip on the blade and let go. Seeing this, Zhang Jingshan said, Enough, your strength isn't enough. Then, Zhang Jingshan turned the hilt of the sword towards Pei Ling. Your turn. You hate my guts right now, why would you be so nice? No way I'm falling for that, Pei Ling thought to himself, and he waved his hand, politely declining. Thank you, Senior Zhang, but my strength really isn't up to par right now, I'll pass. Zhang Jingshan threatened with a dark expression. HMPH. Looks like you're not worthy of this Siat's ghoul birth blade, so are you going to draw this blade or not? Just then, Several small wisps of smoke rose from the ground beneath their feet, and in an instant, the wisps of smoke surrounded Pei Ling and Zhang Jingshan. From within the smoke, the figures of two people gradually appeared, and as the smoke dissipated, it revealed a pair of girls. When the smoke had almost completely dissipated, it turned out that Xiao Ni and Wu Liu had arrived. Zhang Jingshan quickly asked, "Miss Xiao Ni, with Miss Wu Liu personally here, did senior sister have any instructions?" Wu Liu said, "The mistress is currently recuperating. Please handle things quickly and don't disturb her." Wu Liu then curiously asked, "Oh, the nightmare-severing blade. Are they seeing who can draw it? Whose turn is it?" Zhang Jingshan obediently replied. "Reporting to Miss Wu Liu, it's currently young master Pei Ling's turn." Wu Liu walked over and lifted Pei Ling's chin to examine him. "Oh, it's you. You're quite handsome up close." Pei Ling was surprised. "She knows me." But just a second later, Wu Liu's face darkened. "All right, hurry up and get it done. Don't disturb the mistress again, or I'll skin you on alive." Zhang Jingshan took the opportunity to call out, "Young Master Pei." Pei Ling deliberately looked away. "Looks like I have no choice. Hopefully, these people from this sect won't bother me again in the future." Pei Ling slowly touched the hilt of the nightmare-severing blade. Then he strained himself just to pull this green blade out of Zhang Jingshan's hand. HMPH. Zhang Jingshan thought to himself, "A mere qi refining stage 4. How could he possibly draw this blade?" But the next second he was shocked by something. Pei Ling was straining so hard that his face turned red, and sweat poured down his face. Ugh. Feeling the blade being pulled out, Zhang Jingshan couldn't believe it, staring intently. On the flying ship, a group of people were gathered at the bow. Pei Ling was kneeling in front of Zhang Jingshan. Pei Ling was doing his best to pull the nightmare-severing blade from his hand. Zhang Jingshan thought in alarm, "If he really pulls it out, where will I put my face?" With that thought, he used an additional 50% of his strength on the fingers clamping the blade. Pei Ling used all his strength, his face pale, sweat streaming down, thinking to himself, "This is bad, I can't hold on any longer." Finally, he released his hand, supporting himself on the ground, panting, "Whew, whew, Senior Master Zhang's cultivation is profound. I admire you greatly." Seeing Pei Ling panting like that, Zhang Jingshan smiled smugly and said, "Well then." But before he could finish, Xiao Ni interrupted. "Hold on," she spoke. "The Mystic Bone Spirit boat already has Pei Hongnian as a useless piece of trash. We can't have a second one." Pei Hongnian, who was next to her, had been petrified being stabbed by trash directly at him, she continued. "The lampshade in the mistress's room is old. Skin you to make a new one." Pei Ling was terrified when he heard this, thinking, "What kind of twisted logic is this? Your mistress hasn't even touched me yet, and you two crazy chicks want my life." Pei Ling glanced at Xiao Ni, pondering. "If it's beyond saving, then I'll risk my life." Seeing this, Wu Liu also chimed in, hugging Xiao Ni closely, saying, "Sister Xiao Ni, young Master Pei has always been in a desolate place like Lucheng. How can he compare with the Holy Sect's disciples? In my opinion, why not let Zhang Jingshan be humble, and just use a portion of his power to try again?" Wu Liu used her adorable face to call her sister. Xiao Ni indifferently replied, "Then, as you wish." Pei Ling clasped his hands, bowed, and thanked her. "Miss Wu Liu." She happily smiled and replied, "You're welcome." A moment later, Wu Liu revealed a sinister face, threatening, "You must try your best, young Master Pei, or my sister will turn you into a lampshade." He was startled, his face terrified at the thought. Zhang Jingshan frowned, looking at the nightmare-severing blade in his hand, pondering, "If I really use only a portion of my power, the blade will definitely be pulled out by that little brat." On the other side, Xiao Ni calmly, coldly, and Wu Liu happily, playfully looked at Zhang Jingshan. He was stunned, thinking, could that be senior sister's intention? He offered the blade, as if to say, "Please, young Master Pei." Pei Ling was surprised when he looked at Zhang Jingshan's face, seeing him suppressing his annoyance with tearful eyes. Is he crying? Then he grasped the nightmare-severing blade. "Forget it. I absolutely can't be turned into a lampshade." Pei Ling yelled with all his strength to pull out the green blade, HMPH. And finally, he successfully pulled the nightmare-severing blade from Zhang Jingshan's hand. As he pulled it out, Pei Ling frowned, thinking to himself, "A portion of his power, and it's so easy to pull out." Zhang Jingshan's tears streamed down his face as he choked out, "This, Bing Yem saber, has always been my weapon when I was in the outer sect. Now that it's in your hands, I hope you'll use it well and not tarnish its reputation." Pei Ling looked at him, feeling helpless, and thought, he really is crying. Pei Ling clasped his hands and bowed. "Thank you for your modesty, senior. I will definitely live up to your expectations." Wu Liu clapped her hands gleefully. "Ah, he pulled it out. Young Master Pei is so brave and mighty," Xiao Ni coldly said from the side. "All right, the test ends here. Tell everyone to rest on the boat." With that, she flew into the boat. followed by Pei Ling and Wu Liu. She asked, "Young master, shall I take you to your room?" he thought. "Good thing I have Miss Wu Liu." Meanwhile, the other two angrily clenched their fists as they watched them leave. Inside the boat, Wu Liu was leading Pei Ling to his room. In this quiet space, a sudden noise erupted. Pei Ling panicked. "This place is too freaky." From behind the door, in the crack, appeared a pair of terrifying red eyes, causing him to break out in a cold sweat. Staring wide-eyed, Pei Ling fell to the floor in fear, as wisps of dark purple smoke coiled around his legs, rendering him speechless. Wu Liu turned to look at him. With a cold expression, she glared, "Begone," causing the dark purple smoke to slowly disappear behind the door. Pei Ling sighed in relief and responded, "Thank you, Miss Wu Liu." She smiled and said, "You're welcome." Then, Wu Liu led Pei Ling to a room and said, "Young Master Pei, this is your room." Pei Ling looked around the room and replied, "Okay." Suddenly, Wu Liu asked him, "That's right, young Master Pei Ling, may I ask you a question?" He looked at her blankly. "Please ask." Wu Liu said nothing, and threw herself at Pei Ling. Wu Liu placed her hand on his cheek, "Young Master Pei," causing him to blush, thinking, "She's this?" She tilted his chin and asked with a terrifying expression, "Why do you have master's scent on you?" Pei Ling looked at her in fear, thinking to himself, "Could she have guessed that I did those things with Lin Fairy?" Wu Liu, with a bewitching expression and a hint of mystery in her eyes, pressed closer to him. "Young Master Pei, why don't you say anything?" Pei Ling was frightened, a look of embarrassment in his eyes. How should I explain this? She raised his chin, saying with a seductive but still chilling demeanor that even Zheng Jingshan would have difficulty withstanding. A heart demon curse the master's soul bell. Could it be that the young master has no designs on the master? Pei Ling thought in fear. She guessed all of that. With just this much, she clearly sees through everything. Wu Liu smiled with sharp eyes, tinged with sarcasm. "I'm really curious. What makes young Master Pei so special?" This made Pei Ling even more frightened and flustered, but he still maintained his composure. Pei Ling thought with a look of surprise, "The heart demon curse is a system that helps me block stuff. Well, I should still find a reason to gloss over it." Pei Ling reached behind his head, smiled awkwardly, and tried his best to explain, Perhaps my constitution is a bit special." Wu Liu was still skeptical. "Your expression is a bit strange, to the point of constitution." Pei Ling felt guilty after hearing her say that. "When I met Wu Tingxi, he said that I have top-grade iron bones, it's just that my vision was limited." Thinking about it, maybe he was saying my constitution was special. Wu Liu stared intently at him with her sharp eyes, repeating, "Top-grade iron bones." She rested her chin in thought. Strange divine artifact, belonging to a never-before-seen physique, waiting for a special constitution. After a moment of thought, Wu Liu smiled brightly, as if she had understood something. "So that's how it is, a powerful, special constitution. Worthy of being brought back to the holy sect by the master for further research." Pei Ling was shocked, but still tried to smile. "Research? Wu Liu said with an innocent expression. "That's right. The young master's strength lies in his divine artifact. The master naturally wants to experiment." Hearing her words, Pei Ling collapsed, his soul leaving his body. Imagining Li Liu with her face half covered, creating a sense of mystery, she reached out to display her authority, taking away the divine artifact for experimentation. Pei Ling looked at Wu Liu behind him in a flustered, terrified state. I'm done for. Why did I get on this boat? It turns out they want to use me as a guinea pig. I must endure. I can't just die like this." Wu Liu, behind him, whispered into Pei Ling's ear, "Young master, be careful, you won't be able to escape the master's methods." After speaking, she struck the back of Pei Ling's neck. Pei Ling lost all his strength and fell forward. What's going on? His vision blurs as he sees Wu Liu turn away, grinning triumphantly. As his eyes slowly close, he sees Li Liu appearing beside Wu Liu. Did I really get my soul sucked out? Li Liu walks up to Pei Ling, looking like she wants to devour him. Morning arrives. Sunlight illuminates everywhere. A ship is flying in the light of dawn. The image of a young man wearing only a thin shirt, drenched in sweat, with a woman's hand on his chest. Outside the ship, two people are talking. Person A. "Good morning." The other person leans against the railing, yawning. "Has it already been half a month, and we still haven't reached the holy sect?" Person A replies, "It's likely that Fairy Lai is interested in the scenery, so the higher-ups deliberately slowed the ship down a bit." Inside Pei Ling's room, a scene of two naked people clinging tightly to each other, and there is a sound. Pei Ling groggily opens his eyes are vacant, and Li Liu is still lying on top of him. On Zheng Jingshan's side, Pei Hongnian bows and says, "Senior brother, please calm your anger. I didn't expect that Pei Ling actually managed to draw the curse suppression saber." He replies, "Get over here. If you weren't so useless, how could he have taken the saber?" Zheng Jingshan calmly says, Use my physician's name to get him into the outer sect. Pei Hongyan is shocked and flustered. Get Pei Ling into the outer sect. But he's just a normal person. Zheng Jingshan angrily slams his hand on the armrest, shouting, "What are you hesitating about? If you understand, then scram." Pei Hongnian salutes. "Farewell, senior brother." This disciple takes his leave. With that, Pei Hongnian turns and walks away, leaving Zheng Jingshan sitting alone in the room. Zheng Jingshan contemplates with a dark face. Senior sister actually values him this much. What secrets does that little brat Pei Ling have? A moment later, back in Pei Ling's room, he is lying on the bed. The surroundings are a mess. Pei Ling opens his eyes, thinking, "What happened to me?" Then he raises his hands to look them over, and breathes a sigh of relief. "Phew! Thankfully all my limbs are here, and I wasn't taken away to be a lab rat." Pei Ling sits up, rubbing his lower back. "My internal energy seems to have increased quite a bit, but why does my back hurt so much?" Suddenly, a voice comes from the door. His brother in there. He startles, thinking, "Pei Hongnian, what's he doing here?" He reaches out and grabs the doorknob, slowly opening the door. Pei Ling, with a face like a corpse, lifelessly asks, "What's wrong?" causing Pei Hongnian to jump, startled, looking at Pei Ling's gaunt face. He exclaims in shock, "Are you possessed by a ghost or something? No wonder I've been knocking on the door for half a month, and no one answered. So you were possessed?" Hearing Pei Hongnian's words, he exclaims in shock. Half a month, Pei Hongnian puts his hands on his hips and replies, "That's right, it's time to enter the Chongming sect of the Holy Zong. Hurry up and pack your things." Pei Ling is shocked and thoughtful. The Chongming sect already. Pei Ling fearfully slams the door shut, worried. If I enter this sect, can I still keep my cover? No way, I have to find a way to run. Suddenly, a purple mist flies in front of him. Pei Ling slowly turns his head, and sees Li Liu sitting on a chair looking at him. He thinks to himself in fear, "It's Fairy Li again, why is she here?" Pei Ling closes the door and turns around, only to find that Li Liu has been in the room since who knows when. "Fairy Li, what are you doing here?" A book flies over, accurately hitting him straight on, causing him to fall backward. "Ouch." Purple smoke floats around her, she coldly says. "Master it within 10 days, or else death." Having said that, she immediately disappears, as if she never existed, leaving only the purple smoke to prove she was just here. Pei Ling sits on the floor, muttering to himself. Came to lecture me, and then left. What is she trying to do? Pei Ling picks up the book beside him to take a look. She even gave me a cultivation method. Vanquishing blood with self. What is this? A saber technique? Is that character? Slaughter? Pei Ling opens the cultivation method, and a system notification immediately appears. A strange saber technique has been detected and recorded. Pei Ling picks his nose. With a smug look. This can't be difficult for me, right? The system continues to pop up. Notice, the recording of this strange saber technique has been completed. Please name it, host. Pei Ling's heart suddenly filled with goodwill, praising the system. System, this is seriously the first time I've found you this agreeable. Pei Ling read a name. Bloodshed saber technique. Right then, someone knocked on the door outside, asking, Is younger brother Pei feeling any better? Pei Ling said to the person outside. Here we are, we've arrived at the Severing Mortals platform. The sect's pavilions and towers are perched atop towering mountains, surrounded by a sea of clouds and endless mountain ranges, with flying boats gliding lightly through the winds. Pei Ling and Pei Hongyan stood on a flying boat. Pei Ling looked at the majestic scenery before him, sighing in his heart. The Chongming sect is so much more prosperous than Luquan City. It just makes me feel even more bitter inside. Pei Ling thought of his few meager possessions, and felt as sour as if he'd bitten into a lemon. The flying boat gently landed, and Pei Hongyan introduced to Pei Ling. This is the Severing Mortals platform. Severing Mortals means cutting off worldly thoughts and staying away from the mortal realm. New disciples will all enter the sect from here, thus separating themselves from the mundane. Pei Hongyan put his hand on Pei Ling's shoulder, saying, Let's go, I'll take you to complete the procedures for entering the outer sect. Pei Ling was confused. Entering the outer sect? But I'm just a side branch who's barely good at fighting. I don't qualify to enter the sect. Right? Pei Ling was extremely worried. Imagining encountering a monster like the Bull Demon King, he knew he'd only be a snack, not enough to even fill its teeth. Stop being so dramatic, this is senior brother Zheng's orders. As he spoke, Pei Hongnian grabbed Pei Ling's wrist and dragged him away. Who the hell wants to join this gloomy sect? Pei Ling had nothing left to live for. Pei Hongnian frowned, displeased. You little brat, you're already getting into the holy sect and you're still not satisfied. Or do you want to defy senior immortal Zheng's orders? I wouldn't dare. I wouldn't dare. Pei Ling's voice echoed on the mountaintop. The two entered the inheritance hall on the second peak. Pei Hongnian slightly bowed, cupping his hands in salute. Senior Peak Master, Inner Sect Zhang Jingshan's Zhang Xixiong, has assigned this junior disciple Pei Ling to the outer sect. The person Pei Hongnian saluted was an old woman, half reclined on a small wooden bed, one hand propping up her chin, the other holding a large wine jar. These little brats only know how to make trouble for me all day long. Even though she said words of dislike, there wasn't the slightest hint of dislike in her expression. I can't even drink in peace. She placed the wine jar on the wooden bed, making a clanging sound. At the same time, countless lanterns appeared in the sky. These lanterns all emitting orange-gold light, illuminating the entire hall. Pei Ling looked up at these lanterns. What the? The old woman sat up, making a simple hand seal. I can't move anymore. Pei Ling couldn't speak. He stood still, unable to move. Record your name and birth date in the message, the old woman said to Pei Ling. Pei Ling closed his eyes, as if sensing something. A small stream of blood emerged from the center of his forehead, and he frowned in pain. A drop of sweat rolled down the side of his face. Too painful. Following a soft shout from the old woman, the stream of blood flew out and entered a lantern in the distance. A small flame lit up inside the lantern, and the old woman said again, "This is your soul lamp. Lighting this soul lamp means you're now a member of the Chongming sect. The sect rules are outside the door. Go back and read them carefully. Quick, don't disturb this old woman's rest." With that, she propped up her chin and closed her eyes to rest. Is that it? Pei Ling asked blankly, wide-eyed. After all, the person was already asleep. Pei Hongnian also replied with wide eyes. Joining the holy sect, you must practice diligently in the future, and understand the sect rules. Do you understand? The old woman suddenly opened her eyes and looked at him. This junior will definitely engrave it in my heart. Pei Ling grabbed the sect rules book and ran out quickly with Pei Hongnian. Pei Ling held the sect rules book up to the sunlight and rubbed it against his chest, with a fond and reluctant expression, feeling smug in his heart. It's not about having too many rules, it's about having no rules at all. As long as this little master follows the rules, what is there to fear? Pei Hongnian suddenly laughed. Pei Ling turned his head in confusion. Clan brother, what are you laughing at? Could it be that these sect rules are just for show? You'll understand after reading the sect rules, Pei Hongnian said ambiguously. Don't rush. Let's go somewhere else first. Pei Ling sat cross-legged in front of the main hall, with 2 yin soldiers guarding on either side, the atmosphere around him gloomy and cold. Once again he marveled at this sect. No wonder it was a netherworld sect. Even the guards were so unique. Finally out. Little, pitiful, weak, and helpless Pei Ling noticed Pei Hongnian coming out, immediately turned his head, and the gloomy world became bright again. Here, catch. This is your nameplate, in storage bag. Pei Hongnian tossed him a small purple bag, along with a piece of bone. Pei Ling's face paled as he disgustedly picked up the bone, thinking, gross. I was kindly reminding you, this nameplate is the most important thing you have. The sect's magic only recognizes the plate, not the person, Pei Hongnian said emotionlessly. If you carelessly mistake this nameplate, it's equivalent to stealing a secret elixir. Pei Ling left with Pei Hongnian, listening to him speak. Pei Hongnian released a paper boat the size of a hand. Poof! The paper boat transformed into a paper boat the size of a normal boat. Pei Ling watched Pei Hongnian struggling to keep his balance on the swaying paper boat, worried, wondering, is this boat really not going to sink? Time passed, and Pei Ling and Pei Hongnian sat on the paper boat, bobbing and drifting on the sea of clouds, enjoying the cool breeze whistling by. Pei Ling lay sprawled on the edge of the boat, musing, I wonder what it's like under the cloud sea. Suddenly, he noticed a jade-green feather slowly falling towards him. Out of nowhere, a massive, ferocious azure phoenix with outstretched claws appeared. Pei Ling was so shocked and terrified that his hair stood on end. Pei Hongnian was also caught off guard by this sudden event. The azure bird suddenly hooked its claws onto the edge of the boat, pulling the boat up high. The boat being pulled up caused the 2 people on the boat to slide down. Luckily, managing to grab onto the edge of the boat, Pei Ling shouted, Are we seriously getting attacked by a demon beast inside the holy sect? Pei Hongnian couldn't help but curse. Your grandma's, this ain't no demon beast. This is a phoenix from the beast-taming peak. Pei Ling drew his blade, but Pei Hongnian immediately stopped him. Don't use your Yansheng saber. What if you accidentally damage my paper boat? Pei Ling snapped back, furious. Is the paper boat more important or is our life more important? Not good. It's too late. Pei Ling turned around and yelled. The azure bird pulled the boat forward at high speed, and it was too late to avoid the mountain ahead. Finally, the 2 people and the bird crashed into the mountain, creating a huge boom. The shockwave from the impact sent the 2 people flying, causing both of them to freefall from mid-air. Shouts echoed throughout the mountains and forests as the 2 fell into the trees, safely landing. Pei Hongnian got caught on a branch, hanging there limply, lamenting his unfortunate paper boat. Mine, only Pei Ling sat slumped on the ground, taking a breath, feeling lucky to be alive. Phew, thankfully this little life of mine is still intact. We found senior sister. From the bushes not far away, 2 disciples of the Chongming sect came out shouting. Pei Ling was startled and turned around. When he saw the newcomers, he quickly stood up and angrily asked, "Did you guys release that weird bird?" The 2 disciples ignored Pei Ling, only arrogantly strutting towards Pei Hongnian, who had just fallen from the tree, shouting with red faces and flared nostrils. "Pei Hongnian, see where you can run now," the other added. "That's right, you must atone to our senior sister." Pei Ling was extremely annoyed with their attitude. He said to Pei Hongnian, "Clan brother, these guys are bullying people too much, you can't let this go." Before Pei Ling could finish his sentence, Pei Hongnian had already pushed the 2 disciples aside and stepped forward. Pei Hongnian abandoned everything behind him, instantly turning into a simp and fawning over the girl in front of him. "Haha, so it's senior sister Yinglan. You've become even more beautiful since the last time I saw you." Sun Yinglan didn't listen to Pei Hongnian's flattery. She immediately used her right hand to physically assault Pei Hongnian's left cheek. "Stop using that trick." The 2 simp disciples behind her cheered. "Well done, good hit, senior sister Sun." Sun Yinglan angrily rebuked. "You went out to work with immortal maiden Lai? Why didn't you take me with you? You say you are obedient to me, but in reality, you don't have me in your heart at all." Pei Hongnian, with a face like a big dog, knelt on one side, mumbling explanations. "Senior sister Yinglan, you've misunderstood. This matter is special." Pei Ling witnessed the whole commotion from beginning to end, thinking, "This Pei Hongnian is just a simp, no wonder his talent has only stopped at the 4th level of qi refining. Truly beauty ruins all." Sun Yinglan didn't listen, stubbornly refusing to listen to explanations. She raised her hand to physically assault Pei Hongnian again. "You heartless and ungrateful dog." Sun Yinglan tilted her head, puzzled. Pei Ling grabbed Sun Yinglan's hand, frowning as he said, "You're not even married into our Pei family yet. This kind of uncultured behavior is too unsightly." Pei Ling's gaze was firm. He thought he still needed Pei Hongnian to arrange accommodation for him. He couldn't let her continue like this. Sun Yinglan's wrist was grabbed by Pei Ling, and she thought in disbelief, "I can't pull my hand away. We're both at the 4th level of qi refining, so why is his strength so great?" Sun Yinglan immediately flipped her attitude, with teary eyes putting on a pitiful act and complaining to Pei Hongnian. "Who is he? Are you just going to stand there and watch your clansmen bully me?" Pei Hongnian immediately jumped up, looking like a strong and righteous man. "Clan brother, don't be rude to senior sister Yinglan. Let go of her hand." Pei Ling's jaw almost dropped to the ground. "Your attitude changed way too fast." Pei Ling tiredly let go of her hand and stood aside, thinking, "I shouldn't have helped you." And Pei Hongnian continued to fulfill his duty as a lickspittle. Caressing Sun Yinglan's hand to soothe her anger, Sun Yinglan proudly huffed, allowing him to caress her hand. Sun Yinglan and the 2 disciples left. Pei Hongnian quickly instructed Pei Ling with a few words before chasing after his love, heading straight in that direction. "It's the Zhuxi Hall, just stay outside first, consider the procedures done. My courtyard is in Fengnan, there is a very big tree, don't look for me if there's nothing important," Pei Ling replied. Sun Yinglan said unhappily, "I don't like this clan brother of yours, don't help him anymore in the future." Pei Hongnian said with a smile to make peace, "I'll listen to you in the future, my whole person is yours." Pei Ling, standing in the distance, saw one person who liked to hit and another who liked to be hit. Pei Ling twitched his lips. What a hopeless lapdog. Pei Ling entered the Zhuxi Hall. A person in the Zhuxi Hall, standing in front of a miniature model of the sect, said to Pei Ling, "Besides this fellow disciple, there aren't many residences left to choose from anymore. A residence with weak spiritual energy will hinder the fellow disciple's cultivation." The person then said, "Don't give me that look. I already used my entire savings on the system to draw that saber." Pei Ling grumbled unhappily in his heart. "How about senior brother? Lend me a spirit stone. I guarantee I'll definitely repay you later." Pei Ling smiled amiably, his credibility assured. But before he could finish speaking, the person frowned and pointed the way for him. "Then you can stay there, 10 miles west of the entrance." Pei Ling looked at the allocated Huayan Peak and thanked the senior brother. On a certain flying boat, "Senior sister, I followed your instructions and used my name to get Pei Ling into the outer sect." Zhang Jingshan bowed and reported. Li Liu was facing away. Forgive this junior brother's impudence, but what's so special about that kid that makes senior sister value him so much?" Zhang Jingshan asked, looking tense. Li Liu picked up a teacup from the table and slowly said, "I heard you wanted to go to Yinluo mine to mine." She picked up the teacup and turned her head to ask, "Senior sister, forgive me. Get lost." "Yes." Zhang Jingshan fearfully scrambled out the door. Zhang Jingshan was covered in sweat, closed the door. Phew. This time, senior sister is paying so much attention to that kid and even wants to use my name to observe him. Could it be that she's testing him? Zhang Jingshan secretly speculated. "Yu Liu, keep an eye on Pei Ling." Li Liu looked into the void and said, Yu Liu appeared behind her and received the order. "Yes, master." Scene changed to Huaihan Peak. Pei Ling walked through the desolate forest path, with his hands behind his head. It's good that it's secluded, so I don't have to greet those underworld people every day. Pei Ling walked with his eyes closed, muttering. When Pei Ling saw the magnificent courtyard in front of him, he was like an old miser seeing a mountain of gold, and exclaimed, "Holy SHT, a villa." Pei Ling was moved and took out his identity token to confirm his identity, even feeling a little guilty. This place is too good, turns out I was the small-minded one. He entered the spacious courtyard, and asked very politely, "Is anyone here?" Pei Ling walked around the courtyard, thinking. Judging from this bird nest, 3 senior brothers must have lived here before, but it seems like none of them are home. That's right, I should still take a look at the sect rules and the Yansheng saber first. These are crucial for staying alive. Pei Ling sat down and dumped all his personal belongings on the table. The Chongming sect has been established for tens of thousands of years, and is a leading sect among the great sects. The management system of each peak is managed by the Zhuxi Hall. The Zhufa Pavilion sells cultivation techniques, while the Baibao Tower sells magic treasures. The Baibao Tower is also responsible for purchasing important materials and treasures, operating as a pawn shop. In addition, there is also the Jihishi Hall, which is responsible for supervision and punishment. Pei Ling became increasingly impatient as he read. He flipped through the sect rules quickly, anxious. I have to quickly see what's in the sect rules so I can prepare in advance. Pei Ling flipped to a page, and it was about fines. Pei Ling screamed. This also means. Pei Ling's expression turned serious, and he thought, as long as you have a lot of spirit stones, you can live carefree in the Chongming sect. Thinking of this, Pei Ling could already see a future of luxury, embracing beauties on both sides, and a bright future. Even killing fellow disciples requires paying off the fine within 3 months. You really can't mess with them. Pei Ling read the sect rules and sighed. The important thing is, where am I going to get spirit stones? Touched on a sore spot, he threw the book to the ground. My 18 years of savings are only enough to pay off 300 low-grade spirit stones of this sect's rule system. Reading it is as good as not reading it, and I was treating it like a treasure. No wonder Pei Hongnian had that expression back then. Not only did he throw it, but he also angrily stomped on it a couple of times to vent his anger. A loud shout came from outside the door. Who's in the courtyard? Pei Ling thought. Someone's here. Maybe it's my 3 roommates. A foot kicked open the courtyard door, and 3 people walked in. Leading the way was Miao Chenggan. To his right was Li Xinggang, and to his left was Zhao Yi. Miao Chenggan asked, "Who might you be, Pei Ling?" Wearing the Yansheng saber, smiled like a beckoning fortune cat, and waved. "Greetings, senior brothers. This humble one is Pei Ling. Qi, training level 4, a newly joined outer sect disciple. Pei Ling. Never heard of him." Miao Chenggan transmitted his voice to Li Xinggang. It's not the time for new disciples to join. This guy's identity must be special. Let's not act rashly for now. Li Xinggang introduced himself and the other 2. I am Li Xinggang, Qi training level 4. These 2 are Zhao Yi and Miao Chenggan, Qi training level 4 and 5 respectively. Meeting here must be fate. From today on, your senior brothers will help you out. Many thanks in advance, senior brothers. Pei Ling clasped his hands, thinking in his heart. Their attitude is quite gentle. Are there really such good people in the Joyous Union sect? Or senior brother doesn't need to be so polite? How did you join the holy sect? Miao Chenggan asked. Pei Ling. Last time in Chenglu Spring, I had the good fortune to meet the inner sect branchmaster Zhao Jingshan. He's the one who arranged for me to join the holy sect. HMPH. What inner sect branchmaster? If he wasn't relying on some connection with Fairy Liu, how could a piece of trash like him sit in the position of inner sect branchmaster? Miao Chenggan suddenly flared up. Pei Ling scratched his face, confused. Is Zhao Jingshan's reputation that bad? Don't mind him, junior brother. Chenggan has an elder brother who is also an inner sect branch master. There's some friction with Zhao Xixiong, Li Sigang explained with a friendly smile, while showing off his backer, and also mentioning, my sister-in-law is the outer sect elder Li Ping, and Zhao Yi's clan sister is one of the true inheritors. It seems that the identities of all you senior brothers are extraordinary. This junior brother is climbing high. Pei Ling secretly sweated, worried that everyone here had connections and was untouchable. Li Xinggang stepped forward and put his hand on Pei Ling's shoulder, comforting him. Junior brother doesn't need to be humble. The fact that Zhao Xixiong recommended you shows that you also have some connection with Fairy Liu. Pei Ling pondered. Is he probing my relationship with Fairy Liu? Without Fairy Liu's permission, it's still better not to rely on her name. Pei Ling scratched his head, explaining to dismiss the connection. You misunderstand, Zhao Xixiong. I come from a poor background. It's just luck that I was recommended by Zhao Xixiong. Li Xinggang exchanged a glance with Miao Chenggan. Oh, Miao Chenggan noticed the Yansheng saber hanging on Pei Ling's waist. Shidi, this green saber of yours seems a bit familiar. Pei Ling retreated slightly, awkwardly denying. No way. It's just an ordinary saber. That's not right. This is the Yansheng saber that Zhao Jingshan used to dominate the outer sect. Back then, he relied on this green treasure saber. Miao Chenggan's face was full of greed. Shidi Pei, name your price, I'll take this saber, Zhao Yi said. His first sentence after meeting his desire for the Yansheng saber was no less, sorry Zhao Shixiang. This saber was bestowed by Zhao Shixiang. It's really inconvenient, Pei Ling said with a forced smile, thinking to himself. Zhao Jingshan cares so much about this saber, if I sell it, he'll definitely skin me alive. Suddenly, a blue spark ignited. If that's the case, then don't blame this senior brother for being impolite, damn! His veins bulged, and blue flames covered his entire body. Flame-like patterns appeared on his face and arms. He used the Scion Thought battle body. He jumped up, focusing his strength into his arm, and threw a punch at Pei Ling. The power of the punch was astonishing. Pei Ling was sent flying several meters away by Zhu Yi's punch. Zhao Yi saw that he could stand up and said, "Oh, you can still stand up. So that's how it is," he grinned. "It's superior-grade iron bones," he shouted. Pei Ling calmly brushed the dust off his arm on the other side. Superior-grade iron bones. No wonder Zhao Jingshan took a liking to him, Li Xinggang said. He's a pain in the ass, but I'm at Shi training level 5. Dealing with him is no problem. Miao Chenggan was very confident. As he spoke, he drew the sword on his back. The Chor division really chose a good place for me. These guys are willing to pay. They're gonna try to steal this green saber from me. They must be protected by some big shot, Pei Ling muttered. Then he said, "You three. Zhao Shixiang is a distant relative of Fairy Zhao. After all, you dare to attack me." Miao Chenggan laughed as if he had heard a joke. "Haha, even Zhao Jingshan is just a dog in the eyes of the true inheritors. What's more, you are as insignificant as dirt. Who would care about you?" He relied on his connections and looked down on everyone. "Obediently hand over the yanking saber, and this dog can keep your body intact." Miao Chenggan did not give up, determined to snatch it. Pei Ling gripped the hilt tightly. "You want the saber? Then you have to see if you have the ability to take it." Pei Ling was scared of him, but he held the saber ready for a bloody battle. The three people cornered Pei Ling in a corner of the courtyard. Miao Chenggan gripped the saber in his hand. He waved his hand and shouted, "Overestimating yourself." Pei Ling desperately tried to defend himself. "Damn it, do these guys really want to kill me?" Zhao Yi also immediately rushed to attack. Hiya! Pei Ling quickly jumped up, causing the ground beneath his feet to be shattered by Zhao Yi's strike. He raised his blade and swung it wildly. "I have to fight them." Seeing Pei Ling swinging his blade unconsciously, Li Siguang immediately noticed something unusual. Li Siguang grinned smugly. He doesn't know swordsmanship. Knocked the blade out of his hand. The two little devils, summoned by Li Siguang, revealed eerie smiles and rushed towards Pei Ling. They rushed past like the wind, making his body feel dizzy. The closer they got, the more uncomfortable he felt, his head spinning. He tried to swing his blade. "Get out of my way!" Li Siguang looked at Pei Ling with a puzzled gaze. Why is he still able to act after coming into contact with my spirit shades? Just how strong is his mind? Zhao Yi tiptoed, building momentum as he charged straight at him. Pei Ling sensed the danger and instinctively turned his head. But he was still a step too slow. Zhao Yi kneed him right in the gut, sending him flying backward, coughing up blood in pain. The blade in his hand was also knocked aside. Pei Ling shouted angrily. "Did you think I was a pushover? I'll return everything I just took. Eat this slap." He got slapped without resistance. Ha! The slap contorted his face and knocked out a tooth. Before he could fly away, Pei Ling grabbed Zhao Yi by the collar, pulled him back, and spun him around a few times. Then he threw him towards Li Siguang, making them both fall down. TCH. Miao Chenggan frowned in displeasure. "Don't get too cocky." He swung his blade, sending 2 strikes of sword energy towards Pei Ling. "I am a 5th level chi refiner." Pei Ling groaned in pain. Seeing his chance, Miao Chenggan quickly rushed over, wanting to snatch the Qing blade. "The Yansheng blade is mine." His hand was about to touch the Qing blade, but a foot pressed down hard, preventing him from moving. Pei Ling punched Miao Chenggan with his bare hand. "How dare you touch this daddy's blade?" He moaned in pain. "What? Li Siguang and Zhao Yi saw Miao Chenggan being defeated, and they gritted their teeth, angrily charging up together. Pei Ling raised the Qing blade, and with one move attacked the two behind him, sending them flying. "Get lost, all of you." He clutched his chest uncomfortably. This Miao Chenggan, as expected of a 5th level chi refiner, those 2 strikes of sword energy injured me this badly. Miao Chenggan slowly crawled up. This guy, after taking 2 strikes of my sword energy, why isn't he dead yet? Could it be bone-piercing supreme grade? But I don't have much spiritual energy left to create sword energy anymore. I can only settle the score another day. His face swollen, he shouted loudly. "Pei Ling, we won't let you off for what happened today." Pei Ling's whole body exuded fiery rage. "Then I will kill all 3 of you." Miao Chenggan trembled, holding the blade tightly. Zhao Yi was so scared that he was sweating cold sweat. "Could it be that we really have to die here today?" Li Siguang had also taken out a talisman, ready to act. But to their surprise, Pei Ling turned and ran away. Goodbye, everyone. The three guys could only gape in incomprehension. He ran away. Are you kidding me? Pei Ling stopped, leaning against a tree, panting. Phew, lucky they didn't chase me here. He gasped for breath. Exhausted, I almost forgot. In the Yin Corpse sect, killing someone means paying spirit stones. 3 people will be 30,000 spirit stones. I can't even afford it if I sell myself. Pei Ling leaned gently against the base of a tree. First, I need to master the saber technique that senior sister Li gave me. If I have some means to protect myself, then they probably won't come looking for me anymore. He clicked on a bloodthirst technique file on the system screen. Bloodthirst technique. A cultivation keyword. He rested his chin on his hand, watching intently. The system popped up. Detected that the host is injured. Continuing to cultivate the bloodthirst technique will create an incurable wound. Pei Ling froze. It's that bad premonition again. Detected Juyuan pill. The whole body is wrapped in a source of spiritual energy. This is the Chongming sect. Don't use those freebie moves. He reached into the front of his robe, holding the Juyuan pill he stole from senior sister Li. Pei Ling breathed a sigh of relief. So it's my Juyuan pill. Now I thought you had used the Juyuan pill. The system will continue cultivating for you. He took out a Juyuan pill, threw it into his mouth and swallowed it. His body returned to full of vitality, extremely comfortable. Phew. The injury has recovered so quickly. This Juyuan pill is really good stuff. System notification. Detected that the host lacks the essence blood of Qi refining cultivators. Pei Ling was surprised. The system will give away 3 Qi refining stage cultivators for free. His body suddenly moved on its own as if controlled by something. Not again. 3 Qi refining cultivators. Isn't this getting faster and faster? He couldn't control his actions. Stop. Cancel it for me. Return to Li Siguang, Zhao Yi and Miao Chenggan. The 3 of them kept complaining. HMPH. He actually got away. Miao Chenggan frowned. If I had used the sword talisman that my brother gave me, Pei Ling would definitely be dead. Zhou Yi said angrily. A poor boy is so strong, he must have some secrets on him. We can't let him off so easily. Li Siguang clenched his fist uncomfortably. Chenggan, don't worry. Tomorrow we will send people to search every inch of the Huayin Peak to find him. At this moment there was a sudden noise outside the door. Pei Ling. A stone smashed the wooden door. Damn system. Don't hurt me. I don't have spirit stones to pay the fine. They saw Pei Ling as if they saw a ghost. Pei Ling, you dare to come back. Pei Ling swung his saber, and Li Siguang immediately fainted. Xingguang. He raised the Qingdao high, preparing to deliver a decisive blow. This familiar scene, bloodthirst devour. They were horrified. He actually dares to use essence blood to cultivate in front of us. Siguang's, Zhao Yi's anger erupted into a wave of spiritual energy. Yingming. This ignorant fool. This cursed spawn. He raised his fist with a sharp cry. Go to hell! System notification. Detected external attack. This cultivation ends here. Thank you, host, for using the system's cultivation function. 1-click storage. Ascension without worry. Look forward to your cultivation evaluation. Please give 5 stars if you are satisfied. Pei Ling realized that his body had regained control. Zhao Yi swung his fist down, shattering the ground. Pei Ling tried to rush forward with his saber. He ran over with a sharp look. This is what you guys asked for. Zhao Yi's eyes widened in surprise, freezing in place. A source of energy radiated out, causing him to cower and cover his face. Zhao Yi also fell down because of this. The scene in front of him made Miao Chenggan angry. He shouted, poor and lowly bastard. Pei Ling continued to use the bloodthirst saber technique. One move cut through Miao Chenggan's spiritual energy. Nice. He glanced down at the sharp blade. Blocked it. This bloodshed blade technique is indeed powerful. Miao Chenggan gritted his teeth, his eyes full of resentment. You little bastard, you killed my brother. I swear I will never rest until you're dead. He raised his hand and formed a hand seal, flames erupting around him. Pei Ling was a little worried. The aura of this sword talisman is immense. I absolutely can't let him activate it. He threw the scion blade, whistling towards Miao Chenggan. Miao Chenggan dug his feet into the ground, scorching flames engulfing his body. Even so, he was still cut by Pei Ling's blade. Too slow. He went mad, unleashing his move. Go to hell. Pei Ling's eyes were filled with fear. Flames continuously bursting from Miao Chenggan's body. Smoke and dust covering everything. Miao Chenggan wiped the blood from his mouth. My elder brother's sword talisman is truly powerful. This little bastard must have been blown to smithereens. Pei Ling suddenly appeared behind him. You must have underestimated me too much, haven't you? Miao Chenggan fell back in fear. Don't kill me. My elder brother is an inner sect disciple. Pei Ling's eyes were bloodshot. He breathed heavily. You're a bastard. He brought down his blade. You really think you're so noble? Pei Ling panted. Phew, he staggered, trying to resist. and finally dealt with him. The system reappeared. One-click save, no worries about ascension. Detected that the host has not yet rated this cultivation session. Please give a 5-star rating if satisfied. His eyes flashed with anger, only pressing 1 star. You still have the nerve to ask for a good rating. Pei Ling was constantly worried. According to the sect rules, killing an outer sect disciple is punishable by 10,000 to 30,000 spirit stones. These 3 guys have unusual backgrounds. I'll probably be fined the maximum amount of 90,000. Pei Ling ran around checking each person. However, the origins of these 3 people are not ordinary. They must have a lot of good stuff on them. Maybe he can earn enough money to pay the fine. All he got were a few yuan pills, storage bags that he couldn't open, and the remaining items were basically worthless. Pei Ling couldn't stand it. Aren't you guys very well connected? Why don't you even have anything valuable? He sat cross-legged on the floor, exhausted. Well, I've already killed them anyway. Their blood essence can't be wasted. Let's continue cultivating. He reached out and touched the system screen, clicking to cultivate. Time, wisdom, and skill. Detected that the host lacks the blood essence of a qi refining cultivator. The system will give you 2 qi refining cultivators for free. Pei Ling was stunned. Where did these 2 come from? He looked at the blazing red blade beside him. It was constantly sucking the blazing red blood essence from the bodies outside. Now he realized they were faking death. People from the Chongming sect. What a performance. Those guys went from being full-bodied to having a hollow face, no different from dried corpses. The cyan blade in his hand was radiating more and more red light. System report. The free qi refining cultivators have been delivered. The system will continue to help you cultivate. With a wave of his hand, the cyan blade suddenly felt strangely light. So light. Pei Ling took a run-up, the blade emitting a powerful spiritual energy. Bloodshed blade technique. With one swing, he chopped down all the large trees around. Dude was sweating with excitement. The bloodshed saber art is seriously OP. One strike, and it cleaved Mount Fangbi in half. From afar, someone was sneakily watching. Heh, didn't expect this kid to master it so quickly. Yu Liu chuckled. No wonder the master thinks so highly of him. He sat down to rest. One of his sleeves was torn off and tossed aside. This cultivation session is complete. Thanks to the host for utilizing the system's wisdom and functions, the bloodshed saber art is fully mastered. Pei Ling tapped the screen. Not a bad review this time, giving you 3 stars. Then he got a bit bummed. But after auto-cultivating for so long, the aftermath is self-cremation. But with those 3 corpses, that's 3 10k spirit stones EHCH. So that's 90k spirit stones total. Where am I supposed to get that kind of money? Pei Ling grabbed the loot bag he had just collected. Welp. Then quickly bolted. If I don't have the money, then I'm out. Bet outta here. His foot suddenly froze. But then, standing in a vast space with only cliffs below, Pei Ling wondered. Where should I go after leaving the Chongming sect? Pei Ling stood in the middle of a locust tree-filled courtyard. I wonder if this is the right way. Pei Hongnian didn't explain it clearly, recalling the time he had to shovel every bit of dirt. I took all of their stuff. I hope the law enforcement hall people won't track me down too quickly. After walking for a while, he finally saw it, found it. Hopefully Pei Hongnian can help. He opened the door and stepped inside. Clan brother Pei Hongnian was engrossed in a picture. Lan Shimei. HHMMM. Pei Ling froze. This guy is such a simp now. Oh well, business first. He waved his hand and called out, Clan brother, it's me, I need to talk to you. Pei Hongnian raised his hand to stop him. Pei Ling. Don't come over here. Lan Shimei doesn't want me to interact with you. What if she sees us? Pei Ling quickly stepped forward. Sorry, senior brother. I was wrong the other day. I shouldn't have made our future clan sis-in-law angry. Pei Hongnian was embarrassed. Clan sis-in-law, Pei Ling was flustered. But I just joined the holy sect, and I'm completely broke. How about senior brother tell me how to leave the sect, so I can go out and get some stuff that clan sis-in-law likes. Tears streamed down his cheeks. Clan brother, you've grown up. You understand things now, he said. But from Huayin Peak to the sect gates is thousands of miles away. You can't get out in this lifetime by walking. If you want to leave the sect, go to the Shiyun Monastery and borrow 10 spirit stones. Pei Ling's eyes shone like stars. 10 spirit stones. Can clan brother lend me some? Pei Hongnian glanced aside. My spirit stones are all spent on Lan Shimei. I don't have any to lend you. If you want to earn spirit stones, go to the Miscellaneous Affairs office behind the Law Enforcement Hall to take on a task. Don't come looking for me again. Pei Ling wondered, does the Miscellaneous Affairs office happen to have anything about forming a Yundi branch? Miscellaneous Affairs office? That guy was trying hard to beg. Senior sister, give your senior brother a discount for one night. I really don't have any spirit stones left. Pei Ling stepped forward to see what tasks there were. He began unlocking tasks, with 3 tasks appearing before his eyes. Task: Find spirit herb, ghost face grass. Deadline 3 months. Reward 5 low-grade spirit stones. Requirements: none. Task: care for rouge beasts. Deadline 1 month. Reward: anything the rouge beast excretes can be taken. Requirements: none. Task: go to the beast taming peak to deliver a message. Deadline 1 month. Reward 3 low-grade spirit stones. Requirements: must have amount.
He didn't expect the reward for caring for a spirit beast to be its poop. What kind of weird tasks are these? How will I ever earn 90k spirit stones? He suddenly widened his eyes, realizing something. With task:
investigate the truth behind the Han Shi Manor's death. Deadline of 1 month. Reward of 800 low-grade spirit stones. Requirement: cultivation at the 6th level of Qi training or higher. That mission: 800 low-grade spirit stones, 6th level of Qi training. He squeezed his eyes shut, thinking. The missions that allow me to leave the sect all require the 6th level of Qi training or higher. But I can't reach that level in a short amount of time.
Pei Ling glanced around with a devious look. But who said I necessarily have to complete a mission to accumulate spirit stones?
Look at the people here, find a team to sneak in with, and leaving the Yinjian sect isn't a problem then, is it? He started asking to join teams everywhere. Senior brother, take a look at this little brother, shaking his head. Our team only accepts people at the 6th level of Qi training. The team on this side also didn't agree. Sorry, your cultivation isn't high enough. Even this team was dismissive. A 4th level of Qi training joining our team is just asking for death. Pei Ling cried sadly, sobbing. Hidmik, why isn't there a team that will take me? Does everyone look down on the 4th level of Qi training? A hand was placed on his shoulder from behind. Little junior brother, are you looking for a team? He glanced over. Someone needs me. It was a chubby auntie. Little junior brother, your cultivation is a bit low, but senior sister won't abandon you. Pei Ling was stunned. After looking back, he quickly ran away in fear. The other person kept chasing after him. Don't run, junior brother. Senior sister will love you, Pei Ling exclaimed. Sorry, senior sister. Junior brother's cultivation is too low. I'm not worthy of joining your team. Zhao Yan gloated. Senior sister, didn't I tell you Pei Ling is looking for a team at the task hall? Only at the 4th level of Qi training, and he dares to accept missions to leave the sect? Sun Ying looked annoyed. Pei Ling, you dare mess with me, then today I'll give you a hand.
Pei Ling hid behind the door, trembling non-stop. Phew, finally escaped that hag.
He breathed a sigh of relief. The Yinjian sect is truly dangerous everywhere. I almost lost my innocence. Zhao Yan asked on this side. Senior brother Chen, may I ask what kind of cultivator you want? Do you think I'm suitable? Chen Huang shook his head awkwardly. Sorry, your cultivation is too high. I only want a fellow cultivator. At the 4th level of Qi training, Pei Ling was overjoyed. 4th level of Qi training. He ran over excitedly.
This brother, I'm Pei Ling, just at the 4th level of Qi training. Chen Huang replied gently.
Okay, but we have to set off now. Do you need to prepare anything? He cheerfully didn't think about it at all. No need, let's go now. I don't want to stay in this Yinyan sect for even a second.
Chen Huang was outwardly kind. Okay, let's set off now. But inside he was a sinister person. This idiot, he fell into the trap so quickly. When Pei Ling was chased by that chubby auntie, he had already seen him. Pei Ling, Sun Ying spoke up. Very good. That Pei Ling's talent is equivalent to Pei Hongnian's. Using him as a blood sacrifice for senior brother is too perfect. At that time he was still wondering, isn't this Pei Ling brought into the outer sect by Zhao Jingshan, the mountain master of the inner sect? It's not beneficial to mess with him, Su Ying sneered. Mess with him. Even Pei Hongnian is just a dog in Zhao Jingshan's eyes. If Zhao Jingshan really valued Pei Ling, why would he let him look for a team alone here? She clung to Chen Huang's arm coquettishly. Senior brother Chen, your soul-calling banner only lacks one last ingredient, which is a blood sacrifice. Sun Ying constantly invited. If you miss such a good opportunity, there won't be another one. He looked at Pei Ling and thought, the sect's fine is too high. After I bring this kid out, I will make a move on him. Pouring out all my painstaking efforts over the years, my soul-calling banner can finally be completed. A moment later, under the clear blue sky, on a layer of white clouds, there were a few figures sitting on it. Pei Ling happily sat in a corner on the cloud. This white cloud is more comfortable than Pei Honglian's paper boat. The air of freedom. Chen Huang patted his shoulder. Junior brother Pei, let me introduce everyone to you. He introduced himself. My name is Chen Huang, 6th level of Qi training. This is my younger sister Chen Mi, who refuses to be outdone, 4th level of Qi training. He continued to introduce the 3 people next to him. Then the 3 are Huang Xian, Xiangzhong, and Xianxiao, all at the 5th level of Qi training. We've known each other for many years and are all people who trust each other. Pei Ling bowed respectfully. Nice to meet you all. I'm Pei Ling, 4th level of Qi training. Chen Huang smiled awkwardly. Not gonna lie,
The reason I hired a Qi refining stage 4 cultivator was to give my little sister some experience. But the holy sect's entrance fees are too damn high. I took this mission to cover the costs.
Pei Ling snickered inwardly. Senior brother Chen, rest assured, I'll definitely protect senior sister Chen and your sister during their training. I ain't got time for that. When the time comes, he can make an excuse to run. My stomach's acting up, gotta take care of business. You guys go ahead, I'll find a chance to ditch the group at the destination and act alone, then disguise myself and hide somewhere the Chongming sect can't find me. Thinking about being able to roam freely. The sea will be wide for fish to leap, the sky high for birds to fly. Who's going to control me then? Why does this scenario feel so familiar? From above, he glanced down below. Senior brother Chen, are we heading southeast? Is the Holy Sect's mountain gate located in the southeast? Chen Huang replied coldly. Junior brother Pei, you're new to the Holy Sect, so you don't know. The entire Holy Sect is under a formation of the Buddha. As long as you have the Ming token, you can pass through. You can leave the Holy Sect from anywhere, it's just that the southeast is a little closer to our destination. He clutched the Ming token in his hand. So this Ming token is useless. After leaving the Holy Sect, Xianxia chimed in from behind. Once you leave the Holy Sect, this Ming token is the only thing that can prove your identity.
Xian explained. It also has the function of locating your position. You can call for help from the sect when in danger. Pei Ling was shocked. This crappy Ming token can even locate me. Then I have to throw it away on the way.
He scratched his head, quickly changing the subject. Oh right, yesterday I flipped through the sect rules and realized that it seems like everything can be solved with spirit stones. For example, if someone owes spirit stones and decides to ditch the Ming token and run away from the Holy Sect, wouldn't the Holy Sect suffer a loss?
Xiao Diota said that was impossible. He was stunned. Huh, I want to hear the details.
She raised her hand to explain. Before, there was a disciple who owed 100 spirit stones, was getting old, and had exhausted his potential. He wanted to use a mission to run away.
She asked him. Guess what the result was? Pei Ling still wanted to know. What happened? Xiao Diota continued. The Holy Sect directly sent 3 great realm cultivators to hunt him down. It took 20 years to track down his whereabouts, and then his entire newly established family was bathed in blood.
Pei Ling's mouth dropped open in fear. Just for 100 spirit stones, they chased him for 20 years.
I'm screwed, there's no way to escape this time.
Pei Ling, Chen Huang, Chen Mi, Huang Xian, and Zhang Zhongqin were gathered on a cloud. Discussing the matter, Pei Ling spoke up. Haha, that guy really has guts as big as the heavens, daring to stiff the Holy Sect. He scratched his head awkwardly, thinking to himself, if I can't ditch, then I can only honestly do the mission. Then he put on a fake smile and asked Chen Huang, "Oh right, senior brother Chen, what's the mission this time?"
Chen Mi eagerly clasped her hands to her cheek and said with a smile, "We took on 3 missions, 2 of which are for you and Misher to get some experience, both near Luoshan City. Our main mission is to hunt down a 6th level Enlightenment stage demon beast." Chen Huang stood beside her, extending his hand with a smile and saying, "Junior brother Pei, please help us out a lot when the time comes." Imagining the 6th level of the demon beast is equal to the 6th level of Chen Huang, Pei Ling stroked his chin, thinking, Enlightenment stage demon beasts have intelligence, and the strength of a 6th level Enlightenment stage demon beast is basically equal to the 6th level of Qi. Refining, this trip might make me some money.
Thinking this, he clasped his hands together in thanks to Chen Huang and said happily, "Oh right, senior brother Chen, how many spirit stones can we roughly earn from this trip?"
Chen Huang held up 2 fingers and said, "The 3 missions combined can roughly earn 100 spirit stones. As long as you seriously cooperate, junior brother Pei, you can be allocated 2 spirit stones from this trip." Hearing this, Pei Ling's mouth dropped open in shock. He couldn't believe his ears, he exclaimed.
2 spirit stones. This amount is a lot less, compared to the 900,000 spirit stones weighing down on him, making him cry in his heart. He thought this was too little. When will he ever earn enough 900,000? He had to swallow his tears, clasping his hands together and bowing to accept the mission. "Haka, 2 spirit stones are enough for me, thank you, senior brother Chen." Chen Huang also happily replied, "Junior brother Pei, we are fellow disciples, no need to be so polite." Chen Huang looked at his expression and chuckled. Such a stingy kid. 20 spirit stones scared him like this.
Chen Mi said to Pei Ling with a cold expression. 20 spirit stones is not a small amount, but if you have the talent for forging weapons, refining pills, and crafting talismans, you can earn more spirit stones. Your clan brother Pei Hongnian didn't have enough talent, but he almost got accepted as a disciple by Talisman Peak's lecturer. It's just a pity that Sun Yinglan delayed him. Pei Hongnian turned into a dog wagging its tail, clinging and hugging a woman's hand, causing Talisman Peak's lecturer behind him to impatiently tap his cane on the brick floor. Hearing the story, Pei Ling suddenly felt excited. Oh, there's a way to earn spirit stones.
He pretended to be innocent and gently asked, Chen Mi, how did that clan brother of mine get noticed by the Talisman Peaks lecturer back then? Chen Mi replied, ordinary cultivators without talent will have difficulty making a talisman in their entire life, she calmly continued. But after Pei Hongnian joined the holy sect, it only took him 2 years to make a standard 6-headed spirit talisman. It can be said that he has a rare talent.
Hearing this, Pei Ling slumped down in frustration. A rare talent, and it still takes 2 years. The deadline for paying the fine is 3 months. In 2 years my bones will be clean. The two were standing when a voice spoke. Attracting their attention, Zhang Zhongqin interjected from afar.
Senior brother Pei, your and senior sister Chen's mission is to deliver a letter to the city lord of Luoshan City and eliminate the flower demons outside the city, he calmly continued.
You can spar with me a few moves, so we can know if you have enough ability to protect senior sister Chen. Pei Ling frowned and seriously thought. Wants to spar with me? Looks like they are probing my strength. Just in time for me to see what level this team is at. He clasped his hands and bowed, accepting Zhang Zhongqin's offer in front of the 2 Chen brothers.
If senior brother Zhang wishes it, this junior brother will follow immediately. He clenched his fist and rushed towards him, yelling, apologies, senior brother Zhang. He channeled his strength into his fist, swinging forward. Hiya! Zhang Zhongqin arrogantly watched Pei Ling's fist, thinking contemptuously,
a punch with no variety at all. I'll just take it head on and broaden your horizons. But receiving the punch suddenly changed his expression. He furrowed his brow, lips pressed tightly, thinking, this strength, what's this kid's background? The power of the punch pushed him back a considerable distance. He then frantically launched a counterattack. Pei Ling thought he had to use his full strength. The punches rained down on him. Pei Ling crossed his arms to defend.
Pei Ling struggled to withstand the blows, thinking, he's too strong. If Miao Chang'an had this kind of strength, I probably wouldn't have survived.
Zhang Zhongqin focused his strength into his arm, preparing to attack. He unleashed a powerful punch towards Pei Ling. Hiya! Energy swirled around Pei Ling, who struggled to brace himself. Pei Ling stood up with difficulty.
Zhang Zhongqin calmly looked at him. Chen clapped his hands together,
breaking the tense atmosphere. Let's stop here, Pei Ling bowed. Thank you for the guidance, senior brother, Zhang Zhongqin also politely replied. You're too kind, junior brother.
Huang Xian, resting his chin on his hand, mused. Junior brother Pei, from the moves just now I could tell you use a blade. Why did you hide your blade and not use it? Pei Ling smiled faintly. It was just a spar. Senior brother Zhang didn't use any weapons either, so I couldn't use mine. He worried if those 3 had bad intentions towards his weapon. I can't reveal it. I don't want to be targeted for a sneak attack.
Chen Huang glanced at Zhang Zhongqin. The two used sound transmission to communicate. Chen Huang asked. How was it? Zhang Zhongqin, clutching his stomach, replied. That kid's physique is a bit strange. His strength is much greater than normal Shi refinement stage 4 cultivators. I wasn't prepared enough just now and almost lost face.
The two turned their gaze towards Pei Ling, who was sitting cross-legged with a nonchalant expression. Zhang Zhongqin transmitted to Chen Huang. Congratulations, senior brother Chen. It seems this Pei Ling is a good blood sacrifice material.
Chen Huang replied with a smug look. If we can refine the soul-calling fan successfully, next month we can take on higher-level missions, and maybe even get a ticket to the Intersect's Trampling Terrace. When that time comes, I'll have to trouble you to take action.
Xiao Data, her cheeks flushed, stood with her back to Pei Ling, replying to Chen Huang. To be able to work for senior brother Chen, Data will naturally do her best. Pei Ling noticed the unusual signs. He frowned slightly, pondering. Why are these people suddenly so cheerful? Chen Mi suddenly walked towards Pei Ling, holding a small bottle, happily saying to Pei Ling, Junior brother Pei, were you injured just now? Here are some qi and blood pills, take them. His eyes lit up, delighted. Thank you, senior sister. He thought to himself. This, I love. Pei Ling sat in front, holding the bottle of qi and blood pills, smiling. Behind him were the group of people with less than good intentions, casting calculating glances at him. The towering Luo Mountain loomed, hidden deep within the mountains, with a small stream and rocky peaks surrounding it. In the side hall inside the city lord's mansion, Pei Ling's group had settled into their seats, listening to the city lord's steward's announcement. The lord is still busy with official duties, and will be able to meet you later. Esteemed guests, please wait a moment, Chen Huang, sitting in the opposite seat, replied. We can wait here, sorry for the trouble, steward. Pei Ling picked up his teacup, opened the lid, and blew on it to cool it down, he thought. After sitting on the clouds for several days, we've finally arrived at Luo Mountain City. Taking a sip of tea, he seemed to see something. The potted plant in front of him caught his eye, and unable to resist, he reached out towards it and exclaimed, Wow! The spiritual energy here is really dense. Chen Mi, sitting in the seat next to him, gently explained. City Lord Duanmu is a formation cultivator. He set up a spirit gathering formation in the City Lord's mansion. It can also be considered a simplified version of the Great Spirit Gathering Formation on the summit of Huayin Peak.
It can nourish the meridians and bones, which is beneficial for cultivation.
On the other side, Chen Huang, holding his teacup, sternly reminded.
In addition, City Lord Duanmu is also a Foundation Establishment Stage Senior Wing. When we meet him later, don't be impolite. Pei Ling looked at him, puzzled, and replied, "Thank you for the reminder, senior brother." He also didn't forget to extract information from Chen Huang's words. Foundation Establishment Stage. A man with a full mustache spoke,
breaking the tense atmosphere in the room. "Nephew Chen, long time no see, still the same as ever, unchanged, huh?" The city lord of Luo Mountain City, Duanmu Tan, appeared in an eye-catching red robe, with a dignified bearing. Instantly, all three people in the room stood up to greet him. Chen Huang stood in front, speaking. "Greetings, City Lord Duanmu. Long time no see. The City Lord's bearing is as majestic as ever."
City Lord Mu laughed heartily. "I'm already old, not as young as that. Nephews are too numerous to count."
Chen Huang took out a letter, handing it to the City Lord, saying, "City Lord, you are too kind. This is a letter that the young City Lord sent to you." He accepted the letter, softly saying, "My son is still in the sect. I hope you will all take care of him."
He clasped one hand behind his back, cheerfully asking, "This time, does nephew have any other tasks? If they are near Luo Mountain City, this old man may be able to help you all proceed more smoothly." Chen Huang bowed respectfully, replying to him, "This trip has two other tasks. One is the flower demon in the outer city, and the other is the purple-eyed eagle in Luo Mountain."
City Lord Mu suddenly closed his eyes, pondering. Perhaps nephew has already made preparations. The flower demon in the outer city and the purple-eyed eagle may not be a problem, but... Chen Huang listened attentively. "I still hope the City Lord will give us guidance." City Lord Mu recounted a species of spider that was multiplying. They have 4 eyes, and there are also human face patterns on their bodies, looking very grotesque. Recently, a human face spider in the foundation stage has crawled out of Luo Mountain to lay eggs, and has chosen the area next to the purple-eyed eagle's territory. Chen Huang was frantically calculating. If these human face spiders act nearby, wouldn't it delay my blood sacrifice? Pei Ling was even more anxious. He thought of his meager spirit stones. If I don't complete the task, won't I lose out on even 20 spirit stones? Thinking this, both of them were dejected, and felt all their strength leave them. At this moment, the Mu City Lord took out a scroll from his sleeve. He reassured them, "Esteemed guests, no need to panic. 20 years ago, due to an incurable ailment, I couldn't go all out to eliminate them completely. But I secretly investigated the situation and range of activity of this demonic beast. It will just be troublesome for you all." Receiving the scroll, Chen Huang's face clearly showed delight. He bowed as he received the scroll and replied, "Many thanks for the City Lord's help." Chen Huang glanced at the scroll in his hand, his face full of calculations. "As long as I can eliminate the human face spiders, the blood sacrifice won't be a problem." From behind, Pei Ling also stared intently at the scroll in his hand. "This time, I must refine the soul-calling banner." Night fell, and the bright moon hung high in the sky. The guest courtyard of the City Lord's mansion was peaceful. Pei Ling sat on the couch, caressing his sword, thinking to himself, 90,000 spirit stones, relying solely on completing tasks won't be enough. I still need to think of other ways. Should I really sell the curse-eradicating saber? But if I do, Zheng Jingshan won't let me off. A stream of black gas seeped into the room, quickly surrounding Pei Ling. He stopped, observing the situation. This aura. Something's not right. He quickly flung open the front door and shouted, "Senior Brother Chen! Senior Brother Huang! Something's happened!" At this time, the black smoke had already filled the doorway. As if discovering something, his eyes narrowed. The streams of smoke targeted him, rushing in from all sides. He stood before the door, stunned. "This is..." Pei Ling frantically turned around, searching and shouting for everyone. "Senior Brother Zhang, Senior Sister Zhao, everyone wake up. This City Lord's mansion is very strange." From within the dense black smoke a strange head emerged, looking towards him. A skull with a thin body, clothes in tatters. It pounced, raising its hands and rushing forward. Amidst the thick black smoke, Pei Ling frantically raised his sword to block. His face was pale, his mouth agape. He wondered, what's going on? How has the guest courtyard of the City Lord's mansion become so bizarre? The black smoke gradually dissipated, but instead, several skull figures appeared, approaching him. While dealing with the figure attacking him, he wondered about the others he came with. Where did Chen Huang and the others go? Suddenly, from behind, a figure pounced and bit his shoulder, causing him to cry out in pain. His eyes filled with fear, he glanced behind him, and suddenly a thought flashed in his mind. Could it be the City Lord wants to harm me? No, a Foundation establishment cultivator like him could just directly attack me? Could it be her? He stood in the middle, ignoring the pain, and shouted loudly, "I've already mastered the bloodshed saber technique. I still hope Miss Wulu will show herself. Suddenly, pink smoke and butterflies emitting a brilliant pink light appeared around the figures. The pink smoke surrounded Pei Ling, slowly dissolving the bodies of those figures. Much to his surprise,
a voice rang out. Young Master Pei. The pink smoke gradually gathered into the shape of a girl behind Pei Ling.
She approached and leaned close to Pei Ling, whispering,
"Why did you run here?"
He involuntarily glanced in that direction, his eyes filled with fear, his cheeks flushed. Wu Liu hugged him tightly from behind, and said lazily, "You made people chase after you so laboriously." Pei Ling looked back in a panic.
The moment he stepped out the door, Pei Ling was extremely surprised to see Wu Liu appear right in front of him. "Miss Wu Liu, you've misunderstood, I'm just short on spirit stones, so I went out to do a mission." But in his heart he thought, WTF? Is this ghost following me around?
She gently touched her slender finger to his face, which was pale with fear. "You're short on the penalty money for killing those 3 Miao Chengan people, right?" Hearing this, he thought to himself, "Great, she really is watching me."
He laughed awkwardly. "Miss Wu Liu is truly all-knowing and all-powerful, you even know that. How interesting, to actually use the blood of those 3 people to refine external kill, no wonder you mastered the bloodshed saber technique so quickly." Suddenly, his eyes were a little stunned. External kill. Why am I relying on the system to cultivate everything, completely ignorant of the contents of the cultivation method?
Wu Liu moved closer to his face.
But even if it's killing people to refine kill, the bloodshed saber technique can't be mastered in just 10 short days. Immediately afterwards, she immediately reached out and grabbed his neck. "So, what secrets do you have after all?"
She moved closer again, her voice extremely soft.
"Let me dissect you and see. Just take a look, okay?"
Pei Ling's neck was tightly gripped by her, and he couldn't breathe at all. He thought to himself, "This ghost isn't going to do it for real, is she? It seems I really have to risk it all." Suddenly, from above, several chains shot down around, emitting a strange light. The chains quickly pulled her back and bound her tightly. Behind her was a spirit ghost, its eyes full of anger as it looked at Wu Liu. Catching his breath after being freed from the chokehold, he glanced at her, and couldn't help but wonder. Seriously, does this entire Yin Fiend sect not have a single normal person? Chains digging into her neck, she squeaked out, "No, master, I was wrong, so wrong, I won't touch him, ever again." With a final shatter, the chains broke apart, finally freeing her. Seeing her clutch her frail body, Pei Ling rushed over, concerned. "Are you all right?" Her mood instantly brightened. "Oh, young Master Pei, hurry and do something to piss off master. That way I can deal with you as I please." Pei Ling nodded vigorously. "Yeah, right." As if she floated happily in the air. "That's right, young Master Pei. Although external slaughter can speed up your saber technique, it's suppressed by internal slaughter. Do you know the consequences?" Pei Ling hesitated slightly. "Is it 9 million? Her eyes turned a bloodthirsty red. "It means you can only rely on killing to cultivate, until you eventually become completely and utterly demonized." Pei Ling pondered. "But I haven't even." "Cutting him off," she chirped. "Young Master Pei, no need to worry too much. Yu Liu will help you." Hearing she would help, Pei Ling excitedly grabbed her hand and exclaimed, "Really? Then please teach me how to quickly earn 9 million spirit stones." She instantly looked awkward. Spirit stones. Why don't you want to know how to use internal slaughter to suppress external slaughter? Pei Ling clasped his hands together, begging, "Miss Yu Liu, I'm only interested in spirit stones." He fantasized internally. "I'm gonna be rich. And with the system helping me cultivate, what's there to be afraid of? 9 million spirit stones is the real prize." She tilted her head, her eyes fluttering shut. "You want spirit stones?" Pei Ling's eyes lit up. She giggled. "With young Master Pei's amazing strength, you could just go straight for master. Wouldn't that do the trick?" Hearing this, he knew he was out of luck. Disappointed, he thought, "I'll have to figure it out myself." At this moment, the Pei Ling vegetables pamphlet spread far and wide. This kind of meal that could cost him his life is better left uneaten. Then Yu Liu turned and casually waved her hand behind her as she left. "All right then, young Master Pei, figure it out yourself," she thought secretly. As expected, there is still no easy way to spare him. Pei Ling accepted a book, staring intently at it with a blank expression. Suddenly, a few dings rang out on the system screen, displaying a message. "Strange escape route detected. System is collecting it for you." He felt a bit anxious. He recalled Yu Liu's earlier words, "This is the blood escape technique that Master gave you to master within these 8 days. If you don't die." Recalling her every word, he felt helpless, sighing deeply, his face growing old with worry. She finally left, but even the city lord in the Foundation establishment stage didn't realize a mere soul servant had infiltrated. Just how terrifying is Xianxia anyway? He looked at the book in his hand again, thinking to himself, "Looks like I have no choice but to cultivate this technique." Soon enough, the night ended, and dawn broke, with ribbons of clouds drifting across the clear blue sky.
In the small room, Pei Ling lay sprawled on the bed, constantly pondering. 8 days is even shorter than last time, he sighed. I wonder what kind of trouble the system will bring this time with cultivation.
Suddenly, there was a knock on the door. Pei Ling looked towards the door in surprise before speaking up.
Coming. He walked over and opened the door, revealing Chen Mi standing gracefully before him. He was a little surprised. Senior Sister Chen. What? She gently extended her slender hand. But strangely enough, there was a red paper doll in her palm. She spoke in a soft voice. Junior brother Pei, my elder brother's side, needs some preparations before setting out, so we'll rest today to reorganize.
She held his rough hand in hers, her face so pitiful that anyone would feel a pang of sympathy. I wonder, do you have any plans? Seeing her acting so strangely, Pei Ling was startled. His face flushed red as he stared at her before smiling slightly. Senior sister, I have been on the road for a few days in a row, and am a little tired. I plan to rest in the room. I was planning to go out and see if I could earn some more spirit stones, but it's a bit inconvenient if she follows, so I'll sneak out a little later. Her expression was a bit reluctant, but for some unknown reason. Really, that's a pity. Then she quickly ran off, waving goodbye with a smile. Then you rest well, I'll go help my elder brother. He just nodded and watched her leave, a little confused. Hearing that I was resting in the room, why is she so happy? He raised his hand and stroked his chin, constantly wondering. Chen Huang and the others are nowhere to be seen either. I just feel like something is wrong. Forget it. It's still more important to sneak out to the market to earn some spirit stones right now. A strange circle kept emitting purple spiritual energy. Xiao Tata stared intently at the circle, her eyes thoughtful, as if pondering something. Then she turned her head slightly behind her. That's right. The yang energy here is very strong, suitable for arranging the subsidiary soul-devouring formation based on the main formation. Zhang Zhongqin looked at her and said,
arranging the subsidiary formation is possible, but the cinnabar and talismans we brought aren't enough to arrange the main formation.
Behind them, Chen Huang added, the subsidiary and main formations of the soul-devouring formation complement each other. The subsidiary formation is responsible for separating the soul, while the main formation is used to refine the soul-summoning banner. One is indispensable.
Huang Xian closed his eyes, his face a little impatient. If we can quickly find a suitable spot to set up the formation, we won't waste these materials. From behind, Chen Mi stepped forward. This is everyone's first time here. How would Senior Sister Xiao know where is suitable to set up the formation? It won't be too late to arrange it. After tomorrow's transfer ritual, Huang Xian was a little surprised. Junior Sister Chen, why are you back? Is it okay to leave Xiaozi alone in the city?
She looked at him coldly, her eyes somewhat sharp. Rest assured, I've already applied 1,000-mile fragrance on Pei Ling. He definitely won't escape my surveillance.
Scene change. At the foot of Dusk Mountain, as dusk gradually descended, a man took out a book. This young master, I can see the aura of an immortal about you. You must be a cultivator, right? I have an ancestral cultivation technique. Would you like to take a look? Pei Ling shook his head repeatedly. No need, thank you. His eyes were full of disdain, he thought to himself. I've been out for a day and still haven't found a way to make money, and the scammers on this street are taking turns trying to sell me stuff. That man kept following Pei Ling. Just take a look, young master. It doesn't cost anything to look. If you don't think there are enough pages, I have plenty more. To add to my troubles, I run into a chatterbox. Pei Ling's anger surged. In the palm of his hand a small bone chip with flames raging around it.
Then can I take a look at this?
His face was full of fear as he screamed, Chongming sect. Then he bent his knees and ran away. I'm sorry. Sorry to bother you. Pei Ling watched him leave, thinking to himself, the Netherworld sect's name is really useful. Suddenly his eyes sharpened, looking in one direction. So what he saw was Zhang Zhongqin and Chen Mi walking together towards a corner of the street. Chen Mi and Zhang Zhongqin. Is this too much of a coincidence? They walked to the front of a room. Chen I pointed towards the room. Senior brother Zhang, there's a immortal shop here. Let's go in and replenish the materials for the formation, Zhongqin said coldly. Senior Sister Chen, they are still setting up the formation. Splitting up can save time. Pei Ling was eavesdropping behind the door, he thought to himself. Setting up a formation, does it take so much effort to deal with a level 6 eye zombie? Just as he was pondering, a man suddenly appeared. This young master has a keen eye. This precious cloth can prevent spiritual energy from leaking out. How about I sell it to you cheap? He was stunned. Why now of all times?
Pei Ling bent his knees and ran away quickly, only having time to toss a bag of pills behind him. Take these pills, the man shouted after him. Thank you, young master. The commotion of the two people caught Zhongqin's attention, who suddenly turned around and looked in Pei Ling's direction. This made Chen Mi confused. What's wrong, senior brother Chen?
Zhongqin took a few steps forward, his face a little worried. I thought I just saw Pei Ling. Release your spirit bee. She immediately agreed. Okay, she immediately released the spirit bee. A large ant shot out and flew forward. Watching the direction it flew, she was a little worried. Isn't that the direction of the city lord's mansion? Zhongqin shouted.
Chase after him. On this side, Pei Ling ran to a small alley. He supported his hands on his knees, panting. After running non-stop, he worried to himself.
I ran so fast, they probably won't notice me. It's really awkward. I clearly told Chen Mi that I would be resting in the room. It will be difficult to explain if I'm caught.
Suddenly a foot stepped forward. A voice rang out. Pei Ling instantly startled him, making him stand up straight.
He turned around, smiling awkwardly. It's senior sister Chen, what a coincidence. You're here too, Chen M. I was a little angry. It really is you. Didn't you say you wanted to rest in another courtyard today? Why? Why are you here?
The two of them gradually cornered him against the wall. You dare lie to me, he waved his hands, denying it non-stop.
Senior sister is mistaken.
Suddenly Zhongqin placed a heavy hand on his shoulder. Mistaken? Then how does junior brother explain why you were sneaking around the store just now?
His eyes became full of anger, his hand gradually squeezing harder on his shoulder. Why did you want to run when you saw your senior brother? Or did you hear something you shouldn't have?
The atmosphere became silent.
Zhongqin's rough hands remained on his shoulders.
Pei Ling could only manage a forced smile, gently brushing off his hand.
Zhang Xixiang is mistaken. I was just lying in bed feeling restless, so I took a stroll. I thought that Xixiang and Shiji were also resting, so I didn't say anything, he thought to himself. Their reaction is like this. Looks like they're plotting something. Something they can't let anyone else know about.
Zhang Zhongqin glanced subtly at Chen Mi, as if signaling,
this kid is sneaking around, he might have overheard something. We can't keep him alive.
Chen Mi quickly caught the signal. No way! The soul-devouring maternal child array starts tomorrow. We can't ruin our grand plan. We should take him back first and keep a close watch on him.
Immediately, Chen Mi became a different person. She rushed over and grabbed Pei Ling's arm.
Her face was a little distressed, and her eyes were brimming with tears. You're so reckless. You're not familiar with the terrain and life here. What would happen if something happened to you? Pei Ling immediately recognized her intentions, he thought. They sure changed their tune fast.
Zhongqin's face was cold. Chen Shimei is right. You should tell us where you're going beforehand, so we can coordinate better.
Pei Ling apologized awkwardly.
It's my fault for not thinking things through. Chen Mi shook her head gently. If there's a next time, I won't bother with you anymore.
They left together.
Pei Ling looked bewildered, as the two of them seemed to be escorting him away. Alright, let's take you back to the city lord's mansion. He couldn't help but be confused. Back now. Aren't you guys going to the store to buy materials to set up the array?
Zhongqin's expression darkened. I'll tell Chen Xixiang to go buy them. Getting you back is more important. Right now, let's go, Pei Shidi. You have a mission in the mountains tomorrow. You need to rest well to succeed.
Night fell, and darkness enveloped Pei Ling's courtyard.
He sprawled out on the bed, his eyes blankly staring at the ceiling.
He thought to himself, there's definitely something fishy going on. Buying materials to set up the array is important, but they rushed me back here.
He recalled the image of himself being forcibly brought back home, and how overly enthusiastic they were on the way back, as if they were afraid he would run away.
Suddenly, his eyes widened, as if he had discovered something. Could it be? He realized they were plotting against him. He imagined the scenario. They're scheming against me. Their target is me.
Suddenly, he heard a voice from outside. Chen Xixiang, you guys are back. He immediately jumped up.
At this moment, Zhongqin was talking to a group of people. They didn't forget to buy the materials for the array, did they? Chen Huang immediately replied, everything is ready. There will definitely be no problems tomorrow. Suddenly, Chen Huang's gaze swept towards Pei Ling's room, as if he had discovered something. His gaze was so sharp that anyone who looked at it would feel a chill. Then he said loudly, intending for Pei Ling to know that he had been discovered, Pei Shidi, get some rest early. Pei Ling tried to huddle into the corner of the room, his face full of fear. He thought, they're on to me.
Outside, Zhongqin and Chen Huang were discussing Pei Ling's situation. What's going on? Pei Ling seems a little wary. Zhongqin didn't hide anything. That kid left the city lord's mansion earlier. He might have noticed something. Chen Huang glanced down at the ground. It's okay, we'll take turns watching him tonight. Don't give him a chance to escape.
Then he glanced at Xiao Daza, and then slowly said, I've already told Xiao Shimei to set up a maze array outside the formation. Tomorrow, there will definitely be no problems.
Zhang Zhongqin's expression changed slightly when he heard this. Xiao Shimei's maze array, I know about it. It took me 3 days to get out of it. Huang Xian on the side also added a few words. When the time comes, as long as we lure that kid into the array, even if he's more capable, it will be difficult for him to escape. Soon, the night passed, and the sky turned bright. At this time, in the Loa mountain forest, they walked deep into the forest together.
Pei Ling walked in the middle, as if they were guarding him. He glanced around and immediately realized the problem. Someone was watching my room all night, making it impossible for me to escape. It seems their target is really me, but why me?
Pei Ling saw the tense atmosphere,
immediately smiled lightly, and then said, but the smile was not very natural. Chen Xixiong. Are we looking for that flower demon, he thought? We've been walking for so long, I'm afraid this isn't even a place where there are flower demons.
Chen Mei turned around slightly. She smiled brightly.
Just follow along, Pei Shidi. Don't be impatient, we're almost there.
Pei Ling glanced around slightly. He said to himself, 3 Qi training stage 5 cultivators, 1 Qi training stage 6 cultivator. I can't possibly deal with them on my own. I can only find a chance to slip away. Behind the bushes, countless eyes were staring at them. But no one noticed anything. Seeing that the opportunity had come, the demonic beasts began to rush out. The speed of the rush was also very fast. As if there was no sound, they bared their fangs and brandished their claws, very ferocious. With such a large number of demonic beasts rushing out, it would definitely cause great difficulty for Pei Ling's group.
But strangely, they were not surprised at all, and immediately defended, as if they had planned in advance that the demonic beasts were preparing to fight. Seeing the chaotic scene, Pei Ling was delighted that the opportunity to escape had come. He rejoiced in his heart. The opportunity has come. You guys fight it out. I'm out of here. But before he could run far, he saw a demonic beast spitting blood, and its arm was separated from its body. He was a little stunned, but still tried to run forward. Watching them gradually be killed by them, Pei Ling was a little surprised, walking and turning his head to look at the situation. No way, they're dying so fast. On this side, Chen Huang held the ear of a demonic beast and lifted it up, his face unchanged, and said, Pei Shidi, you're running in the wrong direction.
Pei Ling rubbed his hands behind his head. Chen Xixiong. I'm really sorry, I was just panicked because I encountered a demonic beast just now.
Damn it, he pursed his lips, face turning green with a chill. These damn side characters are so useless. How am I supposed to work with this? Chen Mei clung to Pei Ling's arm, her voice a bit coquettish. What if we run into some demon beasts and you get lost? What are we supposed to do? I gotta stick to you like glue. From now on, Pei Ling gritted his teeth and frowned, pretty annoyed by this clinging. Pei Ling thought, the demon beasts here are too weak, not even giving me a chance to run. He imagined Wu Liu's lustful face again, haunted. Young Master Pei, let me find out your secrets from inside your body, Pei Ling worried. That crazy bitch wants me dead. She definitely won't come save me. What am I gonna do? The forest ahead was lush green, without a soul in sight.
Zhen Huang glanced at Huang Xian, transmitting her voice silently. Ahead is the formation for the soul-devouring sub-mother formation. We'll lure Pei Ling in there, and Zhao Shimei and I will set up the mother formation, Huang Xian replied.
Got it. Pei Ling noticed the two leaving, wondering. He Zhenheng and Zhao Datai left the group. Xin Heng, with the highest cultivation, isn't here. Maybe this is an opportunity.
Pei Ling softened his voice, probing.
Shimei Chen, what did senior brother Chen and the others go do? Chen Mei cheerfully explained. They went to prepare for dealing with the purple-eyed eagle. Let's keep going. Ahead is the habitat of the flower demons.
Everyone continued forward.
A moment later, Pei Ling stopped and turned back, asking, they must be far away by now, right? Chen Mei didn't quite understand. What is it, Shidi Pei?
Suddenly, a hand grabbed her neck. Pei Ling slammed Chen Mei to the ground, saying, stop acting in front of yours truly.
Huang Xian and Zhang Zhongqin turned around at the same time and shouted, Pei Ling, what the hell do you think you're doing, you beast?
Pei Ling pulled out a dabo, with a sharp blade enveloped in raging flames.
You all know what I want to do, he said, swinging his blade to attack.
Zhang Zhongqin quickly took out his sword to block.
Clang. The sound of metal breaking. The two of them were pushed back. Zhang Zhongqin suspiciously thought this was someone from the Yama path.
You're with Zheng Jingshan, Huang Xian complained. You bastard dares to play us. Pei Ling shouted back. I treated you guys like senior brothers, but you actually want to harm me? Then don't blame me for being impolite. He charged straight forward. Huang Xian transmitted his voice. Lure him into the death formation. Zhang Zhongqin glanced over and replied, got it. Zhang Zhongqin made his move.
A row of small rocks appeared on the ground, rumbling towards Pei Ling, with an arrogant and contemptuous voice. You dare to mess with us with your 4th level cultivation.
Pei Ling smashed the row of rocks, blocking his path. He continued to run, running towards his goal. Huang Xian flew over from behind, planning a sneak attack. Pei Ling sensed it, quickly turned around and swung his blade in a single sweeping motion.
Huang Xian screamed. Ah, clang, clang. The chains rubbed against each other, wrapping around Pei Ling's body in multiple layers,
tying Pei Ling up. Taking advantage of the opportunity, Zhang Zhongqin rushed forward. "It's over, Pei Ling!" Pei Ling gritted his teeth. He was punched by Zhang Zhongqin and sent flying into the sky. Pei Ling shouted in panic.
Wah! Thump, thump, thump. After tumbling several times on the cliff face, Pei Ling's body finally stopped, his head hitting the ground, his lower half facing up to the sky, his eyes spinning as if the whole world was a mess. Pei Ling got up, limping away. Ugh, that hurts. Dealing with 2 5th-level cultivations is still a bit too much. He felt that something was wrong. Strange, where did they go? But he didn't have time to care. Screw it, getting out of here is the best option.
Where Pei Ling was standing, there was something strange on the ground.
After walking a long way through the bushes, Pei Ling suddenly realized that the formation from before was still there. No way. How did I end up back here?
Pei Ling stood still, studying the formation for a long time.
The formation was placed on a tree stump, surrounded by iron fences, with red horns forming a circle. The only conclusion he could draw was that the formation was strange. Did they want to sacrifice him to refine something? Can't stay here any longer? Pei Ling took a deep breath. He continued to run, this time even faster, with a hell yeah attitude and determination. Must get out. Gotta go fast. But carelessly, Pei Ling tripped over a rock on the ground. He fell, and rolled a few times on the ground, rolling back and forth, still rolling back to the formation. Pei Ling was in pain. Pei Ling collapsed. He groped back to the formation, leaning his head against it and crying, "I'm done for. There's no way out of this freaking place." Suddenly, Pei Ling's eyes lit up. Got it. Pei Ling resolutely jumped up. He sat down, opened the system interface, and said, "System, I want to cultivate the blood ghost escape technique right now." As soon as the command was given, Pei Ling was immediately put into a cultivation state by the system. Intelligent system and cultivation energy ready to serve you. During the cultivation period, the host will lose control of the body. Please don't panic. Pei Ling's feet touched the ground. He quickly performed leaning movements at great speed, instantly moving to another position, accompanied by the system's voice. Detected. Further cultivation of the blood ghost escape technique requires absorbing blood essences. The system will give you a free high-grade bitter liver blood food, Pei Ling happily thought. Here we go. His body was controlled to rush towards the cliff face. This damn place has nothing. If I want blood food, I have to get out to find it, Pei Ling complained. At that speed, Pei Ling simply climbed up the mountain, along the cliff face. Pei Ling stuck out his tongue in fear. Dude's finding a way out, not a way to die. Above, there was a crack in the middle of the space. Pei Ling saw it, and breathed a sigh of relief. Turns out it was just an illusion. Finally got out, he jumped into the crack, successfully escaping the formation. Pei Ling continued to run a long distance. System, I'm giving you 4 stars this time.
Elsewhere, at the location where the original formation was placed, there was a flag planted in the middle of the tree stump. The symbol of this formation was larger than the circle by a good margin. Chen Huang and another person were there. We're back. Zen M, I said. Zhang Zhongqin supported the injured body of Huang Xian. Chen Huang asked, "What happened? How did you get so injured?" Huang Xian said angrily, "Got hit by a palm from that kid. It took some effort to get him into the maze formation, but Zheng Jingshan unexpectedly gave him the curse-born blade." Chen Huang paid special attention to this news. The curse-born blade. Looks like Pei Ling's relationship with Zheng Jingshan is not simple. Sun Yinglan dared to deceive us. Zhang Zhongqin worried. Senior brother Chen, getting involved with Zheng Jingshan isn't good. Or, before he could finish speaking, Chen Huang interrupted, with a sinister smile. "It's okay. Dead people don't talk. He's trapped in the maze formation. There's absolutely no way he can survive and get out. In just half an hour, the main formation can be completed. Today, I must refine the soul-calling banner." Inside a cave, steady footsteps echoed on the stone floor. Pei Ling huffed and puffed as he ran, saying as he panted, "Where the heck is this goddamn system taking me?" Witnessing Pei Ling's body being controlled to hold the curse-born blade, a row of red spider eggs undulated on the ground. "Don't tell me," Pei Ling comforted himself. "No way, it can't be that coincidental." A blade sliced the spider eggs in half, red liquid splattering everywhere, spreading and infiltrating Pei Ling's body from behind. System announcement. Bitter liver blood food has been gifted. The system will continue to help you cultivate. Pei Ling excitedly flew around after receiving a surge of energy. What an incredible speed. System prompt. This cultivation session ends here. Thank you, host, for using the intelligent cultivation system. One-click ascension without worry. Looking forward to your comments when sharing your cultivation experience. Please rate us 5 stars. Pei Ling appeared in a new outfit, with a translucent red cloak, his face beaming with victory. In his hand, the system reminded, successfully cultivated the blood water escape technique. Hearing a noise from behind, Pei Ling turned around in fear. To see a giant spider standing behind him, Pei Ling's whole body broke out in goosebumps. Could it be? Pei Ling looked at the spider-faced monster in front of him and thought uncomfortably.
Damn system, take a quick look at this spider-faced freak. He cried out in fear and hurriedly ran away, continuing to think about that damn system. You'll only ever deserve bad reviews.
Pei Ling ran with a serious expression, but still didn't forget to glance at the monster chasing him, trying to think of a way to escape it. For such a large body it can climb so fast, truly worthy of being a Foundation establishment stage demon beast.
Let's see who's faster then. Thinking this, he suddenly stopped, turned around skillfully, kicking up dust in a straight line.
Pei Ling quickly used the blood ghost escape technique
to rush past the spider-faced monster, creating a powerful red energy trail that caught the demon beast off guard. His eyes were sharp, and a hint of complacency tugged at his lips. Who's faster now? The spider-faced monster stood there, dumbfounded,
watching the figure,
with the cloak fluttering leisurely running out of its cave, leaving a faint, misty red light that had not yet dissipated.
Pei Ling's face glowed with a joyful and mischievous expression, full of gratitude. Fairy Lai, this blood ghost escape technique is so convenient. I love you so much, Fairy Lai. Suddenly, Pei Ling turned his head back and saw the spider-faced monster still chasing madly behind him, and he cried out in panic, "Ah! Why is that thing still chasing me?"
Unexpectedly, a plan flashed in his mind. Pei Ling grinned, his eyes full of cunning as he considered. Not reciprocating would be impolite. Why not? Elsewhere, a strange banner appeared, with many skulls on it carrying a ghostly blue light. They seemed to be souls, constantly screaming, "Chen Huang, you won't die in peace, Huang Xian. I treated you like a brother, but you betrayed me. Mei Ni. I loved you so much. Aren't you even a bit sorry for treating me that way? Zhang Zhongqin, I saved you in the first place, but you repaid kindness with betrayal, trampling on me, you bastard. And you killed my own cousin for this, Chen Huang." The soul skulls on the banner kept cursing each person.
The three people mentioned by the skulls were standing nearby, preparing the formation called the Mother Formation around it.
They stood there quietly, watching them curse.
Chen Huang glanced at Xiao Data, who was right behind him, with a smug expression, and ordered, "The Mother Formation is complete, Senior Sister Xiao, begin." Xiao Data respectfully clasped her hands and said, "Yes, as you command." She took out a round piece of jade, which seemed to be a bagua circle. The jade piece floated in her hand, exuding a strong demonic aura that gradually spread around. Xiao Data raised two fingers with her other hand, and she began to chant to open the formation. Devouring Soul Mother-Child Formation. Open.
Lines of seals they had drawn began to appear clearly on the rocky ground. The wind began to rise. Screaming like mournful wails, thunder rumbled continuously, creating long streaks of lightning in the dark and gloomy sky. Chen Huang and Zhang Zhongqin did not move, but only focused on watching Xiao Data casting the formation, the purple demonic aura spreading more and more widely. Chen Huang looked up at the dark sky, inhaling the eerie air with expectant eyes.
He smiled contentedly, thinking to himself, I've finally waited for this day. Suddenly, Xiao Data was stunned when she saw that her treasure unexpectedly stopped generating demonic energy,
and the world suddenly fell silent, and the demonic aura disappeared. Chen Huang and Zhang Zhongqin hurriedly walked towards her. "What's wrong, Xiao Data?" Holding the jade piece in her hand, her face was covered in sweat, and she stuttered with worry. "The Mother Formation lacks a sacrifice. Pei Ling has escaped." Chen Huang was stunned when he heard her words. What? He seemed to fall into a dark silence, while Zhang Zhongqin and Xiao Data quarreled with each other, suspecting each other. "Senior Sister Xiao, what's wrong with your maze? There's no way there could be a problem with your maze. Did you really lure him here? What does this mean? Are you suspecting us?" Chen Huang's face had turned black, and he glared sharply at the two of them, angrily shouting, "Stop arguing! Arguing will only waste time!" He immediately gave an order to Chen Mi behind him. This made Xiao Data's expression full of worry. "Younger sister, summon the tracing wind bee, and go with junior brother Huang and junior brother Zheng to quickly chase after Pei Ling." Chen Mi respectfully replied, "Yes." Hearing this, he frowned, his expression full of danger, warning, "Remember, you must keep him alive." Very quickly, Chen Mi, Zhang Zhongqin, and Huang Xian ran together following the fiery red insect that was rushing forward. It was their guide, the tracing wind bee. Zhang Zhongqin ran alongside Chen Mi and said to her, "What the hell? That Pei Ling was actually able to escape from the maze. That kid has a lot of tricks, so don't hold back when we catch him. Just keep him alive." Suddenly, Chen Mi stopped. She looked at the tracing wind bee, which refused to go straight and kept circling around, and said, "Wait." Seeing her sudden stop, the other two asked curiously, "What's wrong, Chen M?" I held out her hand for the tracing wind bee to land on, and slowly explained, "The tracing wind bee doesn't dare to fly forward. It seems to have encountered something terrifying. Did everyone bring a map? What's nearby that the tracing wind bee is afraid of?" Huang Xian spoke up when he heard her words.
There are no demon beasts nearby. Could it be the spider-faced monster? Zhang Zhongqin thought Huang Xian's words were baseless and retorted, "Impossible. The spider-faced monster is in its breeding season and can't go that far to protect its young."
Suddenly a cloud of dust rushed towards them from afar, with someone vaguely visible inside. Seeing this, Chen Mi spoke up. "Look, it looks like something's coming this way, and that person is running straight towards us." The sight of Pei Ling, dressed in brownish-red robes with a serious expression, made them exclaim, "Pei Ling!" Zhang Zhongqin saw Pei Ling frantically waving his arms for help,
running towards them, and smugly said to Chen Mi,
"Is this kid lost? Why is he running in our direction?" She replied to him, "He's coming uninvited, saves us the trouble of finding him." Huang Xian smiled and said, "This time, no matter what, we can't let him get away again."
Just as he finished speaking, Pei Ling sped past Zhang Zhongqin and Huang Xian. Startling them for a moment, Huang Xian glanced at him, thinking, "So fast."
Seeing them staring at him, he waved goodbye
and didn't forget to mock, "Thanks for taking care of me these past few days, senior brothers. Hope you all enjoy the present." Huang Xian and Zhang Zhongqin glared at him, grinding their teeth, and shouted, "You little bastard!" After him, Chen Mi, surprised, said, "What kind of escape technique did Pei Ling learn? How is he so fast?"
A loud stomp echoed from behind them. The spider-faced man-eating beast stood there menacingly, scaring them stiff. Not giving the spider-faced man-eating beast a chance to react, the three of them quickly ran for their lives. "Run! How did he bring the spider-faced man-eating beast here?" Seeing them fleeing, the beast opened its mouth and shot out spider silk. The spider silk hit Chen Mi, causing her to fall to the ground, screaming, "Ah! Save me, sis!" Zhang Zhongqin and Huang Xian turned back and hesitated when they saw their sister lying on the ground.
Senior sister Chen, Zhang Zhongqin, called her name, but Huang Xian advised him, "Go, we can't save her." The spider-faced man-eating beast clicked its fangs together, lifted Chen Mi up with its leg, and she desperately screamed, Don't go, I don't want to die, save me." Her desperate screams reached Pei Ling. He turned his head back and thought to himself as he ran, "Don't blame me, you brought this on yourselves." Inside the forest, Chen Huang and his brothers were still setting up the formation. At this moment he and Xiao Data were sitting cross-legged on the ground, silently meditating. Suddenly, there was a rustling sound in the bushes, and Zhang Zhongqin and Huang Xian ran over in a panic. Senior brother Chen. Hearing the call, he opened his eyes and looked at them, coldly saying, "Why do you always come back in such a fluster? What happened? Where's my sister?" Zhang Zhongqin breathlessly said, "Senior sister Chen, she's..." Seeing him unable to speak, Huang Xian immediately cut in. "It's all that kid Zhu Feng's fault. He lured the spider-faced man-eating beast to attack us. We barely escaped using the life-burning art. Poor senior sister Chen." Hearing them, Chen Huang and Xiao Data were stunned, their faces paling with worry. "Yeah, how could this be? Isn't that spider-faced man-eating beast about to catch up?" Xiao Data broke out in a cold sweat, urging him, "Senior brother Chen, we're no match for the spider-faced man-eating beast. We have to leave quickly." Chen Huang replied with an ashen face, "We can leave, but junior brothers Huang and Zhang have exhausted their vital essence. Using the life-burning art, how can they run?" Chen Huang looked at Huang Xian and Zhang Zhongqin, unable to stand straight and panting, worried, and said unhappily to Xiao Data, "Do you want to abandon them?" Seeing herself misunderstood, Xiao Data anxiously explained, I didn't mean that, senior brother Chen." Chen Huang raised his arm. He took out 2 talismans from his sleeve, solemnly looking at the 2 people in front of him. "Things have come to this. We can only use the soul-devouring yin-yang formation. Later, you 2 will enter the maze of the yin formation, then find a corner and hide, using these breath-concealing charms. After I lure the spider-faced man-eating beast inside, I'll have senior sister Xiao release you 2, and this spider-faced man-eating beast will be trapped in the maze." Zhang Zhongqin and Huang Xian held the talismans. Somewhat doubtful, Huang Xian spoke up, "But that maze couldn't even trap Xu Feng. Can it trap that foundation establishment stage spider-faced man-eating beast?" Hearing Huang Xian's question, Chen Huang replied, "Although the spider-faced man-eating beast is at the foundation establishment stage, its mind is far from that of a normal person. It can't possibly escape. After all these years, would we senior brothers harm you?" Chen Huang looked at his 2 junior brothers, somewhat annoyed by their suspicion. Hearing this, Xiao Data's eyes narrowed, stuttering. But Chen Huang put his hand on her shoulder, gently comforting, "Senior sister Xiao, I know this plan is risky, but it's the only way to save junior brothers Huang and Zhang." Zhang Zhongqin and Huang Xian observed their ashen and worried faces, thinking, "Given our current situation, we can't escape, we can only trust him." Thinking this, Huang Xian spoke up, "Okay, then we'll go." Chen Huang and Xiao Data watched Zhang Zhongqin and Huang Xian leave. He immediately said, "Senior sister Xiao, get ready." Chen Huang's face was sly, his eyes wide with a mischievous smile. After Huang Xian and Zhang Zhongqin enter the formation, I'll immediately activate the formation and refine them into soul-summoning banners. Hearing him, her eyebrows furrowed, both surprised and frightened by the man known as Senior Brother. Xiao Data was surprised. She turned to ask, Chen Huang, Senior Brother Chen, what do you mean? He didn't answer but called her name, Senior Sister Xiao. Suddenly, Chen Huang grabbed Xiao Data's waist and roughly pulled her into his arms. Chen Huang lowered his head and kissed Xiao Data's lips ravenously, her face flushed with shyness. After a long while, Chen Huang reluctantly broke away. He looked at Xiao Data affectionately and said, Senior Sister Xiao, I'm doing this for you. Xiao Data was still in shock. She asked him blankly. For me, Chen Huang lowered his head, his eyes filled with sorrow and annoyance as he said, Senior Sister Xiao, you know that the maze can't possibly trap the spider-faced man. I'm afraid only I, with the highest cultivation, can escape. But I can't bear to leave Senior Sister Xiao behind.
Chen Huang looked to the side and patted Xiao Data's shoulder, continuing, Huang Xian and the other likely used Miguel as bait to escape the spider-faced man. They deserve to die. Refining the soul-calling banner is our only chance to survive.
Suddenly, a small finger reached out and blocked his lips. Chen Huang opened his eyes wide in surprise. Xiao Data hurriedly stopped him from speaking. No need to say any more, Senior Brother.
Xiao Data tilted her head, her face red with shyness. She reluctantly replied, I understand you, Senior Brother Huang Xian and the others have already entered the death formation. Let me activate the formation. On the side of Huang Xian and Zhang Zhongqin, they were struggling, running for their lives and shouting, Hurry! We're almost at the death formation! Behind them chased a giant black spider. Its long, spindly legs stomped heavily on the ground, creating rumbling sounds. The patterns on the formation slowly emitted an extremely strange purplish-black aura. Seeing this, Huang Xian and Zhang Zhongqin cried out in horror. Not good. Why did the formation activate first? Chen Heng, that beast, tricked us. From the maze, thick purple fumes like mucus slowly crawled up their calves, then quickly, like a tornado, engulfed Huang Xian and Zhang Zhongqin. They screamed miserably, constantly cursing, Chen Heng, you won't die peacefully, I won't forgive you even as a ghost.
Their souls were collected by the Black Flag. Not only them but many other souls shared the same fate. The Black Flag emitted a terrifying purple aura. Wind howled from nowhere, causing the Black Flag to flutter. A joyful voice shouted, Success! The souls that were absorbed inside all had expressions of anger and hatred. The person's voice continued to ring out joyfully. Oh, isn't this Zhang Zhongqin? Why are you here too, Huang Xian, so you've got your comeuppance as well? Chen Huang excitedly held the black flag in his hand. He laughed and said gratefully to Xiao Data, Thank you, Senior Sister. The soul-calling banner is refined. My many years of wish has finally come true. Xiao Data was happy for him. She smiled and replied, Senior Brother, this is all something I should do. Suddenly, a loud crash echoed in the forest. Xiao Data turned to Chen Huang and cried out in fear. Not good. The spider-faced man is chasing us. Let's run quickly. Xiao Data suddenly stopped speaking. Her face turned purple, her eyes widened, and she spat out a mouthful of blood. Chen Huang violently stabbed his hand through her body. He said coldly, Sorry, Senior Sister. Xiao Data's face was still filled with shock. She stammered, Senior Brother, you. Chen Huang smiled cruelly. He leaned close to Xiao Data's ear and said, Huang Xian and Zhang Zhongqin's primordial spirit were greatly damaged. There is a slight flaw when refining the soul-calling banner. Only by borrowing Senior Sister's spirit and blood within the body can it be supplemented. Chen Huang violently pulled out his arm that pierced through Xiao Data's body, and then cruelly asked her, Senior Sister has such a deep affection for me, I believe you will not be willing to have the last important moment of mine have shortcomings, right? Later, Senior Sister will transform into a shadow in the soul-calling banner. Chen Huang held the black flag emitting a dark aura in his hand. He looked at Xiao Data, whose body was gradually cooling down on the ground, and continued in a complacent tone. Accompanying me day and night, never leaving my side, you must be very happy in your heart. Chen Huang's eyes softened. His hand, stained with blood, gently caressed the flagpole, and he said in a warm tone, That way, I can be considered not to have let Senior Sister down. Good Senior Sister, you stay obediently inside. Senior Brother will fulfill his promise to take you out of this place. Time slowly passed. At Luoshan City, Pei Ling was panting heavily as he ran to the city gate. Pei Ling ran and panted, thinking to himself, Finally arrived at Luoshan City. My spiritual power is now exhausted. I have to find someone who can help me. Pei Ling ran to the city gate and exhausted all his strength, and his whole body lay on the ground. When the two guards saw him, they suspiciously and defensively asked, Who is coming? Pei Ling's arm was trembling. He firmly held a piece of bone in his hand, tilted his head, and answered weakly, I have something important to report to the city lord. A loud shout of panic resounded. It's Pei Ling, an outer disciple. Quickly take him to the city lord's mansion.
A moment later, at the city lord's mansion, Pei Ling sat cross-legged in silence, being treated for his injuries by Duanmu Han, using his spiritual power.
Duanmu Han used his spiritual power while looking at Pei Ling. He frowned in silence, curiously wondering, this kid's spiritual power is so badly damaged, could it be that he got involved with something he shouldn't have? Pei Ling also secretly looked behind him, thinking, this city lord is considered somewhat trustworthy, and he's even replenishing my spiritual power. I have to find a reason to put the blame on Chen Heng and the others. Suddenly, Pei Ling turned around. He knelt down towards Duanmu Han, his eyes filled with tears, and shouted, City Lord, something bad has happened. City Lord Duanmu replied with a helpless smile. Little friend Pei, you don't need to rush. Speak slowly. Pei Ling frowned.
He said anxiously and loudly, that Foundation establishment spider-faced man is running towards Luo Mountain City? Senior brother Chen had senior sister Xiao set up an extremely complex formation. Unexpectedly, they want to, Pei Ling hesitated for a moment and continued, to use that spider-faced man to refine the soul-summoning banner.
Duanmu Han's expression turned astonished. His eyes widened. Chen Huang struggled as he ran, holding a black flag in his hand. Chasing after him was the ferocious spider-faced man. Occasionally, while running, it would let out a piercing shriek. Chen Huang frowned, gritted his teeth, and angrily shouted, Beast, why are you still chasing me?
From the spider-faced man's mouth, a green liquid suddenly spewed out towards Chen Huang. Chen Huang turned his head, frowned, and shouted in horror, not good. Chen Huang quickly waved the flag to block the spider-faced man's attack. From within the black flag, the trapped souls seized the opportunity and immediately flew out. Chen Huang angrily shouted, My soul-summoning banner! He chased after the escaped souls while carrying the flag, yelling, Damn spider-faced man, wait until I escape, and I'll definitely kill every last one of your descendants. At the city lord's mansion, a questioning voice rang out, using the spider-faced man to refine a soul-summoning banner.
Duanmu Han sat on the city lord's chair, closed his eyes calmly, and said, Even I wouldn't dare approach that spider-faced man Chen Xiji, they're truly insane. Pei Ling, sitting below, also sighed and replied, I really don't know what senior brother Chen is thinking.
Pei Ling frowned and said annoyedly, In short, the plan has failed. They've fled and scattered everywhere. I escaped this disaster purely due to luck. Before long, that spider-faced man will probably run to Luo Mountain City. City Lord, quickly think of a way. Duanmu Han's face was grim, and his eyes coldly asked him, Little friend Pei, are you sure that spider-faced man is running towards Luo Mountain City? Cold sweat kept pouring down Pei Ling's face. He gave a forced laugh and replied, Of course. But in his heart he was utterly terrified. He clutched his head and anxiously shouted, Shit! Has this city lord discovered that I'm lying?
Duanmu Han clasped his hands in front of his stomach and said with a smile, In that case, I can rest assured, this Luo Mountain City has the yin-yang subduing demon formation beneath Holy Zong Mountain. Wild demonic beasts above Foundation establishment stage will be killed the moment they get close to the formation. Pei Ling tilted his head and frowned. He worriedly thought to himself, if Chen Huang and the others survive and run to Luo Mountain City, wouldn't that be the same as me losing my life? At this moment, Duanmu Han spoke again. But this spider-faced man is ultimately very dangerous. I can't just watch Chen Xiji die without trying to save him. Duanmu Han's face turned cold, and he glanced at Pei Ling and said, It seems I have to take action myself.
Pei Ling thought in surprise. He actually wants to save them. In this treacherous sect, it's normal for fellow disciples to kill each other early on. Does he really have such good intentions?
Pei Ling gave a forced laugh and tried to persuade Duanmu Han. City Lord, you know that the spider-faced man's strength means that senior brother Chen and the others are probably more dead than alive. There's no need for you to risk fighting the spider-faced man. It's better to wait for it to approach the formation and be taken care of, Pei Ling outwardly advised. But in his heart he secretly thought, I have to probe a little more. In response to Pei Ling's words, Duanmu Han's voice was gloomy and cold. Little friend Pei, there's no need to worry, I know my limits. A terrifying red, spiritual energy radiated from around Duanmu Han's body. His eyes widened, and with a serious expression he looked down and reminded Pei Ling, You stay here and cultivate, don't go anywhere, I'll be right back. Pei Ling narrowed his eyes and thought.
That look on his face, Duanmu Han disappeared right in the middle of the room, leaving behind only a trace of fiery red spiritual energy. He sat on the chair, propped his chin up, and pondered. Pei Ling, is he really going to save people? Or, suddenly, he sighed, and quickly dismissed that thought from his mind, starting to worry about a new problem. Whether it's snatching treasures or saving people, I can't leave the city lord's mansion right now. I have to find a way to save my own life. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration appeared in Pei Ling's mind. He exclaimed in surprise, I've got it. At the same time, in the dense forest, a figure holding a large flag staggered out of the bushes. That person was none other than Chen Huang.
He was covered in wounds, and he tightly gripped the flag in his hand, which was now torn and tattered from being scraped so much. Chen Huang struggled to take each tired step. As he walked, he gritted his teeth and angrily cursed. "That bastard Pei Ling! When I get back, I'll definitely make you wish you were dead." Seeing the outlines of the mansions in the distance, Chen Huang happily shouted, "I'm almost to Luo Mountain City." Chen Huang tilted his head, looked at the spider-faced man, and smiled sinisterly. "The materials from a Foundation establishment demonic beast are worth a lot. If I can get that beast to be killed by the city defense formation, I might even be able to earn some money." Suddenly, a figure gradually appeared around, enveloped in a fiery red spiritual energy. Duan Muhan narrowed his eyes and smiled, appearing in front of Chen Huang, causing him to shout out in surprise and horror, "City Lord!" But immediately, his expression changed, his face became pitiful, he knelt down abruptly, his wounded hand quickly grabbed onto Duan Muhan's sleeve, and he earnestly begged loudly, "Please save me, City Lord. That spider-faced man has been chasing me all this way. It's very tired. Now is a good opportunity for you to take action." Duan Muhan seemed not to care. He coldly smiled and uttered, From the palm of his hand, a fiery red spiritual energy gathered. Without saying another word, Duan Muhan directly struck Chen Huang with the spiritual energy, sending him flying, with a large handprint on his abdomen. Chen Huang fell to the ground, constantly coughing. Cough, cough. Duan Muhan raised his hand and grabbed the handle of the black flag, constantly emitting a terrifying purple spiritual energy. Duan Muhan held the black flag staff in his hand, a grin spreading across his face as he praised, "No wonder it's a top-grade talismanic weapon. It dares to resist even against a Foundation establishment cultivator." Chen Huang scrambled to his feet, his eyes wide and pupils constricted, blood flowing incessantly from his nose and mouth. He gritted his teeth and growled, "City Lord, what is the meaning of this?" Duan Muhan smiled, his face darkening, revealing only his eyes filled with murderous intent. He raised 2 fingers and gently severed the long stream of purple energy flowing out. Duan Muhan said cruelly, "Chen Shiji, don't blame me." Chen Huang's face turned purple as he clutched his head in agony. Yelling loudly, Chen Huang thought to himself, "Damn it, he cut off my connection to the soul-summoning banner so easily." Duan Muhan sneered, saying with disdain, "To harm so many fellow disciples just to refine the soul-summoning banner, you should have realized this sooner." Chen Huang was furious, his neck veins bulging as he angrily shouted, "Duan Muyan, you dare to harm a chi-refining cultivator while being at Foundation establishment stage, according to the rules of the sect. You will." Before Chen Huang could finish speaking, a rustling sound approached. Slash! A human-faced spider suddenly appeared from behind the bushes, its red eyes staring intently at the two of them. The giant spider with its long, spindly legs scuttled about, causing Chen Huang to tremble in fear. "A human-faced spider," he pleaded in terror. "City Lord, spare me. Consider the soul-summoning banner my tribute to you. Please, City Lord, spare my life." Chen Huang kowtowed repeatedly, banging his head on the ground. "I am willing to serve the Duanmu family as a beast of burden for all eternity." Duan Muhan raised his hand and formed a hand seal. A section of tree root sprouted, tightly binding Chen Huang's body. "Esteemed guest, although I don't know how these juniors offended you. Even so, ahead lies the yin-yang subduing demon formation. Please stop here. Your cultivation is similar to mine. Even if we don't enter the yin-yang subduing demon formation, fighting me will only result in mutual injuries and losses." Ignoring Chen Huang's fear, "Although this minor cultivator can't compensate for your losses, it's still a token of my sincerity. I hope you can end things here. It's for the best for both of us." The spider continuously spun silk around, forming a cocoon that tightly held Chen Huang, who struggled incessantly. "No, don't." Duan Muhan spoke calmly. "Thank you, esteemed guest. Have a safe journey." Chen Huang shouted in resentment, "Duan Muyan, Pei Ling, you will eventually die. The enforcement hall of the sect will not let you off." Duan Muhan turned back with a cold gaze. "Wait until you survive, and return before saying such things." On the other side, Pei Ling was extremely worried. Why hasn't he returned yet? Immediately after, footsteps approached. "Pei Xiaoyu, I'm truly sorry." Duan Muhan slowly entered. The human-faced spider was too ferocious, and I was a step too late. Chen Shiji has already been killed by it. I risked my life to fight it, and managed to retrieve Chen Shiji's belongings. Pei Ling's jaw dropped in shock. "Awesome." He broke out in a cold sweat, muttering to himself, "Damn, you really did kill someone and steal their treasure, didn't you?" Duan Muhan glanced over. Pei Ling collapsed to his knees, weeping and wailing. So heartbroken. Senior brother Chen was such a kind person. How could he die? Duan Muhan consoled him. "Pei Xiaoyu, bear your grief. Cultivators' lives are determined by fate. It's inevitable that tragedies will occur." Pei Ling sighed sadly, stood up, and asked Duan Muhan, "City Lord, what about the whereabouts of the other senior brothers and sisters?" He turned away. I've already sent people to search for them. I'm afraid they've also died in the hands of the human-faced spider. Apart from the remaining severed limbs, only some belongings were found. He poured out some belongings of the other companions and said to Pei Ling, "Just take these. Consider it some consolation." All useless junk. Pei Ling looked at it blankly and remained silent. Consolation for what? Not a single good item.
Duan Han pointed the skull staff in front of Pei Ling, who was so frightened that he didn't dare to blink. He handed the staff to him with a somber face. "And there's also Senior Brother Chen's soul-calling banner relic. You take it. This is a superior grade talisman, very rare." He thought to himself, "Isn't it just a superior grade talisman? This thing requires refining by taking the lives of fellow disciples. This daddy almost died for real. If I take this soul-calling banner, will you let me off the hook?"
Pei Ling didn't accept it, trying to push the banner away. What kind of person does City Lord take me for? Senior Brother Chen and the others stirred up the human-faced spider, causing so much trouble for Loa Mountain City and you. He refused by suggesting another item. "I'll take the other relics. City Lord should keep this soul-calling banner." Senior Brother Chen would definitely agree if he knew about it in the Yellow Springs. Saying so, Duan Muta was appeased, thinking,
"Looks like this kid understands the situation. Not a waste of my time to intervene."
Duan Muta stroked his beard and continued,
"But there's one thing that I can't figure out. Chen Shijie was at the 6th level of qi refining, yet he died at the hands of the human-faced spider. How did Pei Xiaoyu escape from it?"
Pei Ling felt a bit flustered.
"I'm still being suspected."
Duan Muta's feet moved closer,
and he whispered into Pei Ling's ear, "Could it be that Pei Xiaoyu has some extraordinary qualities?"
Pei Ling quickly backed away. "City Lord overestimates me."
"Actually,
the guy stammered, searching for an explanation.
To be honest, City Lord, this time Pei Ling left the sect at the behest of Li Xianxia. If the mission isn't completed, I can't go back. If it weren't for Wu Liu, that girl, secretly helping, Duan Muta was surprised after hearing this. Wu Liu secretly helped. Luckily, I've never been harsh with him. Offending the Holy Maiden would be a disaster, he asked again, confirming, Xiao Yu is really the Holy Maiden's person. He lowered his head and sighed. If the Holy Maiden finds out that I'm using her name to do things, she'll definitely be furious. He placed his hand on Pei Ling's shoulder and whispered, If you don't say anything, and I don't say anything, the Holy Maiden naturally won't know. Pei Xiaoyu doesn't need to worry. It's just that the mission hasn't been completed yet. I'm afraid I'll have to trouble the city lord for a while longer.
Duan Muta suddenly smiled slyly. Never mind, if Pei Xiaoyu has a good relationship with the Holy Maiden, I can take over this mission.
Half an incense stick later,
Pei Ling panicked as the woman with half her body turned into stiff wood and fell to the ground.
Duan Muta, holding a purple mink in his hand, approached Pei Ling. Pei Xiaoyu, the purple-eyed mink, and the peach blossom demon are both here.
Take the blood of the demon beasts and use the registration token to check if it satisfies the requirements of the mission.
He sweated and forced a smile. Thank you for your trouble, City Lord.
Pei Ling began to form seals, sucking all the essence blood from the purple mink and the peach blossom demon.
Duan Muta stared intently at the token in Pei Ling's hand. Both of them didn't take their eyes off the token. After a long while, Pei Ling was puzzled and shouted, Why isn't there any reaction? Duan Muta questioned. Pei Xiaoyu, didn't you accept the mission in the miscellaneous affairs office?
Pei Ling rubbed his chin, wondering, Is it necessary to accept the mission? Senior Brother Chen and the others only said the mission was to deliver a letter to you, and also to kill the peach blossom demon. He pondered. Chen Xiaoyu and the others are all experienced with missions. Why didn't they mention it to you?
He nodded dejectedly. Is that so? Really? How could it be like this? Although he looked calm, he was extremely angry inside, because those bastards just wanted his life.
Seeing Pei Ling's sadness, Duan Muta spoke to comfort him. It's okay, Pei Xiaoyu. Just take them back to the sect and then go to the sub-affairs hall to add the procedures. Pei Ling wondered. Return to the sect.
If I go back there, I definitely won't be able to survive. No way, I haven't earned enough spirit stones yet. What if, after returning to the sect, my 3 good friends block me? He worried, shaking his head repeatedly, constantly rubbing his head. City Lord, it wasn't easy for me to come out this time. I might need to stay in Loa Mountain City to train. Can I trouble you for a few more days?
Duan Muta placed his hand on his shoulder.
It's not that I don't want to keep Xiaoyu, it's just that you're the only one who survived this trip. It's easy to be accused of framing Chen Shijian and the others. It would be better for Pei Xiaoyu to return to the sect quickly. Pei Ling was puzzled. What does the city lord mean? He narrowed his eyes, staring at him. Pei Xiaoyu doesn't want to use the Holy Maiden's name to defend himself against the charges, right? Therefore, you should return early and report. I'll also help you investigate the evidence at the enforcement hall to clear your name.
Pei Ling sighed boringly. You want to rush me away so quickly. It seems you're also worried that your own murder and robbery will be discovered by the holy sect. Or are you waiting to get out of Loa Mountain City to find a chance to escape?
A voice came from outside the threshold. Thank you for the city lord's assistance. I'll go pack my luggage and set off immediately. A moment later, Pei Ling packed his luggage and began to leave. From the clouds, he waved his hand down. Goodbye. Thank you for the city lord's hospitality. Farewell. Please send my regards to the immortal. The subordinate bowed his head and asked Duan Muta, City lord? He's only at the 4th level of qi refining. Is he really the Holy Maiden's person? Duan Mutan looked into the distance. Not sure. This kid is extremely scheming. He might have even provoked that human-faced spider himself. But no matter what, helping him this time won't be a loss for us. He didn't understand. Please explain further, City Lord. He frowned and turned his face. Chen Hang and his crew have a bit of a reputation at Huayin Peak. This time, they went out on a mission, so quite a few people must know about it. If they came to deliver a message to me in Luoshan City, and then vanished without a trace, not even their bones left, the sect would naturally suspect that I killed them for their treasures. The fine for a Foundation Establishment cultivator killing a Qi Refinement Stage 1 is super high, even if those rabid dogs from the enforcement hall investigate to the very end.
Pei Ling's cloud suddenly accelerated, flying as fast as the wind. He gripped tightly to stay balanced. This yin corpse cloud? Why is it automatically guiding me? And I still don't want to go back so early. If Pei Ling returns safely, and even completes the mission solo, people around him will naturally suspect Pei Ling is hiding some secret skills to harm his fellow disciples. Duan Mutan held the soul summoning banner in his hand. If Pei Ling is truly the Holy Maiden's person, then helping him is like helping me. If not, we can just cut all ties. After all, this soul summoning banner was given to me by Pei Ling, not something I stole.
The subordinate bowed, praising, City Lord is truly far-sighted. He looked at the soul summoning banner in his hand. Next, we just need to wait for the enforcement hall to finish their investigation, and this soul summoning banner will rightfully land in my hands. Huayin Peak. In front of the elder's manor, Han Su knelt on the ground, weeping, incessantly pleading, My lord, you absolutely must kill that beast Pei Ling.
Si Guang was your own blood grandson. You must avenge him.
Li Bing frowned and asked, Where's the disciple I arranged to be placed in Si Guang's residence? Han Su flinched, her eyes darting around. He's dead, he growled. Dead. She lowered her voice and whined. My lord has been in seclusion these past few days. I, and people from the Miao family and Zhao family discussed it and had him killed.
Li Bing was furious, slamming his hand so hard it cracked the armrest of his chair. You imbeciles, how could you silence such an important witness? Ignoring Han Su kowtowing on the ground, Li Bing roared, Use your brains for a change. Where would that Pei Ling get the skill to kill Xin Guang and those two?
He frowned irritably. The key issue isn't Pei Ling himself, but the manipulator behind him. Over here, a sudden sneeze erupted, sending snot and spit flying everywhere. Deng Mingshan wiped his nose. Is someone talking smack about me? Li Bing said impatiently. I heard from the inheritance hall that Pei Ling was acting on orders from the inner and outer sect peak lords. He frowned, displeased. And Xi Guang and the others died by eerie blade arts. Aside from that person in the sect city, who else could conceal such sinister saber techniques?
Han Su looked up anxiously. Why, my lord? Could it be the peak lord of Jiansang Vane, Zheng Jingshan? From ancient times, Jiansang Vane and Zhaochuan Vane have had an old feud spanning many years. Not long ago, Zheng Jingshan even spread rumors saying he wanted to take revenge on the peak lord of Zhaochuan Vane, Miao Chengyang. So Pei Ling might have been acting on Zheng Jingshan's orders to kill Miao Chengyang's direct descendant, Miao Chengyan. Si Guang was just unlucky to get caught in the crossfire. Li Bing stroked his chin. Pei Ling was taken away by Chen Hang and his group, so he's probably already a ghost in a soul-summoning banner, Han Su interjected. As for Zheng Jingshan, he's a distant relative of Li Zhenchuan, after all. Without evidence right now, I wouldn't dare to act rashly, she pleaded desperately. Si Guang is your own blood grandson, my lord. Are you really not going to do anything? Lian Jibing turned away, replying sternly. Of course I'm going to do something. He turned back to Han Su, his gaze as sharp as a sword. Go tell the Miao family and Zhao family. Invite Zhao family true disciple to tie up Li Zhenchuan, so that Miao Chengyang can deal with Zheng Jingshan. Without Li Zhenchuan's protection, Zheng Jingshan is useless in front of Miao Chengyang. Elsewhere, Kulian courtyard, Deng Mingshan approached and said to Ouyang Tianxing, Ouyang Tianxing, your netherworld marshmaiden effigy isn't fully formed yet. Don't use it until it's absolutely necessary. Suddenly, a deafening explosion erupted from behind them, sending dust and smoke everywhere. Deng Mingshan, bewildered, immediately turned around to assess the situation. Miao Chengyang, his body burly and brimming with power, kicked through the wall and stepped in. Zheng Jingshan, come out and face your death. Deng Mingshan quickly stood up. Miao Chengyang charged like a madman, unleashing a punch. Take a punch from me. Deng Mingshan roared. How dare you! Deng Mingshan's azure ghost battle body clashed with Miao Chengyang's heart demon fist. Two immense powers collided, creating a dazzling spectacle. Deng Mingshan cried out in pain, stumbling back. Ouyang Tianxing quickly caught him. Peak Lord, she worried.
Are you alright, Peak Lord? Deng Mingshan shook his head, swaying. I'm fine. Step back, I'll handle him myself.
Deng Mingshan gritted his teeth, gripping the saber in his hand, enraged. This old man is the dignified Peak Lord of Jiansang Vane. How can I ask a mere disciple for help, damn it? Is this Miao Chengjian in the late Foundation establishment stage? Why the hell is he suddenly causing trouble? He tightened his grip on the saber. Miao Chengyang. Are you out of your mind? You and I once swore to stay out of each other's way in front of the senior brothers and senior sisters of the three veins. Why are you suddenly attacking me without any reason today? Miao Chengyang roared as he charged forward. For no reason! You ordered demons and monsters to kill my little brother, and you think I wouldn't find out? Forget three spirit veins, even if I make a scene in front of Li Zhen, I don't care. Deng Mingshan blocked with his blade, confused. Wait, when did I send someone to kill your little brother? I don't even know where he is, Miao Chengyang insisted. Still won't admit it? Didn't you spread rumors a few days ago that you wanted revenge on me? Deng Mingshan froze for a few seconds after hearing that. Miao Chengyang was what, a few days ago? Sooner or later I'll teach him a lesson. He turned to look at the people behind him, wondering who the hell had leaked the news. Deng Mingshan admitted. So what if I said it? But I didn't do it, so why would I admit it? Miao Chengyang flew into a rage. Using the nether ghost evasion and scheming to kill my little brother, you'll pay the price. Deng Mingshan broke out in a cold sweat when he saw Miao Chengyang's attack. The nether ghost evasion suddenly turned dark, and instinctively he heard a voice. Vein Master, Vein Master. He slowly opened his eyes. Ouyang Tianxing shook him, calling out, Vein Master, you're awake. Deng Mingshan was bruised all over, bandaged from head to toe. Ouch. He sat up abruptly, indignant. Damn it, this is so embarrassing, I actually got knocked out. His face swollen, he still ordered loudly. Quick! Report to the enforcement hall. Tell them the Vein Master of Zhaochuan Vein has openly come to their door to challenge them. Xu Yingqiu related the event just now. Vein Master, before he left, City Lord Miao said he would personally go to the enforcement hall to pay the fine, so the Vein Master doesn't need to worry. Ouyang Tianxing said cautiously. He also said that he spared you out of respect for Immortal Li, and will come to find the Vein Master often to practice. Deng Mingshan gritted his teeth, annoyed. Damn it! Elsewhere, high in the clouds, swaying in the wind, Pei Ling was still confused. Who the hell is messing with me? So he curled up, dejected. It's really hard to gather 90,000 spirit stones without relying on Pei Hongnian. Should I go back to the sect and ask Zhang Jingshan how to earn spirit stones? At the mission hall, the person took out a bag of spirit stones and gave it to Pei Ling. The procedures for the mission have been completed for you. A total of 167 low-grade spirit stones. He took it. Thank you, senior brother. Pei Ling received the bag of low-grade spirit stones with joy. Awesome, this trip, I didn't need to do anything for the 3 missions, and I even profited so many spirit stones I can buy a lot of things at 100 Treasures Pavilion. He suddenly paused for a moment, thinking to himself, if it weren't for those 3 guys. Suddenly, a hand was placed on his shoulder from behind and asked, Are you the new disciple Pei Ling? He was Jiang Yang, from the Huayin Peak Enforcement Hall. Listen to us and come with us, or do we have to invite you? He still didn't understand what was happening. On this side, the Chiona Willow Palace flew to report the news. Master Pei Ling has completed cultivating the blood ghost saber technique and has safely returned to the sect from the hands of Chen Heng. Li Liu held the skull in her hand. Wu Yu worried a little. It's just that Pei Ling has been taken away by the enforcement hall for questioning because of the previous incident of plotting to kill his fellow disciples. The 3 people killed in the outer sect also had some status. Does the master need to intervene? Li Liu asked. Has the blood ghost evasion technique been given into Pei Ling's hands yet? Wu Liu nodded. Reporting to the master, the evasion technique has already been given to Pei Ling. She was furious, crushed the skull to pieces with one hand, and said in a cold tone, During the cultivation period, you are not allowed to peep at Pei Ling. Wu Liu bowed. Understood, also, about Zhang Jingshan. Before she could finish speaking, Li Liu interrupted. Leave. Wu Liu could only obey and leave. At the enforcement hall, Pei Ling was brought in, and sat facing Jiang Liang. He looked at the form in his hand and read aloud. Before 2 incense sticks at the 3rd watch on the 14th, your resentment had not yet dissipated. On the way back, taking advantage of Miao Chenggan and his 2 companions' lack of vigilance, you burst into the room, severing Li Xiguang's throat, resulting in his death. Jiang Liang then looked at him angrily. At the crucial moment, you dodged Miao Chenggan's Dao sword talisman, and finally killed Miao Chenggan and Zhao Yi under your blade. He folded the form. The above is the origin of everything. Do you have any other comments? Pei Ling frowned. No. In his heart he was thinking,
What the heck, it's clearer than what I remember. Could it be that the Chongming sect installed surveillance cameras on me?
He reached out, took the seal, and stamped it down. Very good. The form was presented in front of Pei Ling.
You know the rules, right? Looking at the number of spirit stones he had to bear made his heart ache as if it were being torn apart. Tears streamed down his cheeks. 74, 841 low-grade spirit stones. Can I really gather enough in just 3 months? Zhang Liang propped his hand, smirking.
So many spirit stones, it must not be easy to gather enough, right?
Don't worry, you won't need to worry about this matter anymore. Pei Ling was puzzled. What do you mean?
Someone behind him pressed his head down, smashing it hard on the table. Jiang Liang pointed.
The 3 families of Miao, Zihu, and Li all want to pay your fine to buy your life. The enforcement hall, considering that you do not have the ability to pay, has agreed to their request.
Pei Ling struggled to lift his head, his face full of scratches.
Didn't you say I had 3 months to pay? Why don't you talk about the rules?
He replied indifferently.
The rules can be changed. The interests of the holy sect come first, Pei Ling insisted. Wait. I can still pay the fine in 3 months. Jiang Liang's green snake opened its big mouth, as if to swallow Pei Ling whole.
He shouted loudly.
I can have Zheng Mai, Zheng Jingshan of the inner sect vouch for me. He narrowed his eyes and asked.
Zheng Mai. Pei Ling nodded repeatedly.
Yes. It was Zheng Mai who agreed to let me into the outer sect. He can vouch for me.
Pei Ling was so scared he was about to cry. Maybe Zheng will give Lin Jianzi some face and save my life. After all, I still have to complete the blood ghost evasion homework and submit it to Lin Jianzi. Jiang Liang was a little worried. Zheng Jingshan and Miao Chenggan have never gotten along. If Zheng Jingshan vouches for him, then the Miao family will definitely be unhappy. But after all, Zheng Jingshan is a distant relative of Li Zhenzhuan. If we don't give him some face, then in the future, in the holy sect, the enforcement hall will have no place to stand. He finally agreed. Then we will go to Zheng Mai's place to see if he is willing to vouch for you. Jiang Liang also threatened. If I find out you're lying, your ending will be even more miserable. At the Shaowei courtyard of Kulan, Deng Mingshan was covered in bandages. Damn it, it's been a long time since I've been so angry. If I find out who harmed me, I'll chop him into pieces and roast him. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door. Jiang Liang called out, Zheng Mai, the enforcement hall is here to see you. Deng Mingshan wondered. The enforcement hall? Which disciple wants to cause trouble for me again? He shouted back. Say what you have to say outside the door. This seat is in seclusion. Jiang Liang continued to knock on the door. Sorry to bother you. Pei Ling violated the rules of the sect a few days ago and is now unable to pay the fine. We want you to sign a contract to vouch for him. This is just Pei Ling's side of the story. If you don't want to, we will leave immediately.
Pei Ling couldn't help but pray in his heart. I'm counting on you. Zheng Jingshan, Deng Mingshan, was puzzled. Pei Ling. What did he do wrong? Could it be that this little brat robbed someone of their bone-tempering pill again? Why does senior sister like him so much? Jiang Liang continued. Murdering fellow disciple Miao Chenggan, murdering fellow disciple Li Siguang, murdering fellow disciple Zhao Yi, Pei Ling shouted, explaining. They robbed my yin-yang life-severing blade first.
After hearing this, Deng Mingshan pushed the door open and stepped out. He pushed Jiang Liang aside and leaned close to Pei Ling's face.
Did you kill Miao Chenggan? Pei Ling avoided the question. Zheng Xixiong, why are you injured? He replied angrily. Pei Ling, slowly recounted the events. Well, that day I met Li Siguang, Miao Chenggan, and Zhao Yi. They were disrespectful to Xixiong and wanted to rob my yin-yang life-severing blade. In order to protect Xixiong's dignity, I killed them all with the yin-yang life-severing blade.
Seeing Deng Mingshan fly off the handle, Jiang Liang was even more delighted. Zheng Maizu. About this fine, Pei Ling could only express a pleading attitude, along with a look of desperate hope for rescue. Deng Mingshan looked at him like he wanted to hang him upside down and roast him over a fiery blaze. If it weren't for Shiji's sake, I'd have you for buttered barbecue right now. He turned his head to look at Jiang Liang. Hand over the contract, I'll sign. Jiang Liang had a pen and the contract ready, holding them out. Then we'll have to trouble Zheng Maizu. Pei Ling was overjoyed. Whoa, this little life of mine is temporarily spared. The 3 of Jiang Liang bid farewell and left. Thank you for your cooperation, Zheng Maizu. We'll take our leave now. Pei Ling awkwardly said. Zheng Xixiong, I will definitely gather enough money for the fine within the time limit. Deng Mingshan clenched both hands tightly as if sensing danger.
He immediately yelled and backed away. Ugh. His fist went straight for Pei Ling's face. Another inch, and he'd be eating dirt. Pei Ling was visibly frightened, stammering. Zheng Xixiong. He opened his palm. A fly crushed to death, even smoking a little. Phew, he thought. Did he just want to kill me? Deng Mingshan turned and left. How much is the fine?
Pei Ling felt utterly drained. 48, 484, 100 low-grade spirit stones.
Hearing that, every wound on his body wanted to bleed out. He asked hesitantly. Zheng Xixiong. Are you all right, Dad? So many spirit stones? Zheng Jingshan can't possibly handle that alone.
He turned back, glaring at him. Those three, Miao Chenggan, what's their cultivation?
Pei Ling bowed respectfully.
Reporting to Zhang Xixiong, 2 of them are at Qi refining stage 4, 1 is at Qi refining stage 5. He was skeptical. No way. This kid is clearly only at Qi refining stage 4.
Yet he killed 3 cultivators with higher cultivation than him, and he's not even injured. This little punk's got some serious talent. Shiji really has an eye for talent.
He sighed heavily. Why is Laozi so unlucky, running into this little devil?
As he walked away, he said, I can't possibly come up with that many spirit stones right now. Figure out how to gather them yourself. You might go to other peaks to listen to the lecturers teach skills. Maybe you can find a suitable way to earn spirit stones.
Pei Ling was overjoyed.
Thank you, Xixiong. At least I can live for another 3 months. This trip wasn't a waste after all.
Finishing his sentence, he skipped away. Well, I'll go first. Goodbye, Xixiong. Deng Jingshan cried without tears.
It's also cross-level fighting. Why is he perfectly fine, while Laozi is covered in injuries like this? On the high peaks of Fuki Peak, lecturers occasionally teach skills. Any disciple can come to learn, and the skill Fuki Peak teaches is talisman crafting. Pei Ling stood below, listening attentively. Even though I have Zheng Jingshan vouching for me, I still have to keep gathering money for the fine. Back in the day, Pei Hongyan relied on his talent for talisman crafting and almost got accepted as an inner disciple. On paper, one has to draw strange symbols to turn it into a talisman, but Pei Ling drew Mario. Who knows, maybe I have that talent too. The talisman peak instructor carried a large bamboo brush on his shoulder, and in his other hand he held a new, common talisman.
As the old saying goes, you can't make glue without flour. If you want to become a talisman master, you must first learn how to create talismans.
The Fuki lecturer waved his hand toward the crowd behind him.
The skin and bones of these 5 people are all different. You can choose the most suitable person from among them to create a talisman. The most outstanding one gets a reward. Hearing about the reward, everyone, except for Pei Ling, immediately rushed forward. Hey, this woman's skin is really soft. This old man's skin is the best for talisman crafting. Newborn's the best. Pei Ling stood behind, unmoving, a dark line of sweat running down his forehead. In this scam sect, it's normal, but talisman crafting isn't for me.
On the high platform, a hot woman, covering half of her face with a scarf, stood holding a whip. Next to her was another girl kneeling, her whole body covered in wounds.
The Qifeng female lecturer spoke. I am a Qifeng female lecturer, specializing in forging weapons. Only 3 sentences will allow you to easily learn weapon forging.
The Qifeng female lecturer raised the whip in her hand. First, you must learn to feel pain. Only then can you forge punitive weapons that make the punished feel even more pain. With that, she didn't hesitate to whip the green-haired girl, causing her to cry out, Ah! Qifeng then said, Have you felt the pain yet? The green-haired girl didn't seem to have felt any real pain, master. Use a little more strength. Meanwhile, everyone below was cheering enthusiastically. Pei Ling turned his face away, unable to watch the scene. Maybe the other instructors have some issues.
In another teaching area, the beast-taming peak instructor placed his hand on the head of a beast right next to him. The dafio of beast taming requires first being in sync with your beast. Under any circumstances, you must always trust your demonic beast. The instructor smiled as he put his hand in the demonic beast's mouth. Only when you lower your guard against it, it might bite you, and you will end up spurting blood. Then the instructor screamed in pain. Pei Ling, watching, was speechless and helpless. In the late afternoon, as the sun gradually set behind the rolling mountains, Pei Ling irritably stepped into a certain place. Is there nothing in this cunning sect for ordinary people to learn? Pei Ling thought to himself. The last house? If it doesn't work, I won't bother learning it anymore. If I run out of options, I'll sell the Shadowborn blade to pay the fine. Standing in front of the massive pill-forging peak house, Pei Ling stared for a long time.
Upon entering the pill-forging peak, he could see 2 or 3 people already sitting there, listening to the instructor impart knowledge. Pill fire and pill furnaces are divided into 9 ranks,
which greatly affects pill forging.
Instructor Shi Yanji lectured enthusiastically, with a small flame in his hand.
This is a 7th rank pill fire that I was lucky enough to obtain when I was young. First, you can rent pill chambers in the mountains. Although they are 9th rank, they are sufficient for you to refine ordinary pills.
Pei Ling sat on a cushion, listening to the lecture, and thought to himself, this place feels a bit more reliable. Yan Gun's voice continued steadily. Next, I will demonstrate the process of refining bone-tempering pills. Just then, the system appeared and announced, detecting that the outside world is imparting pill-refining techniques, currently collecting. Pei Ling joyfully clenched his fists. Damn system, you've finally shown up.
After half an hour, 3 pills appeared on the pill furnace,
proving that Yan Jiyu had successfully refined them. Yan Jiyu held up a formula. This is the entire process of refining bone-tempering pills. After class, you can go to the Yan family pill shop in the market to buy the ingredients to practice. Mention my name, Yan Jiyu, and you will get a discount. The system then announced, successfully collected pill refining techniques, please name it, host. After reading this, Pei Ling thought, okay, let's do this. The system announced, completed naming of the bone-tempering pill refining technique. Pei Ling sat on a pile of rocks, wearing sunglasses and with a cigarette in his mouth. As long as the system can collect them, then I'm a little pill refining genius. Scene change. At the Yan family pill shop, a shop assistant took out a bag of ingredients and said, Junior brother, you're only buying 2 portions of pill refining materials. Yeah, even a disciple with innate talent needs a few hundred tries to succeed in refining them. You're just wasting money. Pei Ling took the bag of ingredients and replied with a smile. Thank you for your reminder, senior brother, but I still want to give it a try. But in his heart he thought, you're right, but I'm broke. Watching him leave, the assistant who sold him the ingredients chatted with another assistant. Another kid tricked by Yan Shishu into refining pills. What a fool. The other assistant replied, don't worry about it so much. Anyway, we earned spirit stones when we partnered with Yan Shishong to open this material shop. It was definitely the right move. At the pill refining chamber, the senior brother placed his hand on the table and said, a grade ding pill refining chamber for an hour is now open. Pei Ling placed spirit stones on the table opposite him. Thank you, senior brother. Pei Ling entered the area of the pill refining chambers, randomly chose a room, took the nameplate, and was able to enter. Pei Ling reached out in front of a pill refining chamber to receive the nameplate. Xianxia has come forward to vouch for me, so the lackeys of those 3 guys probably can't do anything to me. Moreover, that old thief Duanmu has also resolved Chen Heng's matter. Right now, I just need to focus on refining pills to earn spirit stones. Upon entering the separate pill refining chamber, Pei Ling sat down on the cushion placed in front of the pill furnace. He opened the system panel, clicked on a certain white button, and began cultivating. The system displayed a message. The AI cultivation system will serve you wholeheartedly. Just 1 click to level up. AI now begins cultivation. Pei Ling smiled excitedly as the ingredients he just bought appeared. His hand opened to reveal the blue ingredient pinched inside. He stirred the necessary ingredients into water, poured the prepared ingredients into the furnace. Hundreds of different pill refining materials were constantly poured into the furnace according to Pei Ling's intentions, and after half an hour, the pill furnace operated continuously, finally opening after that time. The system immediately announced, this pill refining has been completed. Thank you, host, for using the AI cultivation system. Just 1 click, and ascension is a piece of cake. Pei Ling had already prepared a white bottle to hold the pills. 1, 2, 3, boom, 12. Bone-tempering pills. Pei Ling held a pill up to eye level, admiring the finished product, unable to stop himself from thinking, the color is even more transparent than the one I got from Xianxia. No more screw-ups this time, little one. I'll give you 4 stars. As he spoke, Pei Ling gave the system a 4-star rating. In that brief moment, Pei Ling transformed into a human calculator and started figuring things out. Let me see. A bone-strengthening pill sells for 10 spirit stones at the 100 Treasures Pavilion. If they buy it back, it's probably at least 7. 1 batch has 84 pills, so 2 batches are 168 pills. Minus 94 spirit stones for costs. The profit is 74 spirit stones. 2 batches per hour, 12 hours a day, 30 days a month, without eating or drinking. In 3 months, Pei Ling would be sitting on a mountain of spirit stones. Overjoyed, he raised his hands to the sky and shouted, I can earn 79,920 spirit stones. Pei Ling opened the system panel again, clicked on the white button, and prepared to continue refining pills. What's so scary about a failure rate of 7%? I've got the system here anyway. Refining another batch will get me 74 spirit stones. As soon as he finished speaking, the pill furnace exploded. The system finally popped up a notification. Insufficient spiritual power detected in host. Pill refinement failed. This cultivation session ends here. Pei Ling's face was as black as coal, his hair a mess. He lamented. My materials. At the 100 Treasures Pavilion, Pei Ling strode straight in from the entrance. As he walked, he grumbled at the system. Damn system, why didn't you say my spiritual power wasn't enough sooner? After all that work, I'm even losing spirit stones to repair the pill furnace. Passing by a certain room, Pei Ling suddenly stopped when he heard a person and a bird arguing inside. The man shouted, Your 100 Treasures Pavilion charges 5 spirit stones to buy bone-strengthening pills, but sells them to me for 12 apiece. You're such a rip-off. The bird wasn't about to back down and retorted, Sir, don't talk nonsense. The bone-strengthening pill in your hand is made by Jin Sumian from Ruoxiu Peak. Of course it's going to be more expensive. Pei Ling's face suddenly paled when he heard the number of bone-strengthening pills at 5. So few. Why is the man arguing with the bird waving the pill in his hand?
Aren't all pills the same no matter who makes them? Why should I pay so much?
The bird explained without hesitation. Jin Sumian is a prodigy of the outer sect. The pills she makes are extraordinary. You'll feel it if you take enough. Pei Ling suddenly butted into the conversation, just to ask, "Excuse me, where can I sell pills?" While thinking to himself, "I'm broke as hell, I need to sell whatever little I have," the bird pointed its wing in one direction. "Go that way. Go into the round door. It's in the third room on the left." Pei Ling clasped his fist. "Many thanks." As soon as Pei Ling left, the bird continued. "Would you dare eat the trash pills that kind of person makes? Only the holy sect is so kind. Even if they lose money, they'll buy the pills made by Jin Sumian.
Although they're a bit expensive, the effects are amazing, so rest assured."
This time, the man seemed to be convinced by these words. "You know what? You make a good point." Hearing this, Pei Ling secretly swore vengeance against the feathered beast. "Wait till the day I roast you and eat you with salt and pepper." Arriving at the room the bird indicated, Pei Ling heard someone's loud voice echoing outside. "Top-grade spirit replenishing pill." Inside, an old man said, "Fellow Taoist Jin has only been immersed in the art of pill refinement for less than 10 years and has already refined top-grade pills. You are truly gifted. You can probably try foundation establishment pills soon."
The girl sitting opposite the old man replied, "Senior, you jest. I just got lucky. The path to refining foundation establishment pills is still far away." Xiao Ningji clasped his hands together and placed them beside his cheek, his face showing obvious affection for his junior sister. "Junior sister Jin is too modest. Just smelling the pills you refine can increase my strength quite a bit. Refining foundation establishment pills will definitely be a piece of cake." Lu Luxiang chimed in. "It's a pity junior sister Jin doesn't have the recipe for foundation establishment pills. Otherwise, trying it wouldn't be out of the question." Standing outside the door, Pei Ling thought to himself after hearing everything the two people said. Junior sister Jin, unless it's the Jin Sumian that Parrot mentioned, HMPH. There's even more of a disgusting bootlicker here than Pei Hongnian. Suddenly, Xiao Ningji glanced over and saw Pei Ling lurking outside the door. He shouted loudly, "Hey kid, what are you doing?" Pei Ling stammered. I'm here to sell pills." While thinking, "This damn bootlicking dog," Xiao Ningji immediately flared up and cursed at him. "You're blind, can't you see? Junior sister Jin is—"
Jin Sumian interrupted her senior brother. "Stop saying such unpleasant things. It's okay, there's still room in the room." Jin Sumian, the genius pill refiner of Ruoxu Peak, smiled brightly under the gentle rays of the sun, even creating a sparkling effect, further enhancing her beauty. "I am Jin Sumian. Please come in and wait a moment, junior brother." Pei Ling cupped his hands respectfully. "Many thanks, senior sister." The old man who was discussing matters with Jin Sumian told Xiche to go out and see how the pill sales are going. Hearing his name called, Xiche immediately replied, "Yes." After giving the order, the old man smiled and took out a box containing a pink bag. "Fellow Taoist Jin, let's continue. Here are 347 pills, including one top-grade spirit replenishing pill. For later payment, our 100 Treasures Pavilion will collect your pills at a 10% premium, and we hope fellow Taoist Jin can trade more with us." Jin Sumian replied gently, "Thank you very much, Pavilion." Over here, Pei Ling was grinding his teeth and thinking, "Damn it, refining top-grade pills can increase the selling price? That high of a premium? I wonder how this tricky system is refining pills for me." Xiche opened the lid of Pei Ling's pill bottle and advised, "Don't even look, she's a prodigy. It's good enough that we're even buying the trash pills you make." Xiche took a sniff from Pei Ling's pill bottle. This bone-strengthening pill seems like," Pei Ling loudly asked anxiously. "Seems like what? Don't even think about scamming me?" The old man on this side also smelled the fragrance from his pill bottle. "This pill fragrance is—" He immediately jumped up when he realized what the pill fragrance was. Could it actually be a top-grade, bone-strengthening pill? In a study, everyone around was attentively watching something. An old man stroked his beard and affirmed, "Tisk! Tisk! This rich pill fragrance can't be wrong." Kim Su-mian silently pondered, her eyes flickering slightly. A superior bone-forging pill. Pei Ling also questioned. "Superior grade, damn system. Didn't expect you to be useful once in a while." The disciple guarding him interjected, filled with hidden meaning, "HMPH, how could someone as poor as him refine a superior bone-forging pill? Maybe he just got lucky and found it somewhere, right?" Pei Ling, hearing this, glared at him with an expression of helpless anger. The old geezer immediately walked over and slapped the disciple across the face, scolding, "Shut up." The old man pressed the disciple's head down at a 90-degree angle and forced a smile. The disciple awkwardly apologized. "Our 100 Treasures Pavilion is willing to offer 40 spirit stones for this little friend's superior bone-forging pill. This kid is new to the pavilion and doesn't know the rules, so I hope you can forgive him." Pei Ling stood there thinking. 40 spirit stones. I'll get my money back. Wait a little longer.
maybe the price will go up. He stroked his chin, pretending to consider. I'll think about it a bit more. Xiao Ningji stood beside him, his face showing jealousy and discomfort. But he didn't dare to speak up, only daring to think to himself, where did this little beast get this trash pill? And he dares to show off in front of senior sister Kim. Kim Su-mian also stood there deep in thought. Bone-forging pills use cheap ingredients, but the difficulty of refining a superior-grade pill is even higher than a foundation establishment pill. This pill must be from the hands of some grandmaster. If I could study it a bit, my alchemy skills could improve another level. She stepped forward, reached out to grab Pei Ling's hand, and gently called out, "Junior brother."
As she called out, she touched her chest, and with a gentle gaze, she continued, I agree to offer 50 spirit stones, and also ask the inner sect's elder alchemist grandmaster to recommend you to the sect. Pei Ling awkwardly stuttered, not expecting this, did I just touch them?
Pei Ling quickly retracted his hand, his face red, unable to speak. Senior sister Kim Su-mian puffed out her chest. How does that sound, junior brother? Xiao Ningji felt a pang of pain in his heart, unwilling to accept it. I clearly came before you, senior sister Kim. Seeing this, the old geezer immediately stepped in front of Kim Su-mian and shouted, Fellow Taoist Kim, are you trying to compete with the 100 Treasures Pavilion? Pei Ling retreated in panic. After saying that, the old man turned to him, made a hand gesture and said, Our 100 Treasures Pavilion offers 60 spirit stones, and in the future we will buy your pills at a 20% higher price.
Kim Su-mian also immediately said in a decisive, firm tone, Junior brother, think carefully about which is more important, spirit stones or your future.
Hearing what Kim Su-mian said, Pei Ling pondered a bit. He sighed. This superior bone-forging pill really is valuable. Which should I choose?
Then, he glanced at Kim Su-mian's ample bosom and thought, the answer is too obvious. After making his decision, Pei Ling and the old geezer slapped hands, exchanged knowing smiles, and said, Spirit stones? The old man happily replied, Little friend, you've made a very wise choice.
Seeing this, Kim Su-mian looked very disappointed. Why would he do this? Xiao Ningji was angry, but he couldn't do anything. His hands clenched into fists. HMPH. What an ignorant guy. Don't be sad, senior sister Kim. It's just a cheap pill, you still have me. The old man held the bottle of pills and poured them onto a plate, his face beaming. Little friend, in the future, don't put this superior grade pill with other pills. It will affect its purity. Pei Ling scratched his head and replied, It's okay, who knows, maybe they're all superior grade pills inside. The old man looked down at the plate. His face darkened, with a slight change in expression. The plate shimmered with light. Superior bone-forging pill, he exclaimed in shock. 12 pills, all of them are superior bone-forging pills.
Kim Su-mian was also shocked by this sight. Even a grandmaster has to try dozens of times to refine one superior bone-forging pill. To refine so many in one go, could it be some reclusive, peerless expert living in the mountains? The old man was extremely excited, his nostrils flared. Little friend, which grandmaster did these pills come from? Can you introduce us to the 100 Treasures Pavilion? Pei Ling replied. Grandmaster. Seems a bit of an exaggeration. At this moment, Kim Su-mian reached for her chest and took out a bottle of pills. She walked over to Pei Ling, put her arm around his, and touched his chest. Junior brother, this is a foundation establishment pill that I refine myself. Take a look. I would also like to meet that grandmaster. Pei Ling felt embarrassed. No way, I can't wear such a high hat. Pei Ling fearfully imagined himself being tortured, beaten, and exploited for labor. The girl uses a rattan whip to whip. Don't dawdle. Today you must refine at least 10,000 pills. A chi training cultivator without a backer like him, the treacherous sect would probably catch him to be a pill-refining robot. I must find someone to take the blame. Pei Ling immediately denied it, scratching his head and giving a stiff smile. Sorry. This bottle of bone-forging pills was given to me by Master Zheng Jingshan. I don't know any grandmasters. Hearing that name, both the old man and Kim Su-mian turned to look at each other, wondering. Zheng Jingshan. Switching to a different room, 3 people were sitting and discussing the matter. Kim Su-tai spoke first. Junior sister, the superior bone-forging pill is so valuable, even Zheng Jingshan can't take out so many in one go. Is it possible that this kid is the one who refined them? Kim Su-mian refuted. Zheng Jingshan is a distant relative of Li Zhenzhuan. Maybe he used his identity to get acquainted with some grandmaster. This junior brother's hands don't look like someone who often refines pills. There's no way he could refine a superior grade pill. Xiao Ningji sighed with relief. So that's why senior sister was observing that smelly brat's hands earlier. Kim Su-mian opened the pill container, she observed the pills, and continued. Moreover, only an unprofessional person would bring so many valuable pills to the 100 Treasures Pavilion to sell. But luckily, that's why I was able to buy one back at a low price. Luluxiang sat and watched for a while in silence, his hand on his chin. But will Zhengjing Shan help us so easily?
Xiao Ningji, sitting next to him excitedly, added, "Don't forget that senior sister Kim's cousin is Kim Su Tai, a master in the inner sect. Zhengjing Shan is just a master in a lower branch. He definitely has to give us some respect."
Kim Su Mian listened for a while and came up with an idea. Let's go visit Zhengjing Shan.
Pei Ling was walking and laughing, holding a small purple bag in his hand. This trip earned him 624 spirit stones and a bottle of Qi cultivation pills.
Alchemy is so easy. If he'd known this earlier, why would he even bother with missions? He glanced sideways at something, when suddenly, a stream of red ribbons wrapped around him, binding him. Beautiful red butterflies fluttered around him as well. He stammered. "This aura, could it be, Miss Yu Liu?" A girl with a seductive face appeared, wearing a pink dress. She stuck out her tongue, her cheeks flushed. "Long time no see, young Master Pei." She leaned close, a mischievous glint in her eyes. "The 7-day deadline has arrived. I wonder how young Master Pei's escape technique training is progressing."
He replied with a worried expression. "I've already mastered the blood ghost escape technique. Please release the suppression so I can perform it more easily." She looked at him skeptically, her face showing disbelief.
"Oh, really?" Then, she decided to untie him. "See that tree over there? Break off a branch for me and show me," he confidently replied.
"Sure." She closed her eyes as a stream of red power swept past her. She said casually, "Young Master Pei, don't even think about tricking me.
Otherwise." The moment she opened her eyes, she broke out in a cold sweat.
Miss Yu Liu.
The red power still enveloped him. He handed her a branch, with a red thread attached, and said, "Here's the branch you want." Seeing her standing there dumbfounded, he called out to her. "Miss Yu Liu," she said angrily. "You actually mastered it."
He scratched his head and replied, "What's wrong? You said I absolutely had to master it in 7 days, didn't you?"
At this point, she was furious, grinding her teeth. HMPH.
She vanished in an instant,
leaving him puzzled. He asked in confusion, "Did she just leave?" At the Tiona Harmony Palace, Yu Liu said to Li Liu, "The palace master, Pei Ling, has already mastered the blood ghost escape technique."
She glanced back at Yu Liu and said, "The deadline hasn't arrived yet. Why did you dare to peek at his progress?"
Yu Liu was terrified. "I just wanted to tease Pei Ling a bit. I took the liberty of shortening the half-month you gave him to 7 days. Please forgive me, master."
Before she could finish, Li Liu attacked her, causing her to cry out. She just glanced back at her and said a single word, "Get out." She was pushed out of the room.
"Thank you for sparing my life, master," Yu Liu remembered in her heart. "I will never do it again." Xiao Ni ran over and helped her up. "Master hates us making decisions on our own the most. You're lucky this time that she didn't do anything to you. If your soul imprint had been shattered, your soul would have been scattered," she replied in fear. "I know," Xiao Ni continued. "No Qi refining stage disciple in the sect has been able to master the blood decimation saber technique in the past 100 years. It's clear that his talent is very high. Moreover, he's now mastered the blood ghost escape technique. You still shouldn't mess with him in the future," Yu Liu said with a still angry face. "He took such a big advantage of Master, yet Master treats that little brat." Xiao Ni said with a serious face. Master's yin essence was broken, leading to her cultivation technique backfiring. She couldn't keep her holy maiden position and was forced into seclusion. "That slut Zhu has been probing a lot lately, and even our dogs have been beaten twice." "You fly higher," Xiao Ni turned to her and said. "But even so, Master is still painstakingly training Pei Ling. There must be value in Pei Ling that we can't see. You and I still shouldn't speculate about Master's thoughts." Yu Liu glanced at the door and replied nonchalantly, "Big sister is right. Master is thinking ahead. We can't predict it." Inside, Li Liu was sitting on a cushion. She produced a rolled-up scroll. "The 6 Desires Secret Classic is indeed too powerful. There is no one in the sect who can restore it to its original state," she pondered. "I didn't expect him to be able to absorb the 6 Desires Secret Classic into his body." She began to recall scenes from the past, reminiscing a bit. She was still holding the scroll in her hand. "He even brought the power of the secret classic into his body, although he broke my yin essence. It increased my cultivation. But why did his cultivation progress lag far behind by more than a day during the half-month return to the sect for cultivation?" She said to herself. "Could it be?" Her face flushed. "It has to be him taking the initiative. We'll see after I come out of seclusion." Inside the alchemy room, Pei Ling is sitting in meditation, in the middle of a furnace. After finishing his cultivation, he lets out a light breath. He holds out his hands, a red aura enveloping his body. Qi, refining stage 5. Relying on the system to cultivate the Yaos. Bone forging scripture. I can rapidly dissolve medicinal pills to replenish my primordial energy. Didn't expect my cultivation level to conveniently increase as well. 3 furnaces appear before him, wisps of green drifting from them. He sticks out his 3 tongues.
2 large green orbs in his mouth. Today, I've refined a total of 5 cauldrons of pills, one of which was alchemically destroyed, and one was devoured by the system. Compared to before, the remaining 3 cauldrons each yielded 1 more pill, for a total of 39 high-grade bone-strengthening pills. He rests his chin on his hand, thinking.
But if I drag Zheng Jingshan into this, it might arouse suspicion. I still need to find a safe way to sell the pills elsewhere. A white-haired girl approaches a man's counter. "Hello," she says to the man. "I want to sell pills." The man is captivated by her beauty, his face flushed as he says, "Please wait a moment." In reality, it's Pei Ling transformed. "My bone transformation is goddess tier now, should be fine this time." "Boss," she says. "All 39 bone-strengthening pills are high grade." He asks her. "We'll still buy them at the previous price. What does Pei Dao Yu think?" She smiles cheerfully in response. No problem." Suddenly, she stiffens. "Huh, wait, what did you call me?" The boss says. "You're young but still have flaws. I understand the cross-dressing thing. The total is 2,340 spirit stones. Would you like to check? My disguise has been seen through," he thinks. How did he recognize me? Running is the best option. He quickly flees the scene. "Nah, I'm good, bye." At Dry Orchid Small Garden, he hides behind a tree, thinking, though Zheng Jingshan isn't that reliable, there's no one else to help me. Maybe if I share some of the profits, he'll help me sell the pills. A shout rings out from behind the door. "Zheng Jingshan, this old lady will remember this day." He's confused outside. What's going on? Is Jin Sutai causing trouble in there? "You dog who relies on his master's power, this old lady will deal with you. Sooner or later." Jin Sumian stands by, wearily watching her rampage.
Pei Ling pokes his head out. That woman is fierce. What did Zheng Jingshan do to offend her? Why is Jin Sumian here too?
Jin Sutai turns to Jin Sumian and says, "Sumian, don't be sad anymore. Your older sister has already obtained the Cold Marrow Fire mission for you. He's just an alchemy grandmaster. It's not the end of the world if you don't meet him, is it? Refine the Cold Marrow Fire, and your alchemy skills will definitely advance to the next level."
Jin Sumian replies indifferently.
Her face clearly expresses the exhaustion within her.
Pei Ling, standing outside, is so frightened that he shoves his hand into his mouth. "Alchemy Grandmaster, could it be because of me?" Pei Ling looks at the 2 sisters, thinking. If Zheng Jingshan finds out I've screwed him over again, he definitely won't let me off. I have to escape. He frantically searches for an escape route, terrified. Damn it! Why would I know any alchemy grandmasters? Why is everyone coming after me these past 2 days? Zheng Jingshan appears, angrily shouting, "It's fine if that old hag slaps my face, but why kick down the door of my Dry Orchid Small Garden?" His face is imprinted with a clear handprint from the slap. He glances at something. He sees a man with white hair, and immediately recognizes him as Pei Ling. Pei Ling is frightened, but still smiles cheerfully, greeting him, "Sup Zheng Xixiang." He asks him, "Pei Ling, what are you sneaking around here for?" He replies innocently, "Oh, the weather is so nice today, and I happen to be passing by Zheng Xixiang's place, so I came by to say hello." He scowls. "I'm so far away, what road did you take to pass by? Unless the incident earlier was caused by you, brat." He panics, then stammers, "No, Broski, of course not." He looks straight at him and asks, "Really? Or should I call Jin Sumian over here, and we can get all 3 of you together to hash this out?" Pei Ling panics, thinking, if Jin Sumian finds out I'm the one refining the pills, I'll become her pill-making machine. Pei Ling says to Zheng Xixiang in fear, "Don't, Xixiang. Let me explain. A few days ago, this junior apprentice brother went to 100 Treasures Pavilion to sell bone-strengthening pills. Because the bone-strengthening pills sold were all high grade, this junior apprentice brother was worried about attracting unwanted attention, so I borrowed Xixiang's name to sell them." Zheng Jingshan's face darkens, and he exhales a white puff of smoke. Showing his anger, Pei Ling looks at him in fear. "I'm dead. Judging from his expression, he really wants to kill me." He grabbed Pei Ling by the collar and yelled, "You little punk! You've screwed me over so many times!" He angrily shouted in Pei Ling's face. "You think I'm a pushover? This time, I'm taking your dog life," Pei Ling said softly, terrified. "Senior brother, calm down a bit." As Zheng Jingshan's fist was about to hit him, Pei Ling shouted, "Wu Liu, save me!" Startled, Zheng Jingshan stopped and turned around. Wu Liu. But when he looked back, there was no one. Zheng Jingshan angrily grabbed Pei Ling's collar and yelled, "You little punk, you tricked me again!" Pei Ling cried silently in his heart. "Seriously, why doesn't this ghost dare to kill me now? Is she messing with me?" Pei Ling cried and shouted loudly, "Wu Liu, please come out. Zheng Jingshan wants to kill me." Zheng Jingshan stared at Pei Ling, deep in thought. Looking at his appearance, he doesn't seem to be bluffing. Could it really be senior sister's intention? Could he have some talent in alchemy? After thinking for a while, he finally let go of Pei Ling's collar. Zheng Jingshan stammered in a daze.
You can refine top-grade muscle regenerating pill. As soon as Zhang Jingshan released him, Pei Ling bent over, clutching his neck, gasping for breath. Phew, I survived again. Zhang Jingshan continued. Alchemy requires years of accumulation. Even with high talent, it's impossible to refine top-grade pills right away, Pei Ling said guiltily. If senior brother doesn't believe me, I can refine pills right here. Zhang Jingshan frowned and pondered. Whatever, as long as he can successfully refine low-grade pills, I can let him off the hook. As for where he got the top-grade muscle-regenerating pill, I'll ask him about it later, he said loudly. Fine. Then I'll give you a chance. A moment later, the pill furnace was placed on the ground. The Peak Master has already taken out the pill furnace. It's Ouyang Tianxing, a disciple of the Jiansong Peak, Zhang Jingshan said. Just in time, this kid was bragging about being able to refine top-grade pills. You should stay and observe as well, Ouyang Tianxing respectfully replied. Understood. She then gave a bright smile, encouraging Pei Ling. Good luck. Immediately, it felt like a breeze blew through Pei Ling, and he grinned foolishly. Senior sister is so gentle. This is the first time someone has said good luck to me since I joined Chongming sect. Zhang Jingshan's face darkened as he warned. What are you looking at? Refine it for me now, Pei Ling was startled and quickly replied. Yes. Pei Ling stood next to the pill furnace, lost in thought for a moment. But in reality, he was looking at the system panel. He pressed the confirmation button on the system. The system announced, the host will lose control of their body during pill refinement. Please be prepared. Pei Ling began refining the pills, first grinding the ingredients, then placing them in the pill furnace, and finally controlling the fire. He closed his eyes to harmonize the ingredients in the pill furnace. Zhang Jingshan watched Pei Ling refine pills in surprise. The alchemy system announced again. This pill refinement is complete. If you are satisfied, please rate 5 stars. Pei Ling reached out and took 3 pills. Then Pei Ling handed the pills to Zhang Jingshan and said, Please, senior brother and senior sister, take a look. Ouyang Tianxing picked up a pill and examined it, thinking in shock. This technique and speed, and even this light, it's definitely heaven tier. Zhang Jingshan looked at Pei Ling, who was smiling confidently, with wide eyes. This kid is an unparalleled alchemy genius. Senior sister really has a discerning eye. Ouyang Tianxing looked at him gently with admiration. Junior brother's alchemy skills are truly superb. This is the first time I've witnessed the entire process of refining top-grade pills. Pei Ling glanced smugly at Zhang Jingshan, who was dumbfounded. Senior brother Zhang, I didn't lie to you, did I? Zhang Jingshan was startled back to reality. Ahem, alright, I admit your alchemy talent is indeed outstanding. After you go back, advance to the 5th level of Qi. Refining as soon as possible. When that time comes, I will grant you a fortune. Then he thought, this is the perfect time to prepare something for Pei Ling. As he was thinking, he suddenly noticed something. Huh, Zhang Jingshan shouted. You're already at the 5th level of Qi refining, Pei Ling said helplessly. You're just noticing now. He gnashed his teeth in envy. This kid has only been initiated for a few days, and his cultivation speed is inevitably too fast. Alchemy prodigy, unparalleled cultivation talent that amazes people. No wonder senior sister likes him so much. Pei Ling asked. I wonder what fortune senior brother Zhang was just talking about. He said this on the surface, but inside he thought, is any fortune more important than making money? Zhang Jingshan forced a smile. Dan fire is extremely important to alchemists, and you were using 9th grade 9 main fire from the rented alchemy room just now. If you can get better Dan fire, the quality of the pills you refine will be much better. Pei Ling's eyes lit up, thinking excitedly. Who knows? There might even be some pills made from the flame. Maybe I can get a few more. Nice, he said. Senior brother Zhang, please enlighten me. Zhang Jingshan smiled slightly. The glacial soul fire, although it's an 8th grade flame, it has the effect of cleansing impurities. I'm borrowing my senior sister's name to reluctantly let you use it, but you need to go to the ancient abyss yourself to refine the flame, Pei Ling pondered. The glacial soul fire, senior sister Jin Sumei, seemed to have mentioned it earlier. He was horrified. No way, it's okay if Zhang Jingshan gets beaten up, I can't afford another enemy. Pei Ling gave an awkward smile, scratching his head. Senior brother Zhang, I don't need that flame anymore, just refining pills suits me fine. He put his hand on Pei Ling's shoulder and said solemnly, Junior brother Pei, before entering the sect, you stole my bone-forging pill to cultivate. Not afraid of death for the sake of the Tao. Why are you so afraid of everything? After only a few days in the sect, worrying about everything, Pei Ling was terrified, a chill running down his spine. Not afraid of death, my ass. Wasn't that because of the system? You're not afraid of getting beaten up, but I am, okay, Zhang Jingshan said. I promise you, if you can successfully obtain this flame, I'll cover all the fines for you killing those 3 from Miao Chengzhan. Pei Ling's eyes brightened, and he asked again, Really? He didn't answer but called out,
Shu Ying, Fang Ji. Suddenly 2 people appeared out of nowhere, respectfully saying, Branch Master. It was Fang Ji,
a disciple of the Qiansong branch, and Shu Ying, a disciple of the Qiansong branch. Zhang Jingshan ordered.
Yu and Tianxing returned to prepare immediately. He turned back and said with a sinister expression, as if plotting something, Prepare to lead junior brother Pacey to the ancient abyss.
At the dry orchid courtyard, Zhang Jingshan stood in front of the pill furnace, clicking his tongue. Trisk, trisk. The color, the fragrance, truly worthy of being a top-grade bone-forging pill. A voice came from behind, and a wooden box covered with talismans and iron chains swayed. Branchmaster Ouyang Tianxing carried the wooden box, which was taller than himself, and spoke. Beside him were Shu Ying and Fang Ji. We are ready.
Pei Ling nervously watched Zhang Jingshan talking to the 3. Ouyang Tianxing is actually bringing 3 Foundation establishment cultivators with him. It seems the danger level of this ancient abyss is extraordinary,
he whispered to Zhang Jingshan. Senior brother, aren't you coming with us? Zhang Jingshan gritted his teeth, wanting to retort but unable to speak.
He quickly changed his expression, turning to smile at Pei Ling. Junior brother's cultivation is low. If you encounter any danger, Miss Wu Liu would be.
Zhang Jingshan put his arm around Bai Gu's shoulder. Pei Ling said softly, Haka, senior brother, there's something you don't know. The Glacial Soulfire mission was initially taken by a branch master from the central branch, so senior brother has to put in some effort. Pei Ling secretly assessed. So Zhang Jingshan's status is this low.
Pei Ling frowned, looking at the talisman in Zhang Jingshan's hand, and then listened to him instructing. Therefore, senior brother has to stay behind to protect you, to prevent troublemakers from taking advantage of the situation. If anything unexpected happens in the ancient abyss, use this 100-mile escape talisman to escape. Finally, Pei Ling compromised. All right, he calculated. With this 100-mile escape talisman in hand, I can at least save my life in a critical moment. Zhang Jingshan patted him on the shoulder.
Okay. The inner sect has been quite turbulent recently, so this trip to the ancient abyss will definitely be difficult. You must be careful. It doesn't matter if the mission fails, but Pei Ling's life must be guaranteed, understand?
Ouyang Tianxing clasped his hands in front of his chest. Branchmaster, please rest assured, as long as the 3 of us have a breath left, junior brother Pei will definitely not encounter any mishaps. The 4 rode on demonic beasts and sped forward.
After a while, the demonic beast's footsteps stopped, and it curled up to rest.
The group of 4 stood by a cliff, not noticing a fiery red aura that had already locked onto them.
Pei Ling looked at the surrounding scenery, surprised. Are we still in the sect? Ouyang Tianxing smiled.
Yes.
She handed him a golden elixir. Junior brother Pei, below is the ancient abyss, take this. Tranquilizing toxin pill first. Pei Ling was grateful. Thank you, senior sister.
Ouyang Tianxing instructed the 2 behind her, Fang Ji, Xue Ying. Junior brother Pei's cultivation is low. Remember to protect him well after you go down.
Fang Ji respectfully said, Senior sister Ouyang, our Qiansong branch hasn't been doing well lately. Why did the branch master want to waste resources to win this mission? Junior brother Pei's cultivation is too low. I can't guarantee that there won't be any accidents. Pei Ling glanced at him, not knowing what to say.
Ouyang Tianxing was angry, her cold eyes staring straight at him. This is the branchmaster's decision. You just need to follow my instructions. Otherwise, don't blame me for not showing you any mercy, Fang Ji reluctantly replied.
Yes. Pei Ling daydreamed as he thought of Ouyang Tianxing's attitude towards him. Senior sister Tianxing is so gentle with me.
Ouyang Tianxing went to the edge of the abyss, a chaotic flow surging. There's still a little time left. Let's take advantage of it and jump down. Pei Ling's eyes widened as he looked at the bottomless abyss. Jump down. Ouyang Tianxing grabbed his hand, then smiled gently.
Shidi, do you believe me? Pei Ling's eyes reddened, determined. I do. Having said that, both of them jumped into the air.
Pei Ling clung to Ouyang Tianxing, shouting, Oh my God! The lights reflected off the ground below. Miao Chengyang sat cross-legged before a candlelight, watching it gradually turn blue. The flame on the candle flared, and several lines of text appeared. Zhang Jingshan wants to obtain the frozen marrow flame for Pei Ling. Ouyang Tianxing's team has already entered Ancient Abyss.
Miao Chengyang smirked. The frozen marrow flame has already been decided internally by the 5 centers. Zhang Jingshan is blatantly trying to steal it for that animal Pei Ling. What exactly is he planning?
He grinned sinisterly. But if that little beast Pei Ling dies inside the Ancient Abyss, not only will it be difficult for the Discipline Hall to investigate, but the task that Zhang Jingshan painstakingly secured will also be for naught.
A voice echoed from outside. Center Lord, Zhang Jingshan has arrived. He says he wants Xinu to duel with you. Miao Chengyang stood up. As expected,
he clenched his fists and said, Tell him to get lost. This old master wants to go to the Ancient Abyss and offer Pei Ling's head as a sacrifice to Chengshan.
At the bottom of the Ancient Abyss, Pei Ling's group stood before a cave entrance, where wisps of white smoke slowly dissipated to both sides. Pei Ling trembled all over, snot already running down his nose. He gritted his teeth, thinking, "Damn it, this place is freezing. I'm afraid I'll die halfway before I even find the frozen marrow flame."
Suddenly, a slender, fair hand reached out and grasped Pei Ling's cold hand. Xianxia smiled, took Pei Ling's hand, and slowly transferred spiritual power to him. She gently asked, "Still cold, Shidi Pei?" Pei Ling blushed, his face beaming as if he had regained his strength. Pei Ling gratefully replied, "Thank you, Shiji, I feel much better." Fang Ji folded his arms, frowning unhappily. He curled his lip in disdain and asked, "Pei Ling is already like this, just reaching the bottom of the abyss. How will he get through the dream-grasping forest? I'm not carrying this burden later." Pei Ling scowled, gritted his teeth, and flipped him off. Pei Ling angrily thought, "I don't want to follow you either."
Ouyang Tianxing turned her head, her eyes coldly asking, "Fang Ji, are you trying to defy the Center Lord's orders?"
Fang Ji couldn't help but shudder in fear upon hearing this, cold sweat pouring down like rain. Suddenly, Xu Ying popped his head out from behind Ouyang Tianxing with a bright smile. He pointed at himself, fawningly saying, "Shiji, calm down, let me lead Shidi Pei, and you can conserve your spiritual power." Ouyang Tianxing turned her head, she closed her eyes and sighed, replying, "All right." Ouyang Tianxing then walked in front of Pei Ling,
speaking to Pei Ling in a gentle tone, "Shidi Pei, follow Xue Ying later." Pei Ling smiled and nodded, replying, "Okay, I'll listen to Shiji." Pei Ling turned his head to look at Xue Ying, who was squinting at him with a smile, and couldn't help but think, "This guy looks honest and kind. Maybe he won't harm me, right?" They walked to the middle of the cave, surrounded by crimson thorns growing haphazardly everywhere. Ouyang Tianxing turned to remind everyone, "Ahead is the dream-grasping forest, everyone be careful."
Xue Ying handed Pei Ling a wooden stick. He smiled gently and reminded, "Shidi Pei, the dream-grasping forest will cause cultivators who enter to fall into illusions and get lost inside. Next, hold onto this wood tightly and follow me. Don't pay attention to anything you see later." Pei Ling reached out and firmly grasped the stick, replying in a resolute tone, "Don't worry, Shixiong, I definitely won't let go." Even though he said that, in his heart he firmly thought, "This shtick is my lifeline, I'm telling you." The group moved slowly into the depths of the cave one after another, passing through the crimson thorns that hung down like curtains. Pei Ling frowned and pouted, using his hand to flick away a crimson thorn. Suddenly, the stick in front became weightless, startling Pei Ling. Pei Ling's eyes widened, his expression horrified, and he opened his mouth and screamed. After a moment of panic, he finally calmed down. Pei Ling narrowed his eyes silently, thinking, "Pei Ling, don't be afraid, this must be an illusion. As long as my life is still intact, I can get out of the dream-grasping forest." Suddenly, a hand reached out and gently grasped his hand. Pei Ling exclaimed in surprise, "Huh." Unexpectedly, it's actually Li Yu. She turned to him and coldly asked, "Pei Ling." Pei Ling blushed. As he looked at her warm hand, he suspiciously thought, "Immortal Maiden Li, why is she here?" Unexpectedly, Li Yu forcefully pushed Pei Ling to the ground. She asked him with dissatisfaction, "You dare to disobey my orders again?" Li Yu smiled, slowly pulled down her collar to reveal her fair and delicate shoulders, and her bewitching voice rang out. Or rather, before he knew it, her robe had already slipped down to her waist, revealing her snowy white breasts. Pei Ling's eyes widened, his mouth agape in utter shock. Li Yu, straddling him, asked with a seductive smile, "Do you want to start cultivating right here?" Pei Ling's face flushed red, his eyes bloodshot as he snorted heavily. He bit his lip, thinking, "Calm down, Pei Ling. There's no way senior sister Li would act like this on her own accord. It's just an illusion." Li Yu pressed down on Pei Ling, her full breasts pressing against him, her enchanting voice ringing out, "Then let's begin." Pei Ling's face was burning. He squeezed his eyes shut, thinking, "No way, I absolutely cannot die in this place." Pei Ling shot backward like lightning. Behind Li Yu, countless blood-red thorns erupted. It went without saying what would happen if he'd been a step slower. Seeing her prey slip away, Li Yu cried out, "HMPH." Pei Ling stood up abruptly, drawing his sword. He sighed in relief, "Dangerous, I almost got seduced." Li Yu's face paled. She smirked cruelly. He, I didn't expect you to wake up so fast." Li Yu stood up and slowly walked towards Pei Ling, her seductive voice echoing. But the demoness reverted to her original form, her mouth splitting open from ear to ear. She let out a piercing scream and roared, "You can't escape the dream-inducing forest." The blood-red thorns relentlessly attacked Pei Ling. While dodging, he retorted, "Then let's see about that." Pei Ling frowned and charged forward with his sword. Blood Ghost escape. The startled monster quickly retreated. Pei Ling swung his sword fiercely, roaring in anger, "You think you can kill me with just that?
the monster shrieked. You! Suddenly, a frantic shout called out to him, Pei Ling, junior brother, wake up!
Pei Ling's eyes snapped open, sweat pouring down like rain.
His entire body was entangled in blood-red thorns. The sword in his hand was being desperately gripped by Xianxia's trembling hand. Xianxia trembled all over, biting her lip. She stared intently at Pei Ling, her hands, already bleeding from gripping the blade, bleeding even more. Pei Ling suddenly woke up and shouted, Senior sister. The tip of the sword plunged into the ground with a loud crash.
Pei Ling slumped to the ground,
clutching his neck. He frowned, looking at Xianxia with fear and gratitude. Thank you, senior sister, or I would have killed myself. Xianxia quickly bandaged her hands. She looked at Pei Ling with concern and asked, This dream-inducing forest is full of bizarre dangers. Junior brother must always be on guard.
Where's Shui Ying? Pei Ling lowered his head in confusion and replied, I don't know. I was originally holding on to senior brother Shu's wooden staff, guiding the way, but suddenly I couldn't see him anymore. He wondered worriedly. Shui Ying was closest to me, but he didn't come to help. Could something have happened to him too? Hearing this, Xianxia turned and pulled Pei Ling forward. Let's go, I'll get you out of the dream-inducing forest first.
Suddenly, a tragic scream came from behind them. Xianxia and Pei Ling, startled, and turned back at the same time.
Pei Ling's face was pale with fear,
his eyes widened, his back arched, and he asked in a gasp, Senior sister, what happened? Xianxia's expression turned anxious, and she frowned, answering in frustration, Damn it! It woke up again. As soon as she finished speaking, sharp, blood-red thorns shot straight up from the ground.
Before long, the space behind them was completely surrounded by blood-red thorns, making it impossible to move forward. Xianxia hurriedly grabbed Pei Ling's hand and pulled him along, shouting, Run!
Suddenly, a gloomy voice rang out. Do you really think you can escape?
Tears streamed down Pei Ling's face, and he asked Xianxia in terror, Senior sister, what's it that you're talking about? Xianxia struggled to pull Pei Ling along as she replied, The old wraith is accumulation of resentment of cultivators that died in the dream-inducing forest nearly 100 years ago. It's only awakened twice, and we just had to run into it. Suddenly, Xianxia stopped abruptly, shouting in shock.
It's coming. In front of them, a clump of blood-red thorns slowly gathered together. The red thorns shot up from the ground, arranging themselves to create something.
Before long, a grotesque face made of dark red thorns appeared before them. The grotesque face looked at Xianxia and Pei Ling, smirking cruelly. It shot the dark red thorns towards them, the monster's seductive voice echoing, The dream-inducing forest is where you belong.
Pei Ling quickly stood in front of Xianxia, shouting,
Senior sister, watch out! Pei Ling used all his strength to swing his sword at the blood-red thorns, but all he heard was a deafening clang. Pei Ling was terrified. He looked at the spot where he had just struck with his sword. It was gleaming and undamaged, making him jump back and shout, Even the Yansheng blade can't cut through it. Meanwhile, Xianxia gracefully cast a spell, easily severing the surrounding thorns that were lunging at them. Pei Ling, standing behind her, couldn't help but widen his eyes and think to himself, Shiji is seriously too strong. Suddenly, a strand of thorny vine took advantage of Pei Ling's inattention, and gently coiled around his leg from the ground. Pei Ling was startled, but it was too late. Pei Ling only felt his eyelids getting heavy, and the figure of Xianxia in front of him gradually blurred. When he opened his eyes again, all he saw was white. Pei Ling exclaimed, Huh! Standing in front of Pei Ling now were three figures of Li Liu, her face flushed as she sweetly called his name, Pei Ling. Pei Ling thought to himself with annoyance, Damn it, not again. Before Pei Ling could react, one of Li Liu's clones leaned down and gently kissed his cheek, instantly turning Pei Ling's face crimson. The three flirtatious and supple figures of Li Liu, graceful as snakes, constantly entwined around Pei Ling, their voices seductive and alluring. Let's cultivate until we die. Pei Ling was surrounded by them, drooling with delight. He grinned foolishly and replied, Hey, okay. Suddenly, a loud and decisive shout rang out from the side, pulling Pei Ling out of the illusion. Xianxia, while struggling to fend off the blood-red thorns attacking her, turned her head and shouted at Pei Ling, Pei Ling, wake up now. Seeing that the blood-red thorns were becoming more and more numerous, continuously surging towards them, Pei Ling pulled out the strand of thorny vine that had taken advantage of his inattention earlier, and stabbed it into his calf, exclaiming in shock, That was close, I almost got trapped. Pei Ling took out a talisman and thought to himself, If this keeps up, neither of us will escape. Shiji is so good I can't let anything happen to her. Thinking this, he shouted to Xianxia, Shiji, you go first. Zheng Xixiang already gave me an escape talisman, I can get out of here. Xianxia slowly removed the chains from her shoulders and replied in a cold voice, I, Xianxia, never break my promises. since I agreed with the sect master to protect you until you obtain the karma fire. Ouyang Tianding heavily placed the large box on her back down and shouted, "Then I will definitely see it through to the end." Seeing this, the thorny vine monster angrily released more and more red vines towards them, opening its mouth wide and roaring, "Don't even think about leaving." Ouyang Tianding looked serious as she tapped the large box twice. Nether Wylian. The iron chain shot out, quickly severing the blood-red thorns attacking them, and even decisively sliced off the head of the thorny vine monster, causing it to scream in agony. Seizing the opportunity while the monster was recovering, Ouyang Tianding grabbed Pei Ling's hand and quickly ran away. She shouted, "Now's our chance, let's run!" The monster in the cave still tried to reach out with its long, blood-red vines to chase after them. Its trembling voice desperately called out, "Don't go, Pei Ling!" Wiping the sweat from his forehead, he sighed with relief and said, "Finally, got out." Suddenly, Ouyang Tianding coughed up a mouthful of blood. Pei Ling anxiously rushed over and asked loudly, "Shiji, are you okay?" Ouyang Tianding wiped the blood still clinging to the corner of her lips. She turned around and replied with a gentle smile, "I'm fine, it's just a slight injury to my origin energy. Don't tell anyone about me using the dark coffin earlier. Okay, Shiji." Pei Ling looked worried and nodded in response. "Yeah, I'll definitely help Shiji keep it a secret." Unexpectedly, a voice rang out from behind them. "Pei, Shidi, Ouyang Shiji." Shu Ying walked over with Feng Ji. He smiled sheepishly and explained, "I didn't expect that resentful ghost to suddenly wake up." "It's good that you two are all right," Pei Ling replied coldly. "Thanks for your concern." Pei Ling frowned, pursed his lips, and thought darkly. Judging by their condition, they passed through the brocade dream forest very smoothly. I thought Zhu Ying had an accident and left me behind, but now it seems. In Pei Ling's eyes, Zhu Ying's face became extremely malicious. He looked at him with a sinister smile. Pei Ling thought to himself, "He deliberately harmed me." Ouyang Tianding stood up straight, her sharp eyes swept over, and she said reproachfully, "Xue Ying, you were really negligent. If I hadn't come back to check, I'm afraid Pei Shidi would have been in trouble." Hearing the scolding, Xue Ying lowered his head in shame and said apologetically, "Sorry, Shiji. I went to help Feng Ji escape from the dream tendrils and carelessly lost Pei Shidi." Ouyang Tianding looked at him sternly, her voice carrying a mix of forgiveness and warning. "Considering we're fellow disciples, I won't pursue this matter this time. If any more incidents occur in the yin-yang discord basin, I will definitely not forgive you." Zhu Ying cupped his hands and bowed respectfully in response. Right. Meanwhile, Pei Ling silently observed the conversation. His brow furrowed slightly, and he couldn't help but wonder, "This Xue Ying looks like a bullet shield character. Why are there so many of them popping up? I wonder what kind of trouble he's planning to cause me next. I need to quickly think of a way to deal with this disaster." At this moment, they were standing in front of the yin-yang maze. A narrow, winding path between abysses. One wrong step, and you'd fall into a bottomless pit with no way out. The surroundings were eerily quiet, with thick fog creating a cold and gloomy atmosphere, as if foreshadowing imminent danger. Noticing the apprehension in his eyes, she gently reminded him, but still full of wariness. "This place is called the Yin-Yang Maze, one of the most dangerous places in Ji Yu Yuan. The yin and yang forces of the narrow path in the middle will cancel each other out. And it's also the only way to survive. No matter what, don't leave the path in the middle." Pei Ling smiled slightly and nodded in response. Yes, senior sister, Feng Ji, walking behind, couldn't resist teasing. "Pei Ling Shidi, the bottom of this cliff is a bone pit. If you fall down there, you won't even have a whole corpse. Are you scared? If you are, let's turn back." Before he could finish speaking, Ouyang Tianxing interrupted loudly, scolding, "Mind your own business. Do you dare to be careless with the main vein master's instructions?" Feng Ji quickly waved his hand to explain, "Senior sister, I was just joking. Don't be angry." Pei Ling smiled back at Feng Ji with a calm tone. "Thank you for the reminder, Feng Xixiang. I'll be careful." But in his heart, an idea suddenly popped up. "You want me to fall down there so badly? Then I'll do as you wish." One by one, they followed each other across the narrow path. Each light step formed a silent, long line. Zhu Ying secretly glanced around, his heart full of calculation. Ordinary escape techniques are difficult to use in this maze. Without enough cultivation, falling down below is certain death. But I was just warned by senior sister. Should I make a move or not? While he was lost in thought, Pei Ling's voice called out from behind. Zhu Xixiang, startled, Zhu Ying turned around, his face full of questioning. At that moment he saw Pei Ling slip, lose his balance, and stagger backward. Ouyang Tianxing cried out in alarm, her heart filled with worry. Shidi, Pei Ling's figure staggered and fell off the cliff, his eyes wide with panic, only leaving a scream echoing, "Ah!" Seeing the scene before him, Zhu Ying's expression suddenly changed, thinking, "What's going on? I haven't even made a move yet." The atmosphere suddenly became extremely tense.
Purple rays of light surrounded Ouyang Tianxing, her eyes sharp as she stared straight at Xu Ying, her voice full of majesty and anger.
Xu Ying raised his hands in a panic, quickly explaining, "Senior sister, it really wasn't me." Ouyang Tianxing stared at him, her voice stern as she questioned, "If it wasn't you, then who else could it be? You don't think he jumped down there himself, do you?" Suddenly, from the depths of the abyss below, a fiery red figure flew up, causing both of them to turn their gaze. A pair of red wings appeared on Pei Ling's back, helping him fly high and escape the dangerous abyss. Then he landed safely on the ground. Pei Ling bent over and gently wiped the sweat from his forehead, his voice somewhat tired as he breathed a sigh of relief. Ugh, that was too dangerous. Xu Ying looked at him, his eyes wide with shock, sweat beading on his forehead, his mind in a chaotic mess of thoughts. Isn't he only at the 5th level of Qi training? How could he have cultivated this kind of technique? Ouyang Tianxing also couldn't hide the shock in her heart, thinking, this is the blood ghost escape technique. I never expected Pei Shidi to have such talent. It seems that helping him find the frozen marrow fire this time was indeed worth it. She spoke softly, as if to emphasize. It seems that helping him this time, helping him find the frozen marrow fire was indeed worth it. Pei Ling approached her, passing by Xu Ying, his tone weak and filled with grievance. If I hadn't cultivated an escape technique, I'm afraid senior sister would have to stand up for me.
Hearing this, Xu Ying angrily shouted, "You're lying, I didn't even touch you just now. You clearly jumped down yourself and blamed me."
Pei Ling turned his back, his tone calm but hinting at sharpness. Xu Xixiang, I know you look down on my low cultivation level, but I always believed that the person Zheng Xixiang sent here wouldn't harm my life. Suddenly, Pei Ling burst into tears, snot and tears streaming down his face, his voice choked with grievance. With a situation like this in the team, I really can't stay any longer. I should just go back and return this opportunity to Zheng Xixiang. Ouyang Tianxing looked at him, her tone decisive and full of protectiveness. Don't be afraid, Pei Ling Shidi, I guarantee he won't dare to harm you again. Xu Ying angrily interjected, his voice full of resentment. Ouyang Shiji, you and I have been through life and death together for many years, and you'd rather trust a cunning brat than believe me. Ouyang Tianxing held the bone life flower in her hand, her eyes cold as she warned, Xu Yangying, you abandoned Junior Xindi in the Brocade Dream Forest and ran away last time, and this time Pei Ling slipped and you still refuse to admit it. Ouyang Tianxing threatened. If you feel ashamed, after we obtain the frozen marrow fire, I will remove this bone life flower for you. Hearing this, Xu Ying fearfully retreated, his eyes panicked, his voice trembling. No, senior sister, I was wrong. Seeing the tense situation, Feng Ji quickly spoke up to mediate. Senior sister, perhaps Xue Ying, was momentarily confused and frightened. Pei Ling Shidi, the bone life flower is a bit too severe.
Ouyang Tianxing looked at him, her voice indifferent as she asked, What? Do you want to harm Pei Ling Shidi too? Feng Ji panicked and quickly replied, Of course not, I was just talking too much. Xu Ying clenched his teeth, his expression revealing dissatisfaction as he looked at her. Senior sister, you trust this kid so much I'm not convinced. Before he could say more, Ouyang Tianxing thrust the bone life flower straight into his chest, her voice cold. Too much talk. The bone life flower plunged deep into Xu Ying's chest, and the pain like sharp thorns pierced through his body, causing him to grimace and scream in agony. Pei Ling stood beside him, the corners of his mouth slightly raised, his eyes coldly sneering in his heart. You useless thing, you think you can harm me? Compared to the system's methods of harming others, you're really too weak, go learn more. At the Bone Crane Swamp, inside a dark cave, a blue flame hovered above the surface of the lake, and white bones were scattered all over the water. Pei Ling's eyes lit up. This is the cold marrow fire, right? Ouyang Tianxing replied. Yes, once Xu Ying finishes setting up the formation, senior sister can deal with the cold marrow fire and then hand it over to you for refining. Xu Ying began to set up the formation with all his heart and effort. He grunted, HMPH. The water's surface rippled, and pillars were plunged into the swamp, splashing water everywhere. Xu Ying sneered. HMPH, you're surprised by just a tiny cold marrow fire, what a newbie. Ouyang Tianxing quickly interjected to defend Pei Ling. But the process of absorbing and integrating the fire into your body is very painful, junior brother. You mustn't let down the sect master's hard work. You must persevere. Pei Ling was determined, clenching his fists, and his face lit up. Yes. He scratched his face hesitantly. Senior devil sister, is absorbing the fire into my body done by directly swallowing it or? Hearing this, Ouyang Tianxing and Xu Ying froze for 5 seconds. Both were speechless. Feng Ji scoffed. Senior sister, he doesn't even know the fire absorption incantation. Should we just turn around and head back? Ouyang Tianxing worriedly asked. Junior brother Pei, your alchemy skills are so superb, how can you not even grasp the most basic fire absorption incantation? Pei Ling was instantly embarrassed, thinking back to what happened before. I only listened to half a session of alchemy, and the rest was based on the system. How would I know what the fire absorption incantation is? They're screwing me over again, damn system. He found an excuse to justify himself. Sorry, senior sister. I'm new to the path of alchemy, and haven't had time to learn the fire absorption incantation yet.
Ouyang Tianxing sighed. Never mind. I will explain the fire absorption incantation to you now. Try to learn it quickly. Pei Ling was excited. Yes, senior sister, I guarantee I can learn it in a flash. He secretly cursed. Damn system, your time to redeem yourself has come.
Fang Ji interrupted. Senior sister, if it's the fire absorption incantation, it would take a qi refining cultivator at least half a month to learn it.
Or should we take him back first?
Then, before he could finish, he was punched in the face. Ouyang Tianxing angrily said. Half a month it is then. Fang Ji hastily said. Sorry, senior sister, pardon me for talking too much. Shui Ying observed these things, secretly calculating. You're so good to a qi refining cultivator, you really are a loyal dog of Zhengjing Shan. He gave a sly smile. You all don't have much time left. Elsewhere, inside the dream-sensing forest, beautiful women were chasing Miao Chengyang with coquettish voices. Young master, don't go, stay with us, Miao Chengyang scorned.
Do you think just a dream-sensing forest can make things difficult for me?
Illusions in this dream-sensing forest are easy to deal with for someone who cultivates the heart devil fist like me, he confidently affirmed. Miao Chengyang's footsteps stopped. The shadowy form of Chang'an slowly approached him. Brother, I'm not content, Miao Chengyang spoke. Chang'an, Miao Chengyang's face turned pale. Chang'an, rest assured, I will hunt down that Pei Ling to avenge you. He gritted his teeth. Damn it, these unreal scenes are using Chang'an to bewilder me. Chang'an's face became distorted. Black fluid flowed from his eyes with a resentful voice.
Too late. Chang'an wanted to pounce on Miao Chengyang. I am your only blood brother. Framed by others, yet you let the enemy live leisurely in the outer sect. Until now, Miao Chengyang was frightened. Chang'an, you misunderstand. Chang'an, was stubborn with his reasoning. Clearly you could have killed him in the sect, but you couldn't bear to part with the fine money and dragged it out. Until now, you basically don't want to avenge me, right? Miao Chengyang snorted. He violently overcame his fear. Your fist is just an illusion. I will shatter you with one punch. Unexpectedly, his hand was grabbed by Chang'an. The Cheng. An illusion showed purple ink stains as if eaten by acid, Miao Chengyang said. You have changed. You are no longer the brother I once knew. The illusion transformed into a blackened version of Miao Chengyang's face, laughing loudly. Look at what you've become now. Miao Chengyang suddenly realized the instability. Not good. This isn't an illusion, but my heart demon. He retreated backward, preparing to attack. Unexpectedly, Chang'an's death had shaken his mental state, leading to the heart demon. Miao Chengyang's hand clenched. A vortex of green energy wrapped around his arm. My Tao heart has never changed. No need for pointing fingers. Miao Chengyang tried to gain the upper hand, veins bulging on his forehead, but red threads wrapped around and held his feet tightly. A giant woman's face, as red as blood, with hair like Medusa. Miao Chengyang cried out. Vengeful spirit, he wondered. Why did the vengeful spirit appear at this time to hinder me? Damn you, Pei Ling, you little bastard. It's all your fault. I'm not content. I'm not content. Many copies of Miao Chengyang appeared, swaying like zombies, advancing towards him.
Kill, 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 kill. Miao Chengyang's inner demon laughed gleefully. Ha ha, kill. The immortal cultivation world's intelligent DEF system has finished learning the technique. Please name it. Host. Pei Ling thought leisurely. Let's call it the fire absorption art.
Ouyang Tianxing asked caringly.
Pei Ling Shiji, is there anything you don't understand about the fire absorption art? This Shiji can explain it again. Pei Ling hastily waved his hand. Thank you, Shiji, no need. Pei Ling pouted. How am I supposed to tell her I've already learned it? Just then, Shui Ying interrupted. Shiji has finished setting up the formation.
Ouyang Tianxing ordered.
Hand over the central formation flag and your natal formation plate to me. She pondered. Shu Ying has caused trouble so many times. To be safe, I should control him first.
Shu Ying hurriedly explained. Shiji, it was just a misunderstanding before.
The light blue flower pattern on his face bloomed.
Shu Ying's body ached and floated in the air, suppressed by magical power, screaming, Ah! Ah! Ah, Shiji! I really know I was wrong, Shiji. Shu Ying was wrapped into a white cocoon, she said. Shiji worked hard to set up the formation, rest a bit in the cocoon. Pei Ling chuckled inwardly.
This Shiji's methods are too awesome. Let's see how you cause trouble now.
Ouyang Tianxing glanced at the blue flame on the swamp and waved the flag, shouting, Open.
Immediately, the formation opened, and several golden slips spun, swirling around the flame as fast as lightning. Ouyang Tianxing held an object. She pointed, and the flame shrank and entered that object. The chilling intoxication flame has shrunk, Pei Ling asked, curiously. Ouyang Tianxing handed the object to Pei Ling. I've removed the yin chill that the chilling intoxication flame absorbed in the bone crane swamp for you. Your cultivation is too low? If it's too big, it won't hear the conversation between the two of you? Feng Ji was jealous.
The chilling intoxication flame is so valuable, and that brat is getting the benefit. It really makes people feel unhappy.
Pei Ling Shidi. Cultivating the fire absorption art takes time. We'll go to the Uo cave. Shiji. Relying on just you and me to protect Pei Ling Shidi on the way to the Uo cave is too dangerous, Feng Ji reminded. At a critical moment, I'll open the coffin, Ouyang Tianxing said. Feng Ji was surprised. Open the coffin, Shiji, that's too high a price. Just now, after Shiji used the black coffin to save me, her vital energy was greatly damaged. It seems that Shiji's black coffin can't be used easily, Pei Ling recalled, a drop of sweat flowing, his eyes showing some worry. Shiji is so good, I can't let her get hurt. Shiji, I'll try to absorb the flame into my body now, he said. To avoid trouble, naturally, Ouyang Tianxing hard to allow.
Pei Ling Shidi, don't be reckless. There's only one chance to absorb the flame into your body with the fire absorption art. If you fail, you'll die. Focus on learning the fire absorption art. Leave everything else to Shiji. Feng Ji raised his voice. Shiji, he wants to try it himself. You have to trust Pei Ling Shidi. Pei Ling reassured. Shiji, don't worry. I have a foundation in alchemy. This fire absorption art is easy to grasp. Actually, he was using the system. This Feng Ji seems to really want to see me absorb it now. Thinking of this, Pei Ling saw a one-click cultivation button appear on the screen. After a long time, the system announced, starting to cultivate the fire absorption art, checking that the host lacks elixir fire. The system is giving away a portion of innate elixir fire for free. Pei Ling took the chilling intoxication flame from Ouyang Tianxing's hand. She was caught off guard. Ouyang Tianxing tried to stop him. Dangerous, quickly stop. But Pei Ling had already sat down to cultivate.
Feng Ji scorned in his heart. How can the fire absorption art be so easy to learn? Do you really think you're a genius? Wait until you're devoured by the flame and turned into smoke? He observed Pei Ling's every move, secretly evaluating, he's using the fire absorption art skillfully. Something's not right. This technique, how can it be so proficient? The process of absorbing the flame into the body is extremely painful, yet this brat doesn't have the slightest expression on his face. Could it be that this kid is really a genius? Feng Ji clutched his head and screamed. Ouyang Tianxing smiled gently. Her flame control skills are comparable to refining high-grade elixirs. I didn't expect junior brother Pei's talent and perseverance to be so high. My worries were unnecessary. In Pei Ling's heart, however, all he could do was inwardly scream, it hurts, it hurts, it hurts, it hurts like hell. He cursed the damn system in his mind. From now on, I'll give you 5-star reviews for life. Just stop already. A blue flame engulfed Pei Ling's body. From within his cocoon, Tai Ying watched closely, his eyes bloodshot. If this little brat succeeds in absorbing the flame, won't all my efforts be for nothing? He wondered. Where is Sect Master Miao? Why hasn't he arrived yet? Elsewhere, Sect Master Miao gradually emerged from a dark cave, a sinister smile on his face, repeating over and over, kill, kill, kill. Pei Ling's eyes were tightly shut, sitting cross-legged on the ground, in a meditative state, focusing his mind. Surrounding his body were brilliant streams of azure Q. The potent spiritual energy seemed to indicate that he was on the verge of a breakthrough. In the silent atmosphere, Feng Ji and Ouyang Tianxing couldn't help but exclaim inwardly. Junior brother Pei is already at the 6th level of Qi refinings. As expected, an 8th grade pill fire is truly formidable. This is the final stage of flame absorption. He'll succeed immediately. Apart from the three of them in the cave, there was one other person, tightly bound by scaly bandages and iron chains, looking like a cocoon. This person was none other than Tai Ying. He was tightly bound, his face red with rage, veins popping as he ground his teeth, thinking, if this little bastard Pei Ling is allowed to grow, the floating life lineage will surely rise again. What was the point of me doing all this, and what will Miao Chengyang have to show for it? I must stop him. I must kill him. Suddenly, Ouyang Tianxing turned abruptly to look at Tiang, seemingly sensing his evil intentions. She raised 2 fingers, manipulating the cocoon to tighten the chains wrapped around him, causing him to cry out in pain. Ouyang Tianxing said softly, "You're already in a cocoon. Can't you behave yourself? Fine. If you harbor such murderous intentions, I can't keep you around anymore." Abruptly, her eyes widened in shock, as a giant blue hand smashed through the cocoon she had created to restrain Tai Ying. Ouyang Tianxing warily eyed the person before her. I didn't expect you to come here in person. Tai Ying looked at the man standing before him, unable to hide his smugness. The newcomer was none other than Miao Chengyang. His eyes were bloodshot, and he exhaled plumes of crimson spiritual energy, looking utterly demonic. Ouyang Tianxing clenched her fist, her expression grave, and said, Sect Master Miao, junior brother Pei is still absorbing the pill fire. He absolutely cannot be disturbed. Miao Chengyang roared in response. You think you can stop me? Then he thought, if I don't kill this little beast Xu Feng, My inner demon will never disappear."
Seeing the determination on his face, tinged with the madness of an inner demon, she said, "Fang Ji, get Pei Ling out of here, quickly." Fang Ji responded with a non-committal, his expression hinting at a smile.
Fang Ji swiftly flicked 2 needles from his hand. These needles shot straight toward Pei Ling, but were blocked by her chains. She demanded in confusion, "Fang Ji." Fang Ji held the needles in his hand, smiling as he said, "Even if senior sister and I join forces, we're no match for Sect Master Miao. A wise man submits to circumstances."
Countless iron chains and scraps of fabric appeared around Pei Ling, quickly forming a cocoon to protect him. This was created by Ouyang Tianxing. She grabbed the wooden box wrapped in chains and slammed it hard against the ground. "In that case, don't blame me for not showing any respect." Miao Chengyang's eyes were bloodshot.
His fist clenched. As he began to absorb spiritual energy, he coldly snorted and roared, "Anyone who stops me from killing Pei Ling dies." With that, he used demonic heart fist, punching powerfully towards Ouyang Tianxing. She quickly used her wooden box to block his attack, but was still forced back, blood flowing from her mouth due to blocking his punch, but she steadfastly said, "I absolutely will not let you get near junior brother Pei." Then she began to use Underworld False Lotus, the chains on the wooden box turning purple, rapidly lashing out towards Miao Chengyang. His face smug, he swiftly dodged the chains that were trying to bind him. Such poor talent. She was shocked to see him dodging so easily and thought, nether evasion. She didn't expect Miao Chengyang to be able to use the same type of evasion technique as Pei Ling. Nether evasion and blood ghost evasion are similar, both being advanced evasion techniques. 5 Ghost Heaven is the strongest of the Double Bright sect.
She never thought Miao Chengyang would have mastered it so proficiently. She watched Miao Chengyang laugh loudly with smugness as he ran around her and the cocoon. "Damn it, it's impossible to catch him with sight alone if this continues. My life and junior brother Pei's will both be in danger. I must open the gate." She focused her observation, waiting for the right moment. Quickly, the iron chains flew out again, forming a circle. She opened the lid of the box. Inside was a black-haired girl wearing a red dress, looking very pale, lying there motionless. This was Ouyang Tianmeng. Seeing this, Tai Ying exclaimed in panic. She let her out again. Seeing his fear, Fang Ji indifferently said, "What's there to be afraid of? We have Vain Master Miao here." Miao Chengyang rushed towards her, his face still smug. "So what if you're at the opening realm? I'm the Vain Master of the Miaochuan Vein. Today is the day you and Pei Ling die." Ouyang Tianmeng gently raised her hand, instantly freezing Miao Chengyang in place. Where is this? He was confused. He had been brought to some dark and misty place. Standing here, he couldn't help but wonder, where is this? In a hut right near where he was standing, a girl with slender hands appeared, holding a needle and a piece of embroidered fabric with Miao Chengyang's face on. The girl had a beautiful and charming face, and said softly, "Come over and sit for a while." Fang Ji helped Xue Ying. Looking towards Ouyang Tianxing and Ouyang Tianmeng, the 4 of them just stared at each other blankly. Ouyang Tianxing's face now had many wounds. She glared resentfully at Fang Ji and Xue Ying, who were smug.
Can't see them anymore. Eyes wide open, they smiled gleefully, saying to each other, "Ghost Shadow Escape, it really is powerful, so fast that you can't even see their shadows anymore."
Vain Master Miao was worthy of being an outer sect prodigy back then, to have cultivated Ghost Shadow Escape to perfection in such a short time. Ouyang Tianxing's body had now consumed so much spiritual power that she couldn't even stand straight. She clenched her fist and shouted angrily, "You dare to betray the Xianxia Vein, today you must stay in this bone crane swamp." As she spoke, the box containing Ouyang Tianmeng began to emit a fiery red force intensely. Ouyang Tianmeng gently raised one of her hands forward, and from her sleeve white vines with many thorns began to emerge. These vines were adorned with a few bright red flowers, making them extremely eerie. They rushed towards Fang Ji and Xue Ying. Xue Ying didn't react as quickly as Fang Ji, so he screamed in fear when he saw them attacking. Fang Ji quickly pulled out his treasure, which was shaped like a stone incense burner, called the Rui Yun Precious Brazier. He used his technique to create a green shield and shouted loudly, "My vein also has the support of Zhu Zhenzhuan. You dare offend Zhu Zhenzhuan." He worried so much that he gnashed his teeth, thinking to himself, why isn't Vain Master Miao back yet? Could it be that he was scared away by Ouyang Tianmeng too? Ouyang Tianxing was already exhausted at this point, and only said softly, "You're about to die. Why are you still talking so much nonsense?" Inside another space, where Miao Chengyang was being held, a cup of tea appeared on the table, reflecting Miao Chengyang's face. He said curiously, "May I ask if you are the Qiao Ni girl under Li Zhenzhuan?" He sat up straight and looked at the person opposite him, asking, "I wonder what business Qiao Ni has coming here." The girl Miao Chengyang called Qiao Ni said to him expressionlessly, "Don't touch Pei Ling." Hearing this, his eyebrows furrowed, and he gnashed his teeth angrily, thinking, this Qiao Ni actually came here for Pei Ling.
Could it be that the backer of that little beast Pei Ling isn't Zhang Jingshan but Li Beichuan? If I can't kill Pei Ling, my inner demon will never be resolved. Thinking this, he immediately said, "What if I say no?" Suddenly, a scratch appeared on his face, making him stunned. Qiao Ni looked at him and snorted coldly. The scratch on his face was caused by her stabbing the embroidered portrait of Miao Chengyang in her hand with a needle. Outside the cave, Feng Ji and Xue Ying were struggling to resist Ouyang Tianxing's attacks. Xu Ying said to Feng Ji, "This bitch is at the opening realm. She'll be constantly consuming her spiritual power. If we keep this up, we're sure to win." Feng Ji replied, "But my Rui Yun precious brazier is about to give out. Then grab Pei Ling and use him as a shield." Hearing what Xue Ying said, Feng Ji immediately bit his finger, causing it to bleed. He dripped his blood onto the Rui Yun precious brazier, which was shining brightly. Instantly, a huge bee with sharp teeth flew out. It was the Nether Imperial insect. The two of them stood and watched it fly away. The Nether Imperial insect dodged all the thorny vines, quickly rushing forward, causing Ouyang Tianxing to exclaim, "I'm done for!" because it had just flown past her, rushing towards the cocoon containing Pei Ling. Her eyes widened. She immediately turned her head to look at the Nether Imperial insect, when Feng Ji, with a smug look on his face, rushed towards her with a sharp needle in his hand. "Senior apprentice sister, what are you looking at?" She didn't have time to react, so he quickly stabbed her 3 big needles, immediately causing her to vomit blood, only managing to cry out in pain. Suddenly, the cocoon containing Pei Ling exploded, smoke billowing out. System prompt. This cultivation session ends here. Thank you, host, for using the cultivation system. With just one click, no worries about ascension. Looking forward to your sharing and rating of your cultivation. If you are satisfied, please rate 5 stars. Pei Ling, holding the head of the Nether Imperial insect in his hand, his face cold, directly crushed the head of the demon beast, causing its body to fall down. It looked extremely dangerous at this moment. Pei Ling's entire body was being infiltrated by the power he had just cultivated, his eyes staring blankly at Feng Ji and Xue Ying. "It's finally over." Feng Ji, standing next to Ouyang Tianxing's corpse, said angrily and worriedly, "That kid actually completed the devouring. Damn it. Even the Nether Imperial insect couldn't do anything to him. Could it be that today I really have to?" Feng Ji gritted his teeth angrily, but then smiled and continued, "If I can't kill Pei Ling, then I—" He stopped abruptly. Feng Ji then grabbed Ouyang Tianxing by the hair, shouting gleefully, "Kill you, you whore!" Hearing this, Pei Ling felt strength gradually surge through his body. He said softly, "Ever since we entered the ancient abyss, you all have been bullying me, plotting to kill me. For the sake of my senior sister I've yielded many times, but you've only gotten worse." At this moment something brown began to grow from his hand, looking like a strange plant. "Now you've seriously injured my senior sister." Pei Ling's aura erupted powerfully, his eyes burning with hatred as he glared at Feng Ji. He emphasized, "In that case, I'll kill you all." As soon as he finished speaking, Pei Ling flashed past Feng Ji. A blazing red aura slashed across his head, freezing him in place. Meanwhile, he was already holding Ouyang Tianxing in his arms, his eyes filled with killing intent. Sensing Pei Ling's sword about to claim his head, Xue Ying collapsed to his knees, his usual noble demeanor replaced by a pathetic, groveling attitude. He trembled as he begged, "Pei Ling, junior brother, let's talk this over. Senior brother swears, I'll be your ox, your horse from now on. Please spare me this once." Pei Ling held the injured Ouyang Tianxing with one arm, while the other held his sword to Xu Ying's neck. His face grim, he gritted his teeth and asked, "Now you know regret," Pei Ling said coldly. Too late. Xu Ying's eyes rolled back as he pleaded loudly, Pei junior brother, Pei big brother, I really know I was wrong, please." Not giving him a chance to say anything more, Pei Ling gave him a strike, his head separating from his neck. Xue Ying screamed in agony. After a while, Ouyang Tianxing finally woke up. Pei Ling attentively helped her sit up, asking, "Senior sister, are you all right?" Tianxing weakly replied, "I'm fine now. I didn't expect junior brother Pei to have mastered the bloodfiend saber art." Pei Ling forced a smile in response. He looked towards the corpse of the red-dressed girl lying in the coffin, and then said, "Senior sister, this black coffin is consuming your spiritual energy. How about letting her go back first?" Ouyang Tianxing replied, "It's okay. My spiritual energy can still handle it. I'm afraid Miao Chengyang is hiding in the dark, so it's better to be cautious." Suddenly, blood streaks appeared on Pei Ling's face, spreading rapidly. When those blood streaks reached their limit, they exploded, causing Pei Ling to experience unprecedented pain. Blood spurted from every part of his body. The pain caused his body to lurch forward, and Pei Ling fell into Ouyang Tianxing's arms. She screamed in panic, "Pei Ling, junior brother." After enduring the pain for a while, he calmed down and got used to it. Pei Ling suddenly thought, "What's going on? My body suddenly feels heavier."
Ouyang Tianxing helped Pei Ling up and said, Pei Ling, junior brother, your nascent fire hasn't stabilized yet, but you've been continuously using your spiritual energy, causing the GU poison to get closer to your heart. The only way now is to use the Blood Fiend Saber art to practice external killing, Pei Ling pondered.
The Blood Fiend Saber art has healing effects, but if I practice the Saber art now, the system will probably give senior sister away for free. He turned to instruct Ouyang Tianxing.
Senior sister. Later, after I've finished refining these two things for external killing, you must lightly hit me. She was surprised, but still replied, hit you, okay?
He opened the system panel and stated his request. System, I want to cultivate the Blood Fiend Saber art. The system returned the inspection result. Inspection found that cultivation materials are missing. Cultivator's essence blood. The system gives away 3 Foundation Establishment cultivators for free, Pei Ling said helplessly. Ha. As expected. With that, he raised his hand. In an instant, the sword was created. He raised the sword towards the sky and cast the spell, Fiend Devour. As soon as he finished speaking, streams of fresh red blood were quickly absorbed by the sword. The more blood it absorbed, the more his power increased. The sword absorbed the blood and transformed it into red energy, enveloping Pei Ling's entire body. When all the blood was drained from the corpses, those corpses turned into skeletons. Pei Ling felt his body gradually recover, his wounds were healed. This Blood Fiend Saber art is indeed effective. Suddenly, a pale hand slapped Pei Ling's shoulder. The system announced, external demon attack detected. The cultivation process ends here.
Pei Ling happily turned his head and said, Senior sister, I'm done cultivating. Let's go quickly.
As soon as he turned his head, he was met with the ghost of a young girl, staring straight at him. Pei Ling was so startled that his heart almost jumped out. On the other side, Miao Chengyang was attacked by someone, causing him to fall down in pain, blood spurting from his mouth. Chao Ni stood in the pavilion and said, if Pei Ling's nascent fire failed just now, I wouldn't have saved him nor stopped you. Unfortunately, your luck isn't good, Miao Chengyang angrily asked. So what exactly do you want me to do? Chao Ni replied. 1. Don't reveal what happened today. 2. Don't make a move before Pei Ling enters the sect. She turned her head to glance at him. Make these 2 heart demon vows and I'll let you leave, Miao Chengyang wondered. Does that mean after Pei Ling enters the sect, I can kill him? Chao Ni said. If Pei Ling dies by your hands at that time, then he's just trash and not worthy of the master's attention. Miao Chengyang snorted angrily, he thought. Let this little beast Pei Ling live a few more days first, then I'll give him several times the pain. After that, his left hand grabbed his right wrist and raised it to his forehead, beginning to make a vow. I, Miao Chengyang, hereby make a heart demon vow. I will not reveal what happened today, and I will absolutely not make a move before Pei Ling enters the sect. After completing the steps of making the vow, he asked, How is it, Miss Chao Ni? Chao Ni only coldly replied, Miao Chengyang bowed his head and clasped his hands. I'll take my leave today. Suddenly, Chao Ni brought a bowl in front of him. Miao Chengyang was startled and frightened. She smiled and brought the bowl of tea in her hand in front of Miao Chengyang and said, Drink the tea, and then leave. Inside the cave, Pei Ling was trying to resist Ouyang Tianmeng. He turned to look at his senior sister and asked, It's over, senior sister. Why did you fall? Pei Ling turned to look directly at Tianmeng and tremblingly greeted, Hello. Replying to him was a savage laugh. Then she swung her vines to attack Pei Ling directly. Although he managed to block, considering the current situation, Pei Ling was still on the defensive. Not good, this head is probably out of control. Suddenly, dozens of chains flew out of the coffin, surrounding Ouyang Tianmeng. In Pei Ling's astonishment, the chains quickly pulled Tianmeng towards the coffin. Perhaps she still didn't realize what was happening to her, and was still laughing happily. After locking Ouyang Tianmeng in the coffin automatically locked and added talismans to imprison her inside. Pei Ling thought, what exactly is going on? Could it be her again? In the distance, a voice suddenly called out, Young Master Pei, causing Pei Ling to turn around in shock. Chao Ni appeared from behind and asked, Are you alright? Pei Ling awkwardly said. Thank you for your help, Miss Chao Ni. Although he said that, his heart was full of doubts. Strange, why isn't it Wu Liu? He glanced around and asked, Where is Miss Wu Liu? Chao Ni glided past him, explaining, Because of what happened before, Wu Liu has been punished by the master. From now on, I will take care of you. Hearing this, Pei Ling's eyes lit up. He excitedly thought, Take care of me. Could it be that Fairy Ling sent her here to be my bodyguard? With this big shot, won't I be able to run wild in the Chongming sect from now on? He quickly replied, Yes, Miss Chao Ni. Please give me more guidance in the future. Chao Ni walked to Ouyang Tianxing's side. She knelt down and began to heal Tianxing with her power. While healing, she said, Young Master Pei, the master hates useless people the most. Although you have successfully absorbed the fire this time, it's still far from enough. Speaking of this, she turned her head, looked directly into Pei Ling's eyes, and continued.
Before you prove you have more value, young Master Pei should pray for your own good fortune.
After hearing this sentence, he felt as if he had been kicked away by Chao Ni. Pei Ling resentfully thought, the big shot is going too far.
Pei Ling awkwardly replied, Yes, may I ask Miss Chao Ni, does Fairy Li want to impart new cultivation techniques? He glanced around and called out, Miss Chao Ni. Before he could come to his senses, Chao Ni had disappeared without a word of farewell, leaving him with his fainting senior sister. After walking out of the cave, Zheng Jingshan shouted in anger, You're saying that Feng Ji and Xue Ying both betrayed us, and Miao Chengyang personally attacked you.
Pei Ling explained. Senior sister was forced to use the black coffin, but unexpectedly the girl inside lost control. In the end, luckily Miss Chao Ni appeared and saved us, Xianxia also added. And those two, Feng Ji and Xue Ying, they were refined into external evil by junior brother Pei. Zheng Jingshan frowned and said, Refined, a fine ungrateful head, biting the hand that feeds you, wasting your uncle master's painstaking nurturing. He asked, What about Miao Chengyang?
Wu Yang Tianxing replied, Branch Master Miao disappeared halfway. Now I suspect Jiao Ni was behind it. Hearing the answer he wanted, Zheng Jingshan's attitude did a complete 180. He cheerfully continued, Good, Miao Chengyang fell into Jiao Ni's hands. If he's not dead, he'll be skinned alive.
Seeing Zheng Jingshan's happy mood, Pei Ling quickly went to suck up. That's right, senior brother Zheng. About the fine, Zheng Jingshan walked up to Pei Ling and patted him on the shoulder. Confidently showing off his financial strength, he said, Now that you've obtained the cold Tui fire, a mere 10,000 spirit stones for the fine is nothing. Senior brother is sure you can pay it.
Pei Ling worried. I can definitely pay it. Before, you seemed to say you'd pay it for me, right? With that, Zheng Jingshan walked straight out the front door. He didn't forget to wave. Goodbye, you guys just got back from Ji Yuyuan. Take a rest first, Pei Shidi. I'll have someone arrange a temporary room for you. I have to go out and handle some things first.
Elsewhere. Suddenly, someone kicked the door open, entering to the shock of the three people inside. Miao Chengyang, supporting his injured arm, limped in, seething with anger. His subordinate exclaimed, Branch Master. His three subordinates were so surprised their eyes and mouths were wide open, standing frozen as they looked at their master. Branch Master, are you all right?
Perhaps because of the pain, before he could take a few steps inside, Miao Chengyang vomited blood.
What he spat out wasn't just blood, but also wriggling worms.
Miao Chengyang's face darkened.
He loudly ordered, Someone, scrub Pei Manor clean for me. Let that bastard son of a bitch taste the pain of his loved ones dying and a demonic obsession consuming his body. Had his anger taken over his reason? In his heart, Miao Chengyang was plotting a scheme that couldn't be more evil. I won't directly attack Xu Feng. I'll wipe out his entire family.
Yin Dongmeng spoke up.
Branch Master, forgive me for speaking frankly. This action is not appropriate.
Miao Chengyang ordered his subordinates. Everyone else, step back. Those few people respectfully said, Yes. He glared and asked,
You say what isn't appropriate?
Yin Dongmeng replied, Branch Master returned from Ji Yuyuan with nothing to show for it. Outsiders will think Branch Master couldn't do anything to Pei Ling, so you're just taking it out on his family. If this gets back to Zhu Zhenchuan's ears, our Zhao Chuan branch's position might not be secure.
Miao Chengyang thought for a moment, then said, What you say also makes sense. I was a bit too emotional, he added. Moreover, Pei Ling has long been looked down upon. He doesn't associate with people in the clan, so slaughtering the entire Pei Manor probably won't make him feel anything. As he said this, his face darkened, and a scheming smile appeared. But there's another way, Miao Chengyang happily asked. What way? Yin Dongmeng said. In the outer sect, there's a female cultivator who has some kind of relationship with Pei Ling. Below the foundation establishment stage, how many can resist a beautiful woman? On Pei Ling's side, Pei Ling was diligently practicing alchemy when the system reminded him, detected that the host's spiritual power is insufficient. This entrusted cultivation ends here. Thank you for using the One Key Ascension cultivation system. Hope you share your evaluation. If you are satisfied with the cultivation, please give 5 stars.
Pei Ling slumped down in frustration, filled with doubt.
What's going on? I'm already at the 6th level of Qi. Refining, logically my spiritual power should be much higher than before, right? Why was I drained so clean this time after refining one pot? Could it be the cold Tui fire cauldron? He roused himself, got up, and opened the lid of the alchemy furnace, going to see how the pills had turned out. If one pot can produce a few more pills, wasting a little spiritual power is acceptable. As soon as he opened it a little, golden light emanated from inside, forming a long streak. The more he opened it, the more streaks of light there were. It was so bright that it shone through the outer door of the alchemy room. Everyone outside was shocked, mouths agape.
Pei Ling worried.
Holy crap, that's a blinding light. Could it be that I refined an entire batch of pills? But he was truly disappointed. Inside, there were only 2 pills with a sparkling color. These 2 pills were as bright as 2 night-luminescent pearls.
2 pills. Pei Ling's face contorted.
Not believing his eyes, he asked, "Are you kidding me?" "As for the color, no biggie," the system announced. "Ding. Your system is upgrading. Please check in time."
Pei Ling clicked on the window without hesitation.
"Let me see what good stuff I can get." He clicked to view. Immediately, a girl rushed in boisterously. Pei Ling raised his head to, "There's gonna be a storm." Pei Ling, attentively holding the pill in his hand, evaluating it. Not only are the quantities smaller, but the pills refined are also very different from before. Could the system be crashing again? If it messes someone up, won't I have to compensate with spirit stones? I should first try it myself. Thinking this, he immediately threw the pill into his mouth. "System, I want to cultivate the tendon bone art." The sun had risen, shining early rays of sunlight down on the tiled roof. Zhang Jingshan stood in front of the door, knocking and calling out, "Pei Shidi, are you in there?" The door opened, Zhang Jingshan said smugly. "Xianxia has good news to tell you."
Pei Ling's entire body was ripped, and green smoke was rising off him as he grinned. "Senior brother Zhang is back. Got any good news?" Zhang Jingshan's face was purple as he stared in shock at the person in front of him, thinking, only a night has passed, and this kid's bones are so tough now. He regained his composure and casually looked at Pei Ling, saying, "Inner sect Elder Chiwan needs top-grade pills right away to nurture his only 6-year-old son.
I negotiated with him, and we're selling him the top-grade bone-tempering pill for 120 low-grade spirit stones." Hearing that price, Pei Ling exclaimed in surprise. "That much? What the heck?"
Seeing Pei Ling's surprised reaction, Zhang Jingshan laughed gleefully at the prophet. "We're covering the material costs for you, so don't worry, junior brother Pei. As long as you keep refining pills every day, you can definitely pay off the fine."
Pei Ling's face twisted, thinking, 20%? I knew you weren't that nice.
Then, Pei Ling stroked his chin, looking elsewhere, and said, "Didn't senior brother say before that you wanted to help me pay the fine? Did you regret it? I wonder what senior sister Li would think if she knew about this." Hearing him say that, Zhang Jingshan was a little worried. He forced a smile, raised 3 fingers, and bargained. "Why would junior brother say that? Senior brother is splitting half of this profit with senior sister, so how about this? I'll give you 30%. Pei Ling immediately raised 4 fingers, 40%. Seeing this, Zhang Jingshan panicked, thinking, "You want to rob me? No way." He thought so, but he still compromised with him, causing Pei Ling's face to fill with cunning. Fine, 40%. Junior brother Pei. How many pills did you refine last night? Elder Chiwan needs them today." Pei Ling held out a bottle, saying, "Senior brother Zhang, I just got back from Ji Yu Yuan, and I'm not in good shape. I only refined in pills, and the quality is a little special." Zhang Jingshan took the bottle and poured out a pill to examine it, questioning him. "You're slacking off? How special can a bone-tempering pill be?" Looking at the pill in his hand, he couldn't help but be doubtful. This is... Suddenly, Zhang Jingshan's face was full of surprise, his mouth agape as he stared at the glowing pill floating in his hand, blurting out, "Extreme-grade bone-tempering pill." His eyes widened, seemingly in disbelief, thinking, in the blink of an eye, this kid's bone affinity has improved so much, so he's using extreme-grade bone-tempering pills. After examining it, Zhang Jingshan held the bottle of pills, his face covered in tears and snot, deeply moved. "Extreme-grade bone-tempering pill. Absolutely priceless. You could get at least 2,000 low-grade spirit stones per pill at auction. Junior brother Pei. Holy crap, you're a genius." Hearing that it could be sold for so much, Pei Ling's eyes lit up like stars, full of anticipation. "It can be sold for that much. System-sama, I love you." At this moment, Ouyang Tianxing walked in from outside, saying, "Lord, the metal lord of the Shige vein is here to see you." Zhang Jingshan's face turned pale, worried. What's coming is coming. Hearing this, Pei Ling was a little surprised, thinking, the metal lord, Kim Suyan's older cousin, Zhang Jingshan, stole the cold marrow fire from her during this mission. Looks like she's here to get revenge on him today. Zhang Jingshan said softly, "Junior brother Pei, you take the cold marrow fire. She's probably here to cause trouble for you. Go back to the outer sect and avoid her for a bit." "I can handle this," he replied. "Then I'll trouble senior brother Zhang." "Then I'll be off, junior brother Pei. Don't forget to refine pills." With that, he turned and left. Pei Ling and Ouyang Tianxing were talking in the room. "What will happen to senior brother Zhang? I'm afraid he'll have to go into seclusion for at least half a month to recover." Zhang Jingshan hadn't gone far, so he could still faintly hear what the two of them were saying. He walked and cried, tears and snot streaming down his face. Lord Zhang has really done too much for the Fusang vein. Outside the garden, different story. Beside the pavilion, there were many people standing around. Inside the pavilion,
A beautiful girl like a flower with delicate features was focused on playing the zither.
Pei Hongnian admired the beauty, his face flushed, his tongue lolling with desire. Celestial music from the heavens, rarely heard in the mortal realm. Junior sister Ying Yue's zither skills are truly superb. Sun Ying smiled shyly, covering her mouth and replying, "Senior brother Pei is too kind."
On the surface, she was smiling, but inside she was so angry that sparks were flying from her eyes, gnashing her teeth. Qi refining stage 4, Qi refining stage 2. These are all trash. When will someone truly outstanding notice my talent and beauty? Suddenly, a whom sound rang out at the wall of the small courtyard. Smoke and dust filled the air, and large rocks flew far away. Zhao Yan, who was standing nearby, angrily shouted,
"Who dares to intrude into junior sister Yinglan's courtyard without permission?" Pei Hongnian was equally angry, but he still comforted her. "Junior sister Yinglan, don't be afraid, I'm here."
A pair of feet wearing red shoes appeared. Yin Dongmeng clasped his hands, his face cold as he walked in, and gave a casual greeting. The people inside exclaimed in surprise when they saw him appear. "Not good! It's a Foundation establishment cultivator. Run!" They quickly called to each other to flee, leaving only Pei Hongnian standing in front of Sun Ying to protect her. Seeing Yin Dongmeng standing right in front of him, he said,
"Ying, junior sister Yinglan, run first, I'll handle him." In truth, Pei Hongnian didn't run because he was so scared that his legs had gone weak and he couldn't move. Sun Ying put her hand on Pei Hongnian's shoulder to push him away. Then she rushed towards Yin Dongmeng. She said gently, "This senior brother is truly handsome and dashing. I wonder what brings you to find this junior sister." Seeing her being so proactive, he slightly curled his lips into a smile, then reached out and held her chin. Sun Ying's face flushed red, her eyes filled with shy affection, and she said coyly, "Senior brother is a bit too hasty." After saying that, she thought to herself, "Is this guy interested in me? My golden turtle has finally arrived?" As soon as she finished thinking, he forcefully pressed her head down to the ground. Seeing her being beaten like that, Pei Hongnian exclaimed worriedly, "Junior sister Yinglan." After smashing her to the ground, Yin Dongmeng stepped on her head and mocked. "Someone like you can't even seduce a few wastrels in the outer sect, so you think you're qualified to climb higher? I'm giving you a mission. You have to seduce Pei Ling within half a month." Sun Ying seemed unable to process it, her face blank. He removed his foot from Sun Ying's head, then looked at her with eyes that seemed to want to devour her whole. Otherwise, die in the Danfang market. Pei Ling was standing in front of a quality material shop. He looked at the small bag in his hand, thinking happily, not only is this material probably enough for a month of cultivation in the Dan room. Suddenly, a girl rushed over and touched his hand. The one who rushed over was Sun Ying. She quickly hugged Pei Ling from behind, cooing, "Senior brother Pei, you've really made me search hard for you." His face flushed red, unable to say a word out of shyness. "Why is this old lady here?" He immediately pushed Sun Ying away, causing her to fall to the ground with a cry. "Senior sister Sun, men and women shouldn't touch hands. Please have some self-respect." Sun Ying sat on the ground, her face flushed, and said aggrievedly, "Senior brother Pei, you hurt me." Then she thought, "I didn't expect this little bastard to still be alive after Chen Huang. I have to seduce him to survive." How humiliating. Pei Ling's expression was so annoyed and frightened that his face turned pale, only looking at Sun Ying thoughtfully. If she went to the deacon hall to sue him, he would have to pay a fine again. He gave a forced smile and helped Sun Ying up. "I'm sorry, senior sister Sun, I didn't mean to." Seeing him help her, Sun Ying felt somewhat complacent. He fell for it. Men are all the same. She immediately slipped a pink pill into Pei Ling's mouth. Suddenly unable to close her mouth in surprise, Sun Ying's face was full of affection, her face was flushed, and her body was covered in sweat. "Senior brother Pei, I suddenly feel so hot all over. Can you help me a little?" His face turned red, and he screamed inwardly as Sun Ying wrapped her arms around his neck. No wonder Pei Hongnian is willing to be her lapdog. Ordinary people really can't resist her. But Sun Yinglan hated me before, so why is she suddenly trying to seduce me today? He thought of Sun Ying's frowning face, crossing her arms and ordering, "Cut off his kidney for this old lady. I'll sell it to Elder Liang of the inner sect as a snack." The squint-eyed man and Pei Hongnian smiled sinisterly, the man holding a knife replying readily. Pei Ling panicked and cried, "I know! This is a trap. She wants to cut off my kidney after I pass out and sell it for spirit stones." Thinking of this, he kicked his legs and ran away, leaving Sun Ying standing in the market, bewildered and not understanding what was happening. When she realized, she looked in the direction he ran in a panic. How can this little beast resist my seductive body? From when next to her, a man with greedy eyes rubbed his hands together and said, "Senior sister is so beautiful. How many spirit stones can spend the night together with you?" She heard this and shouted, "Get lost?" After a while, Pei Ling stopped in front of a pond. He leaned against a tree, panting, but still did not forget to look behind him warily. I probably shook her off. I clearly have Pei Hongnian already, so why is she still craving my kidney? Suddenly a head emerged from the pond. Senior brother Pei. What a coincidence. Are you also here to rest? Pei Ling jumped in fright, staring at Sun Ying in the pond. She actually escaped. Soon he was standing in line again, looking around and assessing, thinking, I should still go hide in the Dan room. This treacherous sect is really full of danger. Suddenly the person in front of him took off his hood. It was Sun Ying again. She greeted him with a smile. Senior brother Pei. What a coincidence. Are you also here to refine pills? Seeing her again, Pei Ling was startled. His face darkened and he panicked. She's haunting me. Ah, not again. Pei Ling's face was refreshed, enjoying the hot bath. This is the men's bathroom. I don't believe she can come in here. Want this young master's kidney? Dream on. As soon as he finished speaking, the door was suddenly pulled open, and a naked figure appeared. Sun Ying stood in front of the bathroom door, overjoyed. Senior brother Pei, what another coincidence. Are you also here to take a bath? Pei Ling's face turned crimson red when he saw her like that, blood flowing from his nose, and he turned and ran away. She's crazy. Scripture repository. Pei Ling ran here. His upper body not even properly dressed, he warily looked around.
He hurried inside. Even the guard there was surprised to see him like that, and let him pass. Let him pass.
Pei Ling ran towards the door of the scripture repository. As he ran, he thought, the scripture repository, in order to make it easier for disciples to choose cultivation methods, has set up a restriction. Each person who enters has an independent space.
He held a piece of bone in his hand, stood in front of the door, and raised it. This time I can probably escape her. Then, he stepped inside. As soon as he entered, there were 2 flaming skulls on either side. Pei Ling looked around and assessed. But why isn't there anything here? Suddenly, a hand flicked his finger with a snap, which rang out, causing him to freeze, and then suddenly kneel on the ground. You're just kneeling in the middle of this huge room. Ugh, my head hurts. Who ambushed me? Suddenly, a pair of legs appears, walking towards him. He looks at the person in front of him, blurry and indistinct. But there's a familiar feeling. This familiar ornament. Could it be? No way. Can't take it anymore. His eyes are dull and lifeless. The girl's hand gently lifts Pei Ling's chin. Li Liu looks at Pei Ling tenderly. Whether you activate the 6 Desires Secret Classic willingly or not, the answer lies tonight.
In a dark area, surrounded by white skull pillars, black crows fly back and forth in the sky, as if anticipating something. In the middle of the clearing, there's a naked couple. The woman, with her fair skin, sits on the man's body, swaying sensually. Her long hair obscures half of her face, and her whole body is glistening with sweat. She breathes heavily, her words insufficient, her slender fingers caressing the man's firm abs.
She complains. Strength. It's never enough.
Pei Ling's eyes are blank white. He lies unconscious, unaware of what's happening. Beside his head, a crow curiously approaches. The woman sitting on Pei Ling's body continues to move her body, enchanting. Suddenly, the crow cries out with loud caw caw caw. The woman opens her eyes wide in surprise, her cheeks flush. Suddenly the woman's entire body loses strength and she falls down.
Li Liu caresses Pei Ling's cheeks as he's unconscious. She thinks to herself, the 6 Desires Secret Classic is a heaven-grade cultivation method. Perhaps it's because my own method is crude, and I haven't completely discarded worldly thoughts.
This level of technique, it seems that both body and mind need to be immersed in cultivation.
Li Liu leans down and gently places a kiss on Pei Ling's lips. She thinks to herself, then let's try one more time. On the other side, Sun Ying peeks intently at the entrance to the scripture pavilion. Sun Ying's face is gloomy. She frowns in doubt and wonders, why hasn't he come out yet? At this moment, on Pei Ling's side, he's unconscious, allowing Li Liu to move vigorously on his body. Surrounding them, strands of bright purple spiritual energy radiate. Li Liu sucks on Pei Ling's finger. Suddenly she exclaims, no! She grabs Pei Ling's wrist. Li Liu blushes, thinking to herself, I've discarded worldly thoughts, completely immersed myself in cultivation, so why is the effect still not the same as before?
Li Liu looks down at Pei Ling, who's sleeping soundly, his whole body drenched in sweat. She thinks to herself, could it be? Li Liu moves even more vigorously. She closes her eyes tightly in doubt and wonders,
is it really impossible for me to lead the 6 Desires Secret Classic? Suddenly she shouts, no! A jolt of electricity seems to run through Li Liu's body,
causing her to flinch, her whole body numb. She screams. Ah! Li Liu maintains her position, sitting on Pei Ling's body. She thinks in disappointment.
Not only did this cultivation session provide very little improvement in my cultivation base, but it also made me indulge in desire. Feeling like a fish in water, Li Liu frowns and mutters to herself, I can't continue like this.
Thinking this, Li Liu snaps her fingers with a click. She says to Pei Ling, whose eyes are closed, if that's the case, then I'll control him to cultivate. Suddenly, Pei Ling's eyes widen, filled with whiteness. Pei Ling sits up abruptly, grabbing Li Liyu's arm roughly. He forcefully pushes Li Liyu down under him. This can't help but make her think in surprise, how is this possible? I clearly haven't controlled him yet. Li Liyu looks at his face, flushed with excitement. Saliva unconsciously drooling, she wonders in doubt. Could it be that he's starting to act based on instinct? Li Liyu blushes. She frowns in embarrassment and cries out, "Ugh, this guy." After a period of intense activity, Pei Ling groggily wakes up. Scratching his head, hickeys mysteriously appear on his neck. Pei Ling jumps up. He looks around in confusion. Pei Ling wonders, where is this? Why doesn't it look like a dark place? I should still escape first. Thinking this, Pei Ling kicks the door and runs away, not knowing that in the distance, a corner of a skirt is fluttering. Xiaoni looks at Pei Ling's figure in cold indifference as he flees in panic. She says in surprise, Pei Ling is indeed as you said. His divine sense is different from ordinary people, and he can actually wake up under the control of the master. Hearing this, Yu Liu asks, Senior sister, do we need to tell the master? Xiaoni smiles calmly and replies, no need. Pei Ling's awakening must be within the master's expectations. Let's slowly enjoy the next exciting act. Pei Ling, only wearing black underwear, is walking in the hall. The floating skulls introduce and offer prices for items. Hey, you've arrived. I am A Zhuo. I am the finisher of this world. 15 jin, 30 yuan. He glances around warily as he walks, calculating. This place is really dark. What kind of ghostly movements are these? I should quickly find an exit and leave this place. There's the sound of rushing water from the mouth of a large skull. Pei Ling hears it and wonders. The sound of rushing water. He kicked open the door and barged right into the crafty sect's steamy hot spring bathroom. Suddenly, his eyes widened in shock. It turned out he'd caught Li Liyu taking a bath in the pool. Pei Ling's face paled, screaming internally, Fairy lie! Then, he timidly raised his hand, offering, I didn't mean to peep. Seeing him arrive, she was utterly astonished, thinking, he can actually break free of my magic control. Her body was dripping wet, but that wasn't as important as the fact that Pei Ling could still stand there unfazed. Even if she controlled him, the cultivation boost wasn't much. Looks like she has to remove his control again. Li Liyu remained deep in thought. It's fine. Let's see how his cultivation goes when he's sober. After everything's done, I can just erase his memories. Pei Ling retreated in fear, turning to Scram. I'll leave right away, she loudly commanded. Stop! Reflexively, he turned his horrified face around. Li Liyu beckoned him over, wanting him to come to her. He was startled, eyes wide. A flicker of indescribable surprise flashed across his face. Is she telling me to go over there? So, he stepped 1 foot into the pool, thinking, I'm gonna die here. Welp. Pei Ling raised his hand to scratch his head, his movements clumsy and hesitant, as if trying to hide his embarrassment. This is torture. What's she gonna do to me? Could it be I've been using her name too much, and now she's looking for me to answer for it? He gave a soft, awkward chuckle. Li Liyu didn't beat around the bush and went straight to the point. Perform the 6 desires secret canon. The muscles on his face tensed, utterly blank upon hearing that. He monologued internally. Crap! What the heck is the 6 desires secret canon? Did Zhao Ni forget to give me the technique back then? Pei Ling at this moment was adorably naive, since he did not know the nameless technique was the 6 desires secret canon. Pei Ling took a deep breath, his lips trembling as he spoke. Sorry, Senior Antmaster, this junior brother hasn't practiced the 6 desires secret canon you mentioned. Instantly, a purple skull appeared, whispering a reminder to her. He's not lying. Could it be that after breaking free of control, his memories haven't fully recovered yet? So she resolved to make it happen. If that's the case, then I'll make him remember how to perform it. He was shocked to see Li Liyu starting to activate her magic. He panicked, not knowing what to do. Holy crap, I really did piss her off. What do I do now? Then, she lunged forward, tightly gripping Pei Ling's neck, making it hard for him to breathe. But unexpectedly, she pulled him close, wrapping her arms around his shoulders and giving him a passionate kiss, leaving Pei Ling staring blankly, unsure of what was happening. He felt the intensity of the kiss, that familiar sensation, spiritual energy surging non-stop within his body. Li Liyu did her best to make him remember. Through this wet kiss, his hand quietly opened the system. Could it be that the nameless technique is the 6 desires secret canon? Should I use the system to cultivate automatically? No way. But his eyes widened as the system vanished quickly. No. Due to lack of oxygen, she released him and gasped for air. Pei Ling regretted it immensely. Giving such a good opportunity to the system is such a waste. Now it's my turn to be awesome and brave for once. She was extremely satisfied. After that long, passionate kiss, yes, this is the feeling, he finally remembered. Li Liyu, exhaling a strong breath. Water then flowed out endlessly, surging as if showing off its power. Let me see if this can raise my cultivation by another level. In Huayin town, bustling with people, Sun Yinglan walked while cursing furiously. Where the hell did that little beast go to die? Pei Hongnian followed behind her, cautiously advising, let's not look anymore, junior sister Yinglan. That Pei Ling is fundamentally not worthy of you.
Already annoyed, having him nag in her ear made her even angrier. She pinched his ear, yelling, if we don't find him, are you going to give your life to atone to senior brother? If you had any ability, would I have been forced to use my beauty to get involved? He pitifully begged, I'm sorry.
Pei Hongnian rubbed his sore ear and suggested, how about we go to the scripture pavilion and take a look? She loudly scolded. Can you use your brain a little? How could a normal person stay in the scripture pavilion for half a month? Ahead, suddenly a man ran over breathlessly, calling her, Ying, junior sister Yinglan. He stopped, panting, delivering important news that immediately changed her expression. A certain senior brother wants to meet you. Yin Dongdong questioned, clearly displeased. Sun Yinglan, you lowly BTCH. I told you to seduce Pei Ling, yet you dared to do a perfunctory job. She hurriedly explained. Senior sister, please forgive me. This junior sister wouldn't dare to be careless with senior brother's instructions. She wiped her tears and sniffled, trying to explain. It's just that Pei Ling has suddenly disappeared without a trace, he shouted, wanting to get rid of her. Enough. Get out of my sight. Apprentice sister Yanlan bowed her head. As you command. Yes, I'll scram right away. The purple-robed man next to him spoke, looking puzzled. Cousin, you let her go again. How are you going to deal with Pei Ling later? Yin Dongdong stroked his chin and revealed his plan. From the start, I wasn't planning on relying on this lowly slut to deal with Pei Ling. It's just that I need to have something to say to Miao Clan head. Then he remembered Chao Ni and the Liu incident, and he secretly continued. Miao Clan head personally took action but was seriously injured and retreated. It must have been the Yu Han maid under Li Zhenzhuan who made a move. It seems like this matter is very serious, so Yin Dongdong is also very serious. Recently, there have been rumors that Li Zhenzhuan has emerged from seclusion. It wouldn't be good to provoke Li Zhenzhuan at this crucial moment. Scene change, back to Li Liu. She covers her body with clothes and goes outside. Her face is radiant, and she reaches out to fix her hair. In contrast, Pei Ling lies unconscious on the bed, panting heavily. His kidneys are not okay. The two accidentally met each other's eyes, making the atmosphere somewhat awkward. She kept wondering in her heart, even if he took the initiative, the effect was worse than the last time in Chengluochuan. Where's the problem? He started panicking again. Looking at her expression, is she still not satisfied? Li Liu's eyes were filled with indescribable complexity. It's been too many days. After he establishes his foundation, I'll try again. She threw the clothes at Pei Ling and coldly told him to leave. You can go now. He was blindfolded, shouting, He smiled sheepishly while putting on his clothes. Thank you, senior sister, for sparing my life. In his heart, he quietly breathed a sigh of relief. It's finally over. If I continue, my kidneys will be ruined. With his clothes and shoes properly arranged, he walked out with clattering footsteps on the ground. Li Liu secretly prepared herself from behind. Suddenly, Pei Ling was lifted up without any warning. He looked at her worriedly. Senior sister, what do you want to do? She twisted her fingers to control him as she pleased, answering indifferently. Some things are better forgotten. He could only grit his teeth and beg in his head, letting her torture him without being able to resist. No. It's not easy to be proactive for once, and you're going to forget everything, Pei Ling shouted helplessly. No. A moment later, he opened his eyes blankly. He sat up straight, rubbing his back, and grumbled with a grimace. Why did I fall asleep again? Moreover, my kidneys hurt so much. Then he blankly rubbed his head and muttered to himself. Like an idiot. Why did I set it again? After a few seconds, Pei Ling stood up and walked away, wondering, I don't know how long I've been asleep. Sun Yanlan has probably already left, right? Let's leave here first and then talk. Unexpectedly, a pair of red eyes stared at him. It growled and roared, blocking his way. Then it turned into a tiny, powerless little devil scaring people. No buying, no leaving. No buying, no leaving. Pei Ling sighed and rubbed his forehead tiredly. This is so in line with the style of the treacherous sect. A series of skulls with cultivation methods in their mouths are suspended from the ceiling. Buying a cultivation method is so expensive. With an expression of utter helplessness, he pondered. It's a pity that you can't read the contents of the cultivation method without spending spirit stones, and the dog system can't copy it either, otherwise I could scam the entire Zoo FA pavilion. So he randomly chose one, and the cultivation method revealed its function, narrating, it can plunder the life force of all living beings everywhere, restoring injuries to oneself or others effectively. If you cultivate it in the holy sect, it will cause the trees to wither or face a very high fine. He gaped his mouth, calculating. This is cheap and practical,
but the cultivation method is a bit dangerous.
He imagined a time when he sucked in a breath and the mountain cracked. He and Zhang Jingshan were running away hand in hand because people were chasing them for debt. At that time, if the system controlled him to suck the whole mountain dry, selling Zhang Jingshan probably wouldn't be enough to pay the 100 million fine.
A contemptuous look appeared. The treacherous sect even has ways to scam money for cultivation methods. From the cultivation method, he pulled out a small piece of paper with 4 words written on it.
Pei Ling read it and commented,
"Death to the manipulator. This cultivation method isn't bad." Suddenly, he startled in panic. The image of Li Liu kissing him. The way she called him to her side. The panting at the end of their lingering kiss. Everything replayed before his eyes. Wait, wasn't there something really important I forgot?
Pei Ling stood in the middle of a forest of skull cultivation methods, raising a hand to his head and rubbing, hoping to remember something. No way, I can't remember anything.
He made a serious decision. I should still look at the cultivation methods first. The cultivation method displayed its function and value. Heart-drying art, a way to fake death, can make the cultivator appear dead for the duration of 1 incense stick. Can only be used once per 2 hours. Excessive use will turn the cultivator into a half-corpse. This cultivation method only consumes spiritual power, recommended not for qi refining stage cultivators.
800 spirit stones. Pei Ling excitedly started planning.
A fake death technique at a crucial moment can save your life, and as long as you don't use it too many times, the side effects can be ignored. Most importantly, cultivation only consumes spiritual power, so I don't have to worry about causing trouble.
He took a blue spirit stone and put it into the skull's eye, continuing his analysis.
On the contrary, it suits the temperament of someone like me, who seeks the Davo. This is it.
After finishing up, Pei Ling went down the stairs and returned, blaming himself, and starting to make a resolution.
I don't know how much time I've missed making money while sleeping. I need to hurry up and start refining pills.
The guard downstairs cheerfully waved, "Hello?
Oh, you're finally coming out. It's the first time I've seen someone who can stay in the scripture pavilion for half a month." Pei Ling's eyes widened and his jaw dropped in disbelief. Half a month. Images of the debt demon opening its mouth, ready to swallow Pei Ling whole. And him screaming and running for his life. I'm half a month behind on earning money to pay off my debt. He gnashed his teeth and questioned himself. How could I sleep for so long? Pei Ling asked the guard.
Senior brother, are you mistaken? I haven't been in there for very long, have I? The guard crossed his arms and grinned smugly in response. There aren't many people who go into the scripture pavilion naked. How could I be mistaken? But now you've put your clothes back on.
He suspiciously pulled open his robes to check. That's right, when I went into the scripture pavilion, I wasn't wearing any clothes. Who helped me put them on?
Suddenly, his eyes were controlled by a purple light, causing his consciousness to disappear. Pei Ling couldn't remember anything, and ran off in a hurry. I have to hurry back to refine pills. Zhang Jingshan is still waiting for me. It turned out that Li Liu was standing in a hidden corner doing that, her face full of contemplation and complexity. Now he was standing in front of Zhang Jingshan's house, calculating and deciding. The pills refined in half a month are wasted, but if I leave some for myself to use, I can probably give Zhang Jingshan about 120 extreme quality bone tempering pills to sell. I wonder how many spirit stones I can earn. The door opened, and Pei Ling's face immediately twisted. Zhang Jingshan was bandaged up, forcing a smile. You've come at the right time, Junior Brother Pei. I was just about to go look for you. Pei Ling pointed to the wounds on his body. Senior Brother Zhang, what happened to your wounds? He waved his hand, pretending he was fine. These little wounds are almost completely healed anyway, so don't worry. The matter of Senior Brother Shi Jingmai has been dealt with properly. Zhang Jingshan then gave Pei Ling spirit stones. This is your share of the spirit stones. 1 medium-grade spirit stone. 1 medium-grade spirit stone is equivalent to 10,000 low-grade spirit stones. You don't have to worry about not being able to fit them into your storage bag. His eyes widened as much as possible, filled with surprise. 10,000 low-grade spirit stones.
He took the spirit stone, praising loudly. Are extreme quality bone tempering pills really worth that much? Zhang Jingshan put his hands on his hips and laughed heartily, responding, extreme quality bone tempering pills are worth the wait. 9 out of 10 of these pills have been bought by pill refiners for further research. Next time, I'll have to change to a further market. Maybe I can sell them for an even higher price.
Pei Ling took out a vial, responding to his kindness. Senior Brother Zhang, I refined another batch of pills, but extreme quality bone tempering pills are really too mentally exhausting. I could only save 120 of them.
Zhang Jingshan stopped dead in his tracks, his face showing extreme shock.
120 pills. He took it with excitement. I said before that you would definitely be able to pay off your debts, and it was indeed so. So many extreme quality bone tempering pills, an ordinary market can't swallow them all. This time, we have to go to Wangshu Si to negotiate.
Pei Ling didn't know, and asked, Senior Brother, what is Wangshu Si? He lowered his voice and explained clearly. Wangshu Sea is not managed by the 9 major sects, it is a sacred place for rogue cultivators to gather. It is also a place where cultivators of various factions conduct illegal black market transactions. Junior brother Pei, this place is too dangerous for you now, so it's better not to find out too much. He closed his eyes and judged. Sounds like a place even more treacherous than the sect. Treacherous, his eyes widened and his eyebrows rose. Humph! Zheng Jingshan's voice boomed through the space, shouting with righteous indignation. When did you become a peak stage chi refining level 6, kid? Your cultivation is ridiculously fast. Pei Ling chuckled, his lips curving into an awkward smile. I didn't even notice. Until Xianxia mentioned it. He poured out his confusion to him. It's so weird, I've been just refining pills for the past 2 weeks. How could my cultivation improve so much? Zheng Jingshan patted him on the shoulder, encouraging him. Pei Shidi. With your talent, foundation establishment is just around the corner. Don't get distracted by short-term gains, he happily replied. Don't worry, Xianxia, I definitely won't mess around. All good things must come to an end. He turned to bid farewell. Then I'll head back to refining pills. He watched as Pei Ling walked away, marveling. Pei Ling's aptitude is truly terrifying. I'm afraid, in just a few more days he will break through to the late stage of the Qi condensation realm. Let me see if I can trade for a high-grade jade seed pill for him this time. Or even better, find the jade seed pill formula. Scene change. In the cultivation room, Pei Ling sits with the system. He fell into silent contemplation. I'm already at peak stage Qi, refining level 6. I can break through to level 7 any minute now. The fine can wait, let's cultivate first. Pei Ling operated on the system and ordered, System, I want to cultivate the bone tempering art. The immortal cultivation system, serving you wholeheartedly, is loading. Pei Ling stared at the screen, his face darkening. Not blinking. Why do I have a bad feeling about this? System notification. Detected that the host is lacking the seed jade pill for breaking through. The system will gift you a superior grade seed jade pill for free. Suddenly, he dashed out like a rocket, so fast that he slammed face first into the wall, startling passersby, then sped off like a gust of wind. Son of a BTCH system. Meanwhile, Jin Sutai stood in front of Jin Sumian's residence, worried, talking to herself. Sumian has been in closed-door cultivation for a month now. She's called me over. After coming out, she probably wants to talk about that thing. Suddenly, she burst into anger, stomping her feet on the ground, yelling, That Zheng Jingshan deserves 1,000 cuts. How am I supposed to explain this to Sumian? A hand pushed the door open. Jin Sumian, covered in grime, rejoiced. Tanji, you're here. Jin Sutai stuttered. Sumian, that. Before she could finish, Jin Sumian held up a box, showing off her achievement. Tanji. Look at this. Inside the box was a jade-like pill, round and glossy, with a vibrant color and sparkling light. Jin Sutai shouted when she saw it. This is a superior grade seed jade pill. She smiled brightly and patted her Shime's head, praising her. Sumian, you only refined superior grade Qi replenishing pills not long ago. How did you refine a superior grade seed jade pill so quickly? You truly are the phoenix of our Jin family, Shime replied shyly. It's all thanks to your superior grade bone tempering pill, Tanji. Your exquisite pill refining techniques enlighten me greatly. Jin Sumian's face glowed with indescribable joy, every feature radiating excitement. If I could get my hands on the glacial essence flame, my pill refining path would reach another level, Tanji. When will we go to Ancient Abyss to get the glacial essence flame? Tanji's face instantly turned stiff. Sumian, sorry. But the glacial essence flame was snatched away by Zheng Jingshan. In compensation, he gave us the 9 nether cold spring water. She, who was happy just moments ago, was immediately disappointed, unable to believe her eyes as Tanji handed her a vial, her hands trembling. What? She questioned Jin Sutai, her voice strained. Who did Zheng Jingshan steal the glacial essence flame for? That bastard wouldn't reveal it, saying that Li Zhenchuan instructed him to do so. Tanji awkwardly explained. There are rumors that Li Zhenchuan has come out of seclusion recently. Tanji doesn't want to cause a big fuss. She remembered the time she controlled Zheng Jingshan, and her anger grew even more, she vowed. But don't worry, I'll go teach that Zheng Jingshan a lesson. At that time he cried. Pain, 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 she sneered. That bastard's injuries probably haven't healed yet. Jin Sutai handed the vial of 9 nether cold spring water to her Shime, and instructed her, Su Mian. This 9 nether cold spring water, apart from not being able to refine pills, its ability to temper the soul is much stronger than the glacial essence flame. As for the pill flame, Tangji will find it for you again. Jin Sumian was dejected, mumbling, okay? Then Tangji ran off and shouted back, warning her Shime. The tempering process of the 9 nether cold spring water is comparable to the glacial essence flame. You must strictly maintain a clear state of mind during cultivation. Stay alert. You cultivate first. Tangji has to go teach Zheng Jingshan a little more. She held the vial of 9 nether cold spring water, muttering in distress. How could this happen? Jin Sumian sighed wearily, giving up. I should refine the 9 nether cold spring water first then. The door slammed shut. The surrounding air seemed to tear apart from the sudden sound, creating a brief silence.
Inside, she poured 9 nether cold spring water into the hot spring, then gently took off her clothes. Jinsu Mian slowly stepped into the water,
her gaze drifting off as she pondered over the lost glacial flame. My lost glacial flame. Just gone like that?
If I ever find out who Zheng Jingshan stole it for, I definitely won't let them off the hook. A paper talisman suddenly appeared behind her. She glanced at it,
her eyes sharp and meaningful. Who is it? Why choose this moment to bother me? Who is it? The paper transmitted a soft, clear voice, revealing it was a girl.
It's me, junior sister Lu Luxiang. I have news about the Foundation establishment pill formula you wanted. Jinsu Mian's expression shifted from guarded to radiant. Really? How much does the other party want? Lu Luxiang held the paper and replied,
it's not about the price. If you want it, you have to join senior brother Zhang Xi's team. Hayes Ripple Mountain Manor has a mission, and it's said there are clues about Scarlet Vine there. Senior brother Zhang Xi guarantees that if you can refine 2 Foundation establishment pills for him, both the Foundation establishment pill formula and the Scarlet Vine will be yours. Jinsu Mian excitedly agreed immediately. Then please tell senior sister to relay my message to senior brother Zhang Xi. I'm willing to join his team. I need to spend some time tempering my body next, so please come find me early tomorrow to discuss the mission in detail. The paper then disappeared, leaving only Lu Luxiang's hearty voice.
Alright, I'll come find you tomorrow morning.
Jinsu Mian felt a bit happier after hearing this news. She smiled in satisfaction, pondering, the Foundation establishment pill formula I've been waiting for. Finally, there's news. It's just that the lost glacial flame is gone, but it's fine. How can my alchemy be tormented by the loss of the lost glacial flame? Her feet lightly touched the azure water surface, and she told herself, I must quickly absorb this 9 nether cold spring water. Her face flushed red like a tomato, her lips pressed tightly together, and sweat drenched her cheeks.
Su Mian breathed heavily, letting out a pleasing moan. Ugh, she lamented in her heart, it hurts. The 9 nether cold spring water truly lives up to its reputation of being on par with the lost glacial flame. The tempering process is so painful. Her toes curled, and her face clearly showed the change due to the pain. This cold spring water is like a sharp blade constantly stabbing in, but it also feels like countless whips wanting to lash at my body. This is only the first step of body tempering. I must continue to persevere. Suddenly, Jinsu Mian saw the appearance of Pei Ling,
and she immediately lowered herself, leaving only her head above the water, and wondering as she watched him walk over to her clothes and pick them up. Suddenly, her cheeks flushed a clear red. Is it because she's too flustered and doesn't know what to do? What's going on?
Pei Ling stared intently at the clothes he was holding, while Jinsu Mian was still confused and suspicious in her head. Who is he? He looks familiar. I set up so many restrictions at the cave entrance. How could he get in here?
She gritted her teeth in frustration and then reassured herself. I can't move during body tempering. What if he does something excessive to me?
He leisurely opened the box containing the seed jade pill that she had boasted about to senior sister Tang, holding the pill in his hand to observe. She watched his every move, her heart pounding. My seed jade pill.
A few seconds later, Pei Ling effortlessly tossed the pill into his mouth. He smirked disdainfully. Haha, these little things. Stealing something is nothing new to me. After it's done, I'll let Zheng Jingshan take the blame. After swallowing the seed jade pill, the system appeared with a notification. Reward completed. Mid-grade seed jade pill. System. Commencing cultivation for host. Jinsu Mian's eyes widened.
Pei Ling, whom she met face to face in indescribable panic, cried out loudly because she didn't understand what Pei Ling had been doing all this time for.
Jinsu Mian, squinting and staring at Pei Ling, while searching her memories for this person, only to realize that the victim this time looks very familiar. A look of surprise appeared on his face, the muscles on his face stretching to the limit. It's her. She was also in extreme panic when she recognized Pei Ling. Suddenly, he tore off his clothes unconsciously, his eyes blank, not understanding what he was doing. HMPH. At the same time, the system appeared. System detects a suitable breakthrough environment. Free gift of half of the 9 nether cold spring water. Jinsu Mian was shocked, even more shocked when he prepared to jump in. Damn system, that's too much. Even Zheng Jingshan is afraid of her senior sister Tang. Her face turned pale, without a drop of blood, as she watched him, controlled by the system, take a high jump, his heart screaming countless times. Stop it now! The water surface was violently disturbed. As he fell into the water with a splash, Pei Ling immediately entered a state of cultivation, while she was still stunned and speechless. The system announced, 9 nether cold spring water gifted. System continues cultivation for you. He focused on refining pills outside, but inside, He lamented 10,000 times. It hurts. Even more painful than refining the lost glacial flame. Damn system, you're trying to trick Laozi again. Jin Sumian couldn't find her voice at this moment because she was busy scolding him in her head. Shameless, he's actually refining my 9 nether cold spring water, and his absorption speed is 3 times faster than mine, but the backlash, interrupted body tempering, is extremely serious. What should I do?
Pei Ling's body was soaked with the cold spring water, and drenched in sweat from enduring the pain of the refining process.
He shouted loudly in his heart. Damn it! The lost glacial flame jumped out too. Damn it, damn system, it hurts more and more.
She was so angry sitting next to him that she stood up, intending to beat him to a pulp for shamelessly enjoying her 9 underworld frozen spring water. He was also the one who stole her frozen marrow flame. Suddenly, Jin Sumian spat out a mouthful of bright red blood and shouted, "So what if I suffer a backlash? Today I'm definitely going to teach him a lesson."
No sooner said than done. She prepared to pounce from his left. Bullying people too much. Seeing her interrupt his cultivation, he quickly calculated. Crap! If I'm attacked, the absorption will be interrupted, and I might suffer a backlash from the frozen marrow flame. Pei Ling decided to strike first. Before she could attack, he reached out and squeezed her neck tightly, using the strength of his prime body and the support of the refinement to push her underwater in one go.
She couldn't breathe without oxygen. Jin Sumian had never been so humiliated.
Unable to absorb oxygen and unable to resist, she chose to close her eyes and give up.
Early in the morning of the second day, the sun rose high, shining brightly over the lush green mountains and forests.
The water in the lake seemed to have evaporated, leaving only Pei Ling sitting there. The system announced urgently. She, refining stage 7, bones have begun jade transformation, an extreme grade jade body. This inner demon cultivation session is now complete. If satisfied, please rate 5 stars. Pei Ling breathed a sigh of relief, feeling as if a huge burden had been lifted. Finally, it's over. A system panel appeared with 5 stars for the user to rate. He scolded. What the heck are you asking for 5 stars for? Just then, he remembered Jin Sumian, whom he had controlled to the point of fainting. So he turned to look at her, lying weakly on the ground, and prayed softly. I hope Jin Sumian is okay.
Her body was completely naked, her eyes staring blankly, and a little fluid was still spilling from her mouth. Pei Ling felt a pang of sympathy and continued. Judging by her appearance, it doesn't look like she's okay, does it? He picked her up in a princess carry, observed her complexion, and assessed the current situation. Crap. If something happens to Jin Sumian, her tongue Gigi will definitely not let me off. I'm not as good at taking a beating as Zhang Jingshan. A few hits and I'll die for real.
Pei Ling secretly speculated. She likes refining pills so much, her family must have a lot of healing elixirs.
So he went into the house and rummaged through everything from corner to corner. This is useless. All useless.
Rummaging here and rummaging there, this is also useless. This seems to be worth something. I'll just grab it first and see. After a tireless search, he finally picked up a valuable bottle. Soul calming pill.
Pei Ling had her lying down on the bed, covered with a blanket from her feet to her chest, making sure she was okay.
He took a soul calming pill, preparing to put it into her mouth. The soul calming pill specializes in calming the mind and nourishing the soul. The person will continuously sleep soundly for a month, and while dreaming, will nourish the soul to recuperate the spirit. Jin Sumian's condition was very dangerous, so he had no choice but to let her use this kind of elixir. He fed her the elixir while telling himself, I hope no one comes looking for her in this month. After she recovers, I'll find a way to apologize. As soon as he finished speaking, there was a loud knock on the door of the cave, accompanied by a gentle and pleasant voice. Jin Shimei, are you there? Pei Ling jumped, his face instinctively turning purple. No sooner said than done. Someone's already come looking for her.
Lu Luxiang, who had been standing outside for a while, kept calling out loudly, but no one answered.
Jin Shimei, are you there?
Suddenly, her eyes widened abnormally. Pei Ling opened the door with an awkward expression and spoke about Jin Sumian's condition. Let me tell you, Jin Shiji is not feeling well right now. You shouldn't bother her. She didn't know who he was and why he appeared at her little sister's place, so she questioned, Who are you?
He smiled smugly when he saw the surprised expression on Lu Luxiang's face. He felt a little gleeful in his head that he was in control of this unexpected encounter. He had met her at the 100 Treasures Pavilion that day. Luckily, it seemed like she didn't recognize him, which was great.
So after a few seconds of thought, he slicked his hair back, put on a sparkling handsome face, and lowered his voice a few octaves. It seems Jin Sumian hasn't told you about me and her, right? Pei Ling scratched his head and smiled apologetically, saying to Lu Luxiang, This humble one is Pei Ling. I have that kind of relationship with Sumian. Lu Luxiang was stunned when she heard this, and then she frowned and said,
Sumian treats me like her own sister. Why has she never mentioned you to me?
She pointed and questioned further. Moreover, how could someone like you at Shi refining stage 7 catch Sumian's eye? Pei Ling could only smile apologetically when he heard this. Ah, this is a private matter between me and Sumian. Why would she tell you? Sumian hasn't been feeling well recently, so she won't be going out to meet anyone for the time being this month. Shiji should just go back. He said this, but in his heart he was praying. I beg you, please leave quickly, Lu Luxiang immediately retorted. Not feeling well. Then I must visit Sumian. Pei Ling quickly stopped her. Shiji. Sumian and I still have important things to do next, so we don't have time to entertain Shiji. He even whispered. You don't want to see it, do you? Causing Lu Luxiang's face to change, Lu Luxiang angrily waved her hand, creating a stream of energy that struck Pei Ling, and she rushed up, shouting, HMPH, despicable. How can I let someone like you seduce Sumian? Pei Ling retreated while gritting his teeth, and a sudden surge of power moved, causing Lu Luxiang to be stunned. It's Pei Ling. Appearing behind her with an intimidating aura, blood ghost escape technique, Lu Xiang is stunned. So fast, I'm at the 8th level of Qi training, yet he can fight above his level and suppress me in an instant, Pei Ling says softly. Senior sister, is it really necessary to continue? She's still pondering. Such talent, could he really please Su Mian's eye? Could what he said be true? Lu Xiang thinks, then brushes Pei Ling's hand away. So are you participating in the Han family village mission, she asks, crossing her arms. You probably know she values this mission a lot. I've already told senior brother Zhang Shuo. We'll set off this afternoon, Pei Ling immediately asks. Han family village? Then he thinks to himself, I saw this mission at the task hall a month ago, and no one's taken it until now. Investigating the death of the entire Han family village, 800 low-grade spirit stones, all cultivators above the 6th level of Qi training required. This mission is definitely not ordinary, he thinks. Now that Jin Su Mian is still unconscious, if I refuse, this senior sister will probably get suspicious, he says. Su Mian needs to rest for a while, so I'll replace her in the Han family village mission, Lu Xiang replies. Alright then. Although your cultivation is a bit low, your strength is probably enough. Then she leaves. I'll come get you at 3 p.m. Use this time to prepare a bit. Pei Ling bids farewell. Yes, senior sister. Take care, I won't see you off. Then he mutters to himself. 7th level of Qi training is considered low. This mission seems incredibly risky. Let's see if he can lend me his senior sister. Back at the dry orchid courtyard, Pei Ling returns and looks at the wooden puppet, wondering, since when was there a wooden puppet by the door? And it looks like someone beat it up. Pei Ling calls out loudly, Senior brother Zhang, are you here? The wooden puppet says weakly. The master of this branch has left the sect and won't be back anytime soon. Pei Ling is surprised. What? He asks. Then is senior sister Yang here? Anyone else is fine. The wooden puppet repeats. The master of this branch has left the sect and won't be back anytime soon. Hearing this, he gets angry. Can't you say anything else? Are you related to my system's dumbass cousin or something? The wooden puppet repeats. The master of this branch has left and won't be back anytime soon. He kicks the wooden puppet and turns away. Damn it. Lu Xiang's voice comes from outside. Junior brother Pei. It's time to set off. From inside the door he shouts. Coming. He runs out, crying. Sigh. This time, I'm really born with a life of luxury, by the grace of heaven. Lu Xiang, standing on a lotus platform, asks, You finished so quickly? Pei Ling scratches his head. Yeah, finished. Then he steps onto the lotus and leaves. Lu Xiang asks, When did you two become acquainted? He replies, It's been a while. Su Mian is a good girl. Lu Xiang replies, HMPH, of course. Lu Xiang continues, Your cultivation is low, and this mission is a bit dangerous. Senior brother Zhang Shuo probably wasn't too willing to let you replace Su Mian either. If you have the chance, show off your strength a bit. Don't embarrass. Senior sister Jin, Pei Ling, looks at Lu Xiang, terrified, thinking, Too dangerous, I knew it, he asks. Senior sister, how dangerous is the specific mission? She replies. Zhang Shuo will tell you when you gather. I can only tell you, she emphasizes. In previous mission teams, only one person survived. Pei Ling and Lu Xiang stand on the large lotus flower, flying towards the meeting point. Pei Ling looks at her with a worried expression, thinking, So many people have died already, and someone still dares to accept this mission. Unless the Han family village is hiding some peerless treasure. In front of them, 2 people in red robes are waiting at the edge of the abyss with a magnificent large palanquin. Lu Xiang looks at Pei Ling and instructs, We're almost at the meeting point. You need to be careful. Don't piss off the senior brother. As soon as they arrive, Pei Ling and Lu Xiang jump off the lotus flower. Slowly walking towards the 2 people in front of them, Lu Xiang holds the small lotus in her hand. With a happy expression, Zhang Shixiong. We've arrived. Pei Ling by his side looked visibly worried. Zhang Shuo, at the peak of the 9th layer of Qi refining, frowned unhappily. This is the 7th layer of Qi refining replacement you were talking about. Accompanying him was Zhu Song, 8th layer of Qi refining. He glanced at Pei Ling with dissatisfaction,
Pei Ling greeted them.
Greetings, Xianxia. This humble one is Pei Ling. I've long admired your names. Zhang Shuo immediately turned away, ignoring him, and got into the sedan. Let's go. Shu Song, about to enter the sedan, suddenly turned his head and looked at him dangerously.
Kid, you better not get in my way. Pei Ling reached out and lifted the sedan's curtain.
Inside the spacious sedan were also Li Hake, at the peak of the 8th layer of qi refining, and Wang Jiaonang, 8th layer of qi refining. Zhang Shuo crossed his arms. Sorry to keep you waiting. This is Pei Ling, Shidi Pei. Replacing Jin Shimei in the mission, Pei Ling quickly greeted everyone cheerfully. Greetings, Xixiong and Shiji, he thought to himself. OMG, they're all at the 8th layer of qi refining. Doesn't this mean I can speedrun my way back to the Han family manor? Wang Jianzhang looked displeased.
How could Jin Shimei like someone like this? Did she drug him or something? Zhao Chang'an, at the peak of the 8th layer of qi refining, scoffed. Ha! Someone at the 7th layer of qi refining dares to participate in this mission. Are you tired of living? Zhu Chengfeng, also at the 8th layer of qi refining, looked disdainful. If he gets in our way, I won't protect him.
Pei Ling thought worriedly.
This atmosphere is kinda sus. He slowly reached into his pocket. No one's got my back this time. Gotta build some rapport with the team. I don't want to get stabbed in the back by some useless scrub.
Pei Ling took out some bone-forging pills from his pocket, smiling cheerfully. Xixiong and Shiji, my cultivation is terrible. I'm afraid I'll have to rely on your care during this trip. He eagerly offered them to each person.
It's just a small token of my appreciation. I hope you'll accept it. Zhang Shuo held the bone-forging pill in his hand, examining it carefully. You think we lack these, Shidi Pei? Giving this gift to others is a bit inappropriate.
This is.
Suddenly, Zhang Shuo exclaimed in shock. Top-grade bone-forging pill.
He gaped at the radiant bone-forging pill.
Everyone gathered around Pei Ling, making him scratch his head in embarrassment. Lu Luxiang gazed at the pill in his hand. Another top-grade pill with pill wings. I didn't expect Jin Shimei's alchemy skills to have improved so dramatically. Zhang Shu's attitude had also changed. He put his hand on Pei Ling's shoulder and said with a cheerful smile,
Shidi Pei, I thought Jin Shimei was worried that this trip would be dangerous, so she found some unlucky guy to replace her and die for her. But now it seems that you and Jin Shimei are really close. Don't worry, we'll protect you on this trip. Pei Ling thought to himself. I made this pill, but whatever, as long as I can win them over. The girl giggled. With so many strong Xixiong and Shiji here, the Han family manor mission should be a cakewalk without any effort. Shu Song looked disappointed. If it were that simple, it would be great. Hearing this, Pei Ling thought, bad vibes, bad vibes. Shu Song continued.
The Han family manor once had a peak foundation establishment cultivator several years ago, but he unfortunately failed to break through to Golden Core and die. But he left a lot of resources, such as talismans and magical artifacts, for his descendants. Later, relying on abundant resources, they cultivated a cultivator with outstanding talent,
namely, Han Si, the Xixiong of the blood-tied peak. At that time, Wang Shuihai had an opportunity related to the foundation establishment of the Heavenly Dao. After hearing about it, Han Xixiong went to get it but never returned. Later, Han Xixiong was not easy to recover vitality and became increasingly decadent.
That is, a few months ago, the entire Han family manor was exterminated overnight without warning, so there is this mission.
Pei Ling narrowed his eyes and asked, if the Han family manor is so mysterious, why did everyone accept this mission? Zhang Shuo smiled wryly. How scary is the Han family manor? It's just a rumor to prevent others from paying attention to the resources, scaring people in the manor. Pei Ling touched his chin and thought. Even if it's just a rumor, the extermination of the Han family manor is a fact. This matter may not be that simple. Zhang Shuo put his hand on Pei Ling's shoulder. If it weren't for the abundant resources left by the Peak Foundation Establishment cultivator that year, everyone wouldn't be so eager. The Foundation Establishment pill formula and Scarlet Tendril Vine that your Jin Shimei needs are all in the treasury of the Han family manor. Zhang Shuo's face was serious.
But apart from us, there are 4 other teams with considerable strength who have set their sights on the treasury. So the danger on this trip is not the Han family manor, but other teams.
Pei Ling was shocked and panicked, thinking, holy crap, another terrifying mission of mutual slaughter. Zhang Shuo introduced them one by one.
First is the team of Tang Nanzhai.
Xixiong Tang often takes his team to the ancient abyss to kill demons and monsters, honing his skills. He is almost invincible at the same level, and is the strongest team among these squads.
Then there is the team of Guan Shuerui. Shiji Wei has a 9th layer enlightened spirit pet.
Xixiong Xiaopiao persuaded Xixiong Lu Fujiang, who is also at the 9th layer of qi refining, to form a team together. Finally, there is the team of Xixiong Bai Huang. Xixiong Bai Huang's swordsmanship is exquisite.
And with the Moon Silver Dragon Zhao sword borrowed from the inner sect, it can be said that his strength is extraordinary.
Therefore, we should not be careless, Zhang Shuo sighed.
Pei Ling, on the other hand, looked pale and gritted his teeth, thinking, "So, is it too late for me to bail now?" In the dead of night, at the desolate Han family estate, bloodstains were scattered all around. A hound with 2 pairs of eyes raised its head and howled loudly.
Suddenly, a sword decisively slashed across its neck.
Pei Huang, holding 2 blood-soaked swords, said with a cold face, "The Han family estate has long since fallen. The crucial mechanism formations haven't been repaired in ages. The only threat are the demonic beasts that accidentally wander in." Most of the previous teams that entered the Han family estate killed each other over resources, which is why they were wiped out.
The 2 people beside him looked surprised. The girl looked excitedly at her companion. "Oh, Pei Xixiang's borrowed Spirit Flight shuttle allowed us to arrive 2 days earlier than the other teams, giving us enough time to loot the entire Han family estate." The guy next to Pei Huang smiled faintly, looking smug. "That's what happens when you spread rumors. I doubt they ever thought we'd be the ones to benefit in the end. Let's go, we need to hurry and find the treasure vault." Suddenly, his eyes widened in shock. Pei Huang turned his head to look behind him, but his body remained motionless, looking terrifying. His hand reached straight for the guy, causing him to shout, "Pei Huang Xixiang!" Pei Huang's hand grabbed the guy's face. He crushed his face with one hand, a sinister smile on his face. "Help, save me." Seeing this, everyone scattered in fear, shouting for help. Don't come over here." In a vast and lush forest, Zhang Shuo and Pei Ling stood in front of a Sephora flower palanquin. Guan Shuirei, at the 9th level of Qi refinement, stepped out of the palanquin and said, "The Han family's peak foundation establishment family head from back then set up the Grand Yin Water Illusion Lotus Formation. The entire Han family estate is under the protection of this formation.
We need to wait here for the formation to reveal a flaw before we can enter the Han family estate." Behind Guan Shuirei, Xiao Pu, also at the 9th level of Qi refinement, announced,
"We've already calculated the time.
At 3 p.m. tomorrow, the formation will pause, and a passage leading to the estate's Lotus Lake will appear." Lu Fujiang, at the 9th level of Qi refinement, asked curiously, "Why haven't Pei Huang Xixiang and his team arrived yet?" Tong Kaiwei, at the 8th level of Qi refinement, was standing beside him.
Tang Nezhai, at the peak of the 9th level of Qi refinement, said impatiently, "That useless guy is always so slow and sluggish. Is he afraid of me?" and ran away. Zhang Shuo looked at Tang Nezhai, thinking worriedly, "Tang Nezhai is the biggest threat on this trip." Zhang Shuo raised his hand and said,
Can I say a few words? Everyone is here for the estate's treasure vault, so conflict and casualties are inevitable. We're all fellow disciples. Why turn our swords against each other?
How about we try to cooperate and distribute the resources of the Han family estate together?"
Tang Nezhai retorted angrily. "There's only 1 copy each of the Foundation Establishment Pill Formula and the Scarlet Tendril Vine. How are we supposed to divide that? If you want something, then rely on your own skills to get it." Guan Shuirei glanced at him, thinking to herself, "Tang Nezhai's team is the strongest. I'm afraid no one can compete with him."
Thinking this, she raised her hand in agreement. "I agree. Everyone is fellow disciples. There's no need to damage our harmony just for this estate." Zhao Pu raised his hand in agreement. "I also agree. The Foundation Establishment Pill Formula can be borrowed to read. In the end, the only thing worth fighting over is the Scarlet Tendril Vine."
Tang Nezhai was stunned, speechless. You guys! Inwardly, he gritted his teeth in anger. Are these wastes teaming up to deal with me? But seeing the crowd agreeing, he had no choice but to concede. "All right then, I agree too." Zhang Shuo held a bundle of lots in his hand. "Since everyone has agreed to cooperate, let's distribute the investigation locations first. To be fair, we should draw lots to decide."
Pei Ling crossed his arms, his face emotionless, thinking to himself,
"Cooperate? What a bunch of hypocrites. I hope your blood doesn't splatter on me when you guys start killing each other later." On the palanquin, Zhang Shuo placed a large sketch on the table.
The detailed assignments for the investigation locations are as follows: Guan Shuirei's team, the old well behind the mountain; Xiao Pu's team, the main hall; Tang Nezhai's team, the study; finally, our team,
the Han family's ancestral hall. According to my speculation, the treasure vault is likely located in the Lotus Lake and the ancestral hall. We must go straight to the Lotus Lake after we investigate the ancestral hall tomorrow. Everyone should rest well tonight, before 11 a.m. Don't leave the Sephora palanquin unless necessary. And be careful of other teams with bad intentions." Zhang Shuo instructed sternly, and the junior disciples replied, "Yes, Xixiang." Pei Ling, on the other hand, looked at the system panel in front of him. "Who cares about some treasure vault? My life is more important. I should hurry up and learn the Dry Heart Sutra. If I can't escape, At least I can run away. He clicked on the words in the red box. One click, cultivation. A two-time. A cultivator suddenly appeared on the panel in front of him, along with the words, Cultivation System DeFi, Windows 95 Beta, and a voice. What's the joy in living? What's the fear in dying? Death is just a new reincarnation. Don't resist or oppose it.
He was startled and confused.
Pei Ling thought to himself. This Dry Heart Sutra cultivation experience is really unique. Cultivation System DeFi, Windows 95, 102 Beta. This cultivation session is complete. Thank you for using the AI cultivation system, worry-free ascension with just one click. Looking forward to your cultivation review and sharing. If you are satisfied, please give us a 5-star rating.
Pei Ling looked at the panel and laughed happily.
What's the joy in living? What's the fear in dying? I understand now.
The great master wants a good rating. Then I'll give you one for once. Pei Ling generously reached out and gave the system a 5-star rating.
Pei Ling was sitting on the floor, when suddenly a foot came charging towards him. Wang Jiangjiang didn't hesitate and jumped right over Pei Ling's head. He blankly and unintentionally looked up.
Pei Ling blushed,
thinking to himself, what a nice view.
Wang Jiangjiang quickly ran off.
Pei Ling turned his head to look inside, and immediately realized something was wrong. Where did everyone else go? Could something have happened? Panicked, he shouted. Wait a moment, senior sister.
Pei Ling tightly grabbed Wang Jiaonang's clothes.
The thin fabric quickly tore, causing her to blush in embarrassment. Pei Ling's face immediately changed, worried. I'm sorry, senior sister, I didn't mean. At this moment, his expression changed again, and he whispered,
Senior sister Wang Jiaonang.
With the piece of clothing gone, she continued to walk, leaving him staring blankly after her.
Suddenly, a girl appeared and hugged him tightly from behind, her tone cunning.
Pei Ling, let's cultivate together.
Li Liu grabbed Pei Ling's hand, smiling and saying, Pei Ling, let's go, let's have some fun in my palace. Pei Ling's face was speechless, thinking to himself, another illusion, can't you come up with some new ideas?
He suddenly thought of a good idea, and grinned slyly. If I just play dead, you won't be able to seduce me.
No sooner said than done.
Pei Ling pulled his hand back and ran towards the gate, pointing his finger at the sky and shouting, heart-withering spell. As soon as he finished speaking, he fell flat on the ground, playing dead. Li Liu didn't understand what was happening, and stood there, stunned, for a long time.
Afterwards, Zhang Shu, Shu Kong, and Lu Luxiang, having heard what happened, ran over to check on his condition. Zhang Shu looked at him for a moment, saying, I didn't expect even junior brother Pei to have run into trouble. Lu Luxiang chimed in, saying, I'm sorry, Sun Mian, I wasn't able to protect junior brother Pei.
Only Shu Kong looked at his dying posture in confusion. The only thing is, why is he in this position? Lu Luxiang, seeing that his arm kept pointing upwards, cautiously replied,
Could it be that he's trying to convey some kind of message to us?
While the group was wondering, Pei Ling suddenly opened his eyes wide, causing them to jump back in fright. They shouted in panic, You're not dead. Pei Ling put on an innocent expression, explaining, Me. Last night I heard a strange sound, worried about danger, and then used the heart-withering spell to play dead. Lu Luxiang asked him in confusion. Your life force and spiritual power just now completely disappeared. How could this low-level heart-withering spell do that?
He looked at her, replying with innocent eyes.
It's the heart-withering spell, senior sister. If you don't believe me, I'll sell this technique back to you to try. He looked around, as if realizing something, and shouted, That's not right. 2 people are missing.
Shu Kong held a torn piece of cloth in his hand and recounted. Last night we were controlled by an unknown force, and when we woke up we found that 2 of them were no longer here. In the Blood Locust palanquin, there were remnants of Junior Sister Wang's clothes. It seems that Junior Sister Wang had intended to resist. Lu Luxiang, hearing this, felt uneasy, sweating profusely, and smiled awkwardly, thinking to himself, Could that have been my doing? Shu Kong turned around and continued. Let's go outside first and then decide. It's probably almost time to enter Hanxi Mountain Manor.
After the few of them finished speaking, they went outside.
Pei Ling looked around at the people around him, pondering to himself.
Each team is missing 2 or 3 people. It seems that it wasn't them causing trouble last night. Zhang Shuo then asked a person who was also there. Did you guys also experience that last night? The young man replied with a grave expression. Before even entering the mountain manor, we've already lost nearly 10 people. It seems this mission isn't as simple as we thought.
The guy Tong Nansai, who was standing nearby, heard this and laughed loudly, arrogantly propping his hand and saying loudly, If you guys are afraid of dying, then quickly retreat. Anyway, the fewer people who divide the treasure trove the better. That Bai Kuang guy still hasn't arrived, I'm afraid he won't be coming.
As soon as he finished speaking, the teleportation gate appeared at the right time. He shouted as he ran, The entrance has appeared, brothers follow me. His group also followed, yes. They jumped into the gate one by one. Zhang Shuo walked over and put his arm around Pei Ling's shoulder, smiling and saying,
Peng's senior apprentice,
let's go, it's not safe inside. If you stay close to me, I can protect you. Zhu Feng gave a forced smile on the outside, but thought to himself, haha, not giving me a chance to escape at all, huh? At this moment, Xiao Po was looking at the map to find the way near the lotus pond at the Han family manor. He said, the ancient well behind the mountain. Maybe this is the right direction. Right? Guan Shui then replied. Let's go. The main hall that we need to go to is probably not far from here.
Pei Ling looked at Zhang Shuo and said, Zhang senior brother, we should set off too, right? He replied. Yes, the Tang Nanzhai's team has gone quite far already. Zhang Shuo, who wanted to take advantage of Tang Nanzhai's team from the start, smiled and said, Tang Nanzhai's destination is in the same direction as ours, so we directly follow behind Tang Nanzhai's team and let them clear the way for us. Pei Ling glanced at him, looking speechless. On Tang Nanzhai's team's side, they continued to walk, only leaving one person behind to check. He looked around behind him once, and then said with peace of mind, there is nothing unusual behind. I can go back to the team and report to senior brother Tang. While about to turn back, he noticed Zhang Shuo and Pei Ling behind him. He immediately yelled at these two people, you guys, what do you want by following us? Do you want us to explore the way for you? Zhang Shuo didn't hide anything, and directly rushed towards him, saying directly, that's right, we just want you to explore the way, so what?
In just a moment, he had reached forward and grabbed the other guy's neck, making him choke. Eat SHT. Pei Ling stood behind and watched, crossing his arms and evaluating. Seriously, bro? You're already getting physical with your teammates? Isn't that a little too fast?
Zhang Shuo looked at him and smiled, offering a deal. I'll spare your life. Consider it a toll. I wonder if junior apprentice brother feels this reward is enough.
Then he released his hand, and he hugged his neck, gasping for air, coughing violently. Cough, cough. After the two of them finished, they left, leaving him behind, constantly yelling, you just wait, Zhang Shuo. Senior brother Tang will definitely not let you off. He frowned and muttered to himself, I must quickly go and report to senior brother Tang. Just as he was about to go back and snitch, he suddenly felt like someone was behind him.
Turning around, he saw a tall figure standing right behind him, with an unfriendly expression.
He glared at him for a moment, which caused him to fall down dead with his eyes wide open.
Pei Ling and his group followed all the way to the outside of the Han family's ancestral hall. Zhang Shuo said, we're almost at the ancestral hall, following behind Tang Nanzhai. This journey can be considered smooth.
At this moment, a burst of thunder suddenly appeared in the sky.
Lu Luxiang said in fear,
it's the direction of the study. Senior brother Tang is using the Xuanlei talisman again, Kong Zong also continued. To be able to force Tang Nanzhai to use the Xuanlei talisman, it seems that the study is extremely dangerous.
Zhang Shuo knew it would be very dangerous inside, but still insisted on entering. Let's go, we absolutely cannot be unguarded. Next, Pei Ling was also speechless to this senior brother, and thought to himself, knowing it's difficult but still going in, is it worth it for a foundation establishment pill formula?
He couldn't help but speak up. Zhang, senior brother, it's just a foundation establishment pill formula. It might not be enough for so many teams to take such a risk. Does this Han family manor have any other treasures? Zhang Shuo glanced at him.
I have to praise your judgment. Junior apprentice brother Pei Ling's intuition is very sharp. You guessed right. The Han family manor has another important thing. Do you still remember the final destination of senior brother Han Sigao that I often mentioned? Pei Ling recalled. Senior brother Han Sigao went to the Sea of 10,000 Destructions to find the opportunity for the Heavenly Tao Foundation establishment. And finally his whereabouts are unknown. Zhang Shuo replied. That's right. Although Han Sigao's whereabouts are unknown, he did come from the Han family manor after all. It's possible that he left information related to the whereabouts of the Heavenly Tao Foundation establishment. He began to analyze. Foundation establishment is divided into 3 grades: Human Dao, Earth Dao, and Heavenly Dao. The lowest level is Human Dao Foundation Establishment, which can be broken through by eating the Foundation Establishment pill. Earth Dao Foundation Establishment requires special methods to refine the essence of the 5 elements, and the strength after cultivation can be said to suppress Human Dao Foundation Establishment. And the strongest Heavenly Dao Foundation Establishment has extremely strict requirements. If it fails, the Dao path will be destroyed one day. But once successful, it is likely to far exceed peers. Zhang Shuo made a decision. Therefore, even if there is only a tiny chance of finding the Heavenly Tao Foundation establishment, we must seize it. Pei Ling crossed his arms and thought to himself, Heavenly Tao Foundation establishment. I'm afraid only existences like Li Xianzhao can come into contact with it. No wonder it can make these people scramble. A moment later, the group arrived at the ancestral hall of the Han family manor. Zhang Shu pointed at the hall and said to Shu Tong, This is the ancestral hall, junior brother Shu. Release your spirit puppets to scout it out. Shu Tong nodded in agreement. All right. As he spoke, he cast a spell and conjured 2 spirit puppets. Then, he directed them to enter the ancestral hall. The 2 spirit puppets went inside, but after only a few steps, they were shattered by some kind of force. Shu Tong exclaimed in surprise.
There's a formation inside the ancestral hall that repels spiritual energy. It must be to prevent people from spying with things like spirit puppets. Zhang Shuo sighed helplessly upon hearing this, and made a decision. I definitely want to go in. Then let's just go straight in.
The group had no choice but to follow him. Lu Luxiang kindly turned back to remind Pei Ling, "Junior brother Pei Ling, this place is very dangerous. Stick close and don't get separated from the group." Pei Ling, however, felt that being a little further away from them would be safer.
As soon as they entered, someone asked, "Is the treasure really here?" Zhang Shuo replied, "There might be traps around. Investigate the surroundings." He looked around and frowned. Something feels off here. His gaze fixed on the shrine, puzzled. The shrine has a dense aura. It's a bit strange. Let me investigate. With that, Zhang Shuo grabbed a long spear and slowly lifted the white curtain in front of the shrine.
Pei Ling was intently watching the shrine when the system's voice startled him.
The system announced, "Beep beep." A strange Heavenly Dao Foundation establishment method detected from the outside world. The system is recording it for you.
Pei Ling looked delighted and thought to himself, "Heavenly Dao Foundation establishment. System, you're too awesome." Back at the shrine, Zhang Shuo had lifted the curtain, and the group watched nervously. Suddenly, a hand with sharp claws unexpectedly reached out from inside the shrine, startling everyone. Before Zhang Shuo could react, the hand grabbed his clothes and pulled him into the shrine. He only managed to scream,
"Ah!" The group was horrified by what they had just witnessed. At that moment, the system also displayed a notification. The strange Heavenly Dao Foundation establishment method from the outside world has disappeared. Recording failed. Thank you for using the cultivation system. Ascension is just a click away, no worries. Hope you share your cultivation review. If satisfied, please leave a good rating. Pei Ling was dumbfounded. What? Xu Tong trembled in fear and asked, "What just happened?" Lu Luxiang wasn't much better, looking bewildered as he replied, "It looked like senior brother Zhang was grabbed inside by a hand."
Pei Ling looked at the shrine and pondered. A chi refining 9th layer captain disappeared silently. This place is not normal. He voiced his thoughts. If senior brother Zhang, a 9th layer chi refiner, can disappear without a sound, the thing inside is probably not something we can deal with. Senior brothers and sisters, how about we retreat first, discuss a plan, and then come back? Lu Luxiang felt that his opinion made sense, and replied, "Junior brother Pei Ling is right. It seems the rumors of previous groups of cultivators being wiped out, the ones at the Han family manor, are not just rumors." Xu Jintong also agreed. "Now that senior brother Zhang is no longer here, we should retreat first." Pei Ling, seeing that both of them agreed, breathed a sigh of relief and thought, "Finally, we can leave. Hopefully we can get out of here smoothly."
As the group was planning to leave, suddenly the 2 candles on the altar went out, and the only entrance was slammed shut by some strange and powerful force. Everyone in the group became chaotic. "What's going on, everyone? Stay together." Pei Ling looked bored and thought, "I really shouldn't have jinxed it."
Seeing that the situation was not good, Xu Kong immediately cast a spell and took out a talisman. Before it could take effect, ghosts suddenly appeared floating around them.
When the group saw this, they were all terrified, their faces ashen.
At the same time, at the ancient well behind the mountain, Quan Xuanrui's team was being besieged by tentacles from a fake tree. The members of the team were running around in chaos, and some unlucky ones were entangled by the tentacles. They were tortured so painfully that they begged for death. "Kill me, kill me."
A girl in the team who was lucky enough not to be attacked ran and cried for help. "Senior sister Quan, save me. Damn it, I want to live, I must live." At this time, outside the study,
Tang Nanzai's group was being attacked by a group of people of unknown origin. Tang Nanzai fought and shouted. Bai Huang's team actually went to the Han family's mountain villa early. "Were these people tricked by us? They're attacking us." The group of unknown origin were all expressionless, with black eyes. They seemed to be controlled, constantly rushing to attack Tang Nanzai's group.
He angrily fought and shouted, "Bai Huang, I will kill you."
Switching to Zhao Fa's team in the main hall, they were now intoxicated and immersed in the bewitching love formation. Junior sister Deng, Zhao Fa, and Lu Fujiang were still working hard to resolve the illusions for them, she said tiredly. "This bewitching love formation is a bit difficult to solve. Senior brother Lu, senior brother Xiao, please try a little harder." Back to Pei Ling's group. They were being chased by several ghosts. Lu Luxiang said in fear, "Damn it, why are there so many vengeful spirits on the 7th level of Qi? Refining, run away quickly." Xu Kong was still standing at the door, trying to find a way to open it. He said tiredly, "Damn it, it's a trap formation."
"Hold on a little longer, I'll calculate the gate of life."
The group then summoned their spirit beasts.
Alright. The spirit beasts start hunting down the vengeful spirits.
Pei Ling, seeing the situation, knew that he had to take action. He summoned his sword and thought, "I originally wanted to save some spiritual power in order to escape, but it seems I have to take action." Pei Ling used his strength to grip his sword tightly,
and just one blood fiend saber strike shattered several vengeful spirits.
The group praised. Such powerful saber technique, junior brother Pei, is only at the 7th level of qi refining, but has such strength. Lu Liuxiang couldn't help but be stunned, and said, "That's the Yansheng saber. I didn't expect junior brother Pei and the Zheng sect leader to be good friends."
Just as they had solved a group of grievances, suddenly from behind Pei Ling, another, more powerful, vengeful spirit rushed towards him, aiming straight at him, Lu Liuxiang reminded. A vengeful spirit at the peak of the 9th level of qi refining. "Junior brother Pei, be careful."
Before the vengeful spirit could touch his hair, he suddenly disappeared
and instantly teleported behind the vengeful spirit. Pei Ling slashed at her hand with his saber, but it didn't seem to have any effect.
The female vengeful spirit quickly jumped away. He thought to himself, "This female ghost is too strong."
The group of vengeful spirits immediately targeted him and rushed towards him.
Before Pei Ling could react, he was tightly surrounded. Lu Liuxiang shouted anxiously, "Junior brother Pei, Shu Kong," after fumbling around for a while, finally found a way to open the door.
He yelled, "It's open." With that, he grabbed Lu Liuxiang's hand and dragged her away.
Lu Liuxiang, worried about Pei Ling still inside, turned around and shouted, "We have to save senior brother Pei." Shu Zong dismissively replied, "You want to go die? Let's get out of here." Meanwhile, Pei Ling was using his glacial bonefire to burn away the surrounding vengeful spirits.
The strongest vengeful spirit was painfully burned by the flames, and cried out miserably. Lu Liuxiang, seeing this, happily sighed in relief. "Great, senior brother Pei is okay," she thought to herself. "I can't believe Su Mian even gave Pei Ling the glacial bonefire. They must truly be in love." Zhu Zong was also extremely surprised by his power, secretly wondering, glacial bonefire, just what is senior brother Pei's background?
Pei Ling finished dealing with the vengeful spirits and ran out.
"Let's go, quick." With that, the group tried their best to escape.
The strange thing in the temple wasn't letting them go. The arm inside the temple stretched out beyond the doorway. Those at the back were unlucky enough to be grabbed by the arm, crying out in pain. The people in front heard the cries and turned back in utter horror. Zhu Zong warned, "Don't look back, let's go." They discussed, "Let's split up and run, then find a chance to meet up at Lotus Lake." With that, they split up in several directions. Pei Ling went in the same direction as Zhao Chengfeng and asked, "Is the exit of this mountain manor at Lotus Lake?" Zhao Chengfeng replied, "Like when we came in, we'll wait at Lotus Lake until the yin water illusion lotus formation reveals an opening to get out." Suddenly, Pei Ling's gaze turned to the person standing in front. "Senior brother, do you know that person in front?" He stopped and called out, "Tang Nanzai. Senior brother Tang, why are you here?" Pei Ling keenly noticed the wound on the body of Tang Nanzai's teammate lying on the ground, secretly speculating. The wound has traces of the devil's hand. Could it be Zhang Shuo did it? Tang Nanzai saw his comrade's corpse, and he was furious, using his cultivation technique, aiming at Pei Ling's group, roaring, "Zhang Shuo, you dare to attack my people, then I'll kill all of yours." He didn't even explain the situation, nor ask for reason, and immediately attacked him. Pei Ling quickly jumped back, dodging the attack, but Zhao Chengfeng didn't. He was directly knocked down by the attack, unaware of what was happening. Pei Ling saw Tang Nanzai being so impatient and thought, "Crap. Is this Tang Nanzai this ruthless?" Tang Nanzai still didn't let him go. He continued preparing to attack. He used his power, aiming straight at him, shouting, "Go die for me!" Pei Ling used his hands to defend. He knew he wasn't his opponent. Secretly thinking, "Tang Nanzai's strength is several levels higher than mine. I have to quickly create distance and run." He was sent flying into the wall by his attack, dust flying everywhere. Pei Ling painfully hugged his chest, thinking of a way. "This guy is even stronger than that female ghost. Gotta yeet out of here while I have the chance." Tang Nanzai saw that he blocked his attack, and he secretly speculated about his background. "A Qi refinement stage 7 cultivator can block my full power attack and be okay. Just what is this little brat's background?" He went over to check, only to see that he was no longer there. Did he run? Pei Ling had already used the blood ghost escape technique, and arrived at another place, he thought. Using the blood ghost escape technique to run so far, he probably won't be able to catch up. Pei Ling wearily propped himself up. "Zhang Shuo, you really want to be the death of me? To leave the mountain manor, you have to wait until the yin water illusion lotus grand formation reveals an opening, but staying here is like being between a wolf and a tiger. Too dangerous. I have to think of a way to escape directly." While racking his brain for a solution, he suddenly had an idea. "Oh yeah, I can have the system take me out like last time at Green Snail Mountain." Pei Ling then opened the system. "This mountain manor has everything. The system is very likely to take it." Pei Ling tapped on the line that said one-click cultivation for a long time on the system. He continued, "What the mountain manor definitely doesn't have is my one and only Li Xianxia." The system displayed a reminder. A nameless cultivation method has been detected as a dual cultivation method. The system is locating a Dao companion for you. Pei Ling happily waited. "Come on, my little system, please feel free to control my body." After waiting for a while, the system poured a bucket of cold water on him.
System check shows that the host's Dao companion is not within the service area. The system will gift you a new Dao companion for free. Pei Ling was speechless. At this moment, in the main hall of the mountain manor, Han Shi, Lu Fujiang, Xiao Pu, and junior sister Dong, after casting spells for a while, finally helped the other two escape the illusion.
Lu Fujiang breathed a sigh of relief. Finally, it's over. Junior sister Dong also fell down, exhausted. Lu Fujiang quickly caught her, saying worriedly, "Junior sister Dong, be careful." She glanced at him, weakly saying, "Thank you, senior brother." Lu Fujiang felt embarrassed being so close to her and turned his face away. It's good that junior sister is okay. Junior sister Dong felt a little hurt seeing him constantly avoiding her. She grabbed his hand and said, "Senior brother, do you really not understand Kaiwei's feelings?" Lu Fujiang replied. "How could I not know? It's just that I have long resolved to devote myself to the Tao in this life and not seek love."
She felt heartbroken hearing him say that, and tears welled up in her eyes. She still didn't believe it, and stubbornly said, "If you don't seek love, why do you keep helping me time and time again? Senior brother is just afraid to admit that you have feelings for Kaiwei. Kaiwei will find someone else."
Lu Fujiang was moved by what she said and turned around to stop her. "Don't." At this moment, Pei Ling's system also teleported him here, and just as Kaiwei turned around, Pei Ling hugged her.
Lu Fujiang looked at the two, his face displeased. Dong Kaiwei didn't understand why she was on Pei Ling's body. She struggled and shouted, "What are you doing? Let me go now." But on the surface, Pei Ling still pretended to be ignorant. But in his heart, he was screaming, "Damn system! You think there aren't enough people who want to kill me already?" He threw her onto the floor without any mercy, accidentally tearing off a piece of her skirt scale. The people standing behind them were dumbfounded. Pei Ling cried in his heart, "Oh shit, there are so many people watching." At this time, the system also popped up a reminder. Ascension without worry with just one click. If satisfied, please rate 5 stars. The system's form is emptiness made him fall on Dong Kaiwei. Adult content should be censored. He form is emptiness. Emptiness is form. No prize for guessing. What is Cabbage doing that is so happy?
Lu Fujiang, seeing that scene, felt the blood rush to his head. He took out his weapon, angrily aiming it at Pei Ling, and shouted, "You little beast, I will personally kill you!"
Dong Kaiwei covered her body with one hand and pushed Pei Ling away with the other. Stop, you have to buy VIP to watch this scene, haha. The thorn stabbed into my hand, but Cabbage can bear it. Please open the automatic insight function, big guy." Pei Ling cursed in his heart, "Damn system, son of a biscuit." The system reappeared with a reminder. RH wrong check shows that this outer cultivation attack is over. Thank you, host, for using the cultivation system. Ascension without worry with just one click. We hope you are satisfied with your cultivation. Please give a good rating. Lu Fujiang pulled Pei Ling back with his chain. He was tricked by the system but couldn't explain it, so he could only curse in his heart.
"If I ever trust you again, I'll take your surname." Lu Fujiang threw Pei Ling straight to the floor. Pei Ling landed in a spectacular fashion. His head plunged straight into the floor. Lu Fujiang still didn't forgive him. He took out a talisman and summoned a spirit beast. "You lecherous thief, die!" A huge whale appeared. Pei Ling, standing in its mouth, was as small as a bean. In an instant, the giant whale swallowed him. Just when they thought he was done for, the whale suddenly exploded into pieces. Pei Ling escaped using the bloodshed saber technique. Lu Fujiang was stunned. He's still not dead. He once again controlled the wooden puppets to attack him. Pei Ling quickly jumped back, dodging while using the frozen intoxication flame to burn all the wooden puppets. Lu Fujiang was surprised and couldn't help but doubt his true strength. How can a level 7 Shi refinement cultivator have such strength? Is this kid hiding his cultivation? 2 members of his team immediately jumped into battle with Pei Ling. "Senior brother Chen, we'll come help you. How dare he bully junior sister Dong?" Pei Ling fought alone against the 3. He thought to himself, dissatisfied. Why are they starting a group fight? What happened to martial ethics? No good. If I keep fighting like this, the spiritual power in my body will run out sooner or later. Pei Ling looked towards Lu Fujiang and hurriedly explained, "Senior brother, it was all an accident just now. I am a confidant of Zheng Peak Lord. I hope senior brother will show mercy." Lu Fujiang was stunned hearing that. "Zheng Jinshan," Pei Ling continued, while defending, That's right. The hidden lifesaver in my hand was given to me by Zheng Jinshan on the orders of Li Zhenzhuan." Lu Fujiang calmly replied, "It's just a Zheng Jinshan. Am I supposed to be afraid of him? He doesn't want to let you off the hook at all." Lu Fujiang still charged forward with his weapon. "You lecherous scoundrel. Even if you were Zheng Jinshan's father, you'd still die today." Pei Ling hurriedly took out a gathering bone pill to try to persuade him. "Senior brother, I can offer 10 supreme-grade gathering bone pills as compensation. I hope senior brother can give face to Zheng Hall Master and Li Zhenzhuan. How about it?" Lu Fujiang wasn't moved and shouted, "I don't want it." Then he swung his hand, lashing the iron chain towards Pei Ling.
His iron chain actually shattered Pei Ling's pill bottle. He exclaimed in shock, "Crap!" After the bottle broke,
one gathering bone pill after another fell out and rolled towards Dong Kaiwei and Xiaopu. Dong Kaiwei picked up a gathering bone pill from the ground and said indignantly, "It wasn't enough to humiliate me in front of senior brother Lu, now you're using this kind of defective pill with no qi to insult my IQ."
After she finished speaking, she wanted to crush the gathering bone pill.
Seeing this, Xiaopu stopped her.
"Wait a minute, junior sister Dong. This is indeed a supreme-grade gathering bone pill. Supreme-grade pills are supposed to be odorless," Dong Kaiwei exclaimed in surprise.
What? Xiaopu then looked at Lu Fujiang and Pei Ling fighting and thought,
hidden lifesavers, strange saber techniques, sobering fire jade bones, supreme-grade marrow cleansing pill. Zheng Jinshan alone couldn't possibly come up with so many resources, no way.
Realizing that the situation wasn't good, Xiaopu transmitted his voice to Lu Fujiang, "Junior brother Lu, stop fighting. This kid is likely someone Li Zhenzhuan intends to groom." Lu Fujiang was surprised and asked, "Li Zhenzhuan?"
He was disturbed and calculated in his heart. Offending Li Zhenzhuan as an outer sect disciple will clearly not be beneficial. Moreover, this little beast's strength is a bit strange. If we continue fighting like this, my spiritual energy will likely be exhausted.
In front, Pei Ling was trying to block Lu Fujiang's iron chain and said, "Senior brother Lu, we're fellow disciples, please think carefully." Suddenly, Lu Fujiang looked at Dong Kaiwei, who was sitting in a corner crying, feeling wronged, and hesitated a little. "But the one who was humiliated today wasn't me but junior sister Dong." The hatred surged, causing Lu Fujiang's hand to tighten around the chain. Very quickly, he made a decision, and decisively swung the chain towards Pei Ling, shouting, "You little beast, you must die today." Pei Ling didn't yield any further, directly grabbed the iron chain, and thought while attacking,
"Isn't that enough? The people of the crafty crook are greedy." He immediately changed his attitude and said coldly, "A supreme-grade marrow cleansing pill is already invaluable. At most, I'll give 3 more. I hope senior brother doesn't try to get an inch after getting a mile." Seeing Pei Ling's strength impacting the chain too much, Lu Fujiang thought in surprise, "Why does this little beast have so much strength?" Suddenly, a voice rang out, so lively. At the same time, a fox rushed up, blocking the iron chain.
It turned out to be Guan Shui-ni, arriving with a graceful demeanor, and asking curiously, "Could it be that you guys found a treasure trove?" Lu Fujiang looked at her and replied irritably, "HMPH, what are you doing here?" Seeing this, Pei Ling happily ran over and thought, "Guan Shui-ni's strength is above mine. If I let her take action, it might be a bit troublesome. I'll observe first and decide later." Then, he immediately hugged Lulu Zhang's leg and cried while complaining, "Senior sister, you've finally arrived. If you had been any later, Su Mian might have become a widow." After finishing speaking, Pei Ling calculated in his heart, "Take action first for safety. Absolutely can't let them say good things about me."
Lulu Xiang saw this and asked worriedly, "Junior brother, don't cry. What exactly happened?"
Pei Ling immediately pointed at Lu Fujiang and accused, "Just now, I carelessly barged into the main hall. Senior brother Lu and the others didn't say a word and attacked me, pushing me to my death." Lulu Xiang understood the situation and said coldly to him, "Senior brother Lu, you don't have to bully junior brother Pei to show off in front of junior sister Dong, right?" Pei Ling followed the tide and quickly said, That's right, I'm only at the 7th level of Qin training. Would it be very glorious even if you beat me?" Pei Ling's twisting of the truth made Lu Fujiang grit his teeth in anger. "You!" Seeing that the situation wasn't good, Xiaopu stepped forward to explain, "Junior sister Lu, you've misunderstood. It was your junior brother Pei who suddenly barged in here, arbitrarily offending junior sister Dong. Junior brother Lu was temporarily hot-blooded and wanted to teach him a lesson." Hearing this, he was dissatisfied and thought, "Damn it, you guys should pay attention to junior sister Dong's reputation. How can you say it so directly?" Hearing this name, Lulu Xiang couldn't help but ask, "Junior sister Dong," and her. Turning to look at Dong Kaiwei, she continued in confusion, "Junior brother Pei's taste isn't that bad, is it?" Realizing that this reason was too far-fetched, Lulu Xiang criticized angrily, "If you want to play the game of framing someone, at least find someone beautiful." Pei Ling echoed from the side, That's right. I already have Su Mian. I can't possibly like that kind of mediocre girl." Hearing these words, Lu Fujiang shouted in anger, "I won't allow you, you cheap hussy, to insult junior sister Dong." Xiaopu, who was beside him, was also unwilling and said, "Junior sister Lu, you're being unreasonable. Isn't junior sister Dong's disheveled clothing evidence?" At this time, Guan Shui-ni suddenly said from the side, "Evidence? I don't think so." Then she turned and pointed at the other women in the main hall team and questioned, "Aren't they also disheveled? Could it be that you're saying junior brother Pesen energetically played with everyone in your team? I think it's more like your team in the main hall has an improper relationship and wants to kill someone to silence them because you were caught by junior brother Pei, right?" Hearing this, Xiaopu stammered, That That is, before he could finish speaking, Pei Ling went to report to Guan Shui.
Shiji. When I arrived, they were already stark naked. It absolutely has nothing to do with me. I swear I'm telling the truth.
She completely believed him and spoke up in his defense. Look how honest Pei Ling is. Does he seem like he's lying? Pei Ling seized the opportunity and complained. Shiji, they went too far. He was feeling pretty smug, thinking, dog system, see that? You want to screw over your boy? You're still too green. At this moment, Guan Xuanrui came over, took Pei Ling's hand, and comforted him. Pei Shidi, don't bother arguing with them.
Now she completely trusted him and continued. The truth is right in front of us. There's no need to waste time here anymore. Pei Ling immediately obeyed. Yes, Shiji. Then he followed Guan Xuanrui away, not forgetting to turn his head for a provocative farewell. See ya. Lu Fengjiang was so angry his body trembled violently as he growled. You little bastard. Pei Ling's group then ran out into the open, where the rain was getting heavier. Pei Ling couldn't help but ask Lu Luxiang out of curiosity, Shiji, how did you guys manage to get Guan Shiji on our side? Guan Xuanrui turned to explain. The ancient well behind the mountain is strange. I'm the only survivor. Our team's current strength isn't enough. Only by working together can we have the power to protect ourselves, Lu Luxiang added.
Something happened to Guan Shiji's team too. She wants to cooperate with us to escape from the mountain manor. Pei Ling felt satisfied and thought, Guan Shiji is probably much more trustworthy than Zhang Shuo. This time, I can probably safely escape from the mountain manor.
Just then, something fell from Guan Xuanrui's person, causing Shu Kong and Pei Ling to exclaim in surprise, What's that? Pei Ling then hurriedly reminded her, Shiji, something fell off of you.
Shu Kong couldn't contain his curiosity and picked it up.
He held the thing in his hand and exclaimed in astonishment, This is. Before he could finish speaking, Shu Kong's eyes suddenly widened and a cold voice rang out. Looks like there's no way to hide it anymore.
Shu Kong coughed up blood and was shocked to see Guan Xuanrui's hand pierce through his body. Woman, she took my heart out. The scene unfolding before him caused Lu Luxiang to stutter in horror. Guan Shiji, you, Pei Ling, was also stunned and thought to himself, I just said this Shiji was trustworthy. Is this a mutiny? Shu Kong had now turned into a wronged soul in Guan Xuanrui's hands, and she said gleefully, Two more people, and my soul devoured by the ghost wood can return.
Then Guan Xuanrui fused Shu Kong's soul into her body and said viciously, Souls, quickly give me your souls.
Seeing the situation was bad, Pei Ling urged Lu Luxiang, Don't just stand there, Shiji, run. He couldn't help but think in annoyance. No wonder she took me away so quickly just now. Turns out the two of them weren't enough, she needed me too.
Suddenly, Guan Xuanrui stretched out her hand, and twin snakes shot out as she said coldly, Don't run. Obediently become one with Shiji.
Pei Ling couldn't help but panic when he saw the twin snakes attacking him. He quickly reacted, took out the Yansheng saber, and killed the incoming twin snakes.
On this side, Guan Xuanrui was charging ferociously towards Lu Luxiang. Seeing that she was about to hit,
Pei Ling quickly pushed Lu Luxiang away and shouted, Be careful, Shiji. Fortunately, Pei Ling successfully saved Lu Luxiang from Guan Xuanrui's clutches.
Pei Ling quickly cast the bloodthirst saber technique and slashed at her. Guan Xuanrui quickly leaned back to dodge, but Pei Ling quickly rushed out to attack again. This time, he successfully knocked her away and shouted, Get lost! Guan Xuanrui was knocked away and said angrily, Damn it! What kind of saber technique is that? Immediately after, she ordered, Don't let them escape! As soon as Guan Xuanrui finished speaking, the fox demon transformed and roared, and it quickly rushed towards Lu Luxiang to attack. Just as the fox demon's claws were about to hit Lu Luxiang, Pei Ling quickly used the blood ghost escape technique to whisk her away. They just left like that, making Guan Xuanrui furious. Damn it, I'll never forgive you.
After successfully escaping to another area, Pei Ling breathed a sigh of relief. We should be safe now. At this moment, Lu Luxiang reminded him, It was really dangerous just now, but only escaping the mountain manor can be considered truly safe. Pei Ling wiped the sweat from his forehead and asked her, Senior sister, do you trust me? Although I don't want to rely on that dog Zhesh thing, there's no other way. I can only give it a try. Lu Luxiang grabbed Pei Ling's hand and placed her complete trust in him. Pei Ling, you and Su Mian are on good terms, and you saved my life in the mountain manor. I don't trust anyone but you. Hearing this, Pei Ling resolutely said, All right, senior sister, are there any cultivation techniques in the mountain manor that are absolutely forbidden to cultivate, or have extremely harsh cultivation conditions? Hearing him ask this, Lu Luxiang began to think carefully. Extremely harsh.
After thinking for a while, Lu Luxiang took out a cultivation technique and explained, This cultivation technique is called thieving spirit wood. It can take spirit power for its own use, but it must be used with the purifying spirit pill to prevent the spirit power in the body from becoming mixed. But no one in my mansion knows how to refine the purifying spirit pill anymore, and there are only a few people left who even know of it. At this moment, the system suddenly announced,
detected the transmission of spell techniques in the outside world, the system will automatically collect it for you. Pei Ling quickly took the cultivation technique and reminded his senior sister. No matter where I go later, you must follow me. Lu Luxiang immediately agreed to his request.
The system continued to announce, spell technique is from the outside world, collection complete, please name it, host. He quickly said a name. It's called Thieving Spirit Wood. After receiving the information, the system continued to inform Pei Ling. Ding! Searching for purifying spirit pill, please wait a moment. There was no other way, Pei Ling had to choose to trust the system once, and press the button.
Dog system, I'm trusting you one last time.
The system then displayed a notification. Ding! The system is still searching for purifying spirit pill. Please wait a moment.
After a while, the system reported again, purifying spirit pill not found. The system found substitute cultivation material. Free gift of 100 years of cultivation from the soul-devouring ghostwood. Pei Ling was surprised and asked, Ghostwood? At this moment he suddenly remembered Guan Shuirui's words. 2 more people are needed. 2 more people are needed. My soul can return after being devoured by the ghostwood. Thinking of this, Pei Ling exclaimed in horror. Could it really be such a coincidence? Pei Ling and Lu Luxiang quickly arrived at the ancient well behind the mountain. Seeing Pei Ling's valiant demeanor, Lu Luxiang felt very surprised and sighed in her heart. Such firm steps, without the slightest hesitation, Pei Ling must have found the entrance to the formation. Su Mian's ability to judge people is indeed good. Pei Ling, who was being controlled by the system, felt pain and cried out in his heart, Senior sister, I'm sorry. This dog system is messing with us.
As soon as they got close, they felt the dangerous aura emitted by the soul-devouring ghostwood.
Lu Luxiang was unable to stand firmly. Because of the aura released by the ghostwood, she crouched down for support and thought in her heart, Foundation establishment stage ghostwood. Could it be that Pei Ling found the wrong place?
Suddenly, Lu Luxiang widened her eyes at the scene before her and exclaimed, Pei Ling. Before Lu Luxiang was the image of Pei Ling lightly jumping up, rushing towards the ghostwood,
easily dodging all of its attacks.
Pei Ling was brave and heroic, closing in and waving his hand towards it. As soon as Pei Ling placed his hand on the tree, he obtained the Thieving Spirit Wood cultivation technique.
The system displayed a notification. AIDF soul-devouring ghostwood cultivation system has been completed. The system will continue to cultivate with you.
After that, Pei Ling continued to absorb the energy of the soul-devouring ghostwood to cultivate the Thieving Spirit Wood.
At this moment, Lu Luxiang was very surprised and exclaimed in her heart, What's going on? Suddenly Pei Ling was attacked, and a voice rang out. Stop!
Seeing the situation, the system announced. External attack detected. This cultivation session ends here. Pei Ling was knocked away. He muttered in confusion. What the hell?
The opponent's attack caused Pei Ling to separate from the soul-devouring ghostwood in the well. The same voice rang out. Deep and powerful, top-grade spiritual bone, unwavering Tao heart who is the heavenly genius from the holy sect. After hearing this, Pei Ling couldn't help but think in his heart, such a terrifying aura. This person is more dangerous than anyone I've met in the mountain manor. To ensure safety, I should reveal my identity. After thinking carefully, Pei Ling bowed his head respectfully and replied, This humble one is Zheng Jingshan, an outer sect disciple of the Tongming sect. May I ask who you are? Seeing Pei Ling lie so blatantly, Lu Luxiang standing next to him was very surprised by his lies. A voice from Zheng Jingshan retorted, Bullshit. I'm clearly an inner sect disciple.
At this moment the voice in the ancient well rang out again. Zheng Jingshan. Never heard of him. His cultivation is a bit low, but his aptitude and temperament are passable. He's qualified to meet me. Suddenly, countless red threads inside the ancient well tightly wrapped around Pei Ling and Lu Luxiang's legs, unexpectedly pulling them up, causing Lu Luxiang to panic and say, Junior brother, what's going on? After that, the two of them were quickly dragged straight down to the bottom of the well. Piercing through the icy water, both of them accidentally fell into another world. Lu Luxiang, being supported by Pei Ling, asked curiously, Where is this? In front of Pei Ling and Lu Luxiang, the man surrounded by red threads was Han Sigao, and beside him was the Blood Lady. Lu Luxiang couldn't hide his surprise and asked, Senior brother Han Sigao, you're still alive? Upon recognizing the other party, Pei Ling thought to himself, Han Sigao, wasn't he the one who snatched the Heavenly Tao Foundation establishment method? Why is he appearing in the mountain manor? Seeing his indifferent attitude, Pei Ling couldn't help but draw his blade and question, Senior brother Han, if you were still in the mountain manor, why didn't you care that the Han clan was destroyed, and even allowed fellow disciples to kill each other? Han Sigao immediately burst into laughter after hearing this. Since when did the sacred sect of devils stipulate that fellow disciples must help each other like that? What's wrong with me consuming a bit of the life essence of my fellow disciples to cultivate the cursed devil Dao Foundation?
Suddenly, Lu Luxiang was pulled into the air by Han Sigao and called out in fear, "Junior brother, save me!"
Seeing this, Pei Ling cried out anxiously, "Senior sister." Just a moment later, Pei Ling immediately swung the gluttony blade to save her, but the red threads were too strong so Pei Ling couldn't cut them, and he gnashed his teeth in anger. Damn it.
After capturing Lu Luxiang, Han Sigao made a proposal to Pei Ling.
The cursed devil Davio Foundation has a total of 3 tribulations. I've already passed the first 2. The 3rd tribulation requires me to bind myself to compete for the Davio with the cursed devil. I see that your aptitude is extraordinary. You just need to help me with one thing, and I'll spare your Davio partner and even bestow upon you the Heavenly Davio Foundation Establishment Method.
Pei Ling immediately agreed to the exchange and asked, "What is it?" As soon as he said those words, he began to calculate carefully in his heart. First, agree with him to get through this, and then find a chance to save senior sister. Han Sigao then said in a deep voice, "That cursed devil is no different from my apparent strength. Only by defeating the cursed devil can you obtain the Heavenly Dao Foundation Establishment."
Then he revealed a malicious expression and stated his condition. I want to order you to go to the Han clan treasury in Lotus Lake and retrieve the 4 fate flying sword for me, the Blood River sword.
After Han Sigao gave his orders to Pei Ling immediately went to Lotus Lake and pondered. So many teams searched for so long, but I didn't expect the treasury to be in the Lotus Lake all along. Being left with a red thread by Han Sigao made him even more annoyed. Senior sister has been captured as a hostage, and Han Sigao even set up this red thread on me. Even if I get the Blood River sword for him, judging by his theatrical performance, he probably won't let me go either. While Pei Ling was lost in thought, a sword suddenly flew towards him from afar. He reacted quickly and deflected the sword. Pei Ling's counterattack sent the sword straight into the body of Tong Kai-wei.
She immediately vomited blood, which surprised him immensely. As it turned out, that sword was the Blood River sword. It turned to Pei Ling and asked, "Why do you have my master's mark on you?"
Suddenly, it discovered another person and spoke with disdain. "Another one has arrived." The Blood River sword slashed towards Pei Ling, but he quickly dodged to the side. As it turned out, it slashed at Tang Nanzai behind him. However, Tang Nanzai was not injured at all, only suffering a slight scratch on his wrist. The Blood River sword asked again, "Why do you also have my master's mark on you?" Pei Ling, on the other hand, felt annoyed and muttered, "Crap. Enemies on a narrow road." Tang Nanzai immediately looked at Pei Ling, puzzled. "Kid, you're not dead yet." Pei Ling, hearing him ask, immediately tried to appease him. "Senior brother Tang, calm down. It's all senior brother Zhang Shou's fault. It has nothing to do with me." The Blood River sword, seeing the two arguing fiercely, interrupted. "Stop arguing. Why do you all have my master's mark on you? Where is my master? Where is he?" Pei Ling quickly noticed that Tang Nanzai had a red thread on his hand like him, and thought, why does he also have a blood thread? Could it be that Han Sigao also found him? Tang Ling immediately cupped his fist and reported to the Blood River sword, "I came from the ancient well behind the mountain on the orders of senior brother Han Sigao to inventory the treasury and also help senior brother Han retrieve some items." The Blood River sword asked suspiciously after hearing this, "Inventory the treasury?" Tang Nanzai then said, "That's right, I came from the ancestral hall, and I'm also here on the orders of senior brother Han Sigao to retrieve some items for senior brother Han from the treasury." The Blood River sword was utterly confused after hearing the two of them explain, "You came from the ancient well, and you came from the ancestral hall. That's not right. How can there be 2 masters?" Hearing this, Pei Ling probably understood the situation and thought, "It seems that he and I, maybe one of us, has met the cursed devil." But he didn't reveal the truth and chose to lie. "Oh dear. Your master met me at the ancient well first, and then went to the ancestral hall to find senior brother Tang. In any case, your master ordered us to inventory the treasury. Do you want to disobey his orders?" The Blood River sword was frightened after hearing him speak, and hurriedly replied, No, please go inside, don't make my master wait." Stoked after entering the treasure trove, Pei Ling couldn't hide his excitement. "This is the Han clan's manners treasure trove." Just then, the system announced, "Foreign realm cultivation method detected. System is retrieving it for you." One system notification after another rang out. "Foreign realm spell technique detected. System is retrieving it. Foreign realm alchemy technique detected. System is retrieving it. Foreign realm talisman crafting technique detected. System is retrieving it. Foreign realm weapon forging technique detected. System is retrieving it. Foreign realm formation detected. System is recording it." Pei Ling's eyes lit up as he thought, seeing so many cultivation methods. Holy crap. This is heaven. Suddenly, Tang Nanzai grabbed Pei Ling's shoulder, his voice tight with anger. "Pei Ling Shidi,
Long time no see, huh?
Pei Ling immediately shrugged off Tang Nanzai's hand and said calmly, Xianxia, the current situation is pretty clear. I suggest we put our personal grudges aside for now. The blood fiend sword is still out there. If we make too much noise and piss it off, none of us are getting out of here. Tang Nanzai thought it made sense and arrogantly agreed. Consider yourself lucky today, kid.
Hearing this, Pei Ling breathed a sigh of relief. Lucky indeed. Looks like this Tang Nanzai isn't a complete meathead.
Suddenly, Tang Nanzai's eyes were drawn to an item, and he immediately reached out to grab it.
Unexpectedly, Pei Ling grabbed his hand and said in a negotiatory tone,
Pei Ling Shidi.
I'm almost done collecting the materials for Foundation establishment, but I'm still missing a crimson vine. Can you let me have it?
Pei Ling, who was already touching the item, was surprised and mused.
This is the crimson vine? The main ingredient for Foundation establishment pill? Tang Nanzai, thanks a lot. Then, he stuffed the crimson vine into his clothes and replied with a smile.
Tang Xixiang, we all entered the treasure trove together, so the loot should be shared.
How can you hog something this good all to yourself?
Tang Nanzai stubbornly persisted. There's only one crimson vine. How are you going to share it?
Hearing this, Pei Ling made a condition. There's only one crimson vine, but the pills you can make from it aren't just one. Xixiang, if you can give me the other ingredients for the Foundation establishment pill, I guarantee you'll get a share of the pills I make.
Hearing Pei Ling say this so confidently, Tang Nanzai was astonished and blurted out, You know how to make pills.
Hearing Tang Nanzai's words, Pei Ling confidently introduced his skills. I won't lie to you, Tang Xixiang. The reason I, with my Qi training stage 7 cultivation, was able to join Xiang, that's team, is because of my alchemy skills in the outer sect. If you give me the alchemy ingredients, I can show you what I can do outside the treasure trove.
Tang Nanzai carefully weighed his options.
If this kid really knows how to make pills, it wouldn't waste my time. Plus, even if he dares to trick me, he can't escape this manner. A little trust won't hurt.
After thinking it over, he handed the Foundation establishment pill recipe to Pei Ling and said, Here's the Foundation establishment pill recipe I just found. Don't leave the treasure trove just yet, do it now. Pei Ling accepted it and replied, No problem. Then, Pei Ling thought confidently, With the system around, making pills is a piece of cake. Immediately afterwards, Pei Ling took out the alchemy furnace. Behind Pei Ling, Tang Nanzai cracked his knuckles and threatened, Please, Pei Ling Shidi, if you ruin the alchemy ingredients, this old man will skin you alive, pull out your tendons, and sell you to make up for the loss. Pei Ling replied clearly, Don't worry, Tang Xixiang.
Then, he pressed a button on the system screen. With the system's control, Pei Ling began to channel spiritual energy into all the alchemy ingredients. Then, he focused all his attention and began the refining process.
Tang Nanzai watched the whole process and thought to himself, He's got some skill, but I've seen this kind of flashy stuff before. In the end, all you can refine is still low-grade trash.
After a while, the pills were complete. The system announced,
System notification. This cultivation session is complete. Thank you, host, for using the A2 cultivation system. Just click to ascend, no worries. System notification. Please share your cultivation review. If satisfied, please rate 5 stars. Tang Nanzai saw the 4 bright pills and exclaimed in disbelief, Extreme grade Foundation establishment pills. Pei Ling stood beside him and said proudly, Are you satisfied, Tang Xixiang? He immediately changed his attitude and rushed over to hug him tightly, kissing him. Pei Ling Shidi, I think I'm in love with you. Everything else in this treasure trove is yours. Pei Ling was disgusted by his attitude and said, Tang Xixiang, let me go first.
A moment later, Pei Ling walked out of the Han clan's treasure trove with a large bag. Behind him, Tang Nanzai walked alongside him, full of praise. Pei Ling Shidi, your alchemy skills are truly top-notch. When you have time, refine some more pills for Xixiang. Xixiang will definitely not treat you badly. Hearing this, Pei Ling replied, Then Xixiang will have to get in line. I'm quite busy lately. Just then, the blood fiend sword approached and said, You guys are quick with the inventory, Pei Ling said helpfully. Of course, Han Xixiang must do his best when working. The sword was pleased to hear this and said, So you guys know what's good for you. Now tell me, who is the real master?
Hearing this, they were both shocked.
Then, both he and Tang Nanzai responded in unison. The senior brother Han from the ancient well is the real senior brother Han. The senior brother Han from the ancestral hall is the real senior brother Han. Hearing both of them, the Blood River sword blazed with fury and roared, Spill it out! Which one is right? Which one is fake? Do you not believe I'll chop you to bits?
Pei Ling quickly explained, No, senior brother Tang and I merely met a senior brother Han. Each of us is convinced the one we met is real, so why don't you go check it out yourself? After all, we don't really know senior brother Han that well.
The Blood River sword still radiated an ominous aura, glaring at the two and yelling, Fools, you humans are all the same. If I could tell, why would I need you two? I used to rely on the Blood River Sword's intent to recognize my master, but a ghost curse copied my sword intent, so how am I supposed to differentiate?
Tang Nantrai was intimidated by its attitude, so he quickly proposed a plan. How about I, along with junior brother Pei, test the other's senior brother Han, then we can compare notes. What do you think? Pei Ling disagreed, responding, no way. What if that ghost curse, worried about being exposed, just kills us both on the spot? Sword bro, do you have any way to protect our lives? Seeing the two of them beating around the bush like this, the Blood River Sword impatiently growled, ugh! Why are you two so much trouble? Then it imbued Pei Ling and Tang Nantrai with 2 streaks of sword energy, and commanded, I'm giving you 2 body-protecting sword streaks. You have 3 days to bring me an answer, otherwise just die. Receiving the sword energy, Pei Ling happily thought, looks like I'm getting something for free again. He cupped his hands. Many thanks, sword bro. Bro, we'll set off right away. With the issue resolved, Pei Ling turned to ask Tang Nantrai. Oh right, senior brother Tang, we'll have to split up to meet Han Sigu next. What did the one you met look like? Tang Nantrai replied with his thoughts. The Han Sigu I saw was in the shrine inside the ancestral hall. As for his appearance and cultivation, he was exactly as rumored.
Tang Nantrai began to describe in more detail. Judging by his aura, this Han Sigu's strength is probably a bit weaker than an intersect branch master. Senior brother Zhang, your team leader, also died by his hand. Pei Ling was quite surprised after hearing this. Is he as strong as Zheng Jingshan? In the end, Tang Nantrai kindly reminded him. In short, junior brother Pei, you must be more careful. Absolutely do not let his words bewitch you.
After Pei Ling and Tang Nantrai split up, Pei Ling immediately entered the ancestral hall. Inside the ancestral hall was a dilapidated mess. He walked forward, cupped his hands, and cautiously spoke. The original shrine is where Zhang Shuo was captured. I am Zheng Jingshan, here by the command of the Blood River Sword to find senior brother Han Sigu. Just then, the person in the shrine, that bloody hand, lunged out and grabbed Pei Ling, quickly pulling him into a secret chamber. Just as Pei Ling landed in front of Han Sigu, the system notification popped up. System reminder. Detected a strange Heavenly Tao Foundation establishment method from beyond this realm. System is currently acquiring it for you. Hearing this, he couldn't believe it, thinking, a Heavenly Tao Foundation establishment method. Han Sigu then smiled and spoke. Junior brother Zheng, what an honor, what an honor. On the streets of the Han clan estate, amidst the heavy curtain of rain, Pei Ling walked over from a distance, bowing before Han Sigu. Greetings, senior brother Han. He silently pondered. This Han Sigu is indeed just like the one by the ancient well. Han Sigu looked at Pei Ling and said, Junior brother Zheng, you must have met someone else who looks like me, haven't you? I am the real Han Sigu. Quickly bring out the Blood River Sword, and I will gift you the Heavenly Tao Foundation establishment. Pei Ling's face fell upon hearing this, and he bowed even deeper. Both Han Sigus are offering the Heavenly Tao Foundation establishment as payment, but crossing the bridge and demolishing it is a tradition of this cunning sect. Stalling for more time to let the system finish copying is the safest bet. Thinking this, he softly said, Senior brother, could you perhaps prove yourself a little? Han Sigu's face darkened. How do you want me to prove myself? Pei Ling immediately replied. I once heard that senior brother Han's Blood River sword art is unrivaled in the outer sect. The real senior brother Han would surely have a deep understanding of this sword art. Hearing this, Han Sigu let out a cold, confident laugh, extended his hand, and conjured a token. He immediately reached out and took the token, and, surprised, Pei Ling raised an eyebrow suspiciously at Han Sigu. Suddenly, at this very moment, the system notification popped up again. The Heavenly Tao Foundation establishment method has been copied. Please name it, host. Seeing this notification, he widened his eyes in surprise. The Heavenly Tao Foundation establishment has been copied. No need to waste any more time. He smiled contentedly and said, Senior brother, after my thorough consideration, I truly feel that you are indeed the real senior brother. Han Sigu looked puzzled. Han Sigu's face turned dark, and he said coldly, Junior brother Zhang, look at me. Do you truly feel that I am the real Han Sigu? Pei Ling raised an eyebrow. Of course. But then suddenly, a dizzying wave of power surged through his body. The figure coldly manipulated Pei Ling's mind. Go, tell the Blood River Sword that I am the real Han Sigu. In a daze, he replied, understood. Then he stepped out of the ancestral hall's door. He slowly straightened up and walked away. Pei Ling frowned, glancing behind him, carefully observing that no one was following. Gotta escape fast. Thinking this, he quickly ran away from the place amidst the heavy rain. I'm telling you, why would Han Sigu take a fancy to me? Turns out my divine sense has stabilized, and I'm no longer controlled by that ghost charm. Suddenly, his eyes glanced over, and he flinched slightly at something he saw. A pale green hand slammed violently into the ground, causing him to stop in his tracks immediately.
That group of people stared intently at Pei Ling, their faces dark as they growled. Anyone who betrays Senior Brother Han dies. The group charged forward fiercely, roaring, "You betrayed Senior Brother Han, die! You betrayed Senior Brother Han, die! You betrayed Senior Brother Han, die!"
Pei Ling frowned, immediately gripping the sword in his hand and swinging.
"No way! So many people have been invaded by the ghost charm. I can't get caught up in this human wave tactic. I need to quickly go save Senior Sister Lu." Thinking this, he immediately threw on his red cloak and leaped high into the air. He then used the blood ghost escape technique to quickly jump away from this place. Suddenly, a wall of the ancestral hall appeared behind him, causing Pei Ling to freeze in shock. Unable to react, the two collided violently, creating a massive explosion. On one side, Han Sigu coldly looked at the person before him. That brat is history. It's hard for the ghost charm to shake him off, so I had to take action to eliminate the hidden danger. You go quickly and save him. When the time comes, persuade the Blood River Sword to come to me, and I can accept you as a sword slave. Tang Nanzai was surprised to hear this. A sword slave. Becoming a sword slave means your physical body and soul will be enslaved, and you'll never be free for all eternity. How could this daddy agree to that?
Han Sigu coldly held the teacup in his hand and sneered, "You dare not want it?"
That brat's foundation is strong, with a body of supreme jade bones, and he also possesses the top-tier blood ghost escape technique of the inner sect. Even without help, he could escape. I'm just giving you a chance to live. Tang Nanzai gnashed his teeth in anger upon hearing this. But suddenly he jolted, as if realizing something. Han Sigu was shocked, his eyes widening. Zheng Jingshan is dead.
Tang Nanzai was astonished to hear this. Zheng Jingshan, Pei Ling, you've got guts. Even daring to use the title of Hallmaster Zheng. Thinking this, he tried to keep his voice calm. Could it be that Senior Brother Zheng used some kind of fake death magic and ran away?
Han Sigu smiled faintly upon hearing this. A fake death technique can only fool the ghost charm puppet. How could it fool my Zhenming soul cord? The Zhenming soul cord and the soul are connected. Now that the cord is broken, that brat is definitely dead.
Saying this, his face darkened, and he said unhappily, "Damn it. My entire plan has been messed up."
Then he looked at Tang Nanzai and ordered, "No matter what method you use, you must retrieve the Blood River Sword that's coming here for me right now." Tang Nanzai frowned upon hearing this. What if I say no? He thought confidently. That brat Pei Ling could escape. This Han Sigu in front of me is also trapped by the red cord. I don't believe I can't escape.
But before Tang Nanzai could feel complacent for too long, Han Sigu pointed his finger at him.
The red thread followed the order and bound Tang Nanzai. Han Sigu sneered. Even if this old man is bound by this red thread, killing someone is as easy as flipping my hand. Obey me obediently and live, or become my blood slave. I think you know which one you'll choose. On the other side,
Pei Ling's soul floated in the sky.
His body lay on the ground, his pale face causing confusion among those around him. Dead. Too weak. Too weak. Too weak. The group looked at him lying motionless on the ground and turned away. Let's go, complete the mission. He's really weak. After they left, the surrounding space became quiet again, and the soul re-entered the body. Finally, they're gone. This dry heart art really wants to take my life when used correctly, and if it had gone on any longer, my little soul would have had to go drink tea with King Yama. Regaining consciousness, he sat up abruptly, looking at the red thread on his arm that had disappeared. He was surprised. Both are still there. Unexpectedly, this red thread is also broken. But at this moment, from behind, a hand placed heavily on his shoulder. Tang Nanzai smiled. Pei Ling, my brother. Seeing him, Pei Ling raised an eyebrow. So it's senior brother Tang. Suddenly, Tang Nanzai hugged him tightly, overjoyed. Great, Pei Ling, my brother. As expected, you're still not dead, Pei Ling, my brother. What kind of evil trick did you use to fool that Han's ghost charm?
Then he smiled, took out the dry heart art book and said, It's this. If senior brother doesn't believe me, you can try it. Tang Nanzai looked at the dry heart art in his hand and said in a deep voice, Dry heart art, such a low-level magic, and it can fool Han Sigu.
I believe you, Pei Ling, my brother. You're full of supreme jade bones, and you're good at alchemy. Your cultivation talent must also be extraordinary. It's normal for you to cultivate this low-level technique to the highest level and fool Han Sigu. Although he said this, Tang Nanzai was screaming in his heart, I believe that ghost. He looked at Tang Nanzai and asked, Oh right, senior brother Tang. I can be sure that the ghost charm is in the ancestral hall. Besides senior brother Zhang Shuo, there are also your teammates and the new fellow disciples who went missing last night. Now they've all become puppets of the ghost charm. How is it on your side? Did you meet senior sister Lu?
Tang Nanzai was shocked to hear this. What? Puppets? Damn it, he frowned at him. When I went down, Lu Luxiang is probably not doing well. Pei Ling, my brother, listen to me, Han Sigu. This person has great ambitions, he will definitely go back on his word, we absolutely cannot cooperate with him.
Pei Ling replied thoughtfully. If I don't cooperate with him, what will happen to senior sister Lu? Hearing this, Tang Nanzai worriedly said,
Pei bro, now is not the time to worry about others. The string of fate on you has been severed. Han Siguzi can't control your direction. Just find a place to hide, and wait for the sect to send someone to rescue you.
Hearing this, he looked at Tang Nanzai and whispered, What about senior brother Tang? Tang Nanzai frowned. My junior brothers are still in the ghost's hands. If they're dead, then so be it, but if they're still alive, as their leader, I can't abandon them without a care. Didn't you give me a supreme-grade foundation establishment pill? It's time to use it. With that, he left immediately. Watching his departing figure, Pei Ling spoke up. Take care, senior brother Tang. Is he planning a showdown with the ghost? Are there brave and fearless people like that, even in a sly sect?
Sitting on the ground, he pondered. What do I care about him? The most important thing now is that senior sister Lu is still in Han Siguzi's hands. Even if I run, I have to take her with me. Thinking this, Pei Ling frowned and looked into the distance. The two Han Siguzis are after the Blood River Sword. Maybe I can make a move, starting with the Blood River Sword.
He hesitated for a moment, muttering, This stupid flying sword recognizes sword intent, not people. If that's the case, he immediately opened the system interface. Before his eyes was the Blood River Sword intent cultivation method. Reaching out and touching the screen, he commanded, System, I want to cultivate the Blood River Sword intent. Thank you for the technique the ghost provided. The system quickly received the command, System is starting cultivation. Checking that the host already possesses a slaughterous sword energy, the system will use the sword energy to aid your cultivation. Streams of blue and red light intertwined and penetrated his body. Pei Ling stood in mid-air, thinking in his heart, Thanks for the sword energy, you dumbass flying sword.
Power surged through his body. He was extremely satisfied. He, little swordie. Are you ready to welcome your new master?
On the side, the Blood River Sword coldly stabbed to death a figure lying on the ground. It was extremely pleased with itself. TCH, these cultivators. This one was even harder to eat than the last. If the master were here, I wouldn't have to eat this kind of garbage. At this moment, Pei Ling approached from afar, softly calling out, Blood River. He approached coldly, looking at the sword before him, musing, I've finished cultivating the Blood River Sword intent. Maybe I can trick this flying sword. If I'm exposed, I'll immediately use the Blood Ghost escape technique to run. The Blood River Sword's eyes widened in shock. Master! It rushed over, circling him, probing. Blood River Sword intent, truly pure, no mistake, you really are the master. But its eyes suddenly narrowed, suspicious. But master, why is your cultivation so low? He felt a little guilty, coughing a few times to hide his embarrassment, saying, My foundation establishment failed, I was seriously injured, so my cultivation dropped. Quickly open the Dark Water Illusion Lotus Grand Formation. Your master will go there to heal. Hearing this, the sword reminded, Master, opening the Dark Water Illusion Lotus Grand Formation requires the family head's command. Without it, you can only use the formation-breaking talisman to open a temporary exit. He heard this and was silent. The family head's command was taken by the ghost. Where's the formation-breaking talisman? Hearing this, the sword replied, There are quite a few in the martial arts arena. Have you forgotten that, master? Pei Ling became alert. Martial arts arena. After thinking for a long time, he quickly ran off. You stay here and guard the treasury, I'll be right back. The sword looked at his departing figure in surprise. Master. He ran off quickly. Pei Ling silently looked around. Go to the martial arts arena first, and then decide. To avoid this brain-dead flying sword becoming suspicious. But at this moment, the sword rushed from behind in front of him, looking at him and saying, Master, why are you going so fast? Seeing the sword, he jumped in fright. No way, bro, you can keep up even with the Blood Ghost escape technique. Pei Ling's face darkened. He immediately stopped and shouted, Damn it, didn't I tell you to go guard the treasury? The sword quickly said. But the treasury has been completely emptied by those two little brats you sent before. There's nothing left to guard. Hearing this, he sighed helplessly. Damn my mouth, this time I played myself. At this moment, at the martial arts arena, with the help of the sword, he quickly found a box filled with spirit talismans. He quickly arranged the spirit talismans before him, pondering, Is this okay? The sword suspiciously replied, Yes, but opening a temporary entrance will take time, which may delay master's treatment. His face paled. He tried to force out the words, Shut your mouth and let me rest. I never expected that there would be a day when someone would complain that I talk too much. The sword looked at him and said, Master, I remember now. You don't need to go find any healing cultivator. I can heal you with my original power. He looked at the sword in surprise. Original power. The sword widened its eyes at him. Immediately, a red power surrounded its body. Master, catch. He unexpectedly received the power that the sword transmitted to him. His eyes shone brightly, thinking to himself, This feeling is like throwing myself into something soft and gently wrapped up.
So good, Pei Ling smiled, looking at the Blood River sword.
Protect me, I have to start cultivating.
The sword obediently replied.
Yes, master. He immediately opened the system interface. Then, he began to refine the power in his hand. Pei Ling's ears heard the mechanical voice.
Checking a large amount of foreign true essence, the system is refining it for you.
He closed his eyes in silence. Feeling the spiritual power in his vital essence so rich and abundant, he felt like he was about to break through to the 7th level of chi training. At this moment, on Han Sigulu's side, his eyes suddenly widened, shocked.
The Blood River sword has been gone from the Lotus Pond for more than half an hour, but it still hasn't come to the ancient well to find me, which proves that the Blood Lady is worried.
What's wrong, master?
Han Sigulu answered hesitantly.
Hearing this, the Blood Lady frowned worriedly. It has chosen the cursed ghost. Han Sigulu was silent, taking out a wooden puppet. The Heavenly Tao Foundation establishment has failed. Prepare for the final battle. The Blood Lady stood beside him worriedly. But, Han Sigulu said in a low voice, crushing the wooden puppet in his hand,
there's no time to hesitate anymore.
If we let the cursed ghost refine the Blood River, we will no longer have the chance to survive. Before the cursed ghost finishes refining the Blood River sword, we must kill it and fight for a chance to live. With that, Han Sigulu painfully coughed up a mouthful of blood.
He flicked his hand to wipe the blood from the corner of his mouth, glancing at Lu Luxiang behind him.
This puppet substitution method can allow this female cultivator to hide my sensory perception from the cursed ghost in an instant.
With that, Han Sigulu immediately rushed away, leaving instructions to the Blood Lady. In the meantime, this old man must go kill him, so he won't have time to react. Below the ancestral hall, Han Sigulu and the group of Spirit Soul Wraith were lost in thought.
Half an hour has passed. Why hasn't Tang Nanzai brought the Blood River here yet? Feeling each red thread in his hand, Han Sigulu was silent.
He's building his foundation in the manor.
This madman. The Blood River must be heading towards the ancient well. What to do this time?
Before he could think of a countermeasure, a stream of spiritual power emitting a crimson light rushed over from behind. That attack struck Han Sigulu's neck directly, catching him off guard.
From within that red light, Han Sigulu stepped out with a cold face.
Cursed ghost, I will avenge myself on you. The person lying on the ground struggled to pick up the Qing Dao, saying coldly, Han Sigulu, I didn't expect you to be so fast.
Wait a minute, the Blood River isn't on your hand. At that point he looked at Han Sigulu in surprise. Hearing this, Han Sigulu couldn't help but be shocked. The Blood River isn't with you. That person immediately realized the current situation. So that's how it is. You thought the Blood River was in my hands, so you ambushed me. He looked at Han Sigulu with a sneer. In this struggle for the Tao I've won. Han Sigulu angrily swung his sword immediately. You're about to die, yet you still dare to arrogantly talk about victory and defeat. Ridiculous. That person sneered, his whole body constantly emitting a stream of purple light, trying to restore his severed body. Han Sigulu, you can't kill me. Endless electric power, the yin-water illusion lotus grand formation. Without breaking it, there's no Blood River. How can you kill me? And what about you? Without the support of the soul tether, how long can you continue to live? Han Sigulu was silent, raising his eyebrows and saying, so what? Suddenly, that person staggered. He coughed up blood painfully, covering his mouth with his hand. He looked at the sword in Han Sigulu's hand, panicked. You actually sent the Blood Lady and soul-devouring Ghostwood to destroy the Grand Formation. Han Sigulu smiled faintly, raising his sword. Killing you is enough for me alone. At this moment, at the martial arts training ground, a mechanical voice announced, this cultivation session is complete. Thank you, host, for using the AI cultivation system. One-click ascension without worries. Looking forward to your sharing and cultivation reviews. If you are satisfied, please rate 5 stars. Pei Ling stretched. 8th level peak of chi training. Unexpectedly, this dumb flying sword's vital essence actually upgraded my cultivation so much. Just then, the Blood River flew over and looked at him. Master, you're awake. In about half a month, the exit can be temporarily opened, and then we will kill everyone in the city. Hearing this, he pondered. Half a month? That's too long. Before he could think any further, the ground suddenly shook violently, startling Pei Ling and Qingshu River. Qingshu River angrily hissed. What's going on? The foundation of the Grand Formation is under attack. That damn ghost must be trying to destroy the illusory yin-water Grand Formation. Hearing this, he immediately stood up. A ghost? Why would it want to destroy the Grand Formation? Qingshu River replied. Master, when you were cultivating, I sensed from the aura that the 2 ghosts were fighting internally in the ancestral hall. The ghost could rely on the Grand Formation to recover from its injuries, so one of them must be destroying the Grand Formation to defeat the other. Master, am I smart? Pei Ling forced a smile and clapped. Aya, little Qingshu River is amazing. 2 ghosts, one of them must be Han Cgu. This proves that Han Cgu has left the ancient well. I have to save Shiji. Thinking this, he coldly looked at Shui.
Let's go, come with me to the ancient well.
Beneath the ancestral hall, the ghost was instantly sent flying by Han Cgu, his back slamming hard against the wall. Kneeling on the ground, he unwillingly looked at Han Cgu. Impossible, impossible, I have simulated all of his moves. Why is the gap so wide?
Han Cgu coldly looked at him, raised his sword high, concentrated the spiritual power in his hand, and laughed loudly.
Ha ha ha!
I, Han Cgu, once traveled 1,000,000 miles alone to slay demons when I was still refining chi, and even chopped down Foundation establishment cultivators.
You're just a little ghost, yet you dare to seduce my Dao heart?
Today you must die under my sword.
After speaking, Han Cgu immediately swung his sword to strike. The ghost looked at the oncoming spiritual energy and angrily roared, Han Cgu, you must die. At this moment, below the ancient well, Lu Luxiang weakly opened her eyes, and Pei Ling's worried voice echoed in her ears from afar. Shiji, quickly!
Xianxia River rushed over and removed the soul-shackling cord, wrapped all over Lu Luxiang's body. Lu Luxiang weakly fell into Pei Ling's arms. Xianxia River worriedly looked at Lu Luxiang. That ghost is really audacious and arrogant, daring to set up the soul-shackling cord on the master's new Dao companion. Pei Ling worriedly supported Lu Luxiang. Shiji, are you okay?
Looking at Lu Luxiang's lifeless eyes, Pei Ling couldn't help but worry. Shiji, this is terrible, Han Cgu. What exactly did you do to her? At this moment, Xianxia River's eyes lit up as he stared at him.
Master, the two ghosts in the ancestral hall have finished fighting. One is dead and the other is seriously injured. We can be the fishermen who profit.
Pei Ling fell into silence after hearing this. The life of the natal magic sword is linked to its owner. The dumb sword can live so well, so it is definitely Han Cgu. The way to restore Shiji to normal must also be on him. I must take his life while he is weak. If I give him a chance to breathe and let him recover, 10 of me would not be able to defeat him.
Thinking this, he glanced at Xianxia River. Can you still sense his direction? Xianxia River said in silence. He is still in the ancestral hall, master. Let's go over there quickly. We can definitely defeat him.
Inside the ancestral hall, Han Sigun's hair had long since turned white, and he coughed up blood continuously, silently looking at the injuries on his body. Taking out a cultivation method that had long been stained with blood, he smiled lightly.
What if the Heavenly Daobushio Foundation establishment failed? As long as my Daobushio heart is not destroyed, there is still a chance.
Suddenly, at this moment, a fist carrying spiritual power and radiating golden light rushed through the wind.
Tang Nanzai rushed over from who knows when, swinging a fist at Han Sigu's face, causing him to fall backward before he could react. Tang Nanzai took the cultivation technique in his hand. Han Cgu said coldly, "Are you a ghost? Or Han Cgu? Where have all my fellow disciples gone? This guy is seriously injured. The Heavenly Dao Foundation establishment belongs to me now."
Han Cgu coldly wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and laughed loudly at Tang Nanzai, haha. You could have taken this opportunity to escape, but you came here to seek death instead.
Tang Nanzai snorted coldly and waved his hand.
HMPH. Now that you are seriously injured, it is not yet known who will die at whose hands. Hearing this, Han Cgu smirked.
Without saying much, despite his injured body,
he slashed, cutting Tang Nanzai in half before he could react.
Han Cgu coldly glanced at Tang Nanzai.
Why does the holy sect cultivate such an ignorant, useless trash like you? At this moment, a voice sounded from behind. Master, blood consort. From afar, she ran over anxiously and hugged Han Sigu's arm.
Congratulations to the master on his victory. It's just that I and Ghostwood have little spiritual power left because we destroyed the Grand Formation, so we should still be careful next time.
Han Cgu replied with a light smile. It's okay, there are no more threats in the manor, and the resources in the treasury are enough for me to recover to the point where I can protect myself. It's just that the sword intent in my body has weakened, and I can't sense where the Blood River sword is, and I don't know how it is now.
Blood Consort looked at Han Cgu with heartache. Then suddenly her eyes widened.
Blood River. From afar, it rushed over and stabbed straight into Blood Consort's chest, causing her to cry out in pain. Master, be careful! Han Cgu worriedly supported Blood Consort's body. Consort, Blood River, what are you doing?
Shu? He glanced at Han Cgu and said coldly, "Who do you think you are to call me Shu He? Only the master is worthy to address me like that."
Hearing this, Han Cgu angrily shouted,
"Bastard! You don't even recognize your master, Shu He, back in Yu He town. I caught women and children to use as blood food for you. Have you forgotten all about it?"
Hearing this, Shu He was silent. Yu He town. That feast was very nostalgic. Could it be that you are the real master?
Pei Ling laughed coldly as he strode in from afar, declaring, Don't even think about talking nonsense here, Blood River. Your true master has returned. Internally he was screaming, damn it, I was only a little late and that brain-dead flying sword got tricked.
Han Sigu, hearing this, glared angrily at Pei Ling and shouted, Zhang Jingshan, you're the one impersonating me.
Pei Ling, hearing this,
replied in a deep voice, HMPH. Zhang Jingshan is shameless. Clearly, I'm the real Han Sigu. Without another word, he immediately charged towards Blood River. Don't interfere. Today, I'll personally chop this damn ghost down. Gotta take advantage of this heaven-defying foundation establishment. And off Han Sigu before that brain-dead flying sword reacts.
Han Sigu barely managed to block the blow with his blade, gritting his teeth as he sneered at Pei Ling.
You overestimate yourself. The Blood River blade, standing in the middle, looked at both of them in confusion. Hey, you two, don't get so close, I can't tell who's who. The one on the left looks like Maester, and the one on the right looks like Maester too. Who's the real master here?
Han Sigu coldly swung his sword at Pei Ling.
Is this all you've got? Pei Ling coldly retorted. Enough to kill you?
Han Sigu frowned, and a faint, purple spiritual power gradually appeared beneath his hand. Suddenly, countless red swords appeared, simultaneously attacking from behind, causing Pei Ling to jump back in surprise. His mind didn't panic. He immediately leaped into the air, dodging each attack nimbly. Pei Ling coldly swung his sword towards Han Sigu. Han Sigu, shocked, hurriedly retreated. You've mastered the intersect's escape technique too. Pei Ling just snorted, and didn't reply, silently unleashing the bloodshed blade technique towards him. Han Sigu raised his sword to block, but it was quickly cleaved in two by Pei Ling's blade, and he was left with a long gash. Han Sigu clutched the wound on his chest in pain, his eyes rolling back as he rasped, You! Suddenly, a swift sword key shot toward Pei Ling. He immediately blocked with his sword, but the power of the sword key was too strong, sending him flying backward and spitting out blood. The sword key slammed powerfully into the ground. Pei Ling immediately retreated, narrowly avoiding a fatal blow.
Looking at the scene before him, he frowned. This Han Sigu is injured and hasn't even completed a heaven-defying foundation establishment, yet he has this much strength. If he's hiding some killer moves, this is bad. Can't fight head-on.
On the opposite side, Han Sigu wasn't doing much better.
He gritted his teeth and pondered. Intersect's Jade Bone Grade Blade Technique. Is this kid a prodigy from the Holy Sect? If I were at my peak, fine, but right now I'm at a disadvantage. Looks like I can only... At that moment, both of them seemed to speak at the same time. Blood River, hurry up and help me. The Blood River blade looked at the two of them giving orders at the same time, confused, but... Who's the real master here? Who should I help? Han Sigu and Pei Ling lunged at each other again. Seeing Blood River's confusion, Han Sigu immediately spoke up. Blood River, don't forget our promise. Slaughter, genocide. Hearing this, Pei Ling immediately retorted, Blood River, this damn ghost possesses all my memories. Don't be tempted by his wicked words. Make your choice based on your inner feelings.
He said this, but he was still on high alert, 50-50 chance. If Blood River really chooses wrong, I can only use Zhang Jingshan's talisman to escape.
Blood River looked at the two of them, pondering, I got it. I know who the master is. The master is in danger right now. I must act. Quickly, it immediately rushed towards, Master, I'm here.
Pei Ling, seeing this scene, his forehead was covered with sweat. This is bad. The corner of Han Sigu's lips curled up slightly, with the satisfaction of a victor. In the end, I still won.
But he couldn't laugh for long, because at this moment, Blood River stabbed him straight in the chest with a deep thrust.
Pei Ling stared at the scene before him, speechless. This flying sword is even more brain-dead than the dog system.
Han Sigu trembled in pain, clutching his wound. Blood River turned a blind eye, replying coldly, You're just a damn ghost trying to imitate Master to trick me.
But suddenly, it staggered and fell heavily to the ground, taking it by surprise.
What's going on? Why can't I move anymore?
Han Sigu bent down, picked up the sword, and said softly,
The natal flying sword has a bloodline connection with its master. If the master dies, the flying sword cannot act.
Blood River looked at Han Sigu's hand, resisting somewhat. What are you doing? Don't touch me.
But in an instant, the image of Han Sigu, who had fought alongside it for a long time, flashed in its eyes. Master. Realizing that the Han Sigu in front of it was the real master, it finally realized what it had done, and exclaimed in a panic. What do I do now? Master has mistaken you again, Han Sigu softly said. Spilled water is hard to gather, it's all over now. With that, he looked up at Pei Ling. Why did you stop me from achieving the Heavenly Dao Foundation establishment? Pei Ling replied coldly. I never thought of stopping you, Senior Brother Han. There's only one reason for your failure. It's simple. You shouldn't have messed with me. The sun was setting outside, and Pei Ling raised his sword high. Han Sigu finally accepted the truth, bowing his head and saying softly, Come then. A splash of fresh blood splattered everywhere. Han Sigu fell, while Pei Ling coldly turned and leapt back on the ground, Lu Luxiang approached and whispered. Senior brother Pei Ling, looked at her, worried, and asked, Senior sister Lu, why are you here? Lu Luxiang grabbed his hand tightly, frightened, and said, I don't remember anything, I'm so scared, so I came to find you. Hearing her words, Pei Ling was surprised. Senior sister has amnesia. Thinking of this, he gently hugged Lu Luxiang, comforting her. Don't be afraid, senior sister, it's all over. At the Han family estate, in the Pear Blossom Forest, there are graves of cultivators. Grave of cultivator Tang Nanzai, grave of cultivator Zhang Shuo, grave of Han Sigu. Pei Ling and Lu Luxiang were burning incense, both bowing in prayer. Pei Ling clasped his hands and closed his eyes, whispering a prayer. May you be reborn soon. May you rest in peace, senior brothers and sisters. I will keep your belongings and make the most of your treasures. He mentioned items including the Blood River sword that had lost its spirituality, the method for Heavenly Dako Foundation establishment, and the storage pouches of his fellow disciples. Suddenly, Lu Luxiang asked, Senior brother Pei, who are they? Why don't I remember anything? Pei Ling explained. They were all our fellow disciples who died in the Han family estate incident, Lu Luxiang said. So the Han family estate is truly a dangerous place. Suddenly, Lu Luxiang's expression changed, and she collapsed. Pei Ling warily stood up and looked over, seeing Chao Ni, and said, Miss Chao Ni. Chao Ni appeared unexpectedly and said, Long time no see, young Master Pei. Pei Ling's expression changed as if he had encountered something unlucky, and he thought, this ghost is still here. Chao Ni bent down, lightly touching Lu Luxiang's head with her finger and muttered, This female cultivator's soul is severely injured, difficult to heal, forgetting the news related to the Heavenly Dao Foundation. Establishment is less of a hassle for me, Pei Ling thought upon hearing this. Severely injured soul? No wonder senior sister has been acting dumb. Suddenly, Pei Ling took out the method for Heavenly Dao Foundation establishment from his person. Oh right, this is the method for Heavenly Dao Foundation establishment that I obtained from this trip. Please, Miss Chao Ni, give it back to senior sister for me. Senior sister will definitely be very happy. With that, he handed it to Chao Ni. The two stood facing each other. Chao Ni looked at him and said, The outer sect competition is in 3 months. Get first place. Pei Ling couldn't help but ask curiously. Outer sect competition. Chao Ni moved closer, placing a finger on Pei Ling's chest, and said, If you get first place in the outer sect competition, you'll have the qualifications to choose a true disciple for guidance. After winning, you can choose master, and offer the Heavenly Dao Foundation establishment in front of everyone. This can make master famous. A good opportunity to please master. Pei Ling couldn't help but feel embarrassed when he saw Chao Ni getting close to him, and he thought, Is this ghost teaching me how to curry favor with her master? Chao Ni used magic, conjuring a flame in her palm. The flame quickly engulfed Pei Ling and Lu Luxiang, but caused no harm to either of them. Chao Ni said, Let's go, I'll take you back to the sect. At Ruoxiu Peak near Jin Sumei's cave dwelling, Pei Ling held a bag in his hand containing something, he thought. Only senior sister and I survived this mission. Giving senior sister 10%, I can earn a full 9,000 spirit stones, which is considered a decent income. He recalled the words Lu Luxiang had said to him. Senior brother Pei, luckily I had you to survive and leave the Han family estate. Sumei found such a good husband. She's truly blessed. He looked at the number of spirit stones in the bag he held and thought, Senior sister seems a bit dumber than before, but it doesn't feel like there's any major problem. In short, perfect. After this trip to the Han family estate, I need to check on Sumei's situation, and then find Zheng Jingshan to discuss things. Pei Ling seemed to see something, and his face showed some surprise. Jin Sutai was fierce, carrying a sword in her hand as if searching for something, walking and saying, Sumei, don't worry, older sister will chop the person who humiliated you into 100 pieces. Pei Ling hid behind a bush, observing all of Jin Sutai's actions, and thought, That's Jin Sumei's older sister, isn't that the Jin Vein master? Jin Sutai didn't know that Pei Ling was hiding behind the bush, and she continued to curse. Pei Ling was startled, afraid of being discovered, and quickly turned around thinking, crap, Jin Sumei woke up so quickly she's already troublesome enough, now adding her sister. After Jin Sutai left, Pei Ling stood up and reached out to dust off the clothes on his body. He turned and left immediately, with a cold face, thinking, No, I have to find Zheng Jingshan right away. At the Kulan small courtyard, outside the wooden door, Pei Ling stood there, knocking on the door and saying loudly, Senior brother Zheng, open the door. The door slowly opened. Zheng Jingshan greeted Pei Ling with a smile on his face, saying, Oh, it's junior brother Pei, I was just looking for you. Pei Ling said, Senior brother Zheng, I have something extremely urgent to tell you. Then, Zheng Jingshan grabbed Pei Ling's hand and said, Oh, what's so urgent? You don't need to worry about the fine anymore. What else could be so urgent? Come inside first and we'll talk. With that, Zheng Jingshan pulled Pei Ling inside. Caught off guard, Pei Ling was momentarily speechless.
Senior brother Zhang, it's really urgent, Zhang Jingshan calmly put his arm around Pei Ling's shoulder and said, I know you're in a hurry, but don't rush. This senior brother has good news. You won't be in a hurry after hearing it, Pei Ling asked upon hearing this. What good news? Zhang Jingshan replied. I took the top-grade bone pill that you refined to Wangshu Si. Let me tell you, the rogue cultivators there are all generous. You can get 20,000 spirit stones from this trip. Pei Ling was shocked after hearing this, and he said loudly,
20,000. Zhang Jingshan turned to face Pei Ling.
Holding a book to cover his face, he said, Hee, your senior brother even spent 20,000 spirit stones to buy the Jade pill formula and the Dao Foundation Establishment pill formula. This stuff is super valuable. Ordinary cultivators would risk their lives for a Foundation Establishment pill. You casually refine it, and even chi refining cultivators will call you Dad. Pei Ling took the piece of paper from Zhang Jingshan's hand and read it, his face darkening. He thought to himself, this is called good news. Can't he get something I don't have? Then, he turned to Zhang Jingshan and said, thanks, senior brother Zhang. So where are my spirit stones?
Zhang Jingshan happily patted Pei Ling on the back a few times and said, of course. I had to use your spirit stones to buy it for you. Your senior brother even added some of my own, but don't worry. You don't need to pay me back for what I put in. Hearing this, Pei Ling's whole body drooped, and he hunched over, speechless. Pei Ling turned away, holding the paper in his hand, his face darkened with a hint of anger. In his mind, he imagined punching Zhang Jingshan into pieces. You good-for-nothing. Who told you to use my spirit stones? He said, senior brother is too kind. This junior brother is very grateful. Zhang Jingshan was happy, unaware of what he had caused, and replied, no need to thank me. Just work hard on refining the pills.
Oh right, what was that urgent matter you were talking about earlier? Zhang Jingshan asked. Before Pei Ling could answer, Ouyang Tianxing rushed in and said, Sect Master, something bad happened. She was sweating, her face serious, and said, the golden vein master of the stone mirror vein is heading towards the dry orchid small courtyard, looking like she's here to cause trouble, Zhang Jingshan said angrily.
What does that woman want again? Didn't I already compensate her for the cold Tui fire? Pei Ling, standing beside him, couldn't help but be surprised. He thought, damn, she's here so fast.
Pei Ling quickly made an excuse to leave first. If senior brother is busy, I won't bother you. Where's the back door? I want to go back to the outer sect to refine pills first. Zhang Jingshan, his head wrapped in bandages, enthusiastically pointed the way for Pei Ling. It's over there, so what was your extremely urgent matter? Pei Ling hurried away and said, you don't need to worry about it, senior brother. I can handle it myself just fine. Zhang Jingshan smiled as he watched Pei Ling leave and thought to himself, this kid is getting more and more sensible. If all my disciples could be like him, I wouldn't be so tired. Suddenly, a force kicked the wooden door into pieces. The wooden fragments flew far away, reaching Zhang Jingshan. He was shocked, and used his hands to block the fragments. Jin Sutai stepped in. Her whole body was burning with anger, surrounded by flames of rage. She put her hands on her hips and shouted, Zhang Jingshan, you bastard! Ouyang Tianxing was frightened and ran inside. Zhang Jingshan wasn't one to back down, and he stood in front and shouted, hey there, lady, if you have something to say, let's talk it out. Why are you kicking down the front door of my dry orchid small courtyard? Without another word, Jin Sutai raised her fist and charged straight at Zhang Jingshan. He was shocked, and thought to himself, no way again. Jin Sutai gave Zhang Jingshan a heavy punch. She yelled, talk to my fist. Zhang Jingshan didn't have time to dodge and could only scream. Ah, Jin Sutai said loudly, have you been itching for a beating these past few days? As she spoke, she grabbed Zhang Jingshan's leg and threw him violently to the ground. He was beaten so miserably that he could only scream, ah! Jin Sutai forcefully sat on Zhang Jingshan, twisted his legs behind his back, and said fiercely, let me see if you still dare to send your disciples to humiliate my junior sister Tung. Zhang Jingshan cried out in pain. Yo! He lay flat on the ground, covered in wounds from Jin Sutai's attack. He racked his brains trying to figure out, which bastard is plotting against me now? On the street, after leaving the dry orchid small courtyard, Pei Ling arrived at a pawn shop. He sold the inheritance and ended up with N spirit stones plus 400,000. He continued to go to another place to pay off the fine. A total of N spirit stones minus 7484. He took the money to buy a big house. N spirit stones minus 23,333. The house owner felt as if he struck gold. He stood in the yard of the newly bought house. So spacious, well ventilated, and there's even a lake. Pei Ling stood there with his arms outstretched and said, no debts. So relieved. Pei Ling looked at the house and continued, so awesome. In his heart he was happy and felt comfortable, but he pondered. Two opposing personalities emerged. Maybe Zhang Jingshan is okay. If he goes to meet his ancestors, who will help me sell pills? The dark devil in his mind said. Why care about him? Zhang Jingshan gets beaten up every day. Who knows, he might even cultivate the iron bone divine technique. He should thank me. At this moment, at the front door,
of the Dry Orchid Small Courtyard. Jin Sutai held a talisman to contact Jin Sumian. Sumian, are you there? Zhang Jingshan was beaten black and blue to the point of being disfigured, cowering in a corner.
Meanwhile, on Jin Sumian's side, she was using a talisman to talk to Jin Sutai,
eldest sister. Have you found any leads on that bastard who humiliated me that night?
Jin Sutai replied from the other end. He's a qi refining 8th level disciple recommended to the sect by Zhang Jingshan, named Pei Ling. The problem is, it seems that senior sister Li Zhen also wants to groom this Pei Ling. Your big sis is out of options. All I can do is teach Zhang Jingshan a lesson. Jin Sumian started sweating after hearing that. She said, Lihun, senior sister Li Zhen, what do we do now?
While Jin Sutai was talking to Jin Sumian, Zhang Jingshan was trying to sneak away, but unfortunately, he was spotted by Jin Sutai, who stepped on him. She glanced at him and continued, Senior sister Li Zhen doesn't tolerate trash. If you can defeat Pei Ling fair and square, she definitely won't interfere. On Jin Sumian's end, she was listening attentively when she heard Zhang Jingshan yell.
She was a little confused, but Jin Sutai said, the outer sect competition in 3 months is the best chance for you to get revenge. Jin Sumian nodded and said, I understand, eldest sister. I need to cultivate diligently during this time. I must vent my anger in the outer sect competition. Suddenly, someone called out, Junior sister Jin Sumian, turned around and said, Senior sister Lu, I'm very sorry that Han family fort didn't show up as promised. Lu Liqiang walked over, took Jin Sumian's hand and said, for the 2 Jin sisters to find such a good Dao companion like Pei Ling, Junior brother Pei is really lucky. Thanks to Junior brother Pei this time, I escaped a disaster at the fort. Jin Sumian blushed and turned away, exclaiming, Junior brother Pei? Dao companion? What do you mean? Lu Liqiang playfully teased, reminding her, still playing dumb? Delace. Isn't it Pei Ling, Junior brother Pei? We're all good sisters. What do you have to hide from me? Own. Don't forget to let me know when you and Junior brother Pei get married, so I can come drink the wedding wine.
Jin Sumian turned red with anger, cursing inwardly, Pei Ling, I swear I'll never live under the same sky as you. A month later, at the Longshuan Manor, Pei Ling was sitting in cultivation, surrounded by a blue flame. The system prompted.
This cultivation session is complete. Thank you, host, for using the AI cultivation system. One-click ascension, no worries, no waiting. Please share your cultivation review. If satisfied, please rate 5 stars.
Pei Ling was overjoyed. He clenched his fist and said, Chi, refining 9th level, jade bones complete. He looked at the system screen, which displayed the techniques. Nether Ghost Dao Foundation, Nurturing Life Technique, Clear Spirit Technique, Ghost Controlling Technique. Pei Ling said, my cultivation is enough. I should practice some techniques. I got quite a few techniques from the Han family fort. Let's see if any of them are useful.
He touched his chin and said, the cultivation of the 2 ghost servants Li Xianxia is unfathomable. Perhaps I should also cultivate a ghost servant exclusively for myself, so that I can use it when the dog system deceives me in the future. With that, he clicked on the Ghost Controlling Technique function. Ghost Controlling Technique, he shouted. He began to practice, and vortexes of power gradually appeared from under his feet to his palms. He closed his eyes to cultivate.
After who knows how long, a figure like a child appeared. It was a little girl. The little girl's name was Xiaoxia. Summoned by Pei Ling from the Ghost Controlling Technique, she said, Master, do you have any instructions? When he saw the little ghost he had just created, he was a little disappointed. She doesn't look very strong, never mind. Slowly then, Xiaoxia saw the expression on his face change, not understanding what was going on. He reluctantly gave her a task. Go clean up the entire Longshuan Manor. Xiaoxia listened obediently. Yes. With that, he reached into his clothes and continued. Next, I should find Zhang Jingshan to sell pills. I've been refining them recently. His eyes lit up, holding the bag of pills he had just refined, round and white like pearls. At the Kulan Little Manor, Pei Ling stood in front of the gate. He was surprised to see several holes in the door, thinking to himself, this door is even more broken than before. He pushed the door open. The door was no longer intact after Jin Sutai's kick. Seeing someone, Ouyang Tianxing, who was cleaning, turned around and asked, Junior brother Pei, what's the matter? Pei Ling stood at the door and looked inside, saying, I'm looking for senior brother Zhang. Ouyang Tianxing's face was a little heavy as she said, looking for the manor lord. Then let me take you. Pei Ling saw that expression and couldn't help but wonder, why does senior sister look like she has a lot on her mind? Could it be that Zhang Jingshan is really dead? Inside Zhang Jingshan's room, he was wrapped in bandages, constantly laughing idiotically, he, ha ha. Ouyang Tianxing led Pei Ling inside. He saw Zhang Jingshan lying on the bed blankly and was a little surprised, thinking, crap, Zhang Jingshan has been beaten stupid by someone. With that, he turned to Ouyang Tianxing and asked, what happened to senior brother Zhang?
Ouyang Tianxing replied, I don't know either.
He's been like this ever since the Manor Lord and Jin Manor Lord fought.
Suddenly, Zhang Jingshan opened his eyes wide.
He sat up, angrily grabbed Pei Ling's shoulders and said, You brat, how do you explain this time? Pei Ling was shocked by the scene and said, WTF? Pei Ling took out a golden brocade bag from his robe.
He tried to keep calm, held it in front of Zhang Jingshan, and said, Senior brother Zhang, calm down. These are the best foundation establishment pills and seed jade pills that I have just refined. Zhang Jingshan gnashed his teeth angrily and said, You. But he immediately changed his attitude, grabbed the bag of pills from Pei Ling's hand and said, Don't do this again. If you cause any more trouble for me, even your senior sister won't be able to protect you, Pei Ling asked. Senior brother Zhang, if you're okay, why are you pretending to be stupid?
Zhang Jingshan angrily knocked on Pei Ling's head and shouted, You little bastard, you still have the nerve to mention it. Isn't this trouble you caused? If I didn't act like this, would that crazy woman easily let me go?
Zhang Jingshan reached for the crutch beside him. He got out of bed and said, I'm going to Wangshuxi again, you little punk. Don't cause any more trouble for this old man, Pei Ling said. Don't worry, senior brother Zhang. Zhang Jingshan walked to the door, turning back to add, Oh yeah, if I'm counting right, the outer sect competition is coming up soon. Don't forget to sign up.
Hearing this, Pei Ling thought, Been refining pills too much, almost forgot about this. He thought of what Xiao Ni said back at Han Family Mountain Manor, remembering that the ghost bitch had told him to get first place in the outer sect competition. Thinking this, he said, Senior brother Zhang, what are the rewards for first place in the outer sect competition? Zhang Jingshan turned back and said, The rewards are really generous, like top-grade pills, all kinds of natural treasures, 5 elements essences. Your storage bag won't even be able to hold all the rewards. Hearing this, Pei Ling couldn't help but say in surprise, Whoa, Zhang Jingshan continued. But don't you go dreaming, the outer sect competition isn't that simple? Even this senior brother only barely made it into the top 10 back then. There are countless geniuses in the outer sect, like that Miao Chenggan you killed before, who aren't even qualified to carry their shoes.
Saying this, he waved goodbye. In short, you should prepare well. Even if your ranking is lower, this senior brother won't blame you. You just need to refine pills well, Pei Ling thought with a grimace. You won't blame me, but that ghost bitch will take my life. Before he had gone far, Kim Suta's scolding voice came from outside the door. Zhang Jingshan, you son of a bitch. You're really playing dumb. See how this old lady deals with you? Zhang Jingshan's whimpering voice rang out. Pei Ling said, Senior sister, quickly take me to the back door. I want to prepare for the outer sect competition. A few days later, the first match of the outer sect competition. Around the arena, many people came to watch the next match. Pei Ling versus Tian Songhong. Pei Ling, with an ice-cold face, stepped onto the arena. In his heart, he thought, The first match of the outer sect competition is finally starting. The first match is organized with the mountains, will be attended by the selected people of the mountains, to participate in the selection in the Southern Territory, and finally select representatives to conduct the competition. This competition is really big. On the other side, Pei Ling's opponent Tian Songhong. Below, many people were cheering him on. A brown-haired person below said, Senior brother Tian Songhong, who's the unlucky guy on the other side? Does our Huayin Peak even have this person? A green-haired person said, Haha, I bet a lot of spirit stones on senior brother, this time I'm definitely winning.
Pei Ling was surprised when he saw his opponent. He thought to himself, As expected of a cultivator from a treacherous sect, his face is paler than my great-grandmother's when she died. Pei Ling and Tian Songhong stood facing each other on the arena, ready for the match. The elder of Huayin Peak, Lianping, with a treacherous face, said, Tian Songhong is the strongest Qi refining stage disciple of Huayin Peak. You little bastard dared to kill this old man's grandson Xingguang. A blood debt must be paid in blood, Pei Ling thought. 9th level of Qi refining, and such strong killing intent. Already running into trouble right off the bat. Looks like I can't hold back. He held his sword in his hand. Tian Songhong arrogantly said, Boy, in the competition, injuries and deaths don't violate the sect rules. Are you ready to die? Saying that, Pei Ling turned to the opponent and said, Senior brother, if you have the ability to kill me, then come on.
The referee shouted, Begin!
The battle between the two sides began.
Tian Songhong used his strength to spring up quickly, rushing towards Pei Ling like a hungry tiger, surrounded by killing intent. Pei Ling remained calm, standing there with his sword, his face ice-cold and emotionless. He jumped lightly, only drawing his sword across a single line, his expression still unchanged. Everyone in the arena was shocked, stunned by the scene. One person said, Too fast. With just one stroke of the sword, Tian Songhong collapsed to the ground. Pei Ling turned to look and thought, Is he really that weak? He turned to point at the referee and said,
HMPH, I won. The referee, who hadn't had time to observe, said with a start, Sorry, match 6. Pei Ling wins. The people below the arena were extremely shocked. A woman said, "Who is this kid? He killed senior brother Tian with just one slash." Another person, after trying hard to remember, spoke up. "Pei Ling. I remember him now. Not long ago, he was the surviving disciple who came out of Han family Mountain Manor." The person in brown saw this and said, "It really is Pei Ling. He used to train like crazy when he was on missions with fellow disciples. So scary." The rumors about him became more numerous. "I heard this kid is also Kim Suta's Dao companion. Truly envious," others added. With such strength, no wonder senior sister Kim took a liking to him. Pei Ling, standing in the arena, was sweating from the gossip. He muttered to himself, "Who the hell is spreading rumors about this old man?" Liu Ping sat above. After witnessing the scene just now, he couldn't help but feel worried, his whole body sweating. Li Ping thought, "Blood ghost escape technique, blood fiend saber technique. Could this kid's backing be? This kid's future is wide open. Yet I wanted to find him to avenge Si Guang. If I provoke this person, my Li family might not even have a place to be buried." As Pei Ling stepped down from the arena, the praise was endless. One person said, "I can't believe Pei Ling of the outer sect is so powerful." Another person lamented, "Looks like our Huayin peak might be famous on the charts this year." The woman from before said, "My spirit stones." Standing and waiting for Pei Ling below was Li Ping. As Pei Ling was about to leave, Li Ping said, "Please stop, little friend Pei." Hearing someone call him, Pei Ling was surprised and a little defensive. He thought, "Yi Ping, could it be that he wants to avenge his grandson?" Pei Ling turned around and greeted Elder Ling. Li Ping changed his expression and said cheerfully, "Little friend Pei Ling, at such a young age you already have such strength, you can be called a genius of the outer sect. May I ask, little friend Pei Ling, was this blood fiend saber technique taught to you by Li Zhen?" Pei Ling replied, "That's right." Afterwards he thought to himself, "I'm so sorry, Fairy Lai. In order to save this humble life, this incompetent trash has no choice but to mention you." Li Ping said, "This old man did not teach well. Si Guang caused trouble every day, and offended little friend Pei. He brought it upon himself. I hope little friend Pei is magnanimous, and does not blame my Li family." Pei Ling stood there, raised a finger, and shook it gently, and said, "These things are all in the past. I don't even remember them anymore." "Thanks, Pei Ling, for not holding it against me. Please accept these high-grade spirit stones. Also, you don't need to participate in the remaining non-Yu competitions. You can focus on preparing for the selection of the 54 peaks. Please say a few good words for me, to immortal Lai." With that, Liu Ping handed a bag of spirit stones to Pei Ling. He was shocked by the large amount. He took the bag of spirit stones from Li Ping and said, "No problem, back home." He put his hands behind his head and thought, "Can enemies turn into sugar daddies? Immortal Li's reputation is really useful. The non-Yu selection is, in 3 days. I'm free during this time, so I'll refine some pills first." Xiaoqiu came and said, "Master, we have a guest," Pei Ling said. "Invite them in," Xiaoxi replied. Yes, the guests Xiaoxia mentioned were none other than Jinsu Mian and Lulu Xiang. Jinsu Mian's face was dark. When Pei Ling saw them, he worried, "Crap, why are they here?" After seeing that his visitors were the Lulu Xiang and Jinsu Mian sisters, Pei Ling hesitated and asked, "Jin Shiji, are you here to—" Jinsu Mian interrupted him and asked, "Did you pass the first round?" He replied, "I did." Hearing this, she quickly said, "Good, I'll settle things with you after the non-Yu selection." Hearing this, beads of sweat appeared on his forehead as he thought, "Wasn't Zheng Jingshan blown away already? Why is this girl so vengeful?" Jinsu Mian then started acting like she was throwing a tantrum, pretending to be dead. "Ah! I'm dead! I can't believe Jinsu Mian is doing this!" Pei Ling cried out. "I only touched you a little!" Then he thought, what if I accidentally kill her, given her small frame from refining pills every day? Her older sister is Jinsu Tai. She won't let me off. As the two of them were arguing noisily, Lulu Xiang stood between them to mediate, then added a shocking sentence. "Aya? All right, why are you two arguing? Talk it out slowly." Hearing this, Jinsu Mian reflexively said, "Who's his wife?" Pei Ling then came up with a way to compete, without incurring the wrath of Jinsu Mian's older sister. He moved close to her and said gently, "Jin Shiji, we're all fellow disciples, there's no need for fighting, is there?" He continued, "Jin Shiji, if you're good at pill refining, how about we have a pill refining competition? The loser will be at the other's mercy, how about it?" Hearing his words, his concern for her, she blushed uncontrollably, and could only stutter, "You." After clearing her mind, Jinsu Mian thought, "A pill refining competition with me. If you want to die so badly, then I'll grant your wish." Then, she gestured for Pei Ling to step onto the stage. "Good. Then let's compete. Let's refine a cultivation pill." In front of them were Dan Lu, which were pill furnaces. Each person had a different furnace. Pei Ling's was a deep red color, while Jin Su-mian's had a mysterious purple color.
After preparing everything, she turned to Lulu Xiang and asked, "Start it, Lu Shiji. You're the witness. Don't give that kid a chance to regret it after it's over." Hearing Jin Su-mian's words, she smiled and said, "All right." Lulu Xiang imagined in her head, Jin Su-mian is tied up. Pei Ling gently lifts her chin and says in a bewitching voice, "Little Su-mian, have you learned your lesson?" Just thinking about it made her shiver with excitement, and she smiled to herself. This couple really knows how to play. No matter who loses, they definitely won't be able to handle it tonight. Jin Su-mian used her spiritual power to manipulate precious ingredients such as thousand-year-old ginseng, Ganoderma mushrooms, minerals, and her pill-refining experience, doing everything she could to defeat Pei Ling. When he saw Jin Su-mian focusing on putting ingredients into the pill furnace, he thought to himself, "No wonder she's called a genius pill refiner. She really has some skills. But she's still far behind the damn system." Lulu Xiang saw that he was just watching and hadn't started refining pills, so she asked, "Pei Shidi, why haven't you started yet?" Pei Ling raised his hand and replied, "No hurry.
I'll let her go first." But in reality, he wanted her to be convinced after she lost. This girl is extremely arrogant. He had to make her feel the gap in strength so he could completely conquer her. But because of his words, Lulu Xiang's dark mind flashed with an idea. Jin Su-mian will be his owner, putting her feet on his back? But she still happily accepted it. "Will you still be stubborn with me?" She didn't know what was in Lulu Xiang's head, but whenever she saw the two of them together, she only had dark thoughts. Lulu Xiang's eyes lit up. I know, Pei Shidi likes being passive, so he deliberately doesn't directly admit defeat. After waiting for a while, Pei Ling said to his system, "It's probably almost time, system. I want a one-click refinement of the cultivation pill." A control panel appeared in front of him, with a line of text, "Starting cultivation now, kind reminder. During cultivation, the host will lose control of the body. Please do not be afraid." Another line of text appeared on the panel. "Pill refining test. Grade 8 furnace. The system is giving you a grade 8 pill refining furnace for free." Pei Ling heard this and wondered, huh? Where did a grade 8 pill refining furnace come from? A line of text appeared on the panel. Testing finds that the grade 8 pill refining furnace is still occupied. The system is helping you resolve the occupation. An invisible force was controlling his entire body, and he couldn't regain control of himself. He could only curse inwardly. "System, we're screwed!" He's being taken advantage of by the damn system again. On the other side, while using her spiritual power to refine pills, Jin Su-mian triumphantly asked, "You, HMPH, do you know the gap in strength now, Pei Ling? You want to compete with me based on just you?" The power controlling his body then jumped up and punched her straight in the face. Jin Su-mian's face was turned to the side. The system also announced, "Success, occupation removed. The system will continue refining pills for you." Lulu Xiang, who witnessed the event, covered her mouth in shock. No wonder Pei Shidi had planned it in advance, so he was planning to use force. Jin Su-mian was unconscious at this time, foaming at the mouth after being kicked by him. When Lulu Xiang saw Pei Ling looking over at her, she took a few steps back, thinking, looking at Pei Shidi's expectant look, he's probably about to start working, right? But she reluctantly smiled and said to him, "Pei Shidi, you two go ahead, I'll take my leave." He then communicated with the system. "Damn system, can you change who you harm next time?" Pei Ling looked over to the other side. She was lying unconscious. When she woke up, she looked up at the sky and shouted, "Pei Ling, I'll kill you." Seeing that Jin Su-mian was misunderstanding him, he was tired and didn't bother to explain. He just said 3 words to her, "I won." Hearing this, she looked into the pill furnace and exclaimed, "Perfect cultivation pill. I didn't do that on purpose, but if you want to return it, just return it," he said to Jin Su-mian in a regretful tone. But she didn't listen to his words and instead murmured, "You can actually refine a perfect cultivation pill." Raising her head, she simply said, "You win." Tears streamed down her face. Seeing her cry like that, he panicked. "Hey, don't cry. Why are you still crying?" Because they had a deal before the match, that the loser would let the winner do whatever they wanted, she said to him hesitantly, "Do whatever you want." Pei Ling, not understanding why Jin Su-mian was acting like this, put his hands on her shoulders and said, "Shiji, don't be like this." She replied, What exactly do you want?" He fell into thought. Thinking that if he laid a hand on her, her cousin would definitely make him pay with his life, he pondered for a moment and said to Jin Su-mian, "Just tell me everything about the southern domain selection." Unexpected that this was all he wanted, she asked in surprise. Just that simple? Because she often heard Lu Luxiang saying nonsense, she thought to herself, he's not taking advantage of such a good opportunity. Could it be that I misunderstood him? But on the surface, she calmly replied, "If you want to know about the southern selection, I can tell you. The holy sect respects the 4 domains of east, west, south, and north. and holds an outer sect competition every 10 years to decide the distribution of resources for the mountains. Each place is a series of overlapping mountains and forests with different landscapes and terrains, including North City, East City, West City, and South City. Therefore, the southern selection is to choose disciples to represent the southern domain in the competition. Gongxian is a candidate in this southern domain representative selection. In this selection, you need to pay attention to senior brother Gongxian of my Ruoxiu Peak. If there are no surprises, he will probably be the leader in this selection. His appearance is associated with the color blue, from his eloquent eyes to his clothing. Besides that, what always accompanies him when he appears is a skull. In addition to Gongxian, you also need to be wary of 4 other cultivators: Xianxia, Qinqing, Zhao Tianlai, and Duanmu Mingyan, each with a different appearance. Among them, there is also a beautiful and seductive girl identified as Qinqing of Feilu Peak, Xianxia of Guishou Peak, Duanmu Mingyan of Giliu Peak, and Zhao Tianlai of Shuihu Peak. Hearing what Jin Sumian recounted, he asked, "Then how do their strengths compare to Tang Nanzai?" She was surprised to hear this and repeated, "Tang Nanzai." After thinking for a moment, she said, "Gongxian's strength is definitely stronger than Tang Nanzai, and the others are probably about the same as Tang Nanzai." Hearing this, Pei Ling breathed a sigh of relief because of the previous battle with Tang Nanzai. "When I was initially at the 7th level of Qi training, I could block Tang Nanzai's attacks without any harm. Now that I am at the 9th level of Qi training, apart from Gongxian, the others probably don't pose a threat to me." Then he looked at Jin Sumian with gratitude. "Thank you, Shiji. I can leave now." She didn't leave, but stood there, hesitating to speak to him. Seeing her like that without saying anything, he simply asked, "Shiji, is there anything else?" She slowly said, I want to know if I can buy one of the top-grade jade seed pills you refined," Jin Sumian said to Pei Ling shyly. Unexpectedly, Pei Ling felt a chill down his spine, thinking to himself, "Scared me to death. I thought this girl wanted to take revenge on me." Thinking about it, he felt guilty. The damn system harmed her so many times, so he should compensate her a little. He picked up the jade seed pill in his hand and said, "This is a foundation establishment pill, Fang, and some other top-grade pills that I refined. Just consider it compensation for the past." Holding the bag of pills in her hand, Jin Sumian felt lively again, muttering, "Just you wait, Pei Ling. When I get back, I'll study these top-grade pills. Sooner or later, I'll surpass you." On the other side, when Lu Luxiang saw that the two had resolved the matter, she ran to her side and blurted out, "I told you, husband and wife can talk things over slowly. Looking at your appearance, Pei Shidi has served you quite well, just faster than I imagined." Jin Sumian, hearing this, said embarrassedly, "What are you saying, Lu Shiji?" Lu Luxiang continued calmly, "There's nothing unbelievable about married life. Jin Shimei doesn't need to be embarrassed. Then, about the matter of him being controlled by the system's power just now. When you were refining pills, Pei Shimei rushed up to hit you, even hitting you to the point of fainting. I saw everything. I didn't expect things to be like this." She asked in surprise, "What?" While tightly holding the bag of pills in her hand, she said, "Pei Ling, I won't let you get away with this." In another place, the southern domain selection area, the arena and stands are being fully prepared for the upcoming competition. Xiao Ningji was turning into a puppy, circling around Jin Sumian, Jin Shimei, in the first gate of this selection. "Just stay by my side, I can protect you well." She replied shyly to him, "Thank you for your kindness, Xiao Xixiang, but there's no need." Lu Luxiang, seeing Xiao Ningji speaking, said a sentence, "Xiao Xixiang, our Sumian is already taken, don't bother her anymore." Hearing this, he couldn't control his volume and shouted, "What? Who dares to steal my Sumian away?" Lu Luxiang then pointed in that direction, where Jin Sumian and Pei Ling were standing. "See that? It's Pei Ling, Pei Shidi standing far away over there. The two of them are on the same wavelength, don't interfere anymore." It looks like the two are talking happily with each other, but in fact, the words are full of gunpowder. "Don't get eliminated at this gate. In the next gate, I will challenge you in the arena." Pei Ling couldn't imagine. Why hasn't this girl given up yet? Above the stands, there were a few people observing the two of them. An old man was smiling, turning to ask Jin Sudai, the Vein Master of Shijing Vein. "Jin, Vein Master, are Pei Ling and this Jin Shimei's relationship so close? Could it be that the rumors about the promise of lifelong companionship between the two are true?" She saw this and replied, "How would I know? Sumian herself told me that it was just a rumor. Could it be that she's lying to her cousin?" Jin Sudai flung the glass of water towards Deng Mingshan, making use of the situation to attack him. "I'm asking you, what's going on? Didn't you promise that little brat Pei Ling wouldn't offend our Sumian?" He didn't know why he was splashed with water like this and yelled, "Hold that, I don't know anything." Jin Sudai's face turned black, threatening him. "I'll deal with you when we get back." He still only said, "Don't hit too hard."
But in his heart he was cursing, "This damn woman, sooner or later I'll refine you into the flame-bone Rakshasa diagram."
The referee was announcing the first gate match of the Southern Domain selection for the bronze ball competition. Pei Ling heard this and muttered in his heart, "Is it finally about to begin?"
Single shadows gradually fell. Without any trajectory, all candidates who want to enter the next round must pass this match. The bronze balls are 100 in number. Anyone who breaks the bronze ball can pass this gate.
A series of giant balls fell from the sky, smashing the ground, causing everyone to panic and run away. "Ah! Save me!" Pei Ling jumped back, while calculating.
There are a total of 1,000 people in the Southern selection, but there are only 100 bronze balls. It seems that most people will be eliminated here. This bronze ball is definitely not that simple. I have to observe for a while longer. Beside him, suddenly someone acted, taking the first move to gain an advantage. He slashed continuously at the bronze ball. HMPH, HMPH, I must be the first to pass this gate. He looked over to observe the situation with it. The giant bronze ball shattered for real, but the whole ball turned into a massive monster. What the heck? Looking at that scene scared him stiff. Before he could react, the monster moved, throwing a punch that sent him flying and heavily injured. Seeing the monster's surprisingly agile moves, the guy standing nearby kind of figured it out. A little apprehensive, peak 9th level Chi refining bronze ball, I knew this sect's test wasn't going to be that simple. In the distance, someone else started to move, attacking this way. Gong Xian. He immediately controlled his spirits to attack the monster. Go! The spirits immediately obeyed, scattering to attack different spots on the monster's body, but it didn't seem to feel anything. Instantly swatting the spirits away and rushing towards him, raising its hand to attack. Even so, he stood calmly in place. The spirits, knocked away, instantly returned to surround him, protecting their master from the monster's attack. Gong Xian wasn't going to let it go either. He raised his hand and bit it, drawing blood. "Try this!" The drops of blood instantly turned into streams of red energy, stimulating the spirits, making them seem frenzied and stronger, and they quickly rushed towards the monster. The others, watching the spirits' actions, were surprised and a little apprehensive, muttering, "Lesser blood demon formation. Gong Xian actually mastered this formation. Looks like the top spot in this southern selection is already decided."
Taking that attack head-on, the monster was officially defeated, letting him pass the first round. An announcement rang out, Gong Xian is the first to defeat the bronze armor giant, teleporting to the next stage. Instantly, a teleportation circle lit up beneath his feet, and he was taken to the next location with his spirits. Nothing special. The people next to him, seeing him successfully pass, said admiringly, "Senior brother Gong Xian is truly powerful, damn it. Guess I'm stuck at the first gate. If only I had senior brother Gong Xian's strength." Just then, someone suddenly shouted, "Look!" Everyone looked over, exclaiming in shock, "It's the inner sect's escapist armor. I know him. He's Pei Ling, the one everyone's been talking about lately. The demon spawn Pei Ling from the Han clan's Chushi hamlet. He's covered in a red cloak, making his body surge with immense power." Before anyone could react, he instantly rushed forward, slicing through the monster, instantly defeating it. The supervisor's announcement, Pei Ling defeats the bronze armor giant, teleporting to the next stage. After acting, the cloak on his body gradually faded. He blankly stared at the defeated monster. That's it, this shady sect. Did they use cheap materials to make the bronze armor giant to save money? Seeing him easily defeat the giant, everyone was shocked. One move! Even senior brother Gong Xian couldn't do that. Scary, truly a demon spawn who slaughters his fellow disciples. Watching this scene, two people on the viewing platform had completely opposite feelings. Jin Sutai was trembling with anger. Damn it, this lecher is so strong, how will Sumayan ever get revenge? But Zheng Mingshan excitedly jumped up. Holy crap, this kid, when did he get so strong? He carefully thought it over. Good, if that's the case, I can have him help me get the 7-heart demon infant, then completely refine the ember bone Rakshasa diagram. Just as he thought that, he felt an angry glare from behind, shutting him up. Jin Sutai angrily kicked him to the ground, stomping on his injured leg. Wasn't your leg broken? Still putting on a show in front of me, huh? He instantly shouted in pain, "Ouch, ouch, ouch!" Thinking to himself, you stinky woman, you're only powerful for now. Wait till I refine the ember bone Rakshasa diagram, I'll definitely get my revenge. After the first round ended, someone announced the next round and explained the rules. The second stage of the selection. Guarding Thunder. 10 Thunder platforms. Whoever arrives first will be the Thunderlord of this gate. Anyone who arrives later can challenge the Thunderlord and become the new Thunderlord. The Thunder platform has a barrier. Whoever loses will automatically be teleported off the platform. Disciples don't need to worry about their lives, so there's no limit to the number of challenges. When the time is up, the 10 Thunderlords on the platform can advance. Pei Ling sat on the Thunder platform. As he collected himself, listening to the announcer, he thought to himself, There's a barrier, so I don't have to worry about killing Jin Sumayan.
Jin Sumayan, watching from outside, said, Pei Ling is probably the Thunderlord of this thunder platform, but the strength he showed just now was so strong I can't beat him. Xiao Ningji, hearing her say that, thought disdainfully, a junior who just joined the sect not long ago actually dares to snatch my Sumayan. How ridiculous. He immediately tried to show off, thinking, this kid definitely used some tricks to get through the first stage. I'll expose your lies in front of Sumayan. He turned his head and said to her, Sumayan, you must have been seduced by that kid's sweet talk. I'll teach him a lesson for you. She just silently looked at him. After he finished speaking, he stepped forward to challenge, arrogantly saying, Pei Ling, obediently kneel before this master. Before he could finish speaking, Pei Ling acted first, slashing across him, instantly defeating him. After eliminating him, he suspiciously turned around and scratched his head, confused. Killed him a little too fast. What was that guy saying just now? After being defeated, he was instantly teleported outside in a heavily injured state. Seeing him like that, she thought to herself, Xiao Ning is at the 9th level of qi refining, and was defeated by him in an instant. Pei Ling's strength is beyond anything I can handle anymore. There's no point in challenging him. He was still stubbornly saying, one move and I'm done for. How could that be? That kid must have used a cheap trick. Before he could rush forward again, she instantly stopped him. Senior brother Xiao, stop. Hearing her call, he instantly turned his head, happily saying, Junior sister Jin, what's the matter? Could it be that you want to go on a date with me? She just shook her head, saying, Senior brother Xiao, the difference in strength between you and Pei Ling is too great. You should save your strength to challenge another Thunderlord. Seeing her trying to talk him out of it, he still replied with grand delusions, Thanks for your concern, Senior sister Jin. Don't worry, even if I go bankrupt, I'll make sure to teach that Pei Ling a lesson for you. After saying that, he happily thought to himself, Senior sister Jin cares about me so much, she still has me in her heart. Hearing him say that, she could only remain silent. On the lay stage, people successively stepped up to challenge, but they were quickly defeated, without even getting a word in. This humble one. Before he could finish, Pei Ling struck first, immediately defeating him. He effortlessly defeated challenger after challenger. He sighed with boredom, slinging his blade over his shoulder. The 43rd one. Is there even one person who can withstand a single strike? The disciples of the southern region are really too weak. As soon as he finished speaking, another person stepped forward to challenge him. Another one came. Without saying a word, he immediately attacked with his bloodshed blade technique, but it was immediately blocked. Not bad strength. Seeing this, he looked at his blade being blocked in surprise, blocked it. He was immediately knocked back. Seeing the strength of the person who came, he immediately thought, to have such strength, could it be Gong Jian that Jin Sumei mentioned? He suspiciously thought, isn't he a Liai lord? Why is he challenging me? Without hesitation, he immediately asked, May I ask if you are senior brother Gong Xian? At this moment, on Gong Xian's side, he thought back to when Zhao Xiaoning came to him and said, Senior brother Gong, these 5 10,000 spirit stones are all my savings. You must teach that Pei Ling a lesson. He thought smugly. I get 5 10,000 spirit stones just for making a move. Earning spirit stones is really easy. Without thinking further, he replied, That's right. Meeting me is your bad luck. Be obedient. Before he could finish speaking, Pei Ling rushed forward to attack, catching him by surprise. He immediately had to dodge. The 2 souls he cut through instantly dissipated, forcing him to fly back to avoid the blow, thinking to himself, that little brat Xiaoning tricked me about the intersect blade technique. I should have asked him for 100,000, he immediately praised, saying, Good blade technique. Then try this move. He immediately attacked, unleashing the 10 Directions Blood Demon formation, summoning more souls to attack Pei Ling. They immediately surrounded him, blocking his blade technique. He looked around in surprise. Without hesitation, he immediately attacked, exerting force on his blade, instantly sweeping away the encirclement. At this moment, he immediately attacked from above, with a surprise attack. Die. Not letting him get complacent, he immediately leaned to the side to dodge, causing him to miss. Looking at him in surprise. This guy is too strong. While leaning to the side, he struck out, immediately finishing him off with 1 slash, saying, Compared to Han Sigu, these cat-scratching skills of yours are far inferior. Gong Jian was defeated and teleported outside. The announcement rang out, ending the defense of the second gate. The 10 people on the lay stage would advance to the next gate. After finishing, he stepped outside. Everyone fearfully made way for him, whispering, So powerful, Pei Ling actually defeated a senior brother. Senior brother Gong was severely injured in his battle with Pei Ling and didn't even get a lay token. How tragic. We have to avoid him in the future. Jin Sumei and Zhao Xiaoning, one was angry, the other embarrassed, and the latter was heartbroken for his 5 10,000 spirit stones, my spirit stones. But Jin Sumei blushed and said, Looking closely, this guy is quite handsome. He's actually worthy of being my Dao companion. No way, how can I like a lecher? After he stepped out, Zhang Mingshan and Li Bing were already waiting outside. Seeing him come out, they immediately called him over. Little friend Pei, junior brother, he said in surprise. Senior brother Zhang, elder Li Bai, what's the matter? Zhang Mingshan immediately praised, patting his shoulder. Junior brother Pei, I just watched you fight Gongjian, so cool. Very much like the style your senior has back then. Li Bing then announced a piece of news to him. This old man has already discussed it with the domain master. You don't need to participate in this third gate anymore. Directly advance. Hearing this, he was overjoyed, thinking to himself. Directly advancing. Having a backer is really great. After he finished announcing, Zhang Mingshan immediately grabbed his hand and dragged him away, saying as he dragged him, There's still some time before the final battle. Come with me for a trip, junior brother Pei? He asked suspiciously. Huh, where are we going? He immediately replied. Of course we're going to see senior sister, he said with a matter-of-fact, excited expression. Seeing the expression on his face, he immediately thought of the beautiful and seductive appearance of his senior sister, and excitedly followed. Towards the demonic tide palace, Pei Ling followed Deng Mingshan. Pei Ling suddenly turned to look towards the door. He remembered the scene of Li Yu kissing him. Seeing Pei Ling just spacing out there, Deng Mingshan turned back to ask. What's wrong? Pei Ling replied. Oh, I just feel like I've been here before. Deng Mingshan turned around and said, You must be misremembering, right? Not just anyone can enter senior sister's palace. He moved closer and said to Pei Ling, Later when you meet senior sister, this senior brother can say a few good words for you to get some benefits, but I need you to help this senior brother with something. Pei Ling asked in puzzlement. What is it? Deng Mingshan whispered into Pei Ling's ear. The top 10 disciples of the outer sect examination can choose a spiritual object, and this senior brother still needs the 7 hearts demonic infant lotus to refine the blazing bone Rakshasa diagram. He raised his finger with confidence. As long as you can help this senior brother, I can give you a surprise later. Pei Ling scratched his cheek sheepishly. Helping you, senior brother Deng, is what I should do. No need for any surprises, Deng Mingshan retorted. That won't do. Welfare for fellow disciples is absolutely essential. He turned away. Pei Ling looked at his departing figure and current state, lamenting inwardly. Zhang Jingshan has been beaten up by Jin Sumian so many times because of me, and now he still wants to get welfare for me. I'll trust him one more time. After the two of them entered the palace hall, they bowed and paid their respects to Li Yu. Greetings, senior sister. Li Yu sat majestically on the throne, replying coldly with a single sound. At this moment, Deng Mingshan spoke up. Today is the first trial of the Southern Domain selection. Junior brother Pei Ling killed the Copper Pagoda Giant with 1 strike and was ranked first. He rambled on about Pei Ling. In the second trial, he easily defeated the talented cultivator Gongjian of Ruoxiu Peak. Junior brother's performance is so outstanding, he can become a great asset to senior sister in the future, and he is also a future prodigy of our holy sect, worthy of reward, blah 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 blah. Making Pei Ling blush with embarrassment, thinking, old Zhang is so reliable this time, praising me so much that I'm actually embarrassed. Li Yu raised her cup, asking coldly, What do you want? Pei Ling replied. Reporting to senior sister, Senior brother Zhang knows what I want. Thinking in his heart, Zhang Jingshan is knowledgeable. He'll definitely be able to get some valuable rewards. He winked at Deng Mingshan, signaling, Senior brother Zhang, you understand my meaning. Deng Mingshan winked back at him. Don't worry, I understand your meaning. He uttered a sentence that shocked Pei Ling speechless. Senior sister, Pei Ling, has been fond of Jin Sumian, of the Jin family recently, he continued. It's just that, although junior brother Pei's aptitude is high, he comes from a humble background after all, and the Jin family may not agree. Therefore, he wants to trouble senior sister to say a word to fulfill junior brother Pei Ling's wish. This is getting more and more wrong. Pei Ling elbowed him, stopping him. Zhang Jingshan, you idiot! This is the surprise you were talking about? Why the heck would I want this? Crack. The cup in Li Yu's hand shattered, her expression turning gloomy. She asked, Is that so? Seeing that the situation wasn't good, Pei Ling lowered his head and stammered in fear. Senior sister, it's not like that. I am absolutely loyal and obedient to you, senior sister, and will never have any divided loyalties. In his heart he cursed, Deng Mingshan, Zheng Jingshan, next time I'd rather trust the dog system than trust you. Li Yu paused when she heard Pei Ling's words. Absolutely no divided loyalties. She forced a smile, her face reddening as she said, Take first place in this outer sect competition and become the 4th true disciple of the holy sect. Within 10 years, Pei Ling replied. Yes, senior sister. With that, Li Yu ordered them. You may leave. After going outside, Deng Mingshan asked smugly and loudly, How was it? Am I, your senior brother, reliable or not? You must take first place in this outer sect competition, and Jin Sumian will definitely be yours. Pei Ling cursed bitterly in his heart, gritting his teeth in his thoughts.
Reliable my ass, you almost got me killed. Want to see the 7-heart demon infant lotus? Dream on.
At this moment, Wu Liu led someone in to see Li Liyu. Master Jin Sumian has been brought here. Jin Sumian bowed and paid her respects. Greetings, true Li. Li Liyu said. Tell me about your relationship with Pei Ling.
Jin Sumian recounted the events. A month ago he broke into my mansion and robbed me of my seed jade pill and 9 nether cold marrow. A few days ago, after knocking me unconscious, he robbed me of my alchemic furnace. Li Liyu asked. He didn't touch you either time. Jin Sumian replied shyly. No, he didn't. Hearing her reply,
Li Liyu rested her chin on her hand, looking down with a cold gaze, questioning. If that's the case, then aren't you just being delusional?
Jin Sumian was shocked. Me? Being delusional?
Li Liyu didn't listen anymore and ordered Wu Liu to take her back.
Wu Liu replied, Yes, master.
At this time, Qiao Ni beside her spoke up. Master, Zheng Jingshan probably had his eyes on the Jin family's status and power, that's why he said those words. If Zheng Jingshan's words just now weren't Pei Ling's intention, then his reward. Immortal Lai immediately handed her something and instructed. Inside are some insights and understandings on the Dabio of the Blade from a holy sect senior. Take it to him later. She pondered and said, That good-for-nothing Zheng Jingshan seems to have been idle lately. She raised her cup and ordered, Tell him to go to the Dark Dew Peach ore mine. Don't even think about returning to the sect without extracting 50,000 yanim scales. At this time, Pei Ling was sitting blankly in front of the steps. Zheng Jingshan is too damn much. Immortal Lai will definitely not let me off this time. Just then, a faint light like rainbow appeared. Seeing her, Pei Ling was overjoyed. Fair Qiao Ni. He grabbed her leg and cried, explaining, Fair Qiao Ni, what happened just now was all Zheng Jingshan talking nonsense. You must believe me. Qiao Ni felt helpless, but still had to reassure him. Young Master Pei, please calm down. Master already knows the truth and has severely punished Zheng Jingshan. Next, you must perform well, and I will speak more with Master so that you can enter the inner sect and inherit the next lineage head of the Jiansang vein.
Hearing that, he asked curiously, The Jiansang vein? What about Zheng Jingshan?
Qiao Ni just said.
She was sent to mine Yinluo Ore at the mine by the master, and she won't be able to return in a short time. Pei Ling took the item she handed over, thinking, Mining? Then there will be no one to take the blame for me in the future. After Qiao Ni handed it to Pei Ling, she instructed, These are the 2 Daos of Blade Intent that the master left for you. Cultivate diligently. He replied, Yes. With that, Qiao Ni disappeared, leaving Pei Ling immersed in his own thoughts.
For the next 2 paths I can only rely on myself.
He called out, Zhao Zi, let's get to work. The system panel appeared, Blade Dao True Intent, Multiple Dao True Intent, Blood Peach. Pei Ling looked at the system panel and thought to himself, This cultivation method looks very powerful at first glance. I should still get some insurance.
Pei Ling turned to Zhao Zi and instructed.
Zhao Zi, wait a moment. When I get up, you must stop me, she replied. Yes, master. With that, he pressed on the system panel. The system announced. The system starts cultivating, checking for Tyrant Blade Chi, Slaughter Blade Chi. The system will give it to you for free. At that moment, his body moved on its own. Pei Ling said to Zhao Zi, I'm counting on you. Zhao Zi chased after him, still holding the broom. Master, I'm here.
She jumped up, brought the broom directly above Pei Ling, and then landed it directly on Pei Ling's head.
The system announced. Checking for external attacks. This cultivation ends here. Pei Ling lay on the ground, covered in leaves, helpless. Zhao Zi, your way of stopping me is really special, Zhao Zi happily replied. Thank you for the compliment, master. He stood up, wondering in his heart. Tyrant Blade Chi, Slaughter Blade Chi. How can I do these 2 things? When are you coming back, Zheng Jingshan? At this time, Zhao Zi asked him, Why doesn't master go find Hall Master Li? Pei Ling realized upon hearing this. That's right, don't I have a new backer now? By the lakeside pavilion at this moment,
several people gathered at Pei Ling's place, talking and laughing happily.
At that moment, Li Sping appeared, holding 2 cages in his hands. Little friend Pei Bei, I have good things to give you.
Pei Ling observed the cage, ignoring the person behind him who was inviting him. Senior brother Pei, please have some tea. He was thinking, I worked so hard to keep those 2 types of blade intent. This time there probably won't be any unexpected incidents. The person next to him also invited him. Senior brother Pei, please have some time fruit. Pei Ling asked Li Bing. Didn't that trash Gong Qinyan get eliminated by me? He replied. The strength of our southern territory is inherently flawed. Not many people know how to beat the domain master, so we let him pass the selection. When it comes to the competition, they will all rely on you. He muttered to himself in frustration. It seems these teammates are all mediocre. I can only rely on myself later. Then he asked,
By the way, are there any opponents from the other 3 territories that I need to pay attention to?
Li Bing said. The one leading the northern territory is Erzu, and the one leading the western territory is Ruan Shuotuo. Both are foundation establishment stage. These 2 people need to be paid attention to, Pei Ling exclaimed in surprise. Foundation establishment stage? He thought of Lu Xuan and Luo Xiaoze, and his face didn't look too good.
As for the eastern territory, Luo Chao has a closed-door disciple who is still alive, named Lu Xuan, with a cruel and vicious personality, who likes to kill people. After relying on the eastern territory, he obtained opportunities, and it is said that he is already at the foundation establishment stage. This person needs to be paid attention to, as he considers anyone related to the Li Zhen lineage as an enemy, and will kill them on sight. Luo Xiao's disciple already has enemies before the competition even starts. Li Bing patted his shoulder to reassure him. Little friend Pei, don't worry, the resources of outer sect disciples are scarce, and at most they can only reach the human Dao foundation establishment stage. How can they compare to the strong foundation of little friend Pei? The outer sect competition has the power of life and death in your hands, and the holy sect will not blame you. This is a good opportunity for you to show off your power. Hearing this, Pei Ling was sweating, and his face turned pale with fear. He clenched his fists. Is it too late for me to retreat now? The Blue Break Hall Master, Gong Sun Hong, floated in the air, looking down below and said, Geniuses of the territories. Below the water in front of you is the mirror in the sky, one of the secret realms of the sect. From Gong Sun Hong, streams of blue spiritual energy branched out in 7 directions. Go inside, slay demons and monsters, and find items.
Find enough natural treasures. Each participant held a piece of crystal in their hand.
Gong Sun Hong's words continued to echo. The mirror crystal will automatically record points and rank you. Pei Ling noticed the red dots on the mirror crystal, while listening to Gong Sun Hong continuing to say, this mirror also stays within 3 miles in the direction of both sides. The time is 10 days. Life and death are not limited. You must advance first, Pei Ling thought helplessly. They even brought a small map. It seems that a massacre is inevitable.
The water beneath Gong Sun Hong's feet suddenly surged violently. The holy sect doesn't need the weak, nor does it need people with declining fortune. In the mirror in the sky, dangers lurk everywhere. After entering, life and death are up to fate, disciples, Gong Sun Hong said loudly. Enter. The water surged out, carrying the participants into the air. A whirlpool appeared from within.
Pei Ling jumped out. Blood ghost escape technique. Pei Ling landed safely. He stood up, dusted off his clothes, and thought, those freeloading teammates aren't here. Looks like this secret realm teleports people to random locations. Just hoping I don't run into Lu Xuan and his crew right off the bat. Pei Ling narrowed his eyes, looking at the 1 red and 1 green dot on the water mirror, wondering, is the red dot a teammate?
Suddenly, a noise came out, causing Pei Ling to look back vigilantly. From within the trees, another candidate like him stepped out. A junior brother from the southern region. What a fate. Dongcheng, Lu Xuan. Without hesitation, Pei Ling drew his weapon and attacked Lu Xuan. Lu Xuan jumped away, avoiding the attack from the palm. Lu Xuan released several sharp green needles. Junior brother, you're quite the hothead. I heard the Lin Zhen lineage values you, but I think your talent is just average. Not as good as everyone says. I'm afraid the Lin Zhen lineage made a mistake. Pei Ling swung his sword, parrying Lu Xuan's attack. Too much talk. Who dies at whose hands is still unknown. Blood ghost escape technique. Pei Ling charged forward with his sword. Lu Xuan smiled slyly. Still holding a strange flower in your grasp? It seems junior brother hasn't realized the gap between you and me. Just as Pei Ling attacked, Lu Xuan's flower transformed into a protective barrier. 10 of you wouldn't be enough for me to kill. Pei Ling was knocked back. Foundation establishment magic treasure. This guy must be Lu Xuan from the eastern region. I have to eliminate this threat here and now. Pei Ling tried again to pierce through Lu Xuan's protective barrier. Lu Xuan, inside the barrier, seemed to sense something, and turned to look. Before his eyes now was a scene of desolate wasteland. Corpses lying everywhere. Smoke and fire filling the sky. Lu Xuan's face darkened, and he smiled maliciously. The southern region actually has a disciple who can cultivate such a saber intent. Interesting. The protective barrier outside had begun to crack. The barrier shattered, revealing Lu Xuan holding a flower inside. Pei Ling said, "It's over." On the shore, the elders were standing around a large crystal mirror when someone cried out, "Impossible," Li Bing thought somberly. This power of Pei Ling's. Someone grabbed the hilt of the sword. "You really have talent," Lu Xuan confidently declared. "Too bad the person you met this time is me. Today you are destined to die in this mirror sky." Pei Ling frowned. "You're dead." This Lu Xuan is actually a genuine foundation establishment. Pei Ling's face paled slightly. "We're both foundation establishment. How can he be so much stronger than Zheng Jingshan?" Lu Xuan laughed. "You little bastard from the southern region, kneel down and beg for me to leave you a whole corpse." Lu Xuan reached out to touch Pei Ling when suddenly an explosion occurred. Cough cough. Pei Ling muttered. Foundation establishment stage, so what? Pei Ling was now holding two swords that radiated scorching heat. Let me see how you block my saber intent and sword intent, blood river sword intent, tyrant saber true intent. A head was floating in the air, surrounded by petals that had gathered to protect Lu Xuan. He flew toward him and shouted, "Go die!" His claws were sharp, with a green venom. What would happen if he was injured by them? But when Pei Ling saw this, his face was calm, thinking, more 5 poisons, worthy of being Wu Tingxi's fellow disciple. Pei Ling gripped the sword tightly in his hand, thinking of what the saber intent jade scroll said. Tyrant saber, ever advancing. There is no retreat, this strike cannot be avoided. He launched his attack, the sword hitting Lu Xuan directly. Tyrant saber true intent. A mouthful of blood spurted out of his mouth. Cough, cough. I didn't expect this kid's cultivation to not even be at the foundation establishment stage, yet his foundation is even more solid than mine. If I keep fighting, I'll gain 1 lose. Just as Pei Ling was about to land a second hit, Lu Xuan feigned being fine and taunted, "Kid, keep your life safe, I'll be back for it." Then he vanished without a trace. Pei Ling landed and sneered. HMPH, he sure booked it fast. But he had also sustained injuries from their earlier fight, so he thought to himself, Lu Xuan, being an Earthpath Foundation establishment cultivator, used his 5 poison fingers technique in a way that was totally different from Wu Tingxi's earlier one. I should definitely detoxify this poison wound, just to be safe. He took out a pure black pill and popped it into his mouth. It was a detoxifying pill, given by his master. After he was done, he said to the system, I want one-click cultivation. The bone-refining art on his interface then displayed one-click cultivation. Somewhere in this immortal realm, 2 people were discussing Pei Ling's recent fight. A crystal shard displayed an image of Lu Xuan fleeing. A naive young girl with pink eyes asked, "Since when did this Pei Ling guy grasp sword intent and blade intent? He actually made Lu Xuan flee." The other person then replied, "He tricked the sword intent from the ghost hand at Cold Manor. As for the blade intent, I also delivered it to him a few days ago under our master's orders." The girl was surprised and thought, what the heck? But it's only been how long? On the opposite side, someone was observing the 2 of them talking. A captivatingly beautiful woman, sipping tea, remarked, "Lu Xuan, if there were no surprises, would probably be the top contender in this competition. Who would have thought we'd get an unexpected Cheng Yao Jin emerging halfway through?" That person was a true disciple of the Heavy Bright sect, Chu Miaoli. She asked her maidservant, "Who was that fighting Lu Xuan just now?" The maidservant trembled as she replied, "That person is named Pei Ling, a disciple of Sophora Shadow Peak. He's the one who murdered young Master Chu Di, your master's clan cousin, not long ago." Gazing at the image projected by the crystal, Chu Miaoli spoke. "Dare to touch me? My clan sister is a true disciple, you know." Then she continued, "Chu Di is an incompetent fool, not worth mentioning. Instead, let's talk about Pei Ling. If Li Liu can cater to Pei Ling's preferences, I can give him even more." In a forest nearby, 2 people were chasing each other, darting from one spot to another. The person with a scarred face bellowed in a crude voice, "Xianxia, you can't escape. Stop, and I'll give you a quick, happy end." That was Ye Xincheng, a disciple from the northern domain. The other person, running for dear life, choked out. What kind of skill is that? Ambushing people from behind. This was Shen Jia, a disciple from the southern domain. As Shen Jia ran, he suddenly spotted a figure, a glimmer of hope to escape Ye Xincheng, and his eyes lit up. He excitedly called out, "Senior brother Pei T, what are you doing?" Then, running closer to get a look, he joyfully bounced up and down. "Ha ha! It's Pei Ling, senior brother Pei, our southern domain's top dog. You're about to die." But Ye Xincheng didn't care, leaping high into the air, southern domain trash. After Luo Tiao's sect was wiped out, leaving only a few useless bastards, do you think I'm scared? Die early and reincarnate quickly. This old man will send you southern domain wastes to meet Luo Tiao. Shen Jia trembled in fear, shouting, "Pei Ling, senior brother Pei, wake up! Stop cultivating, they're coming for us." Just as his blade was about to touch Pei Ling, it brushed against his hair. The system detected it and prompted, "External attack detected. This cultivation session ends here." Then, as the interface reappeared, the system prompted, "Thank you, host, for using the AI cultivation system. One-click ascension, worry-free. Please share your cultivation review. If you're satisfied, please rate 5 stars." Suddenly, a source of power shattered Ye Xincheng's blade. He had no idea what was happening. It turned out to be Pei Ling's move, the Blood Fiend blade art. He had swiftly unleashed the technique before Ye Xincheng could injure him. Shen Jia, touched, tightly hugged Pei Ling, snot and tears flowing, saying, "Thank you so much for saving me, senior brother Pei. If it weren't for you, I might have gone to meet my grandma just now." But Pei Ling had no idea who Shen Jia was. "Bro, who are you? I don't remember you at all." But he still asked, "Are there any more enemies?" Shen Jia thought for a moment and then said,
Probably not, but this area seems to be the territory of the azure crystal blood wolves.
No sooner had Xianxia finished speaking than a cold current washed over them, sending shivers down their spines.
A claw of some animal slowly stepped forward. It turned out to be the paw of a ferocious wolf, its eyes glowing crimson. A pack of wolves surrounded Pei Ling and Xianxia. They were azure crystal blood wolves, all with cultivation above the 7th layer of spirit awakening.
At this moment, Xianxia was truly bawling, tears streaming down his face as he said, "Senior brother, this time I'm really going to meet my grandma." Pei Ling heard this and retorted, Hey, you're even more of a words become law guy than me." Surrounded by the pack of demonic wolves in the forest, Pei Ling bravely stood in front, shielding the person behind him, saying, "Don't be scared, your young master is here. I'll make sure you—"
Suddenly, a yellow rope coiled around him, tying him up.
Turns out, the dude behind him took advantage of his distraction, lassoed him up, and bolted, yelling, "Pei senior brother, no hard feelings, I'll make offerings for you after the competition." Pei Ling stood rooted, thinking, when disaster strikes, everyone runs for their lives. Suits the style of this cunning sect.
He thought again. Except, raising his eyes, he nonchalantly glanced at the pack of demon wolves, seizing the moment to pounce. Sword drawn, blood river sword intent, domineering true intent. The binding rope snapped, fragments of powerful sword intent scattering, sending the demon wolves flying before they could even get close. Just a few demon wolves. What can they do to me?
Second move. Blood Ghost Escape. He soared up, spraying their blood everywhere. Slaughtering demonic beasts is one of the assessment methods in the mirror sky. Killing this many should earn him a good chunk of points. Witnessing his overwhelming power, the demon wolves, after taking a beating, wailed and fled. "Wow, this guy is too savage. Run!" Pei Ling, wielding 2 swords, chased after them, excitedly shouting, "Don't run, I haven't killed enough yet."
Heavy footsteps pounded the earth.
The Azure Star Blood Wolf King appeared, standing on a rock, looking down, roaring. "Another junior from the Chongming sect coming to the mirror sky for training. Leave now, and I might spare your life."
Below, Pei Ling smirked, thinking, it can speak human language. This Wolf King is at least in the foundation establishment stage. Definitely lots of points. He drew his sword and charged towards the Wolf King, thrilled. "Thanks for delivering points right to my doorstep, little wolfies." At the same time, the Azure Starblood Wolf King lunged with its claws. "You overestimate yourself. You're going to be buried in the mirror sky."
Pei Ling straddled it, raising his sword with interest, intending to stab down, saying, "Keep roaring, I liked your arrogant act a moment ago." With Pei Ling sitting on him, he no longer had the arrogant appearance just now, crying and begging for mercy. "Young hero, spare me. From now on my tribe will be at your disposal, obeying your every command." He looked at it and replied, "Killing you would get me a lot of points. Why should I spare you?" Hearing this, the Wolf King quickly replied, "Young hero, please think carefully. The truly valuable things in this mirror sky are the natural treasures. Growing in this small world for many years, my tribe has lived in the mirror sky for nearly 100 years, and we know all about the natural treasures." Bringing out the Jade Stone, looking at the ranking above and showing the points accumulated. Rank 1, Western Region, Ruan Tuo Tuo Rank 2, Northern Region, Nizhu Kong Rank 3, Southern Region, Gongqi Yan Rank 4, Southern Region, Pei Ling Rank 5, Western Region, Ding Hai Liu. He thought to himself that even if he killed hundreds of wolves, it would only be about 300 points, and it seemed like he should go and collect the heavenly treasures to have a chance of surpassing others. Riding on the Azure Star Blood Wolf King, he patted its head and said, "All right, I'll spare your dog life then." Hearing this, it wagged its tail happily. Yes, woof. Gone was its previous demeanor. From afar, a small demon wolf approached, carrying a human corpse in its mouth. The Wolf King said, "Master, that little bastard tried to harm you, and has already been dealt with by my tribe. Daring to injure Master deserves such an end." So it was the guy who abandoned him and ran. Ha! In the end, he couldn't escape. Truly nothing to sympathize with. Dead is dead. Might as well make use of what's left. Checking the system panel, he said, "There should be 2 more cultivator corpses around. Fetch them for me. I want to refine them into external avatars." The great Wolf King heard this and rejoiced. "As you command." "Okay, Master." In a certain city, Li Bing observed all his actions through the demon mirror and praised, refining the remains of his fellow disciples into corpses without hesitation. "This kid Pei Ling is too demonic. Worthy of being a disciple of my demonic sect. A bright future ahead." Back in the bamboo forest, a system notification popped up. "This cultivation session is complete. Thank you, host, for using the one-click Ascension Autopilot cultivation system. Looking forward to your cultivation review. If satisfied, please rate us 5 stars. Pei Ling stretched, thinking, "Cultivation is complete. My blood fiend saber technique has improved by several degrees. Even the wounds on my body have completely healed." The Azure Blood Wolf King beside him happily spoke, Master, during your cultivation several little demons came to disturb you, but they were forced away by my tribe. Hearing this, he replied, well done. Now, take me to find some nearby natural treasures.
The distant sky was gloomy and gray. In the bamboo forest, Pei Ling rode on the great wolf king, his eyes shining with joy, holding a bloodwood in his hand. Obtained bloodwood, plus 99 points. Next, moving to another area, he squatted down, pulling out a blood spirit ginseng. Obtained blood spirit ginseng, plus 9 points. Oh, riding on the wolf king. To the lakeside, Pei Ling easily caught a toad spirit. Obtained jade toad ice essence, plus 299 points.
He happily thought, this is already over 1,000 points. Collecting natural treasures to earn points is indeed easy. Points, 1399. Hugging the pile of glowing items, grinning from ear to ear, Pei Ling said, Little wolf, are there any other natural treasures around?
Hearing the question, it turned back and replied, Ahead is the territory of the ghost-faced peach blossom demon. There are some star iron that are much more valuable than the blood-soaked wood and blood spirit ginseng. In its mind, it also had its own thoughts. That ghost-faced peach blossom demon is an enemy of our wolf tribe. It's a good opportunity to eliminate it this time. Suddenly, Pei Ling noticed something strange. Looking at the jade stone, another dot appeared within the vicinity. There's someone else nearby. Pei Ling rubbed the Azure Starblood Wolf King's head and whispered, Doggy, wait a moment. Stay close to me in case someone attacks. The Azure Starblood Wolf King replied, Yes, master. With that, Pei Ling jumped up and ran on the fur of the Azure Star Blood Wolf King, waving his sword and slashing in all directions. The person hiding behind the tree heard a loud noise. Liu Xuan shielded himself with his hand and cursed, Damn it. Seeing Pei Ling's innocent face makes me mad. Why is it you again, brat? A few moments later, he looked up, observing. He hasn't seen him for a few minutes, and this kid's saber is even stronger. Moreover, he's completely recovered from the poison, and even got a mount. Why haven't I ever heard of such a genius in the outer sect before?
He recalled the moment Pei Ling lowered his sword, thinking to himself, Perfect timing. The Foundation Establishment Cultivator from the Earth Dao Path definitely has a lot of magic treasures on him. Liu Xuan, holding the azure jade orb in his hand, shouted, Pei Ling, you're just asking for death? He thought in his heart. I really didn't want to use my trump card so early, you forced me to. Looking at the azure jade orb in Liu Xuan's hand, Pei Ling suddenly realized something. That's the pill. He recalled the scene of Li Liu falling, shocked in his heart. Could it be the 7 absolute soul-shaking powder from before? Even Fairy Lai couldn't resist it. If I get hit, wouldn't I be at his mercy? The moment the orb was thrown, Pei Ling immediately ordered the Azure Star Blood Wolf King, You mutt, it's your time to shine. Charge! The moment the Azure Star Blood Wolf King got close, a huge explosion occurred. The Azure Star Blood Wolf King lay sprawled on the ground, trembling and crying, Woof! Isn't a wolf's life a life too? Seeing it like this, Pei Ling scratched his head apologetically in his heart. Sorry, dog. Remember to love small animals. Can't kill them. Liu Xuan gritted his teeth in anger. Damn it, the 7 absolute soul-shaking powder is Little Bai's trump card for me. How did he know about it? Knowing he couldn't win, he ran away. I have to escape for now, and find a chance to kill him later. Pei Ling noticed and shouted, Don't run! Amidst the peach blossoms, Liu Xuan was running headlong when he heard a voice behind him. Senior brother, where are you running off to? Pei Ling chased after him. A dignified Foundation Establishment Cultivator from the Earth Dao Path, being chased by a Qi refining cultivator. Wouldn't it become a laughingstock? If word got out, Liu Xuan turned pale and asked Pei Ling, Do you have to fight me to the death? While chasing, Pei Ling noticed something in the distance. What's that? A sparkling and beautiful crystal in front. Star iron. The corners of Pei Ling's mouth curved up. Looks like Liu Xuan doesn't know this is the territory of the Peach Blossom Demons, truly obtained without any effort. He quickly drew his sword and said, That's right, it's a you live, I die situation. Then he charged towards Liu Xuan, blood ghost evasion technique. Taking advantage of Liu Xuan's carelessness, Pei Ling secretly stole the star iron. Liu Xuan didn't understand, wondering in his heart, what is this kid trying to pull? After taking the star iron, Pei Ling ran away and shouted, Fellow demon bros and sisters, he's the one who told me to snatch this star iron. If you have any grudges, go find him. Liu Xuan didn't understand anything when suddenly he heard laughter behind him. He. Liu Xuan turned his head. Finally, there's someone alive. Branches stretched out to grab Liu Xuan, wrapping tightly around him. He. If you've stolen something, then play with us. Liu Xuan panicked and shouted, Damn Pei Ling, I won't let you get away with this. Pei Ling currently has 1240 points. He raised the stone in his hand and sighed. This star iron is truly an interesting thing. So many points. This trip wasn't in vain. At this moment, the Azure Star Blood Wolf King asked, Master, why are you back so soon?
Did you let that kid escape again?
Pei Ling rubbed his gloomy head and said,
You damn dog, why are you talking like that? What do you mean I let him escape? I just found him a playmate. On the other side, Li Liu was observing. Elder sister, have you noticed? Master smiled just now. Such a cunning and ruthless guy is truly worthy of being a disciple of the demon. Sect, I am very worthy of being a subordinate to the master, unlike some useless guy who can only exert some value in the mine. Night fell. The Azure Star Blood Wolf King lay next to Pei Ling. Master, maybe we should go scavenge the corpse for that kid. I'm craving meat, he stretched, and replied. What's the rush? Mirror Sky is such a vast place he won't escape. Suddenly there was some noise. It was a wandering ghost appearing, a core formation stage wandering ghost. Pei Ling was a little surprised when he saw him. Holy crap, is he here to kill me? When did I offend a core formation stage big shot? In the solemn atmosphere of a mysterious night, Pei Ling was startled when he saw a strange figure standing in front of him. He introduced himself in a low voice.
Little friend, don't be afraid, I am Yu Gi, the merchant arranged by the holy sect here.
Yu Gai, with eyes burning like blue flames, said in a steady but eerie tone. According to the order, I am specially here to sell 3 items to the top of the list.
Pei Ling secretly breathed a sigh of relief when he heard this, patted his chest lightly to calm himself, thinking to himself,
It's good that he's not here to kill me. I have to treat him well later. Can't have any more enemies. He smiled, but maintained a gentle attitude, cupping his hands in front of his chest and asked,
May I ask what items Senior wants to sell, and what is the payment method?
In response, the lantern in his hand flared with mysterious blue light. Each beam of light revealed 3 wondrous treasures. First, the Spirit Beast Blood Pact, priced at 1,000 points. Contract a Foundation Establishment Demonic Beasts. Second, the Dao Foundation Talisman, priced at 2,000 points. Unleash the power of a rudimentary earthly foundation once. Third, the Bursting Spirit Art, priced at 2 points. Detonate a tool to initiate an attack. The stronger the tool, the greater the power. Yugi smiled and explained.
These treasures can be bought with points earned in the Mirror Sky, so there's a limit of 1 per person. Consider your options, young cultivator. Pei Ling's eyes scanned the 3 items, a flicker of emotion crossing his face as he frowned slightly, thinking, These are all good stuff. Too bad I can only pick one. In that moment of hesitation, Yugi grabbed the Bursting Spirit Art, leaned in close, a slightly cunning look on his face, and urged, Young friend, although this Bursting Spirit Art costs a bit more points, it's a cultivation technique with growth potential, not a one-time use item. Hurry up and choose, I still need to talk to the second bloke. Pei Ling stroked his chin, carefully considering. The Bursting Spirit Art really does sound tempting. Detecting a strange technique from the outside world, the system is still compiling it for you.
Yugi held the Bursting Spirit Art, gazing intently, saying, Don't just be tempted, take action. Then he saw him raise a finger and point forward. His finger landed on the pink talisman, and he said with certainty, Therefore, I choose the Dao Foundation Talisman. Yugi's face flashed with displeasure upon hearing this, his head almost steaming, before he quickly turned and left. Pei Ling clutched his newly acquired item, unable to suppress the joy in his heart.
Heh, now I've got a life-saving item.
As for the Bursting Spirit Art, cultivation requires talisman energy. I can confidently use the belongings of those teammates in the stronghold to cultivate now. At that moment, the system chimed in. Strange technique compiled, please name it. Host. Pei Ling pondered for a moment before replying, Just call it Bursting Spirit Art. Realizing the value of time, he told himself, Time is precious, I need to master this Bursting Spirit Art soon. I'll have one more chance to win.
Pei Ling strolled along, suddenly turning his head and calling out, Doggo, if I suddenly go somewhere else later, you gotta clap once, ya hear? The Azure Star Blood Wolf King immediately nodded. Got it. Then, he commanded, Dog system. I want a one-click cultivation of the Bursting Spirit Art. As soon as he finished speaking, a mysterious blue light enveloped him, and the system's mechanical voice rang out with enthusiasm. The sincere cultivation system is at your service. Just one click to level up. Alright, commencing cultivation now. Friendly reminder, you will lose control of your body during cultivation. Please do not panic. System detects that cultivation requires a top-grade talisman artifact. Summoning upper-grade talisman energy. A mysterious weapon appeared in his hand. Pei Ling held the weapon, looked back at it, smiled with satisfaction, and thought, This bone shard is from my teammates' belongings. I really didn't get scammed this time. He poured all his strength into throwing the weapon forward. The bone shard flew with terrifying speed. Blue light immediately enveloped it, creating a dazzling and beautiful trajectory. Before long, he saw that the bone shard was heading towards Yugi, and he cried out in alarm.
That's not the right direction. Immediately, both Pei Ling and the Azure Star Blood Wolf King widened their eyes, mouths agape in astonishment, and exclaimed in unison, "We're FKED!" As soon as the words left their mouths, a massive explosion echoed throughout the forest, causing the entire space to erupt. Bright light flashed and faded, and dust enveloped everything. The system immediately announced. System detects that host has been attacked by the outside world. System is relinquishing control. Before he could fully recover, a small rock suddenly struck Pei Ling's forehead, causing a sharp pain. He narrowed his eyes, his mind still dizzy. He walked and grumbled, "You son of a BCH, didn't I tell you to hit me after I went somewhere else?" The Azure Star Blood Wolf King, walking beside him, couldn't help but retort, "Dude, you are going somewhere else," from above. The scene of the horrifying explosion before them made the space seem to melt. A large area of land was torn apart, and the ground was shattered as if struck by a terrifying force. Yugi reached out and touched his head, feeling the scorched hair. His anger erupted violently. His face twisted hideously, like a monster about to attack its prey, and he roared with hatred, "You damned lowlife!" With his strength, he viciously attacked the nearby beasts, sending them flying in all directions. Pei Ling witnessed this scene, and a sense of dread welled up in his heart. Crap, I've really offended a Golden Core expert this time. He watched the beasts scattering in panic around him, gritting his teeth and shouting, "Damn it! Don't let me see you again! If it weren't for the damned rules of the trial preventing me from attacking disciples, I would have killed that bastard already." On the other side, a wounded man took out a pill and put it in his mouth. Liu Xuan sat down under a tree, his mouth full of anger, his whole body aching. He clutched his chest, saying, "Damn it! Why could Pei Ling subdue that demonic wolf so easily, while I could only barely kill the Peach Blossom Demon after using up all my trump cards? If I meet that brat again, what am I supposed to do?" Suddenly, he heard footsteps approaching, and Yoongi appeared before him. Liu Xuan was a little scared when he saw the person standing in front of him, and exclaimed in panic, "Senior!" He didn't say much. He coldly tossed 2 items towards him, saying in an annoyed tone, "I'm not in a good mood today. I'll give you 3 seconds, hurry up and choose." Liu Xuan hesitated for a moment, then pointed to the red item, saying, I choose this." The thing he chose was the Spirit Beast Blood Pact. Yugi turned away, tilted his head, and said mockingly, "Useless trash, you definitely won't make it into the top 10, you'll just be wasting the sect's resources." Liu Xuan grabbed the Spirit Beast Blood Pact in his hand, gently caressing it, and wondered, "What is this thing? How do I use it?" Meanwhile, Pei Ling and the Azure Star Blood Wolf King walked shoulder to shoulder along a trail winding through the forest, with him holding some information, reading as they went. Current points, 739. Ranking, 1st, Eastern Region, Liu Xuan. 2nd, Western Region, Ruan 2020. 3rd, Northern Region, Zhu Kong. 4th, Southern Region, Gong Jian. 5th, Western Region, Ding Hai Liu. Pei Ling's eyes locked onto the info. 4th, Southern Region, Gongjian. 5th, Western Region, Ding Hai Liu. He stroked his chin in thought. Liu Xuan's ranking was so high earlier, meaning he definitely killed a Peach Blossom Demon to get some heavenly treasures. His drop in rank means he spent all his points to buy treasures at the Rogue Ghost's place. The Azure Star Blood Wolf King, noticing he hadn't moved, spoke up, "Master, you really scared me just now. What do we do next?" Paradling smiled slightly, a glint of confidence sparkling in his eyes, as if he had a plan all along and now was the time to execute it. He declared decisively, "Time to ride the wave." Liu Xuan clutched the Spirit Beast Blood Pact, a smug grin spreading across his face. "Ha ha, so the Spirit Beast Blood Pact lets me form a contract with a demon beast. You little scumbag Pei Ling, your death is near." But just then, he was startled to see Pei Ling standing beside him, who said in a soft but meaningful voice, "Not bad. This is exactly what I wanted to see." Pei Ling's sudden appearance made Liu Xuan stumble backward, hastily hiding the Spirit Beast Blood Pact behind his back. He exclaimed, both shocked and angry, "Pei Ling, you're going too far. Why are you only targeting me? Can't you just leave me alone?" In his heart he fumed even more. Why does this bastard keep picking on me? Pei Ling looked at him leisurely, a hint of mockery flashing in his eyes. "Can't help it. Who told us to have such a good relationship? Now, your brother here wants the Spirit Beast Blood Pact in your hand. Maybe we can talk it over." Hearing this, his face tightened before he replied sternly, "The Spirit Beast Blood Pact is not for you. The spiritual eye technique is also worth more than a penny. After you cultivate it to the greatest level, you can break the veil, so we don't owe each other." As soon as he finished speaking, the spiritual eye technique, another treasure of no less value, fell into Pei Ling's hands. He held it up in front of Liu Xuan, his voice full of challenge. "I'll take this spiritual eye technique, but you have to give me the Spirit Beast Blood Pact too. After all, You wanted to use it against me just now. I can't just let you do that. He frowned angrily, his voice full of blame. Give you an inch, and you take a mile, you shameless bastard. Then, seeing the 5 venom pill with its 5 mysterious colors in Liu Xuan's hand, a dangerous glint appeared in his eyes as he thought, Pei Ling, you rely on your talent and underestimate others. You'll be buried by your arrogance sooner or later. This 5 venom pill is the ultimate technique of my Luo sect, enhancing all my power, but it will also cause damage to my 5 viscera. I don't believe this move won't work on you. Immediately, he put the 5 venom pill in his mouth and swallowed it. A strong light burst forth around him, the energy swirling like a storm, spreading and churning the space, as if everything around him was caught in the surging power. The clothes on his body tore apart, revealing a strong physique. His eyes were bloodshot, filled with a murderous aura like hellfire. Seeing the terrifying transformation, Pei Ling was slightly stunned, muttering, Is he using his trump card already? Just in time for me to try out the new technique I learned. Liu Xuan curled his lips slightly, his face full of contempt, and then said loudly, Pei Ling. Immediately afterwards, he suddenly turned around and ran away as fast as he could, leaving only a message. We'll meet again later. But he smiled mockingly, a strong blue light erupting from his hand, a hint of arrogance flashing in his eyes. You playing me? He raised his hand forward, the energy converging into a blue ray of light like a burning flame, and then said decisively, Burst spirit art. The blue light shot out like a sharp arrow, chasing after Liu Xuan's figure, tearing through the wind at a terrifying speed, heading straight for him, not giving him a chance to escape. Only a loud explosion was heard, and thick smoke spread, creating a chaotic scene. Liu Xuan crouched down, clutching his injured arm, breathing heavily, but his eyes were still full of stubbornness. Pei Ling, I'll admit you're capable, Pei Ling, didn't bother to pay attention to him, coldly shouting, Don't waste your breath, hand over the loot if you know what's good for you. Liu Xuan smirked, holding up the spirit beast blood pact in front of him, trying to look provocative. You want this spirit beast blood pact? Then come and get it yourself. Seeing the treasure about to be in his hands, Pei Ling couldn't hide his secret joy. Almost got it. Suddenly, a huge hand with 5 burning colors appeared, slamming towards him like a tornado. The Azure Star Blood Wolf King dashed forward like lightning, blocking the attack, blood gushing from the corner of its mouth, murmuring, Master, I'm here. Pei Ling hurriedly caught the Azure Star Blood Wolf King as it fell, stroking its fur, comforting and praising. Good job, doggo. The Azure Star Blood Wolf King looked in the direction Liu Xuan was running, asking, Master, that kid still has the strength to run away. Should we chase him? Pei Ling smiled calmly, a calculation flashing in his eyes. This kid is like leeks, we can cut another bunch. Let's keep him alive to collect heavenly treasures. In the end, it'll all be mine anyway, the Azure Star Blood Wolf King said loyally. According to the Blood Pact, a demon beast must not disobey any of the Master's will. Everything of the demon beast belongs to the Master. Hearing this, he couldn't help but feel touched, thinking to himself, as expected of a cunning sect, the terms of the blood contract are those of a bandit. I love it. Seeing Pei Ling staring at it, the Azure Star Blood Wolf King said, Master, this is too wasteful to use on me. I should leave it to protect the old and young of my family. The Azure Star Blood Wolf King slightly lifted a paw and asked, There are many powerful demonic beasts in the Mirror, Flower, Watermoon realm. How about I introduce a few to the pet? Pei Ling nodded in response. And listen to the Azure Star Blood Wolf King explain. The 3-tailed spirit leopard is in the middle of the North Mountain, acts quickly, is fierce, and warlike. Pei Ling sat cross-legged, his hands placed on top of each other, his eyes half closed, but still focused on listening to every word, his voice deep and steady as he said, Continue. The Azure Star Blood Wolf King continued. The dragon horse-feathered deer has the blood of a flood dragon and can dispel poison. The python snake eaglehead, when it cries, can bewitch the minds of the unsteady. When it got to this point, the Azure Star Blood Wolf King's tone trembled slightly. The Snow Fox demon, after claiming to have the blood of the Azure Fiend, was captured by the Holy Sect and brought into the Mirror Flower Watermoon realm. It is skilled in illusions and likes to eat human hearts. Hearing this, Pei Ling opened his eyes and looked at it, thinking, Huh? Is this mutt scared? This Snow Fox demon's strength must be extraordinary. He stood up and made a decision. All right, then let's choose the Snow Fox demon. The Azure Star Blood Wolf King, afraid that he would be in danger, advised, Master, how about we choose another one? This Snow Fox demon is not easy to deal with. Pei Ling simply replied, If there's no risk, how can I get it? And I wouldn't bother with one that's easy to deal with. In the azure space of the Mirror Flower Watermoon realm, a vast valley appeared, surrounded by a dense forest with thick, lush foliage blocking the light, creating a mysterious atmosphere. The Snow Fox demon, with its light purple fur, was quietly sleeping on a large branch. The Azure Star Blood Wolf King hid in a bush nearby, trying to keep calm, and whispered to Pei Ling, "Master, that's it?" He hid nearby, without hesitation, and immediately gave the order. Charge straight in and attack. Early finish, early rest. Then, he called out loudly, "Hey, little fox demon!" Hearing the call, the snow fox demon slowly opened its eyes. Pei Ling held his sword below, his face full of confidence, and commanded, "Quickly sign the beast control blood contract with me, and I'll spare you from death." Surprisingly, the snow fox demon simply looked at Pei Ling and replied calmly, "Okay, I'll sign it." This unexpected answer stunned both Pei Ling and the Azure Star Blood Wolf King, who doubted whether it was true or just a trick. With a bewildered expression he exclaimed, "Auntie, so, in the mirror, flower, watermoon realm." The valley was covered by lush trees. Pei Ling stood still, gently rubbing his head, his eyes full of undisguised surprise, and asked, "Aren't you going to resist a little?" The snow fox demon stretched lazily, its sparkling eyes showing boredom, and replied, "Resist what? I'm already bored with this damn place. I want to go out for a walk." Hearing these words, his heart rejoiced. He couldn't help but smile brightly as he took the beast control blood pact in his hand and exclaimed, "Great, then let's sign the blood pact." Both of them reached out and dripped 2 drops of blood onto the beast control blood contract, connecting their destinies. Pei Ling felt a slight relief in his heart and smiled to himself. "I thought there would be a fierce battle, but I didn't expect it to be so smooth." The snow fox demon stepped forward and asked, "Master, do you need to collect natural treasures to get points so you can win this competition?" He nodded seriously and replied, "That's right. What's wrong?" The snow fox demon revealed the precious treasures that surrounded it, glittering with 1,000-year-old ginseng and rare spirit stones, and said softly, "These are what I've accumulated in the mirror, flower, watermoon realm over the years. Is it enough?" Pei Ling looked at the rare treasures in front of him, bent down and touched them, his eyes shining like stars, his heart filled with happiness, and thought to himself, "Holy crap, so many natural treasures, they must be worth tens of thousands of points, right? Could it be that the heavens saw that I was scammed too miserably by the dog system and started compensating me?" Suddenly seeing a ray of light approaching him, he muttered, A mysterious light appeared, surrounding him in a circle. Pei Ling couldn't help but panic, thinking, "What's going on?" In the light, Gongsun Hong appeared, his hands clasped behind his back, looking at him sternly, and said, "Congratulations, Pei Ling. You have successfully accumulated 10,000 points in the mirror, flower, watermoon realm. You are the number 1 in the outer sect competition." Hearing this, he was a little startled. His eyes widened in surprise, and then he burst out laughing joyfully. "I'm number 1 in the outer sect competition." Wu Liu appeared from nowhere, gently put her arm around his shoulder, and shyly praised in a low voice, "You're quite capable." Pei Ling stood beside her, and Xiao Ni also spoke with admiration. "Master really didn't misjudge you." Jin Sumei stood in the back, her face flushed, her hands fidgeting nervously, and apologized softly. "Before, this little girl was blind and offended Pei Shidi. I hope Pei Shidi will forgive me." Jin Sutai stood beside her with her hands on her hips, and said with admiration and a hint of pride, "Pei Ling, are you really a genius of the sect? Shi Jingmai will not fight you anymore." Suddenly, the sound of light footsteps approached, and a clear voice rang out, "Pei Ling, not bad." Li Liu moved closer, her white hand gently placed on him with a gentle look in her eyes. Pei Ling's heart was pounding, and he hesitated to ask, "Fairy Li, is this real?" She moved closer, her red lips brushed lightly against his ear, and she whispered in a seductive voice, "Of course it's real." Pei Ling couldn't help but blush and quickly backed away, his heart wary. "That's not right. My Fairy Li isn't so lewd. Good, it's another illusion. I'm being controlled again." Surrounded by beauties, he became even more flustered and shouted, "System, I want to cultivate the Spirit Eye technique." The information panel appeared. "Cultivation system, serving you wholeheartedly, just 1 click to upgrade. AI. Now starting cultivation. Kind reminder. During cultivation, the host will lose control of the body. Please don't be afraid. Checking for proximity to the Nethergaze Eye. Checking for Nethergaze Eye. The system is continuing cultivation for you." A jade appeared in his hand, inside which was a mysterious eye. He looked at it in surprise. "Talk about luck. I found the Han family's treasure, even something I've never heard of." He clenched his hand, crushed the jade, and told himself, "When I get back, I have to burn more paper for Han Seguzi." Suddenly, a strong wind rushed in, forcing him to raise his hand to shield his face. His feet were firmly planted, trying to maintain his balance so as not to fall. But in his heart, a strong feeling burst forth, confident in facing the challenges ahead. System notification, cultivation complete. Thanks for using the ATI cultivation system. 1-click cultivation, carefree ascension. Hope you share your cultivation review. 5 stars for satisfaction. Pei Ling wiped the sweat from his brow, letting out a sigh of relief. The illusion is gone. That was really dangerous.
He turned his head back in suspicion
and was surprised to see the Azure Star Blood Wolf King, with a dumbfounded expression, staring at something on the ground, sticking out his tongue. Woof woof, I'm a dog, I like to eat. Before he could recover, he saw the Snow Fox demon gently licking its paw, its eyes slyly looking at him. You actually escaped my illusion. Pei Ling immediately gripped the scarlet sword tightly, rushed forward, and shouted, Little Fox Demon, you won't trick me a second time. Obediently die. He swung his sword straight at the Snow Fox Demon, but hit only air, and couldn't help but be surprised, suspicious, another illusion. Suddenly, Pei Ling felt something was wrong with his body. Looking down, he was horrified to see himself transformed into an orange-furred dog. Even his sword had become tiny next to him. Seeing his body transformed, Pei Ling panicked and cried out, I've turned into a dog. No way. This is also an illusion. He cried out again. System, I want to cultivate the bloodshed blade technique. The system notification appeared. The AI cultivation system is at your service. One-click level up. AI cultivation commencing now. Friendly reminder. While cultivating, the host will lose control of the body. Please don't freak out. In an instant, he returned to his normal form, holding the shining sword in his hand, vigilantly looking around, trying to find the Snow Fox Demon. It was still hiding behind, its cold eyes observing his every move with contemplation and calculation. The system notification appeared again. Detected that cultivating the bloodshed blade technique requires essence blood. The system will gift you 2 Foundation Establishment Realm demon beasts for free. Then, he held his sword and swung it violently towards the approaching Snow Fox Demon. The Snow Fox Demon reappeared, retreating backward, its snow-white fur stained red with blood, its eyes flashing with surprise and anger, thinking to itself, How is this possible? How could he break it? Suddenly, the Azure Star Blood Wolf King jumped up, pinning Pei Ling down, licking its lips greedily, its eyes dazed. SHT, a giant pile of super delicious SHT, system notification, external attack detected. This cultivation session ends here. Pei Ling furiously lifted his leg and kicked the Azure Star Blood Wolf King away, shouting, Don't mess around. The Azure Star Blood Wolf King fell back. Woof woof. Pei Ling watched the Snow Fox Demon trying to escape. He smiled, his eyes full of confidence. You want to escape? You think I can't find your real body? Pei Ling immediately commanded, System, I want a one-click cultivation of the Spirit Burst technique. He tapped the selection on the information panel, and a large flaming raft appeared in his hand, burning with fiery flames. He raised his hand and threw it forward with force, shouting, Go! A loud explosion echoed throughout the forest, turning the sky red. Thick smoke rose. Pei Ling slowly walked to the ground, where the traces of the explosion were. The Snow Fox Demon's real body appeared in the smoke, her white hair styled in high buns on both sides. With half of her hair falling down her back, she sat slumped on the ground, her hand slightly raised to cover her mouth as she coughed weakly. Waga, you're bullying. Yu Shui Zhao was sitting slumped on the ground, her legs with several bloody wounds. She groaned. It hurts so much, I can't get up anymore, help me a little. The Azure Star Blood Wolf King growled, Master, should I bite her to death? But Pei Ling raised his hand to stop him. Pei Ling put on a terrifying expression, ordering Yu Shui Zhao, Get up, sign the contract. Yu Shui Zhao was very scared, crying loudly like a child, Wah wah wah, so scary. Yu Shui Zhao agreed to compromise. Master, I will listen to you from now on, no need to sign that thing, you can keep it to subdue other demon beasts. Pei Ling maintained the fierce expression he just had, and threatened slightly. Okay, if you don't sign the contract, I'll slash your face, and then chop you up for points. Yu Shu Zhao was unconvinced in her heart, lamenting, AAA, so annoying I have to let a noble pure demon bloodline like myself sign this lowly slave contract. Why am I so unlucky? On the surface she had to pick up the pen, agreeing to Pei Ling's request. Fine, I'll sign, okay? Pei Ling retracted his previous ugly expression and demanded, Alright, Stinky Fox, I'm sparing your life, you made me lose a lot of points, you have to compensate me. Where are the natural treasures in this mirror sky? Tell me quickly. Yu Shui Zhao sulked when she heard herself being called that and immediately corrected. I'm not Stinky Fox, I have a name, I'm Yu Shui Zhao. If Master wants natural treasures, I really know some good places, Pei Ling urged. Speak quickly. Yu Shui Zhao began to present. The Eternal Silence Bamboo Forest has the Corpse King Flower. With condensed poisonous gas, Zhuqua Cave has a 1,000-year-old spiritual shaft, which is priceless. The Leica Dream Ridge is quite far from here, but natural treasures are everywhere. These places are all dangerous. Going in will at least cost an arm and a leg. HMPH. If you don't respect my noble pure demon bloodline, I'll make you pay. After listening, Pei Ling ordered, Yu Shui Zhao, okay, then I'll give you 3 days. Go to the places you mentioned and help me get the natural treasures. Obey the order. Yu Shui Zhao unwillingly protested. What the hell? Yu Shui Zhao sat slumped on the ground, crying and whining. This dude's messed up bad. Needs some rest. Pei Ling's like, what are you scared of? It's just snagging some rare treasures, right? You gonna be stingy with your life for me? Reading the system's notification, Pei Ling excitedly tells the Azure Star Blood Wolf King, Lu Xuan's got first place. Time to chop him, doggo. Let's get to work. The Azure Star Blood Wolf King howls. Pei Ling warns Yu Shu Zhao, Fox. You got 3 days, don't push my limits. Yu Shu Zhao's pissed, but can only swallow her anger. Sooner or later I'll get my revenge in the mirror world. Ruan Shu Shuo tells Lu Xuan. This is the sweet dew grass I just snagged, senior brother Liu. Once the other bros and sis are back, you'll have 10,000 points.
Outwardly respectful, but inwardly she's fuming. We're Foundation Establishment cultivators, and we're taking orders. Total humiliation. Zhu, a Foundation Establishment cultivator who relies on external aid, is kinda scared of the guy in front of her, thinking, this Lu Xuan's got no morals, trying to poison us while pretending to cooperate. Seeing these two under his thumb, Lu Xuan, holding the garlic chives, says smugly, good, after this I'll give you the antidote. He plots in his head, haha. The disciples of the 4 regions are all poisoned, now my prisoners, Pei Ling. If I can't beat you alone, I'll team up with everyone in the mirror world and kill you. Suddenly, a voice makes Lu Xuan jump. Yo, long time no see, bro. Pei Ling appears with the Azure Star Blood Wolf King, waving mockingly. Lu Xuan, why you hiding in such a tiny place? This bro had a hard time finding you, Lu Xuan's shocked, asking. Pei Ling, Lu Xuan shoves the 2 he just poisoned, ordering, you two, go stop him. That guy angrily curses Lu Xuan. The guy lets those 2 deal with Pei Ling, while he cowardly runs away, begging, fellow Taoist Pei, we're all from the same sect, why the mutual slaughter? Pei Ling says, no wonder your points are going up so fast, you got sidekicks. Pei Ling figures everyone's from the Netherworld sect, so fratricide's nothing new, right? Lu Xuan orders, doggo, you take care of these 2, I'm gonna chop the garlic chives. The Azure Star Blood Wolf King replies, woof, leave it to me. It gets a running start and pounces. Pei Ling's doggo jumps and tackles both Ruan Shu Shuo and that other guy. The big dog's kick and claw make them cough up blood. They yell in unison. Pei Ling, sword drawn, charges at Lu Xuan, ordering with the air of someone who's got this in the bag. Don't run. You think you can escape. Say your last words. Lu Xuan trembles, thinking, Ruan Shu Shuo and Zhu, those useless Foundation Establishment cultivators can't even stop him. He offers a deal to save his life. Pei Ling. What do you want? I'll give you anything. These are rare treasures, the recipe for the soul-suppressing powder, and the secret technique of the Luo Chao sect I ordered others to collect. He gives up, begging Pei Ling, I'm begging you, spare my life. Pei Ling rejects his plea, raising his sword to take Lu Xuan's life. Once you're dead, isn't it all mine? At the Eternal Serenity Cottage, 2 guys are digging near the rocks in the garden, one saying, disciple obeys. The other echoes, little sis, I'll listen to you. He laughs joyfully, haha, I'm the top guy in this competition. Unlike the 2 diligently working, Yu Shui Zhao's chilling on a tree, lost in thought. Being possessed by a corpse ghost can be fatal. Lucky I got this dog owner's bros as meat shields. Leaving the world peacefully in an illusion is a good deal for them. Seeing a wisp of purple dark energy coming from the rock, the green-haired guy exclaims, that purple dark energy is a corpse ghost. He hugs the corpse ghost. Junior sister Zhao Tianlai, what are you doing? Zhao Tianlai hugs the corpse ghost with a dazed look. Senior brother, you finally accepted me. Seeing the corpse ghost being hugged by the 3 below, Yu Shu Zhao jumps down from the tree. Alright, the corpse ghost's got those tools, time for me to strike. Holding the corpse king flower, Yu Shu Zhao thinks, hey, the corpse king flower's mine. Yu Shu Zhao transforms back into a snow fox demon, looks at the people sprawled on the ground and sighs. The dog owner's 2 bros died here. Looks like I need a new way to deal with the dog owner. At the ice tower, those outside watching the match, everyone praises Gong Sun Hong, stroking his beard approvingly. Taking down 3 Foundation Establishment cultivators single-handedly, then unleashing the newly tamed Snow Fox demon, wiping out the remaining opponents, killing the disciples from the 4 regions with his own strength. This Pei Ling has the style of the founding ancestor Li Bing. He also smiles in praise. Only 1 outer sect disciple survived, unprecedented in history. Didn't expect my southern domain's Huayin Peak to produce a prodigy. Everyone around is also watching the battle. Even Li Layu doesn't hold back her praise. Even I couldn't have expected this move. She immediately turns to ask those next to her, what do you think we should reward him with? After this is over, Chao Ni, hearing this, says, Master, Zheng Jingshan is heading to the Yinluo Ore mine. How about letting Pei Ling temporarily take over as the vein master of the Jintang vein? Hearing her suggestion, she smiled in agreement. Sure, let's give Zheng Jingshan a punishment while we're at it. That good-for-nothing's cultivation hasn't improved in years, he needs some extra training. If he heard this, he'd probably cry his eyes out. Man, I really gotta thank you guys for remembering me. Just then, a beam of light appeared in the middle of the arena. Pei Ling and the fox demon appeared before everyone. At that moment,
Pei Ling looked around blankly, thinking to himself, I just finished dealing with those dumbasses from Lushuan, but I haven't even collected 10,000 points yet. Why am I already out? Wait, even the awesome fairy lie is here. He looked ahead in a panic, as congratulatory voices rang out.
Pei Ling, a disciple of Huayin Peak in the southern region, is the top ranker in this outer sect competition, Gongsun Hong announced. First, congratulations, young friend. Seeing this, he thought with suspicion.
This scene, could it be? He glanced at the fox demon beside him. Is this stinky fox playing tricks on me with illusions again? I was worried about how to get some heavenly treasures in a dangerous place. Guess I don't have to worry about that now, he thought angrily. You dare mess with your master. When I sign the blood contract, I'm going to teach this stinky fox a lesson. As soon as he thought that, he immediately raised his blade to attack. He immediately commanded the system. Damn system, I want a one-click cultivation of the burst spirit technique. The system immediately activated the one-click cultivation of the burst spirit technique, and the blade was immediately released, attacking forward. The system immediately announced, checking, detected a high-grade talisman. The system will continue cultivating the burst spirit technique for you. Hearing this, Pei Ling immediately exclaimed in a panic, Yansheng Jiaolong Zhang Jingshan, I'm so sorry. Everyone was shocked by this sight. The blade flew towards Gongsun Hong.
He immediately extended a finger and blocked the incredibly powerful blade, destroying it with a single touch.
The blade instantly shattered into hundreds of pieces. Then, he heard the system's notification. Checking. External attack detected. Ending cultivation. Hearing the system's notification, he panicked and started pulling at his hair.
Shit, this isn't an illusion. While he was still in a daze, not having time to react,
the fox demon standing next to him immediately reminded him, Master, quickly kneel down and admit your mistake. If you want to die, I don't want to die with you. Hearing this, he immediately snapped to attention. That's right. He immediately had an idea, and turned to scold the little fox beside him, looking extremely forced. You bastard, how dare you use illusions on me? The little fox retorted softly. How is that related to me? After scolding the fox, he immediately bowed his head and apologized. Greetings, Senior. This disciple was just confused by an illusion. If I offended Senior in any way, please forgive me.
Gongsun Hong looked at the extremely forced scene and didn't know what to say. At this moment, he was deep in thought.
When I received his attack just now, I underestimated this kid. He actually dared to launch a sneak attack on me with his chi refining cultivation. Even the founding ancestor of the sect was a few notches below him. Seeing him bow his head and admit his mistake, he immediately said,
For someone in the chi refining stage to make a mistake in the chi refining stage and to disrespect the elders of the sect, 2 crimes together are punishable by about 20,000 low-grade spirit stones. Hearing his words, he was secretly delighted and immediately presented the spirit stones. Senior, here are 2 mid-grade spirit stones. This junior has remembered your teachings and will definitely not repeat them. Someone immediately stepped forward to take the spirit stones from his hand, and the spirit stones were immediately brought to Gongsun Hong.
He said, Considering that this is your first offense, I'll let it slide this time. If there's a next time, I won't let you off. He quickly bowed and replied, Thank you, Senior, for your kindness. He was secretly pleased in his heart, feeling for the first time that the rules of this underworld sect were so heartwarming. After hearing him speak, he waved his hand, and a tremendous force erupted, opening a certain door, and immediately, some clansmen appeared before him. Looking at this scene, he thought in surprise, the inner workings of the underworld sect are even more powerful than I imagined. He immediately introduced him, Pei Ling. These people are the 10 strongest clans that the holy sect has enslaved until now. In the future, you must continue to strive forward, follow in the footsteps of the ancestors of our holy sect, and continue to enslave clans and slaughter the world.
Hearing these words, he immediately bowed and accepted the order. This disciple obeys. Hearing this, Gongsun Hong immediately announced, Ancestors above, today our holy sect has gained another promising new blood. Everyone immediately shouted in celebration, Our holy sect has gained another promising new blood. Congratulations to our holy sect for gaining another promising new blood. Congratulations to our holy sect for gaining another promising new blood. Congratulations to our holy sect for gaining another promising new blood. Congratulations to our holy sect for gaining another promising new blood. The whole area resounded with celebratory shouts. After the congratulations, he immediately asked, Pei Ling, you ranked first in the competition, and can choose any true disciple to consult about cultivation. Each true disciple possesses a different lineage of Davio techniques. Have you already made your choice?
Just then, a voice called out, Pei Shidi, I am Zhu Yaoli. My bloodthirsty nature is extremely suitable for you. Hearing her words, he immediately replied, Greetings, Senior Sister Zhu. As he spoke, he sized up the person in front of him. This is Zhu, Zhenzhuan Zhu Mioli. She seems much more approachable than Immortal Li.
She didn't stop, continuing to step forward, teasing and tempting him with her fingers. You can choose any of the Zhu clan's women as your concubine. Moreover, Li Liu can give you something? I can give you 10 times as much, he thought in a panic.
10 times as much. Seeing this scene, from Li Liu's side, Wu Liu angrily said, Master, this cheap itch Zhu Miaoli always likes to compete with others, and now she wants to snatch Pei Ling right in front of everyone. Do we need to? Before she could finish, Li Liu immediately stopped her. No need, let him choose for himself. Even though Zhu Miaoli's benefits sounded incredibly attractive, he stepped back, thinking to himself, the most taboo thing about fighting for favor is someone who doesn't stand firm. If I abandon a mortal lie, I'll definitely be abandoned by others later on.
Besides, without my immortal lie, how could I have survived until now?
No matter how great the benefits you offer me, it's useless. Without hesitation, he refused. Sorry, senior sister. I choose the Li Zhenzhuan. After hearing those words, Zhu Miaoli was so angry she couldn't speak. Hearing him say that,
Li Liu immediately turned and walked toward him, ignoring Zhu Miaoli standing beside her. Zhu Miaoli was so angry she couldn't finish her sentence. Li Liu, you.
Not paying attention to what she said, she immediately asked him, which lineage of the Soul Saber formation chi do you choose? Hearing the question, he immediately replied,
reporting, Senior sister, I choose Saber. Hearing this, she immediately took out a cultivation manual.
Cultivation techniques in the world are divided into 7 ranks: mortal, profound, earth, heaven, immortal, and saint. The bone-severing incantation that outer sect disciples cultivate is called profound rank high grade, while this night heaven is earth rank high grade, the top saber path technique of the holy sect. When you reach the day of core formation, I will bestow upon you the top saber path, the dark abyss, burning world, hidden mystery, grand art. With that, she immediately presented the cultivation manual to Pei Ling. Hearing this, he immediately reached out to receive it, but before he could touch it, a hand stopped him.
Zhu Miaoli still hadn't given up, saying,
Pei Shidi, it's not too late to turn back now.
She immediately grabbed his hand, leaning close to him, seductively saying, I can spare no expense to find you a better saber path inheritance. Moreover, this cold block of wood doesn't understand what you male cultivators truly need.
Can she really help you? As she spoke, she glanced back at Li Liu, but she calmly closed her eyes, as if she hadn't heard anything. But even after hearing what she said, he firmly replied, Thank you for your good intentions, senior sister Zhu, but I've already made my choice. It wouldn't be reasonable to regret it now. Hearing his rejection, Zhu Miaoli was so angry she couldn't speak.
You. Pei Ling immediately turned back to Li Liu, and she gave him something else. Here are a dozen soul-devouring saber-forging manuals. Yours are broken, so why not take this opportunity to personally create a weapon for yourself? Hearing her words, Pei Ling happily replied, Thank you, senior sister. This shitty will never forget senior sister's love. On the other side, Zhu Miaoli thought furiously, Li Liu, you want to go against me, is that it?
Just the top disciple of the outer sect competition, so what? As he received the cultivation manual, the system immediately announced, Ding! Strange cultivation technique from the outside world detected. System is recording it for you. Strange forging method from the outside world detected. System is recording it for you. After putting it away, he secretly thought happily, My immortal lie is so generous, she's so generous right off the bat. Senior sister is treating me so well, it's my turn to repay her. As he thought this, he immediately took out a scroll and handed it to her, saying, Senior sister, this shilady unexpectedly obtained a special Heavenly Tao Foundation establishment method while on a mission before. I'm giving it to you.
Hearing him say that, Zhu Miaoli and Gongsun Hong were both shocked, exclaiming in shock, Heavenly Tao Foundation establishment.
At this moment, Zhu Miaoli was even angrier, thinking to herself, he actually has Heavenly Tao Foundation establishment. This woman Li Liu must have known about it already. If I had known this earlier, I would have gone bankrupt to win him over. When she picked up the scroll, what surprised her was the Three Tribulation Dapio Foundation.
She absolutely couldn't let others know about it, or it would only cause more trouble for herself and Pei Ling.
Thinking this, she immediately said calmly, it's just a single Tribulation Dalo Foundation establishment. Hearing her say this, Gongsun Hong immediately breathed a sigh of relief, saying generously,
Single Tribulation Heavenly Tao Foundation establishment, forget it. Single Tribulation Tao Foundation is already not easy for the younger generation. Consider it a kind gesture.
At this point, he immediately announced, Disciple Pei Ling, with his humble background, bravely entered the sect and achieved first place. Let all disciples take Pei Ling as an example. Strive forward and strengthen our holy sect. The competition ends here. Respectfully send off the ancestors. In the seat of Chongming sect, Su Zhenhuo said with interest, he can actually obtain a Tao Foundation. Interesting. Back in Zhu Miaoli's residence, she angrily slammed the table and said, My Zhu family doesn't have a Heavenly Tao Foundation establishment method, so we can only have a political marriage with the Sihong family. so that our Zhu family's descendants will have the opportunity to have Heavenly Dao Foundation establishment. If that Heavenly Dao Foundation establishment had fallen into my hands that day, my Zhu family wouldn't have to depend on others, but it was still snatched away by that Li bitch.
Beside her, Guizui trembled and said, Master, Pei Ling is so ignorant, daring to go against your wishes. How about I arrange someone to? Before she could finish, Chu Yaoli immediately calmed down, plotting a scheme. This kid, Pei Ling, won first place in the competition and is still famous, so he's not easy to mess with. Besides, he probably remembers the contents of the Heavenly Dao Foundation establishment. Find a chance to contact him. As long as he's willing to hand over the method of the Heavenly Dao Foundation establishment, we'll satisfy him no matter what the conditions are. Meanwhile, at the Chao Na Palace, Li Liu sat on the main seat. Looking down, Chao Ni and Yu Liu were beside her. She asked, How much do you know about the Heavenly Dao Foundation establishment? Hearing her question, he quickly replied, I only know a little from Master Zhuge. Currently, the Holy Sect has a total of 3 types of Dao foundations. The Chaos Origin Dao Foundation of Shen Shitu of the Shi clan, the Netherblood Dao Foundation of Fu Guang of the Sihong clan, and the Murderous Woman Dao Foundation of Jiu A of the Li clan. These 3 are all double tribulation Heavenly Dao Foundation establishments. Hearing him say this, she calmly said, As for the Zhuge Dao Foundation that you gave me, this time you've given me the strongest 3 tribulation Dao Foundation. The Su, Xiahong, and Li Hong will definitely come looking for you. Hearing this made him a little hesitant, but Li Liu immediately gave him reassurance. But don't worry, you're my person now. Even my Li family can't touch you. As she spoke, she handed the Zhu Gui back to him. He was still rejoicing because of her words. Senior sister said I'm her person. Then, as she handed it to him, she explained, I've erased the contents of the jade slip. You need it to build the Zhuge Dao Foundation. Come back here in 3 days to get all the materials for the Zhuge Dao Foundation. Hearing her words, he happily replied, Thank you, senior sister. After finishing the instructions, she immediately ordered Zhao Ni to take him back. Zhao Ni immediately replied, Yes, master. She immediately approached Pei Ling and took him out. Then both of them disappeared. Only she and Yu Liu remained in the main hall. Li Liu said slowly, The Heavenly Dao Foundation can be considered qualified to compete for the position of the 4 true inheritances. My, Li Liu's, Dao companion will also obtain true inheritance. At the Lanshuan Jade Snow Pavilion, Yu Shui Zhao was leisurely munching on an apple while lying in the sun in the middle of the courtyard, with Zhao Shi standing by to serve her, looking very comfortable. After a while, Zhao Ni and Pei Ling walked in from outside the door. Yu Shu Zhao immediately greeted, Hello, dog owner is back. Hearing the preemptive strike just now, Pei Ling immediately pulled her small ears and warned, What did you just call me? Being pulled painfully, she immediately admitted her mistake and opened her mouth to apologize. Slip of the tongue, master. I was wrong. After dealing with Yu Shui Zhao's little mouth, Pei Ling turned to see Zhao Ni still standing beside him, thinking, Why hasn't this ghost lady left yet? He immediately turned and asked in surprise, Miss Zhao Ni, does senior sister have any other instructions? Hearing Pei Ling's question, Zhao Ni immediately said respectfully, Master instructed me to stay by your side and protect you in the future. Before she could finish her sentence, Pei Ling happily rushed over and said loudly, Miss Zhao Ni, please take care of me in the future. His eyes almost turned into hearts, and he thought to himself, I have a bodyguard, this time I can play dead. At Jinsu Mian's Dan Peak cave dwelling, Jinsu Mian was trying hard to refine pills, trembling as she transferred her strength into the alchemy furnace. She immediately encouraged herself, Hold on, I must hold on to this state. There can't be any slackness at this time. But before she could complete it, the alchemy furnace exploded with a loud noise, causing her to unexpectedly shout in fear. She sat alone next to the exploded alchemy furnace, thinking painfully, Damn it, since the outer sect competition, I can't even refine mid-grade elixirs. At this moment, Pei Ling's voice and lascivious expression from before echoed in her mind. Just watch, I'll make her infatuated with me. Thinking of this, she blushed and cursed inwardly. It's all because of Pei Ling that my Dao heart is messed up, and my pill Dao is fluctuating. At this moment, a voice rang out outside the cave door. Su Mian is refining pills again. The person who entered was Cao Shi, Jin Su Mian's mother, along with her cousin Jin Su Tai. She said, It's only been a few days since we last met. I came to visit you today. Seeing the two of them arrive, Kim Su Mian happily said, Mother, cousin, why are you two here? At this time, she took out something from her sleeve to give to her, now that you're starting foundation establishment. I specially found the Dan recipe for the pure appearance pill for you, as a gift for you. As she spoke, she handed it to her. She looked at this thing and happily said, thank you, mother. I will definitely study it and refine the pure appearance pill as soon as possible. At this time, Kao Shi asked about Pei Ling again. That's right, Sumian. I heard Su Tai say that you and the top person named Pei Ling in the outer sect competition
have an unusual relationship.
Hearing her mention Pei Ling, she paused for a moment,
Then immediately regained her composure, denying the relationship. But her face was still flushed. I've never known him. A lecher who would want to have a relationship with him. Hearing her loudly deny it, her mother frowned and taught her. Really? You suddenly became angry. Pei Ling is now a genius of the holy sect. Others want to climb up the relationship with him. But then she sighed and said, forget it. You're going to the inner sect immediately. The inner sect has 13 veins. Have you thought about which vein to join? Hearing her ask this question, she firmly replied, of course it's cousin Shi Jing vein.
But at this time, Jinsu Tai, who had not spoken from the beginning, immediately stepped forward and said, Su Mian, joining the Shi Jing vein will naturally be protected by me. But if you always rely on others, when will you be able to become a genius? Why not just join Pei Ling's Jiansang vein and temper your mental state a little? Hearing her words, Jinsu Mian hesitated a little. But not allowing her to refuse, Cao Shi silently encouraged her from the side. Xu Feng could endure 18 years in the Pei family, then rise to prominence in one fell swoop. Are you admitting you're not even as good as Xu Feng? As she spoke, she took out a box and handed it to her, adding specifically, this is cultivator clothing, Mom especially prepared for you. Everyone outside wears this sort of thing. Look at yourself. You should learn to dress up a bit. Hearing her reminder, she softly agreed. Okay. Later, in the bathroom, steam rose in the hazy air. Jin Sumian soaked in the tub, thinking back to her mother's words. She told herself, Mom is right. That lecherous Pei Ling could endure to become a prodigy. Why can't I? Once she'd made up her mind, she immediately took out the box of clothes her mother had given her, encouraging herself. Xu Feng, just you wait. Even if you use every means to target me next, I'll endure and show you. But the moment the box was opened, she blushed with embarrassment. This outfit, she tremblingly took it out, then immediately thought, Mom said everyone outside wears this. She wouldn't try to trick me, would she? Thinking this, she put on the skimpy outfit, steeling her resolve. We cultivators, how could we be restrained by the pedantic rules of mortals? Wearing this definitely isn't a problem. Spring Orchid Manor, in the main hall. Pei Ling sat in the main hall, with Ouyang Tianxing and Yu Shui Zhao beside him. At this moment, Ouyang Tianxing spoke, bowing slightly as she reported, Pei Shidi, currently Zheng Peak Lord is not here. Now you are the acting Peak Lord for our Jiansang Peak. Now that many people know of your reputation, they all want to join Jiansang Peak. Hearing her words, he thought to himself, wow, I never expected that I'd become Peak Lord in the blink of an eye. Zheng Jingshan, please rest in peace. I'll take good care of your legacy. Thinking this, he waved his hand, signaling for them to come in. At this time, a long line of people filed in from outside, led by a young disciple, all respectfully bowing. Greetings, Peak Lord Pei. Before he could say anything, Ouyang Tianxing whispered in his ear, Pei Shidi, some of these people have very good aptitudes. Do we still need to test them? Why so complicated? Hearing her words, he mentally calculated, Jiansang Peak urgently needs new people to join. Is it okay for you to handle their tests? Thinking this, he smiled innocently and happily said, Shiji, I just joined the inner sect, and I don't know much about the inner sect's tests. How about Shiji handles everything? As soon as he finished speaking, he happily thought in his head, it's still better to order people around than to do anything myself. Hearing him say that, she also smiled and said, if Shidi trusts Shiji, then it's absolutely no problem. After the decision was made, he turned to announce, Ahem, I'm now handing over all the testing matters to Shiji Ouyang, you can just find her. After he finished speaking, everyone immediately followed Ouyang Tianxing out, thinking to themselves, wow, being Peak Lord is really boring. Watching the group of people leave, Yu Shui Zhao asked, Master, can we go back to sleep yet? But at this moment, an announcement came, Master, another guest has come to visit. Looking at the person who had just walked in, he couldn't help but blush. It was Jin Sumian, wearing the skimpy, revealing outfit that Cao Shi had given her. She was timidly entering the main hall, causing many male cultivators to turn around and stare. She blushed, and he was no exception, blushing as he watched the figure in front of him rush over. She, Yu Shu Zhao, scorned from the side. Look at how lecherous my master looks. Thinking to herself, her figure really is almost as beautiful as Fairy Li's. Looking at the scene, Jin Sumian blushingly said timidly, I've long admired Senior Brother, and want to enter Jiansang Peak with Senior Brother to cultivate after foundation establishment. The main hall of the Spring Orchid Manor, everyone gathered in the main hall. Pei Ling took a breath, trying to calm his flushed face, constantly telling himself in his heart, don't look, don't look. It wasn't easy to get on good terms with Fairy Li. If she finds out, she'll skin me alive. He turned his face in another direction, raising his hand to support his forehead, coughing softly to cover up the embarrassment that was evident in his eyes. Ahem, senior sister Jin is dressed improperly. Does she want to walk the demonic path? Jin Sumian looked at him in surprise, her eyes wide with confusion. Improperly.
Immediately afterward, a teasing voice rang out from behind, a man standing nearby, his eyes scanning her figure, then chuckling softly.
I didn't expect fellow Taoist Jin to be such a liberal person. She stood frozen in place, her face flushed, blankly thinking to herself, clearly Mom told me everyone dressed like this.
A woman standing beside him also blushed, her tone reproachful. Wearing something like that in broad daylight is truly shameless. Jin Sumian, hearing this, panicked even more, hastily covering her chest with her hands, her face embarrassed as she shook her head, saying, Senior brother, please forgive me, I didn't mean to dress like this.
Pei Ling frowned and spoke softly. If you want to join my Jiansang Peak, you have to find Shiji Uyang to undergo the test, and in the future, avoid following some demonic paths. Jin Sumian clasped her hands in front of her chest and softly replied,
Yes. Then, he subtly winked at Ouyang Tianxing, smiling as he said, Shiji, I'm leaving these people to you. Then he thought to himself, Shiji, you understand what I mean, right? Don't let her join. Ouyang Tianxing winked back at him, smiling secretly as if replying, Rest assured, Shiji, I understand what you mean.
Pei Ling noticed that there was something strange in Ouyang Tianxing's eyes just now, but he didn't know what it was. Why does this smile feel so familiar? As for Ouyang Tianxing, she watched Jin Sumian,
thinking to herself, Shiji is young and has a thin face, which is forgivable. Today, as Shiji, I will help him this once. At Tidefall Iris Palace,
Xiao Ni gracefully led the way ahead, while Pei Ling silently followed behind.
He walked along with a smile, his eyes narrowed, full of joy, thinking happily, The affairs of Jiansang Peak have been handed over to Shiji Ouyang, and now the day has come to find Fairy Li to obtain the materials for foundation establishment. Your daddy is finally about to reach foundation establishment. Upon arrival, Pei Ling respectfully cupped his hands and bowed, saying, Senior sister, Li Liu had been waiting for him. With all the necessary materials laid out on the table, she looked at him and said, Fierce aura, soul-suppressing lifeline, the Yu Han clan's ghost incantation, the demonic path foundation materials are all prepared for you.
She crossed her legs,
holding a small bottle in her left hand, and spoke softly, but her tone was cold. After their defeat years ago, the Yu Han clan swore to serve the bloodline of my Lilin clan for generations. All the Weeping Willow karmic skills come from this clan. Engendering spirits only requires a set of soul fragments. To prevent failure, I will personally select them for you from the Yu Han clan.
Pei Ling stood still, listening attentively, and quickly cupped his hands and bowed respectfully. Thank you, senior sister. Though outwardly calm, he was a little worried inside. His eyes widened, and he gritted his teeth. Their entire clan is enslaved. In this council, aren't they friends and relatives of Zhao Ni and Weeping Willow? Suddenly I feel a little sympathy for these two ghost ladies.
Li Liu sat high above, holding up a purple talisman, and said solemnly, Heavenly evolution eludes the one. If you want to establish a demonic path foundation, you absolutely cannot do it within the sect. You must choose a place far away from the mountain gate. This is a 100-mile voice transmission talisman.
When you are ready to establish your foundation, use this talisman to inform me. As soon as she finished speaking,
Pei Ling immediately replied, Understood. He stepped forward, knelt on one knee, and reached out to receive the talisman, feeling grateful in his heart. But Li Liu's eyes were fixed on him, as if she wanted to say something. Pei Ling avoided her gaze, feeling a little puzzled, and thought, Why is she staring at me like that?
Suddenly, Li Liu moved closer, gently touching her chin, looking at him thoughtfully, and asked, I heard that Jin Sumian wants to join your Qiansung vein, is that right? Pei Ling was surprised, his face flushing slightly, thinking, She really knows. Good thing I controlled myself back then. He quickly cupped his hands and bowed, explaining, Senior sister, now that you have given me the position of vein master, I naturally have to bear the burden. I will treat any disciple who wants to join the Qiansung vein fairly. Everyone must pass the test.
Li Liu leaned back slightly, resting her chin on her hand, her eyes full of scrutiny. Then why is her test simpler than others? Pei Ling was a little shocked, his expression changing slightly. What the hell? Is her test simpler than others? Pei Ling thought back to when he winked at senior sister, and immediately understood. Could it be senior sister Ouyang? Why does she have to learn from that Zheng Jingshan?
Somewhere, Zheng Jingshan wondered. Who's talking about me? My nose itches. What's going on?
Pei Ling frantically waved his hands. No, senior sister. Let me explain.
Li Liu closed her eyes slightly, pondered for a moment, and then said, That female cultivator is considered talented in the Tao of alchemy. It's not a bad thing for her to join under your command.
Then she gently reached out, her fingers lightly lifting Pei Ling's chin, her eyes sharp as if piercing through him, and continued. But Li Liu suddenly stood up, moving even closer, her eyes never leaving him.
If you delay your cultivation time, Pei Ling quickly replied, his voice firm, senior sister, rest assured. This junior brother is wholeheartedly devoted to the Tao, and has long abandoned worldly thoughts. I have absolutely no other intention.
Hearing this, Li Liu squinted at him again, then nodded slightly, coldly ordering, Well, step back. Pei Ling smiled slightly. As you command. Weeping Willow stood to the side, watching Li Liu return to her seat, inwardly overjoyed. I didn't expect that the mistress would be in the mood to tease young Master Pei today.
Orchid Spring detached courtyard, the forging room. Red flames blazed in the furnace, radiating intense heat.
Pei Ling stood motionless, his eyes fixed on the flames, his mind in thought. Establishing a demonic path foundation requires a natal weapon. Han Sigu's Blood River sword is definitely unusable. I have to forge a new one myself, even if the system wants to harm me, and the stupid fox outside is preparing to ambush me at any moment. Maybe there won't be any problems. He tapped the information on the system panel. A blue light appeared in his hand, throwing the materials forward, and shouting, Let's start! Then the system panel appeared with the message. The all-serving cultivation system wholeheartedly serves you. Just one click to level up. Who is starting cultivation now? Friendly reminder. While cultivating, the host will lose control of their body. Please do not be alarmed. Frigid marrow fire. A piece of purple metal surrounded by a blue glow.
Pei Ling used tongs to clamp the metal, and began forging the shape of the weapon, thinking, very good, so far there's no turning over the car.
The Yu Han clan's ghost fragments were placed in bottles on the ground. Pei Ling looked at them, a little worried. Senior sister gave me 9 sets of the Yu Han clan's infants to prevent failure, which shows that this step has a high risk. I hope it doesn't open up something strangely cute.
Suddenly, a crack appeared in one of the bottles, and a strange blue smoke emerged.
Immediately afterward, the bottle shattered, the fragments flying everywhere. Inside appeared an extremely bizarre infant, with a ferocious face, wrinkled skin, 2 hands with sharp nails, and a piercing shriek.
Alea,
Pei Ling, who was forging the weapon, saw it approaching him, cursing countless times in his heart. Damn system, I won't let you get away with this. Head of the Orchid Spring detached courtyard. In the forging room, the ghost fragment bit Pei Ling's hand, causing him to scream in pain. The system then displayed a message. External attack detected. This cultivation session has ended. He gritted his teeth, enduring the pain, and turned to swing the axe.
Damn it! Pei then swung and cleaved the ghost spirit in 2. Just die already.
He clutched his injured arm, trembling. Phew! Damn system, you're definitely taking this chance to get revenge on me, aren't you?
Suddenly, a savage laugh echoed from behind, and the jars behind him started to shake and crack. Ha! Kill! Ahaya!
Pei Ling paled in shock. No way. They're all awake. The unleashed ghost spirits swarmed, attacking him. Kill. Akaya. Pei Ling spun around and roared, summoning his weapon. Since you're all out, this daddy won't hold back. Bloodshed blade art.
Pei Ling brandished his weapon. Why not today? Today's the day I'll fuse all 9 of you ghost spirits into this blade. With that, he charged straight into them.
A massive explosion erupted, and a giant crystal appeared, transporting everyone to another space.
Suddenly, a giggle rang out. Hey hey, the voices echoed. Come and get it. Can you swallow it all? Ha ha. Stuff you till you burst.
Pei Ling snorted, a blue flame flickering in his hand. HMPH. You're all dead anyway, what's with all the talking? Glacial netherfire. Pei Ling flung his hand, and the blue flames roared to life. Become forging materials for my blade.
The sword then gradually materialized, revealing the hilt and the sharp point of the blade.
It descended right in front of Pei Ling, and he caught it. Finally done. Forging this blade only needed 1 ghost spirit, but I fused all 9 of them into it.
Pei Ling raised the sword in his hand and declared, I'll call you 9-fold Wraithblade. From now on, we're partners in crime. Suddenly, the sword trembled, and seductive figures appeared, calling out,
Haha, master, greetings, master. Pei Ling, seeing this, quickly sheathed the sword, his face flushed.
The killing intent of this blade is not ordinary. I'm afraid I'll have to wait until I reach the foundation establishment stage before I can truly control it. We'll have to postpone our partnership.
He stretched, planning to leave. Now that the blade is forged, I must quickly find a place to reach foundation establishment. Suddenly, someone's foot tripped Pei Ling.
Just as Pei Ling stumbled, Yu Shui Zhao appeared, haughtily saying, Good afternoon, you mud of a master. Pei Ling, caught off guard, screamed, You damn deer. Pei Ling angrily kicked Yu Shu's butt. You son of a con. Just then, voices rang out. It was clan brother Pei Hongnian and Sun Ying. Pei Hongnian greeted him happily. Long time no see. Pei Ling seemed different. Pei Hongnian asked, Clan brother, what's this? Pei Ling waved him off, saying, It's nothing, just messing around with some ghost spirits. Yours now.
Hearing this, Pei Hongnian happily hugged Sun Ying's shoulders, making her blush. Good, good, that's good. Oh, right, clan brother, Yinglan Shimei has agreed to marry me. She'll be your sister-in-law soon.
Pei Ling sighed inwardly. What kind of world is this? That Simp actually managed to get the girl?
Sun Ying then spoke up, embarrassed. I was rude before, please don't hold it against me. We're all family now. Pei Ling feigned sincerity. It's nothing, I've already forgotten. Is there anything else?
Pei Hongnian interjected, flustered.
Yes, clan brother, our Pei family heard that you were the top contender in the trials. My father feels you've suffered hardships for many years, and wants to invite you home to compensate you. Pei Ling, hearing this, was slightly puzzled. Compensate me? They probably see that I'm rising to prominence, and want to climb onto my coattails, right?
Pei Ling crossed his arms, nodded and replied.
I know,
he thought to himself. But Fairy Lai told me to find a desolate place to establish my foundation. Yuanlao Mountain near Luquan City is quite suitable. Announcing to the outside world that I'm going home will attract less attention.
Miao Manor, Inner Sect Secret Chamber. Zhao Chuanmai, Miao Chengyang asked Yin Dongmeng. Is it true that Pei Ling will depart for the Pei family of Luquan City tomorrow? Yin Dongmeng bowed and replied. Indeed, that is the case. Hearing this, Miao Chengyang grinned savagely. Good! Start the operation immediately. He was excited internally. I initially swore not to act against Pei Ling, but that doesn't mean I can't send others to do it for me, you little bastard. Obediently wait to pay for Chang'an's life. The blood-stained palanquin, relics of fellow disciples. Han Family Mountain Manor. Pei Hongnian grabbed Su Ying's hand, stopping her. Yinglan, look at this palanquin, it's pretty good, and much more comfortable than my initial paper boat. Should we save up spirit stones to buy one too? Su Ying replied. Okay, but you need to learn from our clan brother more in the future. Look at him, his strength now far surpasses yours. But inwardly she was very annoyed. Useless country bumpkin. If it weren't for you having some connection with Pei Ling, how could I let you take advantage of me? Pei Hongnian turned to look at Pei Ling with sparkling eyes, sending a signal with his eyes. Clan brother, you understand what I mean? Help me out. Understanding Pei Hongnian's intentions, Pei Ling tossed him a bottle of pills. It will take at least a month to get to Luquan City. Here are a few extreme-grade bone-crushing pills. Don't be idle. Pei Hongnian happily accepted them. Thank you, clan brother. Thank you, clan brother. Su Ying next to him also asked. Share a few with me. Pei Ling looked out the window, feeling uneasy. Before I set off, I already informed Fairy Lai, and Zhao Ni is secretly protecting me. Even though there's insurance, based on my unlucky constitution, if nothing unexpected happens, an accident will definitely occur. Pei Ling recalled what Zhao Ni had instructed. Young Master Pei, if I leave the sect with you, it will attract attention. I will secretly protect you from now on. Just then, another palanquin was moving opposite Pei Ling's palanquin. Wu Liu was currently reporting to Li Yu. Master, Zhao Chuanmai has already taken action, probably under the orders of that bitch Zhu Miaoling. Xiao Ni also added. There is still no movement on Su Zhenhuan's side. Li Yu brought the cup to her lips, pondering. Su Zhenhuo is not one to sit and wait for death. At this moment she noticed something. It's here. Just then, there was a foot, but only with bird-like bones. It was a three-headed spirit bird, and standing on it was Zhu Miaoling. I finally got you in my hands, Pei Ling. At that moment, Li Yu took action. Li Yu's magic power quickly attacked Zhu Miaoling's spirit bird. Li Yu, why is she here? Where did I miscalculate? Li Yu's magic power quickly burned the spirit bird. The spirit bird then disintegrated into pieces. At that moment, Li Yu appeared. Zhu Miaoling was also injured at this time. She gritted her teeth bitterly. Something is not right. How is Li Yu's strength so much stronger than our previous fight? Zhu Miaoling spoke mockingly. Li Yu is just a top contender in the outer sect competition. How could you value her so much? Could it be you people have some unspeakable secret? Li Yu coldly replied. You don't need to know. Zhu Yaoli summoned her magic weapon, and as soon as it appeared, she stabbed herself in the stomach and said smugly, Forget it, I'll kill you first, and then personally dig out the secrets from his body. Seeing this, Li Yu sneered. Such self-inflicted damage, there are 200 ways to kill the enemy. Truly foolish. As soon as she finished speaking, the blood-devouring cage surrounded her, trapping her inside. Zhu Yaoli said triumphantly. As long as I can trap you, it's only a matter of time before you're refined by the blood-devouring cage. Even though she was trapped, Li Yu didn't panic, calmly saying, Do you think you'll bleed to death first, or will I be refined first? You think you can trap me? At this moment, inside Pei Ling's palanquin, Pei Hongnian and Su Ying were still busy admiring the pill. Aya, clan brother, is really improving by leaps and bounds and even has such good stuff. Pei Ling also heard the commotion and looked out the window to observe. It seems like there's some movement outside. He went outside to get a better look. Pei Ling was stunned in surprise. This is... A giant, undead puppet appeared right before Pei Ling's eyes.
By this time, Pei Hongnian and Su Ying had also noticed, and both of them said in fear, "Clan brother, what kind of monster is that? Quickly use your divine abilities to drive it away." Pei Ling then reassured them, "Don't be afraid, nothing will happen." Pei Ling cautiously observed the undead puppet carefully, then assessed, "The aura of this corpse puppet is so strong that I can't sense its true strength. It's probably at least at the core formation stage." He took out a talisman from inside. "If Zhao Ni makes it in time, this 100 miles escape talisman might allow me to escape to a safe place, right?" At this time, on Li Liyu's side, Zhu Yaoli was now gradually running out of strength.
"Damn it, if this continues, I'll really bleed to death."
Li Liyu sensed something. She turned back to look at the core formation stage corpse puppet.
A glint flashed in Li Liyu's eyes, and spiritual power radiated out. Zhu Yaoli also sensed it and worried. She wants to break the formation. And indeed,
in an instant, Li Liyu shattered Zhu Yaoli's formation,
causing Zhu Yaoli to suffer damage and vomit blood. The undead puppet then roared, its hand reaching out to grab Pei Ling. Pei Ling panicked. "Send a signal to Zhao Ni. Zhao Ni, get here quickly." But Zhao Ni was also helpless at this time. "Young Master Pei, I can't beat a core formation cultivator either.